Chapter 1. A Century of Change and Despair. The dog system just arrived in the great wilderness realm. Xuantian Sheng sect. Servant's Peak. Look at that old guy, still hanging around the sect at this age. Yeah, the old fool has no self-awareness at all. I heard he's been at the Servant's Peak for over 100 years, and his cultivation is still at the third level of body refinement. It's hard to imagine how useless he must be to still be stuck at that level after 100 years. In front of the most dilapidated wooden hut, cold winds swirled up a few dry leaves from the ground. An old man with white hair and a wrinkled face was trying hard to raise the axe in his hand, preparing to chop the firewood in front of him. His name is Lin Chen. He is the most ordinary and inconspicuous servant disciple of the Xuantian Sheng sect. Oh no, he can't even be considered a servant disciple now. He is too old. So old that he can barely manage the most basic servant tasks like chopping wood and drawing water. The sect, considering he has contributed some effort despite having no achievements, has not expelled him, allowing him to linger and die in this corner of the Servant's Peak. Lin Chen's murky eyes were half open, feeling his frail body, filled with helplessness. Cold, bitterly cold. Not the chill of the weather, but the icy silence of life nearing its end. He could clearly feel his heart beating slower and slower, each breath accompanied by tearing pain. His consciousness was gradually fading. 100 years. He had been in this world for exactly 100 years. As a transmigrator, he had expected to awaken a powerful golden finger like those protagonists in novels, advancing smoothly on the path of immortality, looking down upon the heavens. But reality dealt him the cruelest blow. This world is called the Great Wilderness Realm, where martial prowess is revered and strong warriors abound. The martial realms are categorized from low to high as follows: body refinement, chi gathering, meridian condensation, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation void, refinement, Tao integration, and great ascension. Each major realm is further divided into 9 minor realms. And the limit of a warrior's achievements is determined by their innate talent. Talent levels are classified as ordinary, spiritual, earth, heavenly, saint, divine, and Tao. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's talent is the most inferior, ordinary. Such talent makes it extremely difficult to even draw qi into the body, let alone break through to higher realms. For 100 years, he had exhausted various methods, endured countless sneers and mockery, and poured out his heart and soul, only managing to barely raise his cultivation to the third level of body refinement. The third level of body refinement in the Great Wilderness Realm. That makes him the lowest of the low, cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Even the outer disciples of the sect with a bit of talent can easily reach this realm when they first join. It had been a full 100 years. Thus, he was often looked down upon by the other servant disciples in the sect. Various cold jibes and scorn. Now, at over 100 years of age, with declining vitality and nearing the end of his lifespan, even maintaining his third level of body refinement cultivation had become exceptionally difficult, and he could fall from his realm at any moment. Once he falls, it means death. Ha ha. Lin Chen managed a bitter and desperate smile. After 100 years of being a failure, would he ultimately fade away like wild grass in this unnoticed corner? Just as Lin Chen was about to fully accept his fate, a mechanical notification, devoid of emotion, suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host has truly been born into this world and has officially bound the Invincible Life System. Scanning host situation, personal panel. Opening. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 1 year. Talent, ordinary. Cultivation, body refinement, third level. Physique, none. Technique, body refinement technique. Martial, skills, Xian water sword technique beginner, with spirit sword technique beginner, body refinement, fist minor achievement. Personal panel generation complete. Starting to issue the first task. As a human host, please learn the human language. Completion rewards, Tao talent, Gung metal spirit body. The sudden system voice and the glaring age. 1 year on the panel made Lin Chen's murky eyes widen in shock, and his dim pupils suddenly burst with unbelievable light. A system? The Invincible Life System? It's here. After traversing for a full 100 years and on the verge of dying, the damned system finally arrived. But what the hell is this 1-year-old nonsense? What do you mean learn human language? I've been speaking human language in this world for over 100 years. Lin Chen was speechless. What the heck? I'm over 100 years old, and you tell me I just came into existence? This system is 100 years late. Learn human language? I speak this native tongue better than you do. I've lived for over 100 years, and my mind isn't even muddled. How come you just activated system is so slow-witted? Lin Chen unleashed a torrent of grievances and resentment from over 100 years, pouring it all out in the most fluent human language. Ding! The cold and emotionless system notification rang out again. Congratulations, host has completed the task. Learn human language. Task reward. Gung metal spirit body. Distributing now. Lin Chen. Wait, is that it? I just cursed at you a few times, and that counts as learning human language? Is your judgment standard a bit too casual? However, before Lin Chen could continue to complain, an indescribable transformation erupted within his body. Boom! As if something exploded deep within his bloodline. A sharp, domineering, and seemingly able to cut through everything strange power surged through his limbs, bones, and organs. Lin Chen sensed the changes in his body. His expression slightly changed. There were people outside, so he couldn't make too much noise. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Chen put down the axe and rushed into the room. Just as he entered the room, he felt his body undergoing earth-shattering changes. The shriveled and withered flesh seemed to be injected with boundless vitality, beginning to regain fullness and strength. The murky and decaying blood was replaced by a new blood that shimmered with a faint golden glow and was filled with sharpness. The wrinkled skin quickly shed like a snake's skin, revealing beneath its skin that glimmered like metal. As if reborn, bones crackled with a series of pops, as if they were breaking and reorganizing, becoming tougher and denser. In a short time, though he still had a head full of white hair, his skin had already regained a rosy hue like that of a baby. Gung metal spirit body. This is an extremely powerful, innate spirit body. It is said that those who possess the Gung metal spirit body are naturally attuned to the laws of metal, with a physique as solid as divine weapons, unmatched in attack, and incredibly sharp. Cultivating any metal-based techniques or divine abilities would yield exponential results. More importantly, this level of spirit body contains immense potential, enough to defy fate and change one's destiny. Power. An unprecedented sense of power filled every cell of Lin Chen. This feeling was too wonderful. After an unknown amount of time, this transformative experience finally gradually calmed down. Lin Chen moved his body a bit. At this moment, although he still appeared old on the outside, he was no longer the 100-year-old man on the verge of death. This the power of the system? Lin Chen murmured to himself, his eyes bursting with fiery light. 100 years of being a failure, and now a turnaround. Ding! The system's voice rang out at the right moment. Detected that the host has successfully awakened the Gung metal spirit body. Talent upgraded to Dao level. Updating personal panel. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 1 year. Talent, Dao level Gung metal spirit body. Cultivation, body refinement, 3rd level cultivation method. Body refinement technique optimizable. Martial arts, Xian Shui sword. Technique beginner, wood spirit sword technique beginner. Body refinement, fist major achievement. New task released. The host has the Dao grade talent and can officially embark on the path of immortality. Please become a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Task reward. Great Sun Gung gold breathing technique, earth grade. Qi gathering pills, X100. Grade of cultivation methods. And martial arts, yellow, Xian earth heaven. Chapter 2. Dao grade talent, Gung gold spiritual body. From body refinement, 3rd layer to body refinement, 9th layer, in 7 days. Dao grade talent, Gung gold spiritual body. This combination is already a rare existence in the great wilderness realm. It is said that the holy sons and daughters of major sects only possess holy grade talent. Some don't even have a spiritual body. With Dao grade talent, his cultivation speed will be countless times faster than before. With the Gung gold spiritual body, he directly enters the 1st tier in terms of divine abilities and techniques. The path to longevity is no longer an unattainable dream. And this 2nd task, become a disciple of the Immortal Sect? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the task. According to the rules of the Xian Tian Immortal Sect, or rather the customs of many sects in the great wilderness realm, servant disciples are already considered disciples of the Immortal Sect just the lowest status with the worst treatment, that he is currently registered as a servant at the Xian Immortal Sect, which means he is a disciple of the Immortal Sect. In other words, is this task free? Sure enough, just as Lin Chen had this thought, ding, detected that the host's current identity is disciple of the Xian Immortal Sect. Task: Immortal Sect disciple completed. Task reward: Great Sun Gung Gold. Breathing technique Earth grade. Qi gathering pills X100 issued to system space. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. This dog system, although sometimes unreliable, has a pretty smart task completion judgment, saving him a lot of trouble. Earth grade Great Sun Gung Gold breathing technique. Plus 100 Qi gathering pills. This reward: Invincible. The body refinement technique is just the lowest level technique, which is no longer suitable for someone with Dao grade talent and a Gung Gold spiritual body. With the Great Sun Gung Gold breathing technique and the assistance of pills, his speed in breaking through the Qi gathering realm is simply unimaginable. With resources and techniques. For Lin Chen now, it is of course time to prepare for cultivation and convert the resources he just obtained into strength. However, just as he was about to sit cross-legged and take out the technique and pills, the system's emotionless prompt sound rang out again at an inappropriate time. Ding! Personal panel updated. Host: Lin Chen. Age: 20 years. Talent: Dao grade Gung Gold spiritual body. Cultivation: body refinement 3rd layer. Physique: Gung Gold spiritual body. Technique: Great Sun Gung Gold breathing technique Earth grade. Martial arts: Xian Shui sword technique yellow grade. Beginner with spirit sword. Technique yellow grade. Beginner body refinement fist yellow grade. Major achievement. Lin Chen. What the heck? Did I just jump from 1-year-old to 20 years old? What happened to the 19 years in between? Did a dog eat it? Although he has actually lived for 120 years, this leap in the system panel is too abrupt. Lin Chen's eye twitched, feeling that this system is becoming more and more unreliable. But whatever. Age is just a number, strength is what matters. Starting cultivation sooner is the priority. He took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to complain, and prepared to continue. But just then, the familiar system prompt sound appeared again. New task released. At 20 years old, you encounter the 18-year-old pitiful girl Lu Ruyan. Please guide the new servant disciple of the Xian Immortal Sect, Lu Ruyan, in the Xian Shui sword technique once. Task reward: Mastery of Xian Shui sword technique. Invincible sword Dao qualification. Lin Chen stared at the task panel that appeared before him, completely frozen. His expression gradually turned to shock, then confusion, and finally transformed into deep speechlessness and bewilderment. What the heck? 20-year-old me? Encountered 18-year-old Lu Ruyan? And what is this task information? Guide the new servant disciple of the Xian Immortal Sect, Lu Ruyan. It seems this dog system really has dementia. Lu Ruyan. She is now the exalted saintess of the Xian Immortal Sect, a saintess, with a noble status and unfathomable strength. And I, this old servant, am going to guide her in the Xian Shui sword technique. She might be using heaven grade or even saint grade techniques and martial arts right now. Okay, this task is completely nonsensical. Lin Chen felt his blood pressure rising. Lin Chen tried to communicate with the system in his mind. System, are you sure this task is correct? Lu Ruyan is now the saintess of the Xian Immortal Sect, not some new servant disciple. However, the system remained unresponsive. The task panel still clearly floated in front of him, as if mocking his doubts. Lin Chen, not willing to give up, asked again, is the task target and description based on data from 120 years ago? Can you update it? Still no response, as if it had sunk into the sea. Lin Chen, he finally understood. This dog system not only activated 120 years late, but it also seems to have some real issues with its brain. The tasks released are completely based on its chaotic database from who knows which time point. What to do? If the task cannot be completed, the dog system will probably just freeze the task. That invincible sword Dao qualification. It sounds very tempting, although he has extraordinary talent now. Who would turn down more qualifications, and resources are essential for rapid improvement, even though the system is unreliable. But the rewards are solid, and now he has to guide the Saintess Lu Ruyan in her introductory sword technique. Is this really necessary? Lin Chen frowned, thinking of Lu Ruyan, and felt a headache. He had originally decided not to contact her anymore. Finally, Lin Chen sighed. Forget it. I won't think about it. Lin Chen shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. No matter how absurd this task is, since it has been released, he must find a way to deal with it. His strength is still too low. Although his talent and physique have improved countless times compared to before, talent has not yet transformed into strength. He is still weak, especially since he needs to complete the third task. Without strength, going to Saint's Peak now would only be self-humiliation. First, cultivate to body refinement perfection. Then go complete this task. Lin Chen exhaled, made up his mind, and immediately began to execute it. He quickly sat cross-legged, operating the Earth Grade, Great Sun Gung gold breathing technique he just obtained, while immersing his mind in the re-understanding and refining of the mysteries of the body refinement realm. As the technique operated, the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in. Unlike the previous wisps that were like smoke, this time, the spiritual energy surged, and Lin Chen finally experienced the joy of a genius cultivating. The body refinement third layer transformed at a terrifying speed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already broken through to the body refinement fourth layer, but this was still far from reaching the limits of downgrade talent and the Gung Gold spiritual body. Half an hour passed. Boom! The dilapidated wooden house was lifted by a wave of spiritual power. Body refinement fifth layer. But this was still far from over. An hour later, body refinement sixth layer. The sun and moon revolved, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had already passed. During these 7 days, Lin Chen had been immersed in cultivation. And finally, on the night of the 8th day, a terrifying wave of vital energy rippled out from Lin Chen's room. And soon, the wooden door that had been closed for 7 days finally opened again. Lin Chen walked out. Exhaling, his usually murky eyes became clear, and his inner light shone brilliantly. The changes he had undergone in these 7 days would probably be unimaginable to anyone. At this moment, he was no longer the old servant at the body refinement third layer. Now he has reached the 9th level of body refinement and is just one step away from entering the gathering Qi realm. With a lifespan of 150 years, even in the Xiantian Immortal Sect, he could become an outer sect steward. 7 days to break through from the 3rd level of body refinement to the 9th level of body refinement. The downgrade talent and the Gung metal spiritual body are indeed extraordinary. With my current strength, I can walk confidently among the outer disciples. I can even visit the Saint's Peak. I'm not afraid of any trouble. As Lin Chen spoke, he gazed towards the direction of the Saint's Peak, memories flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, a glimmer of light flickered from the storage ring in his hand, and a seal appeared in his palm. Chapter 3. The Old Servant Defeats the Young Prodigies. The world is too crazy. This seemingly ordinary dried stamp carries a distant memory for Lin Chen. It was over 90 years ago. At that time, he had just crossed over to this vast wasteland and was struggling at the bottom of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Serving as a humble servant, Lu Ruyan was just a little girl who had entered the sect a few years later than him. Back then, she was far from the radiant saintess she is today. Instead, she was thin and pale, like a bamboo, swaying in the wind, timidly bullied by other servants. Seeing her pitiful state, and sharing a sense of sympathy as they were both from the lower ranks, Lin Chen often took care of her within his means. For instance, he would share an extra half piece of dry food with her, or stand in front of her when she was being bullied, using his not-so-strong body as a shield. Although he was merely an ant at the body refinement stage, he was still slightly stronger than Lu Ruyan, who had yet to gather qi into her body at that time. This simple care did not last long. Lu Ruyan's talent soon shone like a dusty gem, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. In a short period, she gathered qi into her body. Her cultivation skyrocketed, and she quickly caught the attention of the inner sect elders, advancing straight from the servant peak to the inner sect. On the day she was leaving, Lu Ruyan found Lin Chen and solemnly handed him the stamp she had made with her own hands. She said Lin Chen was the only person who had made her feel warmth at the servant peak. She said if she ever encountered any difficulties she couldn't solve, she could use this stamp to find her in the inner sect. Lin Chen accepted the stamp, but never thought of seeking her out. He was well aware that from the moment Lu Ruyin stepped into the inner sect, they had already become people from two different worlds. There was an insurmountable chasm between servants and inner sect disciples. Moreover, Lu Ruyin's talent was extraordinary. In the years that followed, rumors about Lu Ruyin spread to Lin Chen's ears like legendary tales. She soared in cultivation as if riding a rocket, leaving countless peers far behind. From an inner sect disciple to a core disciple, then to a personal disciple, she ultimately broke through to the nascent soul stage 20 years ago, overpowering all the sect's talents and ascending to the position of saintess, becoming a symbol of the younger generation of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, with an immensely respected status. Lin Chen still remembered the day Lu Ruyin became the saintess. She sent someone to deliver an invitation, asking him to attend the grand ceremony. But he refused. As a nearly decrepit, lowly servant with little cultivation, what right did he have to appear in such a highly regarded event? Going there would only be a humiliation for himself and would bring unnecessary trouble and gossip to Lu Ruyin. He thought this stamp would turn to dust along with him, never to see the light of day again. But unexpectedly, to complete the dog system's troublesome task, he ultimately had to use it. Lin Chen walked for a long time. Finally, a beautiful peak shrouded in mist, with cranes flying and jade pavilions faintly visible, appeared at the end of his sight. This was the Saintess Peak. The spiritual energy at Saintess Peak was so rich that it felt refreshing with each breath, a stark contrast to the thin, polluted air of the Servant Peak. However, before he could approach the white jade steps at the foot of the mountain, several malicious and mocking gazes fell upon him. Oh, isn't this the old, unkillable Lin Chen from the Servant Peak? A sharp-faced young disciple, dressed in the same gray servant clothes but looking much younger and stronger, stopped him with a weird grin. Behind him were 2 or 3 similarly dressed lackeys, all wearing mocking smiles. Lin Chen had some impression of these people. The leader was Li Xian. This person was notorious for being a troublemaker at the Servant Peak, often bullying the weak, especially targeting lowly, weak, and old servants like him with cold jibes. The other 3 were no better. They were not good people either, especially Li Xian, who had entered the sect 5 years ago and surpassed him in strength 3 years ago, taking all his cultivation resources by leveraging his youth. This person was not worth regretting. Old man, why aren't you waiting to die in your doghouse? What are you doing here at Saintess Peak? Li Xian tilted his head, looking at Lin Chen with extreme disdain. Is this a place for waste like you? You should take a look in the mirror and see what you are. Exactly. Hurry up and roll back. Don't dirty the ground of Saintess Peak. The lackeys chimed in. Lin Chen's murky eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at these jumping clowns, feeling no ripple in his heart. If it were before the system activation, he might have chosen to endure and retreat. But now, he had no time to waste with these insignificant pests. Get lost. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable chill. Hey, the old man is quite bold. Li Xian seemed to find this amusing, his sarcasm intensifying. I won't let you go today. What can you do about it? As he spoke, he reached out to push Lin Chen, eager to see him fall in a sorry state. However, just as his hand reached halfway, a crisp sound rang out. Lin Chen moved. His hand had unknowingly risen and, like lightning, grabbed Li Xian's wrist. The speed was so fast that Li Xian couldn't react in time. You. Li Xian's expression changed as he tried to break free, but he was horrified to find that Lin Chen's dry palm was like an iron clamp, containing an unbelievable, terrifying strength. His wrist was crushed painfully, and the bones made cracking sounds. How is this possible? This old man is only at the body refinement 3rd stage. How can he be this strong? Let go of me. Do you want to die? Li Xian was both shocked and angry. His other hand clenched into a fist and swung towards Lin Chen's face. The 2 lackeys behind him also reacted, attacking Lin Chen from left and right. They were all at the body refinement 6th stage and confident that together they could easily take down this old man. Others passing by were attracted by the commotion and stopped to watch from a distance, their faces showing expressions of amusement. Servant infighting? Or beating up an old man? Interesting. However, what happened next nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. Facing the 3 people's siege, Lin Chen's hunched body suddenly trembled, and an indescribably overbearing aura quietly emanated from him. He twisted Li Xian's wrist sharply. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Li Xian let out a pig-like scream, his entire arm twisting at a bizarre angle. At the same time, Lin Chen's other dry hand casually swatted out like a fan. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds. The two rushing lackeys didn't even touch the corner of Lin Chen's clothes before they were directly sent flying. They flew through the air like two broken sacks, crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away, spitting blood and instantly losing their combat capability. Instant kill. The entire process was so fast that it left everyone dizzy. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. All the onlooking disciples had their expressions frozen, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. Damn, this old man is so strong. He instantly crippled two body refinement 6th-stage disciples, especially Li Xian. He is at the body refinement 9th stage. Yu. Li Xian clutched his broken arm, sweating profusely from the pain, looking at Lin Chen with fear in his eyes, no longer exhibiting his previous arrogance. At that moment, a sharp command rang out. Stop! A tall young man wearing the Outer Sect disciples' attire, with a clearly stronger aura, stepped out from the crowd. He looked to be just over 20 years old, with a cultivation level that had reached the gathering Qi 2nd stage. The man's name is Wang Hao. He is somewhat famous in the Outer Sect and is the leader of Li Xian and others. When Wang Hao saw his little brother beaten so badly, his expression instantly darkened. You little servant, how dare you commit violence under the Holy Maiden Peak? Wang Hao shouted harshly, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Although he was surprised by Lin Chen's displayed strength, he did not believe that an old servant could stir up any waves. How could a body-refining realm practitioner defeat someone in the gathering Qi realm? There is a huge gap in realms between the two. So what? Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, his tone calm. This calm demeanor only made Wang Hao angrier. An old, useless man injured his little brother and still dared to be so arrogant. Seeking death, Wang Hao stopped wasting words, circulating his true qi, and lunged at Lin Chen like a cheetah, his right hand clawed, carrying a fierce gust of wind, aiming straight for Lin Chen's throat. A gathering Qi realm practitioner's attack indeed far surpassed that of a body-refining realm. The surrounding disciples quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. They all believed that Lin Chen, this old servant, was doomed. Facing Wang Hao's fierce attack, Lin Chen remained standing in place, as if stunned by fear, until the sharp claw wind was about to touch his throat. Lin Chen moved, without using any true qi, and even without employing any techniques. He simply raised his right hand, forming a fist, and struck out against Wang Hao's claws. This punch seemed ordinary, even a bit slow, but in Wang Hao's eyes, it appeared as if a sharp giant sword was swinging down towards him with unmatched, terrifying power. That pure edge aura seemed capable of crushing all physical strength, making even him, a gathering Qi 2nd realm practitioner, feel a pang of fear. What kind of body is this? How could this old man? Wang Hao was horrified, but it was too late to change his move and retreat. Bang! A dull sound like a drum echoed. Fist and claw met. Crack! Another sound of bone breaking. But it was not Lin Chen's fist that broke. It was Wang Hao's claw that had been infused with true qi. Wang Hao flew back like a kite with a severed string, flying farther and harder than his few body, refining realm little brothers. He lay on the ground, his fingers twisted and deformed, his chest caved in, coughing up blood, and looking at Lin Chen with eyes as if seeing a monster. One punch defeated a gathering Qi 2nd realm practitioner. And it was by an old servant using pure physical strength. An eerie silence. All the disciples watching were stunned, as if they had been hit by a freezing spell. They looked utterly confused. Is this world too crazy? An old servant knocked down a genius in the gathering Qi 2nd realm with one punch. Who would believe this if it were said out loud? Lin Chen slowly retracted his fist, not even glancing at the dog-like Wang Hao on the ground. His seemingly frail body had been strengthened by earth-grade techniques, and his metal essence body made his physical strength far exceed that of ordinary people. Although his realm was low, purely in terms of physical strength and intensity, he might not be surpassed, even by some gathering chi ninth realm practitioners. Just then, two even more powerful auras rapidly descended from the white jade steps of the Holy Maiden Peak. Stop! Two female disciples dressed in white martial attire, with long swords at their waists and sharp auras, landed between Lin Chen and the others in an instant. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and scrutiny, with a hint of undisguised disdain. A group of servant disciples actually dared to fight in front of the Holy Maiden Peak. These servants are looking for death. Seeing the disciples of the Holy Maiden Peak arrive, Lin Chen spoke respectfully, trying to keep his tone calm. The old man Lin Chen is a disciple of the Servant Peak and has important matters to discuss with the Holy Maiden. Servant disciple? Seeking an audience with the Holy Maiden? The female disciple on the left laughed, as if hearing a huge joke. Old man, are you awake? I didn't pursue you for disturbing the peace in front of the Holy Maiden Peak, and you still want to have such a grand dream? What kind of status does the Holy Maiden have, that you can see her whenever you want? Hurry and roll. Step forward again. And don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. The female disciple on the right was even more direct, drawing her half-length sword, its cold light flickering, filled with murderous intent. Their cultivation was above the pulse-condensing realm, far beyond Lin Chen and these servant ants. Lin Chen knew it was useless to say more to them. The gap in status was like a chasm. Taking out the seal that Lu Ruyin had given him, Lin Chen presented the seal to the two mountain guarding disciples and said, "The Holy Maiden once said that I could seek her with this seal if I have matters to discuss." Seal? The female disciple on the left frowned even tighter upon seeing this seemingly ordinary seal, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Leave quickly. Just by taking out some random item, you think you can see the Holy Maiden? You are too delusional. As she finished speaking, she was about to wave her hand to knock the seal away. However, the female disciple on the right suddenly changed her expression, staring intently at the seal. The next moment, her pupils constricted sharply, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Wait, senior sister. The Holy Maiden did mention this seal 10 years ago. Her voice trembled with disbelief. The female disciple on the left was taken aback, looking at her in confusion. Junior sister, what's wrong? What's so special about this broken seal? Before she could finish her sentence, it seemed she remembered something, and her face instantly turned pale. This is the seal that was personally instructed to be cautious of 20 years ago. It was not the official Holy Maiden token. The seal was even more secretive. It was rumored that when Lu Ruyin ascended to her position as the Holy Maiden, she personally instructed the mountain guarding disciples that if one day someone came with this seal, the holder could meet the Holy Maiden as if they were seeing her in person. But how could this old servant, who was about to die, possess the seal mentioned by the Holy Maiden? The two mountain guarding disciples' minds went blank in an instant. Looking at Lin Chen with eyes that shifted from disdain and contempt to disbelief, they actually scolded and even threatened a person holding the Holy Maiden's seal. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Thud! The two almost simultaneously knelt down, their bodies trembling violently. Forgive us, senior brother. We have eyes but fail to see. Not knowing your esteemed identity, please forgive us. Their voices were tinged with a sobbing tone, filled with fear. The surrounding disciples who were watching from a distance were also stunned by this scene. What is going on? Why did the two pulse-condensing realm mountain guarding sisters kneel to an old servant? What is that old man holding? Could it be some significant token? Instantly, various speculations and curious gazes focused on Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the two kneeling and trembling female disciples, his heart calm. This is the power of status. Lin Chen simply calmly retracted the seal and hoarsely said, "Please take me to see the Holy Maiden." Yes, yes. The female disciple on the left hurriedly got up, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, leading the way in front. The female disciple on the right quickly took out a communication jade talisman, reporting the events that had occurred here as quickly as possible. An old servant holding the Holy Maiden's seal suddenly arrives. This is definitely a major event for the Holy Maiden Peak. The Holy Maiden must be notified immediately. Lin Chen, hunched over, followed the mountain guarding disciples up the white jade steps leading to the top of the Holy Maiden Peak. He ignored the uncertain gazes around him. What he cared about most now was to meet Lu Ruyan as soon as possible, complete the system task, and then receive the reward. Holy Maiden Peak at the top. A magnificent and elegant hall stood quietly amidst the clouds and mist, with the three characters Saintis Hall inscribed on the plaque, written with a fluid brush that contained the essence of Tao. Deep within the hall, in a quiet room, a woman dressed in moon-white palace attire, with an unparalleled beauty and an ethereal presence like a celestial being, was slightly restless. She was Lu Ruyan, the current saintess of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. At this moment, this existence, which seemed high above in the eyes of outsiders, like a goddess from the heavens, had completely lost her usual tranquility and indifference. Her slender, jade-like fingers clenched slightly, and her eyes, clear as autumn water, rarely revealed a hint of tension and anticipation. Just moments ago, a disciple guarding the mountain had sent her a message through a communication jade talisman, delivering news that shook her heart. Lin Chen, that name, that figure, even after nearly 100 years, was still vividly imprinted deep within her soul. Brother Lin Chen actually came. He brought the seal she had personally crafted as the only token back to Saintis Peak. Lu Ruyan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Images from over 90 years ago surfaced in her mind. At that time, she was just a frail and pitiful little girl who had just entered the sect and was bullied by others. It was Lin Chen, also a miscellaneous disciple who could barely feed himself, who stood in front of her time and again, using his not-so-broad shoulders to support a small but incredibly warm sky for her. The kindness of that half-piece of dry food, that clumsy comfort, that time he was beaten black and blue to protect her. Each scene felt as if it had occurred yesterday. Lu Ruyan had never forgotten this kindness. After awakening her talent and entering the inner sect, she had thought about repaying him. However, she understood Lin Chen's character somewhat, carrying a nearly stubborn pride. He would most likely not accept direct gifts of cultivation resources. She could only choose a more subtle approach. Over the years, she had been secretly caring for the miscellaneous disciple Peak through her influence, ensuring Lin Chen wouldn't face any serious oppression and could live peacefully. She knew Lin Chen's talent was extremely poor. After 100 years of hard practice, he was still stuck at the body refinement stage. She also knew that Lin Chen's lifespan was nearing its end, and he probably had little time left. She wanted to help him, to give him longevity elixirs, to provide resources to enhance his cultivation. But 10 years ago, after ascending to the position of saintess, she personally wrote an invitation for Lin Chen to attend the grand ceremony, only to have it politely declined by him. This left her somewhat hesitant. She feared that her rash help would hurt Lin Chen's remaining pride. She feared that her appearance would make his already difficult situation even more awkward. She could only watch silently and wait quietly. Unexpectedly, today he took the initiative to come. Had he encountered some insurmountable difficulty? Or, Lu Ruyan dared not think further. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. With a gentle wave of her hand, a water mirror appeared before her. She carefully examined herself in the mirror. Were her hair and attire in order? Was her makeup perfect? After confirming that there was nothing inappropriate, she finally let out a slight sigh of relief. But her anxious heart still hung in the balance. This was no longer the saintess of the Xiantian Immortal Sect who looked down upon her peers, her mind as calm as a still pond. She was clearly a little girl about to meet someone she had longed for. Outside the saintess hall, Lin Chen, guided by a disciple, finally arrived at his destination. From a distance, he saw a snow-white figure standing quietly at the entrance of the hall. It was just a silhouette, but it was breathtakingly beautiful. The figure was slender and graceful, with curves that seemed like the most perfect masterpiece from the heavens. A snow-white, long dress swayed gently in the wind, outlining a captivating silhouette. 3,000 strands of hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders, adding an air of laziness and otherworldliness. She stood there quietly, as if merging with the surrounding world, creating a stunning scene. An ethereal and intangible aura emanated from her, making others feel inferior and hesitant to look directly at her. Lin Chen's heart inexplicably tightened. Was this the Lu Ruyan of today? The timid little girl who once followed him around was now standing at this level? The power of time was truly frightening. Thinking of his purpose in coming here, which was to guide this being who had become the saintess of the Xiantian Immortal Sect in practicing the Xian Shui sword technique. Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was simply more challenging than climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of fire. His old body, which had previously been at the 3rd level of body refinement, even though he was now at the 9th level, was still insignificant in the eyes of Lu Ruyan, a being of nascent soul level. Who would believe that? This task issued by the system was simply outrageous. It felt like he was being roasted over a fire. However, just as Lin Chen was frantically complaining in his heart, feeling his scalp tingle, that beautiful snow-white silhouette slowly turned around. A stunning face, perfect to the point of being flawless, appeared before Lin Chen's murky eyes. Her skin was whiter than snow, her brows and eyes like a painting. Her delicate nose and cherry lips were exquisite beyond compare, especially those eyes, clear and bright, as if they contained the vastness of the stars and the sea, deep and enchanting. Yet at this moment, those eyes, capable of making the world fade, held a complex emotion. There was excitement, joy, worry, and a hint of barely perceptible tension. As their gazes met, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Chen looked at this familiar, yet unfamiliar beautiful face, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. What was familiar was the contour between her brows, where he could still faintly see the shadow of that little girl from years ago. What was unfamiliar was her unparalleled grace and her unfathomable cultivation. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that his throat was extremely dry. Should he address her as Saintess? Or, just as Lin Chen hesitated, Lu Ruyan's melodious voice, like heavenly music but with a slight quiver, gently rang out. Brother Lin Chen? Boom! The sound of Brother Lin Chen echoed like thunder in Lin Chen's mind. His body jolted violently, and disbelief filled his murky eyes. In a daze, the stunning fairy before him seemed to overlap with the thin little girl from over 90 years ago, who timidly called out Brother Lin Chen while wearing tattered disciple clothes. 100 years of changes, people and things have transformed. He was already aging and had little time left, yet she had already stood tall amidst the clouds, shining brightly. But that single word brother, crossing nearly a century of time, seemed to instantly bridge the vast chasm between them. Lin Chen's heart trembled fiercely. A strange warmth quietly surged in his heart, dispelling some of the dead silence and coldness that lingered there. Meanwhile, the disciple responsible for guiding them had completely turned to stone. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth, staring at the scene before her as if she had seen a ghost. The Saintess, the revered Saintess of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, admired and worshipped by countless disciples. Actually called an old miscellaneous disciple from the miscellaneous peak brother? Was she hearing things? Or was this old miscellaneous disciple's identity even more terrifying than she had imagined? At that moment, a storm surged in the mind of the mountain-guarding disciple, and her gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with awe and disbelief, especially when she recalled her earlier rudeness toward Lin Chen at the foot of Saintess Peak. It made her heart secretly lament. Just then, Lu Ruyan also came back to her senses from the excitement and daze of their reunion. Her clear and beautiful eyes lightly glanced to the side, noticing the mountain-guarding disciple who was as still as a wooden statue beside Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, barely noticeable. Although her heart was in turmoil, the dignity and habits of being a saintess allowed her to quickly regain her outward calm. Lu Ruyan parted her red lips, her voice cold and authoritative, completely different from the trembling tone she had just used with her brother. You may leave now. Yes, Saintess. The mountain-guarding disciple hurriedly bowed and retreated, almost crawling away from this place that filled her with dread. She swore what she saw today and the titles she heard would remain buried in her heart, and she would never dare to leak a single word. Otherwise, without the Saintess needing to act, those crazed admirers within the sect could tear her to pieces. With the mountain-guarding disciple's departure, only Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan remained in front of the Saintess Hall. For a moment, the atmosphere became subtly quiet. Lu Ruyan took a gentle breath, seemingly trying to calm her tumultuous emotions. However, a faint joy still bloomed on her stunningly beautiful face. Her smile, like an iceberg melting or a snow lotus blossoming, was pure and radiant, instantly dimming the surroundings. But upon closer inspection, there was a trace of barely perceptible resentment hidden deep within her autumn-like eyes, alongside the joy. She gracefully approached Lin Chen. The closer she got, the more clearly she could see Lin Chen's familiar, yet much more mature face, and the aura of time's passage in his eyes. Lu Ruyan felt a slight pain in her heart, as if something had pricked her. A wave of faint sorrow and heartache surged within her. Lu Ruyan sighed, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. "Brother Lin Chen, why have you aged so much?" Lin Chen felt even more awkward upon hearing this. Aged? He was more than just aged. He had nearly aged to death before the system appeared. If it hadn't been for the system's timely arrival, granting him the gung metal spiritual body and Taoist aptitude, he would have been a real corpse in no time. Facing this extraordinary saintess, who looked like a celestial being, and comparing it to his own old, worn-out appearance, along with those ridiculous system tasks, Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It's been over 100 years. How can I not age? Lin Chen instinctively avoided Lu Ruyan's concerned and probing gaze. What kind of situation was this? An old monster over 120 years old, pretending to be young in front of a sister who looked only in her 20s, but whose cultivation was unfathomable and was nearly 100 years old herself. No, it wasn't pretending to be young. It was showing his age. The key was that he still had to guide her in the most basic Xian Shui sword technique. Lin Chen could already foresee the bewildered expression on Lu Ruyan's face when he made this request. Lu Ruyan observed Lin Chen's obviously evasive and awkward smile. Being exceptionally intelligent, she vaguely sensed something was off. However, the joy of their reunion and the special feelings that transcended nearly a century allowed her to temporarily suppress her doubts. Lu Ruyan made an effort to keep her tone calm, infused with curiosity and concern as she asked, "Brother Lin Chen, is there something you need to discuss with me?" Her voice was still melodious, but the coldness that belonged to the saintess had vanished, replaced by a kind of almost affectionate warmth. After asking this question, she seemed to remember something, and her tone took on a hint of barely noticeable resentment and grievance as she gently added, "I remember when I became the saintess 10 years ago, I sent someone to invite you, but you didn't come." Her voice was low, filled with deep resentment. Chapter 6. "Then please trouble Brother Lin Chen to guide me." The girl's low voice, tinged with a hint of disappointment and grievance, reached Lin Chen's ears. His heart sank, almost triggering some untimely memories. "No, stop." He forced himself to focus on his breathing. Lin Chen suppressed the swirling emotions. Lu Ruyan was no longer someone he could covet as an old man. The only requirement now was to complete the ridiculous system task and obtain the rewards. As for everything else, that could wait. Lin Chen took a deep breath, revealing a trace of apology on his face, the saintess ceremony. "At that time, with my old bones, I would have only been a burden to you, so I didn't want to join that commotion." Skillfully avoiding the main point, Lin Chen changed his tone. "Actually, I came to see you for no big reason. It's just that I feel my time is short, and I have lived in a daze for over 100 years, devoid of interest. The only time I felt sincere treatment was back when I was on the servant peak, when the saintess treated me with some sincerity." As Lin Chen spoke, he raised his gaze to Lu Ruyan, and a complex emotion seemed to flash in his murky eyes, as if reminiscing or sighing. "So before I die, I wanted to come and see you. I also wanted to revisit the past." Lin Chen paused here, seemingly finding it hard to speak. His old face turned slightly red, and his voice became somewhat stammering. "I just don't know if I can. Can I guide the saintess in the Xian Shui sword technique again?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Damn it, he had never been this embarrassed in his life. A 9th-level perfected body, refinement old servant, going to instruct a nascent soul saintess in a technique that was considered the most basic among the basics. The Xian Shui sword technique. If this got out, the entire Xiantian Immortal Sect would probably laugh their heads off. "System, you really are a talent. This kind of ridiculous task is beyond absurd." Lin Chen had mentally prepared himself to be looked at like he was insane by Lu Ruyan, then mercilessly rejected, or even possibly expelled. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, after Lu Ruyan heard his request, she did not display any mocking or disdainful expressions. In her clear, autumn-like, beautiful eyes, a fleeting look of just the right amount of confusion and bewilderment flashed, as if she hadn't quite understood Lin Chen's request. Next, that confusion quickly faded away, replaced by a radiant smile like sunshine, blooming like 100 flowers. The Xian Shui sword technique? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering, carrying a hint of youthful playfulness and delight. She seemed entirely unconcerned with the absurdity of Lin Chen's words, instead appearing particularly happy because of this request. Sure, she agreed lightly, her voice clear and pleasant, filled with undeniable excitement. In the next moment, buzz, a light ringing sound, a long sword, crystal clear and seemingly carved from ice, emanating a misty vapor and terrifying spiritual pressure, appeared out of thin air in Lu Ruyan's hand. This was her innate spiritual sword, the ice soul cold light sword. The moment this sword appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly plummeted, and points of ice crystals even formed in the void. However, Lu Ruyan paid no mind to the coldness radiating from the spiritual sword. She stepped forward to Lin Chen, raised her jade hand, and made a gesture that almost made Lin Chen's eyes pop out. To Lin Chen's astonishment, Lu Ruyan actually took the initiative to hold his calloused and wrinkled, withered hand. Then she gently placed the ice soul cold light sword, radiating terrifying power, into his hand. The contrast between the tender and smooth touch of the girl's skin and the bone-chilling coldness of the sword's hilt made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat. After doing all this, Lu Ruyan lifted her stunningly beautiful face, her smile like a flower, her eyes shimmering, softly saying, "Then please trouble Brother Lin Chen to guide me." Her voice was as gentle as water, filled with trust and reliance on Lin Chen, as if the old man before her was truly the expert who could guide her. This scene, if any cultivator from the Xiantian Immortal Sect were to see it, they would probably be shocked to the point of their eyes popping out. Their worldview completely shattered. The Xiantian Saintess, Lu Ruyan, one exalted existence that is, a beauty beyond compare, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, with 100-year-old nascent soul. Such a heavenly gifted woman is the dream partner of countless talented young men, a star that the younger generation of cultivators looks up to. Usually, she is as cold as an immortal, keeping people at a distance of thousands of miles, not to mention holding hands. Even getting within 100 feet of her is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But now, she actually took the initiative to hand her own life spirit sword to an old servant on the verge of death. She even took the dirty, wrinkled hand of the other person. In a tone almost like a spoiled child, she asked him to guide her in the most basic entry-level sword technique. What the hell is going on? How many outstanding talents and young masters, both inside and outside the sect, have gone to great lengths to gain even a hint of favor from Lu Ruyan, who among them is not strong, young, handsome, with exceptional talent and a deep background. But now it seems that all of them combined cannot compare to an old servant who looks like a gust of wind could blow him down. This is simply more outrageous than the sun rising from the west. At this moment, Lin Chen held the ice soul cold light sword in his hand, which was incredibly heavy, exuding a chilling aura and containing terrifying power, feeling as if he was holding a red-hot iron. It's burning hot. Too damn hot. Especially the residual warmth from Lu Ruyan's tender little hand and her bright, expectant eyes made Lin Chen feel like he was about to ignite. This is not guidance at all. This is clearly a public execution. Oh, all right. Then you watch me demonstrate first, Lin Chen said with a stiff face, and then hurriedly began to perform the already well-practiced Xian Shui sword technique according to his memory. While demonstrating, he also pretended to give guidance. Ahem. This starting stance needs to focus your energy in the Dantian. Brother Lin Chen is right. Lu Ruyan nodded obediently, her eyes serious, and took out a long sword from her storage ring to practice. This move, the sword must be fast, accurate, and fierce. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized, then intentionally flicked her wrist, causing the sword technique to go awry. Oops. Brother Lin Chen, I made a mistake. She stuck out her tongue, showing a hint of regret. Lin Chen, made a mistake? You, a nascent soul expert, can't even practice the most basic Xian Shui sword technique correctly? Are you joking with me? Lin Chen felt as if he was being roasted over a blazing fire. Every moment was torment. He had to maintain the appearance of a guide while enduring extreme shame and embarrassment inside. He also had to constantly guard against Lu Ruyan's curious and probing gaze. This was even more exhausting than fighting someone for 300 rounds. Finally, when Lin Chen felt he was about to mentally collapse, this torturous guidance finally came to a shaky end. A complete set of Xian Shui sword technique was performed by the two for more than half an hour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Guide the newly promoted servant disciple Lu Ruyan of the Xiantian Immortal Sect in the Xian Shui sword technique once. Task reward: Xian Shui sword technique, great accomplishment. Invincible sword Dao qualification has been issued. The cold system notification echoed in his mind. Lin Chen felt like he was hearing heavenly music. Finally, it's over. He couldn't wait to return the ice soul cold light sword to Lu Ruyan, moving so fast that it even created a gust of wind. Ahem, since the guidance is done, this old man will take his leave. Lin Chen just wanted to escape this place as quickly as possible. It was too embarrassing. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would really find a crack in the ground to hide in. However, just as he turned to run away, Brother Lin Chen, wait. Lu Ruyan's clear and pleasant voice rang out again, stopping him. Lin Chen paused, internally wailing, and turned around stiffly. He saw Lu Ruyan flipping her jade hand, revealing a storage ring shimmering with brilliant light, clearly something extraordinary. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and forcefully stuffed the storage ring into Lin Chen's hand. Brother Lin Chen, you just said your time is running out. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen's aged face, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Inside are some pills and cultivation resources. Although they may not turn your fate around, they should help you last a bit longer. Cultivate well and don't give up. Her tone carried an unrefusable firmness. Lin Chen held the warm storage ring that had clearly been kept close to Lu Ruyan, feeling the powerful spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from it. His heart a mix of emotions. Is this being kept? Living off a woman? Or an old man living off a woman? What the hell? How can this be? Previously, Brother Lin Chen protected me, and I never had a chance to repay him. Now that he has finally come to find me, I should at least give something back. If Brother Lin Chen doesn't accept it, you won't be able to leave Saint's Peak today. Lu Ruyan said playfully and expectantly. It seemed she genuinely hoped Lin Chen would refuse. Then keep him on Saint's Peak? Lin Chen reluctantly said, all right, since it's like this, I'll accept it. One day, I will repay the Saintess. I still prefer when Brother Lin Chen calls me Ruyan like before. No, you are the Saintess. This old man is leaving. Take care, Saintess. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he no longer dared to stay, almost fleeing from Saint's Peak. Chapter 7. Living off a woman seems a bit tempting. Sword intent shocking the Immortal Sect at the top of Saint's Peak. Lu Ruyan stood quietly, watching Lin Chen's somewhat flustered figure disappear at the end of the mountain path. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting her snow-white dress and cascading green hair, her immortal bearing captivating and incomparable. Slowly raising her jade hand, Lu Ruyan gently caressed the hilt of the ice, soul-cold light sword that Lin Chen had just held. It seemed to still retain a hint of his warmth. A lovely blush crept up her flawless cheek, like a red plum blooming quietly in the snow. The scene of being guided by Lin Chen just now was imprinted in her heart like a brand. Although Brother Lin Chen's movements were somewhat awkward, and his explanations were a bit unclear, that feeling, it felt like a long-lost return to 100 years ago when he clumsily protected her on the Servant Peak, filling her heart with indescribable sweetness and excitement. Especially that call of Brother Lin Chen that transcended a century. She thought that with the vast difference in status and the passage of time, she would never be able to call it out naturally again. But unexpectedly, upon their reunion today, everything seemed to return to the starting point. She looked at the life spirit's sword in her hand, her eyes shimmering with captivating light. Brother Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan murmured softly, her voice gentle enough to drip water. You ultimately took the initiative to come find me. This means you still have me in your heart, right? Since that's the case. Lu Ruyan's gaze gradually became resolute, filled with an undeniable determination. Then I will help you from now on. You shouldn't refuse anymore, right? On the other side, Lin Chen hurried back to his dilapidated little wooden house on the servant peak, almost fleeing. After closing the door and leaning against the door panel, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, recalling the various scenes from just now on Saint's Peak, especially Lu Ruyan's stunning beauty. Her eyes filled with reliance and trust, and those affectionate gestures of taking his hand and stuffing the ring. Lin Chen felt his old face burning hot, and his heart was racing uncontrollably. Too thrilling. Think about it. Lin Chen, in both previous and current lives combined, has lived for over 120 years, solely focused on cultivation, seeking the path of immortality, and never paying attention to matters of love. As a result, he has lived for 120 years. Yet he is still a virgin who has never even held a girl's hand. No one would believe this if I told them. I thought my life would just end like this, with my trash talent, nearing the end of my lifespan, quietly dying without anyone noticing. But who would have thought? Just as I had completely resigned myself and was preparing to wait for death, this dog system came along. Not only did it come, it also issued this absurd task. It wanted me to interact awkwardly and flirtatiously with a saintess I had once had a vague crush on, who is now a high-ranking figure. What a twist of fate. Lin Chen shook his head, shaking off those chaotic thoughts. Lu Ruyan, once this task is completed, I probably won't have any further interactions with her, right? No more thinking. Lin Chen shifted his attention to the warm storage ring in his hand. This was soft rice given by the saintess herself. He curiously probed a faint trace of his spiritual sense into it. The next moment, hiss! Lin Chen gasped sharply, his eyes widening instantly. The internal space of the ring wasn't particularly large, but the items piled inside were enough to drive any disciple or even outer sect disciple crazy. Spirit stones. A pile of low-grade spirit stones like a small mountain. A rough scan revealed at least tens of thousands. There were also dozens of medium-grade spirit stones glowing with a soft luster. To know, at the servant peak, receiving 10 low-grade spirit stones in a month is considered good treatment. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. This is simply an astronomical figure. Besides the spirit stones, there are also more than a dozen exquisite white jade bottles, each labeled Gathering Chi Pills, Condensing Veins Pills, Body Refining Liquids, Returning Essence Pills. These were all elixirs that cultivators in the body refining and gathering chi stages dream of. Moreover, judging by the quality of the elixirs, they were round and plump with a rich medicinal fragrance, clearly not ordinary products. What shocked Lin Chen the most was, in a corner of the ring, there were several jade slips lying quietly. Scanning the jade slips with his spiritual sense. Xian Yuan Gong Xian grade, low-level cultivation method. Thunder Fist Huang grade, upper-level martial skill. Swift Wind Steps, Huang grade, middle-level movement technique. Water Yuan Zhu Xian grade, low-level cultivation method. 2 Xian grade cultivation methods. And 3 Huang grade martial skills. Xian grade cultivation methods. In the Xiantian Immortal Sect, only inner sect disciples probably have the qualifications to practice them, right? But I already have the Great Sun Gong gold breathing technique. Lu Ruyan, this girl is really too generous. Lin Chen stroked his chin, feeling the overwhelming resources in the ring, suddenly thinking that this soft rice actually seemed a bit fragrant, especially for someone like him, with no background, no talent, and nearing the end of his life as an old servant. Sigh. I guess in the entire Great Wilderness realm, besides me, there won't be anyone else as lucky as this, who can eat the soft rice of the saintess. Lin Chen smiled self-deprecatingly, feeling even more grateful to Lu Ruyan. Such a good woman. I wonder who will benefit from her in the future. Lin Chen shook his head and solemnly put the ring on his finger, then focused his mind to check the system panel. Host, Lin Chen, age, 20 years, talent, Dao grade. Invincible Sword Dao qualification, cultivation, body refining realm 9th level, full, physique, Gung Gold spiritual body, cultivation method. Great Sun Gung Gold breathing technique, earth grade. Martial skills, Xian water sword technique, great accomplishment. Wood spirit sword technique, entry, body refining fist, great accomplishment. Looking at the dazzling invincible sword Dao qualification on the panel, as well as the already achieved great accomplishment realm of the Xian water sword technique, Lin Chen felt a surge of pride. Dao grade talent, Gung Gold spiritual body, invincible sword Dao qualification, plus earth grade cultivation method, and great accomplishment sword technique. With this configuration, although I still look like a 100-year-old man on the outside, but in terms of potential and qualification, I am absolutely comparable to, or even surpassing, the top-tier prodigies of the great wilderness realm. Let us try this great accomplishment realm Xian water sword technique, combined with the invincible sword Dao qualification. How powerful will it be? Lin Chen's heart was ablaze as he picked up his decades-old broken iron sword and walked out of the wooden house. The servant peak, while lacking in spiritual energy, was spacious enough, and it was easy to find a secluded corner. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at a quiet grove near the cliffs of the back mountain. Here, wild grass grew thickly, with few human traces, making it a perfect place for sword practice. Lin Chen held his breath and focused, recalling the moves of the Xian water sword technique. Although it was just the most basic entry-level sword technique, after being upgraded to great accomplishment by the system, countless insights and essences about this sword technique surged into his mind like a tide. It was as if he had immersed himself in this sword technique for hundreds of years, every detail clear in his mind, coupled with the terrifying enhancement of the invincible sword Dao qualification. Practicing it became extremely easy. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes, casually raising the iron sword in his hand. The next moment, he moved, without deliberately circulating his spiritual power, nor pursuing the standards of the moves. He just followed the mysterious feeling in his heart, casually thrusting the sword. Hiss, a seemingly ordinary thrust. It didn't even stir up the wind. However, at the moment this sword was thrust out, Lin Chen's body suddenly trembled. An indescribable sharpness, agility, yet with the softness of water, an extraordinary realm quietly sprouted in his heart, like a seed breaking through the earth. This realm was incredibly profound, as if resonating with some kind of rule in the world. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his hand involuntarily stopped. Could this be the legendary sword intent? I was just casually practicing the most basic great accomplishment Xian water sword technique, and I actually comprehended the sword intent that countless sword cultivators dream of, although it was just the most superficial entry-level sword intent. But this is too outrageous, right? The invincible sword Dao qualification is terrifying. Lin Chen hadn't recovered from this huge surprise yet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An unexpected change occurred, centered around him, within a radius of hundreds of miles. Whether it was the iron swords in the hands of servant disciples, or the fine steel long swords worn by outer sect disciples, or the law swords, spiritual swords treasured in the caves of inner sect disciples and core disciples, even the ancient divine swords that had slept for countless years deep within the sect. At this moment, all emitted a clear humming sound, like subjects encountering their king. Thousands of swords ringing together. This invisible sword intent fluctuation spread like ripples, instantly sweeping across the entire Xiantian Immortal Sect. In an instant, the Xiantian Immortal Sect, countless elders in closed-door cultivation, supreme elders, peak masters, hall masters, and even the sect master all suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions filled with astonishment. This is sword intent. How pure and agile the sword intent is. Who is it? Which sword Dao Senior has graced our Xiantian Immortal Sect? This sword intent seems to be coming from the direction of the servant peak. Go, let's check it out. Chapter 8, are you really going to let a 100-year-old man participate in the servant competition? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Terrifying auras, with pressures like deep abysses, shot up into the sky like meteors, rushing from all corners of the sect directly towards the direction of the servant peak. The entire Xiantian Immortal Sect was startled by this sudden sword intent. And at this moment, the instigator of it all Lin Chen had already sheathed his sword, standing there dumbfounded as he felt the sword hum around him. "Oh no, I messed up." Lin Chen was shocked, realizing that the commotion he caused was too great. If he didn't run away now, he would probably be caught red-handed. Lin Chen dared not hesitate. His figure flashed, darting like a weasel into the depths of the dense forest, quickly slipping back to his little broken house. Almost just as he left, several figures emanating terrifying auras arrived at the place where he had just practiced his sword. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a stern expression, the sect master of Xiantian Immortal Sect, Li Daoxian. Behind him were several supreme elders with similarly unfathomable auras. Their consciousness swept out, carefully probing this area. "Master." The person has already left. An elderly elder with white hair frowned and said, The residual sword intent is very faint, but incredibly pure and remarkably profound. Definitely not something an ordinary cultivator can possess." Li Daoxuan's eyes sparkled. Observing its realm, it seems to contain the softness of water, yet not lose its sharpness. "It must be a grandmaster of swordsmanship," another elder said solemnly. "When did the Zai Peak have such a person? Could be a wandering sword master passing by who, on a whim, practiced their sword techniques here." Several high-ranking members of the sect exchanged glances, seeing doubt and seriousness in each other's eyes. A sword master quietly appearing on Zai Peak is no small matter. Forget it. Since the elder does not wish to reveal themselves, we cannot press them. Li Daoxian pondered for a moment and waved his hand. "Send a message down. Today's events must not be leaked. And pay attention to whether there are any abnormalities at Zai Peak. If that elder is still within the sect, we must not be negligent." "Yes, master." Several high-ranking members responded and took one last deep look at the woods, lingering with faint sword intent before their figures flickered and disappeared from the spot. Inside the dilapidated wooden house, Lin Chen's heart was still pounding wildly, unable to calm down for a long time. That was terrifying. The auras that descended earlier were each as heavy as mountains, unfathomable. They are definitely among the top-tier big shots in the sect. So close, just a little bit, and I would have been caught red-handed. Luckily, I escaped quickly. However, recalling the profound feeling of naturally comprehending sword intent while practicing the Xian Shui sword technique just now, as well as the sensation of 10,000 swords submitting, Lin Chen's heart ignited with fervor. The invincible swordsmanship talent is indeed against the heavens. Is this what it feels like to cultivate? Lin Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes filled with excitement and enthusiasm. This is only the practice of the most basic Xian Shui sword technique. If I practice deeper sword techniques in the future, the power is simply unimaginable. With such talent, what is there to worry about in mastering the sword path? The path to longevity also seems no longer out of reach. Just as Lin Chen's heart surged with excitement, envisioning the future, a familiar and cold system notification sound rang in his mind once again. Ding! New task released. You have successfully gained the attention of the 18-year-old girl Lu Ruyan, but that is far from enough. In her admiring eyes, you should shine even brighter. Please register to participate in the upcoming Zai P competition of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Showcase your brilliance and set the record for the fastest departure from Zai Peak in the history of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Task rewards: mid-tier Xian grade martial technique Dai Lang sword technique. Qi gathering breaking realm pill X1. The new task panel clearly presented itself before Lin Chen's eyes. Looking at the task description, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth violently. What the hell? Attention from an 18-year-old girl Lu Ruyan. Damn system. Has her database lagged a century? She's now a nearly 100-year-old nascent soul saintess. Okay. And admiring eyes? What a joke. Just now, the look she gave me was clearly one of concern and worry. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Chen suppressed his desire to complain and continued to read. Participate in the Zai competition. Showcase brilliance. Set the record for the fastest departure from Zai Peak. Upon reaching this point, Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What the hell is the fastest departure from Zai Peak record? I've been here on Zai Peak for 120 years. Now going to participate in the Zai competition. Even if I take first place, that would still be the slowest record for leaving Zai Peak in the history of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Okay. System, can you have some normal logic? And the most crucial point is, look at my current appearance. An old man with white hair, looking like he could kick the bucket at any moment. You want me to participate in a competition with a bunch of teenagers in their teens and 20s? System, are you even serious? This image is too beautiful. I can't even bear to imagine it. When I stand on the platform, I probably won't even need to fight. Just my appearance alone will cause a stir, right? Everyone will probably think which elder or peak master is bored and came to the Zai competition to bully the kids. Lin Chen held his forehead, feeling his blood pressure rising. This damn system is determined to make me fully embody the image of an old and unrestrained person. However, despite the complaints, when Lin Chen's gaze fell on the task rewards, his breath involuntarily quickened. Mid-tier Xian grade martial technique Dai Lang sword technique, and a breaking realm pill. The Dai Lang sword technique, just from a name, I can tell it must be countless times stronger than the entry-level sword techniques I know. Mid-tier Xian grade. Its value is probably just a bit higher than the few techniques Lu Ruyan gave me combined. And that Qi Gathering Breaking Realm pill, as the name suggests, is used to break through the Qi Gathering Realm, right? I'm currently at the 9th level of the Body Refining Realm, and the next step is to break into the Qi Gathering Realm. Although with my current Dao quality talent and Gung Gold spiritual body, breaking through the Qi Gathering Realm is not difficult. But with the Breaking Realm pill's assistance, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. And I might even reach the mid or late stages of the Qi Gathering Realm in one go. This reward is too tempting. Lin Chen licked his somewhat dry lips, feeling the scales in his heart starting to swing violently. Participating in the Zai competition will be a bit embarrassing, but with a Xian grade martial technique to gain, a Breaking Realm pill to take, I can improve my status and quality of life. After all, even though my strength has skyrocketed, my identity is still the lowest existence on Zai Peak. Living in a broken wooden house, even cultivation resources must rely on the system and soft rice. This life is ultimately not a long-term plan. If I want to truly rise to obtain better cultivation resources and environment, improving my sect status is a must. And this Zai competition seems to be a good stepping stone, though the method is a bit outrageous. Done. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, ultimately making the decision. It's just participating in a Zai competition, right? It's just being treated as an old monster to be watched, right? For the sake of the Xian grade martial technique, for the Breaking Realm pill, for a better tomorrow, this old face can be discarded. After all, I've lived for 120 years. My skin is tougher than a city wall. When the time comes, whoever dares to say anything, I'll just knock them down with one punch. Let strength speak for itself. With this thought, Lin Chen solidified his resolve and began to plan for participating in the Zai competition. The Zai competition is a grand event held once every 3 years by the Xiantian Immortal Sect, aimed at selecting outstanding talents among the miscellaneous disciples to supplement the outer and even inner sect. Calculating the time, it seems that this year's Zai competition will be held in about half a month. Half a month. I can take this time to consolidate my cultivation and also learn the martial techniques Lu Ruyan gave me, so I won't have any shortcomings. Chapter 9. Old Man participating in the Zai competition. The Zai peak in an uproar in the blink of an eye. Over half a month quietly passed. During this time, Lin Chen hardly stepped outside, completely immersed in intense cultivation. Inside the dilapidated wooden house, sometimes sword energy surged, sometimes fist winds howled, and sometimes profound waves of technique spread. Dao quality talent, Gung Gold spiritual body, Invincible swordsmanship talent. The combined effects of these 3 heavenly level configurations were simply astonishing. In just over half a month, Lin Chen not only fully consolidated the great Sun Gung Gold breathing technique rewarded by the system, but his cultivation steadily remained at the limit of the 9th level of the Body Refining Realm, with only a thin layer of paper separating him from the coveted Qi Gathering Realm, ready to break through at any moment. The Xian Shui sword technique, previously rewarded by the system, was at the level of mastery. He had personally cultivated the wood spirit sword technique and body refinement fist for many years, as well as several yellow-grade and mysterious-grade martial arts from Lu Rian storage ring, such as Thunder Fist and Swift Wind Step, which would normally require years or even decades of hard work to achieve any success in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in the face of Lin Chen's monstrous talent and aptitude, it was as simple as cutting vegetables in just over half a month. All the martial arts have been cultivated to the great accomplishment realm. They were all perfectly integrated and could be used effortlessly, especially in terms of swordsmanship. Thanks to the terrifying enhancement of his invincible sword talent, Lin Chen's progress in sword techniques was astonishingly rapid. Whether it was the flexibility of the Xian Shui sword technique, the agility of the Wood Spirit sword technique, or the fierce intent contained in the Thunder Fist, he was able to draw parallels and integrate them into his own understanding of swordsmanship. Lin Chen even felt that the tiny bit of sword intent he had previously comprehended had been greatly nourished and strengthened during this half-month of cultivation. Although he was still a bit short of truly achieving minor success in sword intent, he had already made considerable progress at the entry-level sword intent. Now, whenever he casually swung his sword, he could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accompanied by a faint yet extraordinarily sharp sword intent. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than it was half a month ago. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his energy, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Feeling the surging power within him and the sword intent that was almost breaking free from his body, his eyes shining brightly. He opened the system panel to confirm his status once more. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 20 years. Talent, Tao grade, metal spirit body. Cultivation, 9th level of body refinement. Perfect limit. Physique, metal spirit body. Cultivation method, Great Sun metal breathing technique. Earth grade. Martial arts, Xian Shui sword technique, great accomplishment. Wood Spirit sword technique, great accomplishment. Body refinement fist, great accomplishment. Thunder Fist, yellow grade, great accomplishment. Swift Wind Step, yellow grade, great accomplishment. Aptitude, Invincible sword talent, sword intent. Entry level, close to minor success. Looking at this luxurious panel, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile confidently. 9th level of body refinement, perfect limit. Multiple great accomplishment realm martial arts at his disposal. Plus, the enhancement of sword intent close to minor success. He felt that his current strength had absolutely far surpassed the realm of body refinement, even when facing true Qi gathering realm cultivators. He believed he could fight even against those at the 4th or 5th level of Qi gathering. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. This wasn't arrogance. It was absolute confidence in his strength. The enhancement brought by his Tao grade talent and invincible sword talent was truly terrifying. After sensing his changes, Lin Chen recalled the system task that had made him twitch at the corner of his mouth. Task: participate in the miscellaneous disciples competition and set the record for the fastest departure from a miscellaneous peak. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed and glanced at the setting sun outside the window. Calculating the time, it seemed that today was the last day to register for the miscellaneous disciples competition. Forget it. For the sake of the mysterious grade sword technique and the breaking boundary pill, he could sacrifice this old face. Lin Chen muttered to himself, picked up the broken iron sword that had been used for decades in the corner, and pushed open the door to walk toward the registration point at the Miscellaneous Peak Management Office. The Miscellaneous Peak Management Office was always one of the busiest places on the Miscellaneous Peak. At this moment, due to it being the last day for registration for the Miscellaneous Disciples competition, it was even more crowded, filled with young miscellaneous disciples coming to register. Most of these disciples were in their teens or 20s, full of vigor, their eyes filled with dreams for the future and a desire to escape their miscellaneous identity. Lin Chen's appearance was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. An old man with white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and a shaky gait, as if he might collapse at any moment, was actually walking slowly toward the registration point with a broken iron sword on his back. All eyes suddenly focused on Lin Chen. First there was shock, then confusion, followed by unabashed ridicule and laughter. No way. Did I see that right? Isn't this the old man Lin Chen who has lived for over 100 years on the Miscellaneous Peak? What is he doing here? Is he also here to register for the miscellaneous disciples competition? Puffed. What a joke. Isn't he almost 120 years old? Still at the third level of body refinement. Participating in the miscellaneous disciples competition? Is he seeking death? Ha ha. This old guy must be getting senile. Instead of waiting to die at home, he comes out to embarrass himself. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly disrespectful to the elderly. At such an old age, he still wants to compete for a spot with us young people. Hurry up and go back, old man. Don't block our view here. Various piercing taunts rang out recklessly. The surrounding miscellaneous disciples pointed and looked at Lin Chen with disdain and mockery, as if they were watching a grand joke. The disciple responsible for registering also looked at Lin Chen in shock, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, faced with the tide of ridicule and unusual gazes, Lin Chen seemed to hear nothing. His expression was as calm as still water, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Over 100 years of life at the bottom had long accustomed him to such cold eyes and ridicule. Moreover, he was no longer the useless old man who could be bullied. These people didn't even have the qualifications to make him angry. Lin Chen walked straight to the registration point and calmly uttered 2 words in a hoarse voice. Register. The registering disciple was taken aback for a moment, looking at Lin Chen's murky yet unusually calm eyes, and inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare to ask more, silently picking up a pen and writing down the name Lin Chen in the registration book. Done. Lin Chen responded lightly, not sparing a glance at those who mocked him, and slowly turned to leave. It wasn't until Lin Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the crowd that the registration point erupted into even louder laughter. Ha ha! This old man really registered. Has he gone mad? Just wait and see. In the first round of the competition, he will be beaten to a pulp. Truly self-humiliating. The news of Lin Chen, at the age of over 100, registering for the miscellaneous disciples competition, spread like wildfire throughout the entire miscellaneous peak. In no time, the entire miscellaneous peak was in an uproar. Countless miscellaneous disciples, whether they were doing menial tasks or diligently cultivating, were left speechless upon hearing this news. Engaging in animated discussions. Did you hear? That old waste Lin Chen actually registered for the miscellaneous disciples competition. Is that true? Isn't he already over 120 years old? Still only at the third level of body refinement? Absolutely true. Many people saw it. Oh my God, what has he been through? Is he tired of living and looking for death? I think he's dreaming. Does he really think that with his meager skills, he can shine in the competition? It's simply a fool's dream. Although the miscellaneous disciples competition is for the bottom tier, there are still many strong cultivators at the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level of body refinement. Isn't he just asking for punishment? Exactly. At such an old age, instead of finding a quiet place to wait for death, he comes out to stir things up. For a time, discussions and ridicule about Lin Chen filled every corner of the miscellaneous peak. Almost everyone believed that Lin Chen's actions were merely a futile struggle, and some even began to bet on how many moves it would take for Lin Chen to be knocked off the stage in the first round of the competition. Chapter 10. Is the Saint coming? The miscellaneous disciples went crazy the news of Lin Chen at the age of over 100. Registering for the miscellaneous disciples competition spread faster and wider than many had anticipated. Before long, the news spread like wings, flying out of the scope of the Servant's Peak and reaching the ears of some people in the outer and even inner sects of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Even some high-ranking elders of the sect had heard a little about it. However, for these lofty sect leaders, the registration of a servant disciple, no matter how old he was hardly something worth paying attention to. In their view, this was merely an old servant nearing the end of his life, unwilling to fade into obscurity, wanting to take one last shot at life. Although such things were rare in the long history of the sect, they had occurred before. The desire for enlightenment is something everyone possesses. This old man, although lacking in talent and advanced in age, could be considered somewhat respectable for his unwavering persistence until death. Therefore, the high-ranking members of the sect merely smiled at this and did not pay it much mind. However, their indifference did not mean that everyone else was also unconcerned. On the Holy Maiden Peak, deep within a misty Holy Maiden Hall, Lu Ruyan, clad in a moon-white palace dress and possessing an unparalleled beauty, was quietly listening to a report from a mountain-guarding female disciple in front of her. This mountain-guarding disciple was the same one who was responsible for guiding Lin Chen back then and was frightened out of her wits by Lin Chen's call of Brother Lin Chen. Since that day, Lu Rian had privately instructed her to keep a close watch on Lin Chen's movements in the Servant's Peak and to report any abnormalities to her in a timely manner. Naturally, the mountain-guarding disciple did not dare to be negligent and used some connections and means to keep an eye on Lin Chen's situation. When the news of Lin Chen registering for the Servants' Grand Competition came, she hurried to report to Lu Ruyan at the first opportunity. Saint Maiden, Senior Lin has registered for this year's Servants' Grand Competition. The mountain-guarding disciple reported respectfully, her tone still carrying a hint of disbelief. Oh, the Servants' Grand Competition? Lu Ruyan's clear and beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and a curious smile involuntarily curved her lips. Brother Lin Chen is actually going to participate in the Servants' Grand Competition? Given his current aged appearance, what is he doing participating in the Grand Competition? Is it possible that Brother Lin Chen feels that his time is truly coming to an end and wants to give it his all in the last moments of his life, leaving no regrets? Or perhaps he wishes to stand up again at the place where he once fell and fulfill his wishes. Thinking of this, a strong sense of curiosity and panic inexplicably surged in Lu Ruyan's heart. She wanted to see for herself, to see how the Lin Chen, who once provided her warmth and protection during her most helpless times, would shine at the last moment of his life. Even if that brilliance might be weak and fleeting, she wanted to witness it. Lu Ruyan, being intelligent and quick-witted, formed this guess in a flash. I understand. Lu Ruyan nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her clear eyes. She instructed the mountain-guarding disciple, go notify the Outer Sect's Grand Elder, saying that this Saint Maiden has some interest in this Servants' Grand Competition and will personally attend to observe. What? The mountain-guarding disciple suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock. The Saint Maiden is going to personally observe the Servants' Grand Competition? This is a groundbreaking first. The Servants' Grand Competition, in simple terms, was a contest among the lowest-ranking disciples of the sect, and even Outer Sect disciples rarely paid attention to it, let alone the lofty Saint Maiden. The Saint Maiden, busy with countless affairs, had extremely precious time. How could she have such leisure to watch a competition among a group of servant disciples? Was it because of her brother Lin Chen? Saint Maiden, you truly are. Although the mountain-guarding disciple was filled with uncertainty, she did not dare to ask further. She immediately bowed and replied, Yes, Saint Maiden, I will notify the Outer Sect's Grand Elder at once. After speaking, she cautiously added, The Saint Maiden's personal attendance is of great importance. I will remind the Grand Elder to ensure that everything is arranged properly and that there are no mistakes that would displease the Saint Maiden. Go. Lu Ruyan waved her hand lightly. The mountain-guarding disciple did not dare to linger, quickly exiting the Holy Maiden Hall and flying towards the Outer Sect Elders' Hall at the fastest speed. In the Outer Sect Elders' Hall, the Grand Elder Wang Yuanshan, responsible for presiding over this Servants' Grand Competition, was leisurely savoring tea. He did not pay much attention to the upcoming competition, considering it merely a formality to select a few promising candidates to supplement the Outer Sect. Just then, a disciple rushed in, looking flustered. Grand Elder, it's bad. The mountain-guarding disciple from the Holy Maiden Peak requests an audience, saying that the Saint Maiden is coming to personally observe this Servants' Grand Competition. Puffed. Wang Yuanshan sprayed his tea out and jumped up from his chair, his face filled with bewilderment and disbelief. What did you say? The Saint Maiden is coming to observe the Servants' Grand Competition? He rubbed his ears vigorously, doubting whether he had misheard. The mountain-guarding disciple was soon invited in and solemnly conveyed Lu Ruyan's message, emphasizing the need for proper arrangements to avoid displeasing the Saint Maiden. After sending off the mountain-guarding disciple, Wang Yuanshan stood in the hall, beads of cold sweat already forming on his forehead. The Saint Maiden's personal attendance. This was no trivial matter. Although he couldn't figure out why the Saint Maiden would be interested in such a minor Servants' Grand Competition, that was not important. What mattered was that the Saint Maiden was coming. Therefore, this time, the competition could not be treated casually like in the past. It had to be grand and lively. There must be a spectacle. The rewards must be generous. It seemed this would be a significant expenditure. Wang Yuanshan stroked his chin, frowning in thought. To win the Saint Maiden's favor, he had to show some sincerity. Soon, news of the Saint Maiden's personal attendance to observe the servants' grand competition was intentionally or unintentionally leaked through some ordinary outer sect elders. This news was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing a stir throughout the servants' peak, and even the outer sect, especially at the servants' peak. The servant disciples, upon hearing this news, went completely wild. The Saint Maiden was going to watch their competition? My heavens! This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rise to prominence. If they could perform well in the competition and happen to catch the Saint Maiden's eye, even just a glance would be unimaginably valuable. In an instant, all the disciples who registered for the servants' grand competition were like they had been injected with adrenaline, rolling up their sleeves and filled with excitement. They trained crazily, honing their martial skills, preparing to showcase their strongest abilities in the competition and give it their all. The atmosphere of the entire servants' peak became unprecedentedly fervent and agitated. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, there was one person who felt out of place. In a small wooden house, Lin Chen was stunned upon hearing the commotion outside and the news of the Saint Maiden's personal attendance. Lu Rian? She is coming to watch the servants' grand competition? Lin Chen frowned, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Why is it that she comes neither early nor late, but just after he registered? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that she is coming for me? Lin Chen muttered to himself, feeling his head buzzing. Chapter 11. The competition begins. The 100-year-old man slays the servant seed. With one sword, the news that the Saint Maiden Lu Ruyan was going to personally observe the servants' grand competition not only caused a stir in the servants' peak and the outer sect, but even shook the inner sect and the highest levels of the sect. Various speculations were rampant. Many high-ranking elders secretly murmured. Could it be that the Saint Maiden has discovered something about the sudden mysterious sword intent from the servants' peak a few days ago? After all, that sword intent, although fleeting, was pure and profound enough to attract the attention of any strong individual. Her Highness the Saint personally went to the servant peak to observe the grand competition. Could it be that she wants to see if there are any abnormalities at the servant peak? But little do they know, this lofty saint has no thought of sword intent or swordsmanship in her heart. All her thoughts are focused on the old man Lin Chen, who is over 100 years old and seems to be on the verge of death as he participates in the competition. Of course, none of this can be known to outsiders. No matter how the outside world speculates, time continues to pass slowly. A few days later, the highly anticipated servant grand competition of the Xiantian Immortal Sect finally kicked off in the vast martial arts arena at the foot of the servant peak. The arena was already packed with people, a sea of black, in addition to the thousands of participating servant disciples. There were also many outer disciples who came to watch the excitement, and even some inner disciples came out of curiosity. After all, this is the first time in the history of the Xiantian Immortal Sect that the saint will personally observe the servant grand competition. It would be a shame not to witness such a spectacle. The participating servant disciples lined up around the arena according to the draw order. Lin Chen, hunched over and carrying a rusty iron sword, mixed in among the crowd. His aged appearance at over 100 years old was in stark contrast to the vibrant young faces around him, making him appear out of place and unique. The surrounding servant disciples intentionally or unintentionally kept their distance from him. The looks directed at Lin Chen were filled with disdain and disgust, as if afraid of being tainted by his bad luck and old age. Lin Chen, however, did not care at all. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted in commotion. On the specially constructed high platform in the arena, a group of figures appeared. At the forefront was Elder Wang Yuanshan, the outer elder in charge of the competition, followed by several remarkable outer elders. However, the crowd's attention was not on them. Instead, their gazes all landed on the stunning figure surrounded by them, dressed in a moon-white palace outfit, with a graceful figure and a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Her aura was ethereal like a celestial being, seemingly transcending the mundane. She was none other than Lu Ruyan, the current saintess of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. The moment Lu Ruyan appeared, It was as if the entire world lost its color. All the light focused solely on her. Countless disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, felt breathless, dazzled, and their minds swayed at the sight of Lu Ruyan. She was too beautiful, simply not of this world. Moreover, Lu Ruyan not only possessed unmatched beauty, but her talent and cultivation level made countless prodigies feel ashamed. At the age of 100, she had already reached the nascent soul realm. Among the younger generation of the great wilderness region, she was a rare existence. She was undoubtedly the pride of heaven. Countless servant disciples felt their goddess had descended, their faces flushed with excitement. They hurriedly tidied their clothes, smoothed their hair, and tried to squeeze out what they thought was their brightest, most handsome smile, desperately looking up at Lu Ruyan on the high platform. They hoped to catch even a fleeting glance from the saintess, as that alone would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. However, to their disappointment, after Lu Ruyan took her seat, her gaze never once turned towards them. Instead, it immediately locked onto a corner that was deliberately avoided by others, where an inconspicuous old man over 100 years old stood. Lu Ruyan stared at Lin Chen, her clear eyes holding a trace of barely perceptible laughter and anticipation. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a voice only Lin Chen could hear, as melodious as heavenly music yet with a hint of playfulness, quietly entered his ears. "Brother Lin Chen, good luck." Lin Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. His body stiffened, and he felt completely numb. Sure enough, this girl really came for him, and she transmitted a sound. Is she a nascent soul expert, so impressive that she can use such an unfair method? Lin Chen was frantically complaining in his heart, but he dared not show any unusual expression on his face, nor did he dare to look up at the playful gaze from the high platform. At this moment, Elder Wang Yuanshan cleared his throat and began to announce loudly, "Disciples, silence. The purpose of this servant grand competition is to select outstanding talents. Those who perform excellently will have the opportunity to advance to the outer sect and even be favored by inner sect elders. I hope you all will give it your all and not let the sect down. I won't say much more. Now, I declare the servant grand competition officially begins. First round, draw for matchups. Please come to the stage when your name is called." With the elder's command, a disciple began to read the battle list aloud. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. First match, Liu versus Wang Ming. Second match, Zhao Si versus Sunday. Lin Chen listened to the unfamiliar names, feeling completely indifferent. After all, it was all a matter of resolving it with a single sword. However, when his name was called, he was taken aback. 17th match, Lin Chen versus Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao. Lin Chen had some impression of this name. It seemed he was one of the most talked about and strongest contenders in this servant grand competition. Hailed as a seed candidate with the best hope of winning first place and directly advancing to the outer sect. It was said that this person, at only 18 years old, had already reached the 9th level of the body refining realm and had rich practical experience, enjoying great prestige among the servant disciples. Good heavens, what luck! He was matched up against a tough opponent right away. The surrounding servant disciples were first stunned upon hearing this matchup, then erupted into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha! Lin Chen against Zhang Hao? This old guy is too unlucky. Brother Zhang Hao is at the 9th level of body refining. It is said he is just one step away from the Qi gathering realm. This old waste won't even be able to withstand a single move, right? A single move? I think half a move is already uncertain. Brother Zhang Hao could crush him with a single finger. This is going to be a good show. Let us see how this old man gets beaten into the ground. For a moment, everyone was convinced that Lin Chen would undoubtedly lose. And even Lu Ruyan on the high platform showed a trace of imperceptible worry in her beautiful eyes. Although she had an inexplicable confidence in Lin Chen, he looked far too old, and that Zhang Hao, from the voices around, seemed very strong. Soon, it was time for the 17th match. Under countless mocking and derisive gazes, Lin Chen grasped the rusty iron sword and leisurely walked up to the stage. His opponent, Zhang Hao, was already waiting on the platform. Zhang Hao was tall and muscular, with a rebellious face, and his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with disdain and contempt. Old man, you can still roll off now to avoid getting hurt later. Zhang Hao sneered, not taking Lin Chen seriously at all. Lin Chen lifted his eyelids and calmly glanced at him with his murky eyes, saying nothing. Oomph. Seeking death. Zhang Hao snorted coldly, not wasting any more words. He suddenly stomped his foot, and his figure lunged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, carrying a fierce momentum as he pounced toward Lin Chen. Zhang Hao didn't even use a weapon, just a simple, brutal punch aimed directly at Lin Chen's chest. He wanted to knock this ignorant old man off the stage with one punch. Gasps and gleeful laughter erupted from below. Everyone was waiting to see Lin Chen being sent flying by a single punch. However, just as Zhang Hao's powerful fist was about to hit Lin Chen's chest, Lin Chen moved. Lin Chen still looked slow and leisurely, as if he hadn't reacted at all, then casually lifted the iron sword in his hand. Then, buzz. The rusty iron sword was lightly swung toward the incoming fist. There was no sword light, no sound of breaking air, not even a hint of spiritual power fluctuation. Swish! A barely audible sound emerged. The next moment, in the horrified gaze of everyone, Zhang Hao's rushing figure seemed to crash into an invisible wall, suddenly flying backward with even greater speed. Bang! With a loud noise, Zhang Hao crashed to the ground like a broken sack, landing heavily several meters away from the arena. Lying on the ground, Zhang Hao had a neat cut across his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. After struggling a few times, his head tilted, and he fainted instantly. It was just one sword, instant kill, and it was done with a rusty, broken iron sword. No one even saw how that sword was swung. Just a moment ago, Zhang Hao was a promising seed contestant favored by everyone, and the next moment, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, unconscious. The entire martial arts arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone's face looked as if they had seen a ghost, filled with shock and disbelief. Those servant disciples who had been mocking Lin Chen just now were now like ducks with their necks grabbed, mouths agape, eyes wide, but unable to utter a word. The outer sect elders on the high platform all stood up in astonishment. Even Lu Ruyan, who had always appeared calm and composed, slightly parted her alluring red lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. A centenarian old man, rumored to be only at the 3rd level of body refinement, actually instant-killed a seed contestant at the 9th level of body refinement with a broken iron sword? What the hell is this? Chapter 12. As expected of Brother Lin Chen, the Saintess inspects the servant's peak. A dead silence enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Everyone was left in shock, their minds blank from the overturning of their understanding. On the high platform, Lu Ruyan knew that since Lin Chen dared to participate in the grand competition, he must have some confidence. But she never expected him to be this strong. That sword seemed ordinary, but with her keen insight, she could vaguely sense a hint of profound intent within it. Although it was faint and hazy, it was definitely sword intent. Brother Lin Chen actually comprehended sword intent. And with such a basic sword move and a common iron sword, Lu Ruyan's heart raced, her gaze toward Lin Chen filled with surprise and admiration. The next moment, she used a secret communication technique to send a voice full of joy and praise into Lin Chen's ear. Brother Lin Chen, you're amazing. Just as Lin Chen finished sheathing his sword and was about to leave the stage, he stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance upon hearing the transmission. Again, sister, can you be a little low-key? This is under the gaze of thousands. You a Yuaning saintess constantly sending me, an old servant, messages what is going on. It's life-threatening. Lin Chen's heart was turbulent, but his face remained expressionless as he walked off the stage, ignoring the looks from those around him as if he were a monster, and quietly returned to the corner of the crowd. Today's servant grand competition was only the first round of the preliminary selection. The goal was to eliminate most of the underqualified participants. The actual main competition would not begin until tomorrow. The shock brought by Lin Chen's instant kill of seed contestant Zhang Hao spread like wildfire. The entire martial arts arena erupted in chaos. What the hell just happened? Am I seeing things? I'm not seeing things. That old man really instant killed Brother Zhang Hao with one sword. How is that possible? Brother Zhang Hao is at the 9th level of body refinement. Didn't that old man say he was only at the third level of body refinement? Nonsense about the third level. To instant kill someone at the ninth level of body refinement, he must at least be at the ninth level as well. He might even be at the chi gathering stage. Impossible. How could there be a chi gathering stage on the servant's peak? He must be at the ninth level of body refinement. Even if he is at the ninth level of body refinement, so what? A centenarian at the ninth level of body refinement has long since declined in vitality. How much potential can he have? Some were shocked, some were skeptical, some speculated. But in any case, the name Lin Chen and his victory over Zhang had been deeply engraved in the hearts of all observing disciples. Many looked at Lin Chen with eyes that had shifted from disdain and mockery to wariness and curiosity. Of course, there were still a good number of people, especially those self-important servant geniuses who scoffed at Lin Chen's performance. In their eyes, an old man who only reached the ninth level of body refinement at over 100 years old, even if he could win one match, was destined not to go far. Declining vitality is a hard injury. Exhausted potential is a fact. It was nothing but a fleeting moment. Just as everyone was discussing and speculating about Lin Chen's background, shortly after the preliminary selection ended, an even more explosive piece of news suddenly came from the high platform. Did you hear? The Saintess is going to inspect the servant's peak. Inspect the servant's peak? Why? It is said that the Saintess is reminiscing about the past. Have you forgotten? The Saintess also came from our servant's peak back in the day. When this news broke, the already fervent disciples of the servant's peak went completely crazy. The Saintess is going to inspect the servant's peak. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get close to the Saintess. Although the Saintess came from the servant's peak, she hasn't set foot in the servant's peak for nearly 100 years. Today, not only is she here to observe the competition, but she will also personally inspect. This is simply a tremendous opportunity. In an instant, all the servant disciples could no longer contain their excitement. They were like they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing back to their residences or to crowded places around the servant's peak. Some took out treasured elixirs and swallowed them on the spot, pretending to be diligently cultivating. Some took out their best martial arts moves, practicing vigorously in the open space. Some even started cleaning their courtyards and tidying their appearances, trying to show their best side. The entire servant's peak became a flurry of activity, bustling with excitement. Everyone was doing their utmost to stand out, try to attract the attention of the Saintess. Even if it was just for the Saintess to glance at them, that would be a stroke of luck. However, the reality left these eager servant disciples feeling greatly disappointed. Lu Rian, accompanied by several outer sect elders and mountain guarding disciples, indeed began her inspection of the servant's peak. But she seemed to ignore those disciples who were trying so hard to show off. She simply walked quietly, looking at the familiar yet strange environment of the servant's peak, occasionally chatting with the elders beside her, her expression calm, as if she was merely strolling and reminiscing about the past. She walked slowly, stopping and starting. Eventually, she happened to arrive at the most remote and dilapidated corner of the servant's peak. Then she just happened to see the old man Lin Chen, who had just returned to his small wooden house, picking up an axe, ready to chop some firewood to boil water. The moment she saw Lin Chen, Lu Rian's footsteps came to a halt. Lu Rian turned her head to look at the outer sect elder Wang Yuanshan beside her, and, with her clear and melodious voice, spoke in a volume that was neither too loud nor too soft, but sufficient for all nearby disciples eavesdropping to hear clearly. This old man has surprised the Saintess. Wang Yuanshan was taken aback, following Lu Rian's gaze to see Lin Chen chopping firewood, and his heart stirred. Could it be that the Saintess noticed this old man who had made a stunning appearance in the competition? Lu Rian continued, at 100 years old, still not falling from the lofty aspirations, steadfast in heart, insisting on chopping firewood. Oh no, it is a firm resolve to follow the path of longevity, which is truly not easy. Such a heart for the Tao can serve as a model for us cultivators. Upon hearing this, the eavesdropping servant disciples nearly had their eyes pop out. A model? The Saintess actually praised this old waste as a model. What the hell is going on? Lin Chen, upon hearing this, paused in his chopping, his heart racing with alarm. Just now, he noticed Lu Ruyan coming over. He was originally thinking about returning to his room, but before he had the chance, Lu Ruyan spoke up. Damn, what does this girl want to do again? Lin Chen raised his head, desperately making eye contact with Lu Ruyan. Big shot. Please let me off. Low profile. Low profile, please. However, it seemed Lu Ruyan didn't see his eyes that were about to cramp. A playful smile that only she and Lin Chen could understand appeared at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth as she instructed the disciples guarding the mountain behind her. This elder has it tough. So this holy maiden cannot be without expression. I just happen to have brought some earth origin body refining pills, spirit concentration pills, and blood nourishing pills. So I will gift these to this elder. I hope he could go further on the path of seeking the Tao. The guarding disciples quickly responded. One of them stepped forward, took several jade bottles from Lu Ruyan's hands, and then respectfully handed these jade bottles to Lin Chen. The rich medicinal fragrance and pure spiritual energy emanating from the jade bottles made all the discerning disciples around them gasp in shock. Earth origin body refining pills. Those are top-grade body refining pills. One is worth a fortune, and spirit concentration pills and blood nourishing pills. They are even rarer pills that nourish the spirit and replenish vital energy. The Holy Maiden actually bestowed such generosity? Lin Chen stared blankly at the several jade bottles in front of him. Here we go again. More benefits being stuffed into my hands. This soft rice is definitely being eaten, right? Lin Chen wanted to refuse, but under Lu Ruyan's kind gaze, he couldn't utter a word of rejection. In the end, he could only stiffly accept the jade bottles amidst countless envious, jealous, and almost fiery glares from those around him, and he dryly said, "Thank you for your generous gift. Holy Maiden, no need to be polite. It's only right." Lu Ruyan slightly nodded, looking deeply at Lin Chen, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Then she didn't linger, turning around and floating away with her entourage, leaving Lin Chen and a group of envious disciples whose eyes were almost bleeding from jealousy. The Holy Maiden actually rewarded him with pills. Earth origin body refining pills. Spirit concentration pills. Blood nourishing pills. This is worth a fortune. Why? Why does this old useless man get the Holy Maiden's favor? Yes, just chopping wood. I just practiced a top-grade martial skill. And the Holy Maiden didn't even look at me. Damn it. What kind of luck did this old man have? I refused to accept it. The surrounding disciples, one by one, pounded their chests and stomped their feet, their faces twisted with jealousy. The looks directed at Lin Chen were filled with resentment and unwillingness. They never expected, after all their efforts to gain the Holy Maiden's attention, the one who ultimately received her favor and rewards was this 100-year-old man they despised the most. This is simply outrageous. Lin Chen felt the almost devouring gazes around him and wanted to cry without tears. It's intentional, right? It's definitely intentional. This is roasting him over a fire. Chapter 13. All in one sword. Crashing into the top 10. The perverted 100-year-old man, the entire servant peak exploded. First, he instantly killed the seed contestant Zhang Hao in the competition with one sword, catching the Holy Maiden's attention. Now, he is being praised by the Holy Maiden as a role model while chopping wood and received priceless pills? Is there no justice in this world? Countless servant disciples were filled with unwillingness, especially those seed contestants who prided themselves on their exceptional talent and strength, who originally aimed to win the championship in this competition. They felt deeply insulted. Is the Holy Maiden blind? Can't she see these young, strong, and boundless talents? Why focus on an old man who is half a foot in the grave? It's just luck. He got lucky, won a match by fluke, and just happened to be seen by the Holy Maiden. Does he really think he has something? Wait until tomorrow's main event. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. That's right. When he meets me, he'll know what despair is. He'll understand that only we true geniuses deserve the Holy Maiden's attention. Many servant seed contestants who performed well in the competition began to make harsh remarks. They viewed Lin Chen as a thorn in their side, not only out of jealousy, but also wanting to prove their strength by defeating Lin Chen, thus attracting the Holy Maiden's attention. They declared that in tomorrow's main event, they would make Lin Chen understand what cruelty is. These comments spread like the wind across Servant Peak, naturally reaching Lin Chen's ears. Inside the wooden cabin, Lin Chen listened to the commotion outside, feeling speechless. What is all this about? That girl, Lu Ruyan, really knows how to draw hatred for him. However, Lin Chen looked down at the several heavy jade bottles in his hand, feeling the pure medicinal power emanating from them, and his earlier frustration dissipated. Forget it. Let them be jealous. As long as there are benefits to be gained. Although this soft rice is a bit hot to eat, it's practical. Earth Origin Body Refining Pills, Spirit Concentration Pills, Blood Nourishing Pills. These are all good things, especially the Earth Origin Body Refining Pills, which are extremely beneficial for refining the body and breaking through to higher realms. And the Spirit Concentration Pills and Blood Nourishing Pills are just what he needs to replenish the vital energy and mental strength that have been depleted due to aging. Sigh, that girl still has a bit of conscience. Lin Chen muttered. Ignoring the noise outside, he directly swallowed several pills. The pills melted in his mouth, turning into streams of pure and gentle energy that quickly flowed through his body. Lin Chen immediately activated the Great Sun Metal Breathing Method to refine the medicinal power. With the terrifying efficiency of his Dao grade talent combined with Earth grade and Xin grade techniques, it was once again displayed. In just one night, he had refined and absorbed more than half of the pills gifted by Lu Ruyan. Lin Chen felt that his previously slightly depleted vital energy and mental strength had been greatly replenished, and his entire body was filled with explosive power. The body refining realm that had already reached its limit was pushed to an unprecedented peak bottleneck. The invisible barrier that had blocked his entry into the Qi gathering realm became incredibly clear, as if it could be broken with a touch. Even the entry-level sword, Intent, seemed to have become more refined and agile due to the nourishment of the spirit concentration pills. Very good. Lin Chen felt the changes in himself and nodded in satisfaction. As for the threats from the servant seed contestants outside, didn't he take them seriously at all? Tomorrow, we'll see who's who. At the same time, in the Outer Sect Elders Hall, Wang Yuanshan and the other Outer Sect elders were also puzzled by the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan's favor towards Lin Chen. Elder Wang, what exactly does the Holy Maiden mean? An elder couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's one thing to reward him with pills, but to also praise that old man as a role model. This. Wang Yuanshan stroked his beard, his brow furrowed, also perplexed. Perhaps it's as the Holy Maiden said, he pondered. Although Lin Chen is old, his unyielding spirit and unwavering heart for the Tao are indeed commendable. Maybe the Holy Maiden saw this and encouraged him, giving a slight reward. Only this explanation makes sense. We can't say that the Holy Maiden has taken a liking to that old man, right? That would be too absurd. The other elders felt that this reason seemed the most reasonable and stopped probing further. Little did they know, the truth was the very thing they found absurd. It was all just because Lu Ruyan wanted to find an excuse to openly give her brother Lin Chen some benefits. The next day, the main event of the servant competition officially began. The atmosphere in the training arena was even more intense and heated than yesterday. Not only were there more disciples watching, but even on the high platform, there were some inner gate elders who had rushed over upon hearing the news, clearly coming for the sake of the saintess. Lin Chen still walked in with his broken iron sword on his back. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted countless gazes. Some were curious, some were probing, some were disdainful, but more were filled with unabashed malice and provocation, especially those seed contestants who had made harsh remarks yesterday. Their eyes looked at Lin Chen like hungry wolves eyeing their prey, wishing they could rush up and tear him apart immediately. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to the gazes around him. Soon, the draw for the main competition began. Unlike the preliminary rounds, the duels in the main competition were more intense and brutal. Those who made it this far were all outstanding among the servant disciples, all at least at the 7th level of body refinement. Among them, there were many skilled fighters at the 8th and 9th levels. When Lin Chen's battle information appeared on the massive water mirror on the high platform, it once again caused a stir. Look, Lin Chen is fighting Lu Meng. Lu Meng? I know him. He has been at the servant peak for almost 10 years, with a 9th level body refinement cultivation, and his mountain breaking palm is incredibly powerful. He's very strong. Haha, now they're a good show to watch. Yesterday, Zhang Hao was too careless, but Lu Meng won't make the same mistake. Exactly. Let's see how this old guy remains arrogant. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Lin Chen and Lu Meng both stepped onto the arena. Lu Meng was a stocky, fierce-looking middle-aged man. He looked at Lin Chen with a sinister smile. Old man, you were lucky to win yesterday. Today, meeting me, Lu Meng, is your bad luck. I advise you to kneel down and admit defeat right now. Otherwise, when I make my move, it won't just be a few broken bones. Lu Meng's tone was arrogant and filled with threats. Lin Chen lifted his eyelids and casually uttered one word. Scram. You're looking for death. Lu Meng was furious. He roared, his palms glowing with a yellow light, and with the might of breaking mountains and splitting stones, he slammed towards Lin Chen. However, just as his palms were about to strike, shoo, a sword light, so fast that even the afterimage couldn't be captured, flashed past. It was still that rusty, broken iron sword. It was still that seemingly ordinary swing. Bang! Lu Meng's burly body was like being struck by an invisible giant hammer. His feet left the ground, blood spewed from his mouth, and he flew off the arena faster than Zhang Hao did yesterday. Lu Meng, who crashed to the ground, twitched twice before completely losing all movement. Another sword, another instant kill. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. If yesterday's instant kill of Zhang Hao was thought to be luck or Zhang Hao's carelessness, then today, facing the stronger and better prepared Lu Meng, it was still an instant kill. This is really starting to feel wrong. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the 100-year-old man leaning on the iron sword, seemingly having done nothing. What kind of monster is this guy? In the following matches, it completely became Lin Chen's personal showcase. Whether it was those at the 7th level of body refinement or the 8th level, whether they were well-known veteran servants or rising stars, whether they were those seed contestants who had made harsh remarks against him or ordinary disciples looking to take advantage. As long as they faced Lin Chen, there was only one result. One sword, instant kill, clean and neat, crushing, from beginning to end. Lin Chen didn't even move his feet. He simply stood there, like an old man nearing death, casually swinging the iron sword as his opponents charged at him. Then, without exception, all his opponents spat blood and flew off, unconscious. 1 match, 2 matches, 5 matches, 10 matches, as Lin Chen continued to win with an overwhelming force. The atmosphere in the training arena shifted from initial shock and skepticism to numbness, daze, and finally deep fear and awe. Is this old man a devil? Too strong. Is this really the power that someone at the body refinement level can possess? One sword. It's all one sword. Even those seed contestants at the 9th level of body refinement were like paper in front of him. A freakish 100-year-old man. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Chen's seemingly invincible performance. Their heads buzzed, and their gazes towards Lin Chen were like looking at a prehistoric beast wearing human skin. Just like that, amidst the horrified gazes of countless people, Lin Chen swept through, forcefully breaking into the top 10 of this servant competition with an undefeated record of all instant kills. Chapter 14, Final Battle. Instant kill against a first-level gathering Qi servant genius, shocking the entire arena. A freak, an unparalleled freak disguised as a 100-year-old man. This was the only evaluation in the minds of all watching disciples in the training arena at that moment. From the preliminary rounds to the main competition, no matter who the opponent was, no matter their cultivation level, no matter what means they employed, Lin Chen always used just one move. A light swing of his sword, and the opponent would fly backwards, unconscious. This kind of unreasonable crushing completely overturned everyone's perception of the power limits of servant disciples. Even the outer gate elders and inner gate elders on the high platform, who had seen it all, looked at Lin Chen with serious and doubtful expressions. This old man is definitely not an ordinary body refinement level. He might not even be at the body refinement level at all. And Lu Ruyan, watching Lin Chen's calm and effortless way of defeating his enemies with one sword, had her beautiful eyes shining with excitement that was nearly overflowing. She knew her brother Lin Chen was not an ordinary person, although she didn't know what had happened to him. This level of power was too surprising. The competition continued. After entering the top 10, the remaining contestants were all among the most elite of the servant disciples. Among them, there were even 2 or 3 who had 1 foot in the gathering Qi realm. However, in front of Lin Chen, they were still not enough. 1 sword. Still 1 sword. Lin Chen continued his unreasonable path of crushing. Top 8. Top 4. Finally, amidst the numb and expectant gazes of countless people, Lin Chen, this 100-year-old man from the bottom of the servant peak, actually fought his way to the finals, contending for the ultimate champion of this servant competition. This result left everyone with a sense of unreality, as if they were dreaming, and standing opposite him in the finals was a competitor who also attracted everyone's attention. It was a boy who looked to be only about 18 years old. He wore ordinary servant clothing, had a handsome face, and sharp eyes like an eagle, exuding an aura that far surpassed all previous opponents. Gathering Qi Realm. He was a true first-level Gathering Qi cultivator. It was Senior Brother Wang Tong. I didn't expect Senior Brother Wang Tong to participate in this competition. Didn't he already reached the Gathering Qi Realm? It said that an Outer Gate elder wanted to directly recruit him into the Outer Gate, but he refused. Yes, I heard that Senior Brother Wang Tong remained at the Servant Peak to refine himself and stabilize his Dao heart. Now that he appears on the finals arena, it seems he has completed his training and is ready to rise with the title of champion of the servant competition. Cheers erupted from the crowd. An 18-year-old Gathering Qi Realm cultivator. Such talent, even among the Outer Gate, would definitely be top-notch and even qualified to be noticed by Inner Gate elders. His appearance in the finals of the servant competition itself was a form of dimensional suppression. At this moment, everyone believed that the champion of this competition would undoubtedly be Wang Tong. After all, there was a huge chasm between the body refinement realm and the Gathering Qi realm. The existence or absence of true Qi is a qualitative difference. No matter how stunning or extraordinary Lin Chen's performance was before, what difference does it make? When faced with a true genius of the Gathering Qi realm, he will probably have to drink the bitter cup of defeat, right? On the arena, Wang Tong's sharp gaze fell on Lin Chen, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny and a faint sense of pride. "You're quite good," Wang Tong slowly spoke, his voice carrying the clarity typical of youth. "At your age, being able to cultivate to such a level in the body, refining realm, even defeating a half-step Gathering Qi opponent with a single sword, your perseverance and comprehension are commendable." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised his murky eyes slightly, calmly nodded, and hoarsely said, "Your courage is commendable." Wang Tong was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Lin Chen was complimenting him. He couldn't help but laugh. This old man is quite interesting. However, courage cannot make up for the huge gap in strength. Looking at Lin Chen with a hint of condescension, Wang Tong said, "Considering your old age, I will try to go easy on you when we fight later. Of course, if you choose to admit defeat now, you can still save some face." In Wang Tong's view, there was no suspense in this final match. He was merely there to go through the motions and claim the first place that belonged to him. Lin Chen shook his head and remained silent. Admit defeat? Not a chance. He was still waiting to claim his task reward. Seeing Lin Chen's lack of recognition, Wang Tong's expression darkened slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Very well, let this frog at the bottom of the well see the vast gap between body, refining, and gathering Qi." After saying this, Wang Tong began to circulate his true energy, a pressure belonging to a Gathering Qi realm cultivator slowly radiating out, causing many of the servant disciples below to feel a pang of heartache. The elders on the high platform also focused their attention. At this moment, Lu Ruyan slightly straightened her body, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Chen, her heart filled with both anticipation and a hint of worry. Finally, the Outer Sect deacon in charge of supervising the final match loudly announced the start. Wang Tong moved. His true energy erupted beneath his feet, and his figure shot forward like an arrow, reaching extreme speed. A gleaming sword appeared in his hand, its blade wrapped in light blue true energy, exuding an unmatched sharpness as it pierced directly toward Lin Chen's heart. The speed and power of a Gathering Qi realm cultivator were fully displayed. A chorus of gasps erupted from below. This sword was too fast, too strong. Any body-refining realm cultivator would likely not even have time to react before being pierced through. That old man is doomed. However, in the blink of an eye, just as the sharp sword containing true energy was about to reach Lin Chen's body, Lin Chen moved as well. He still looked leisurely, still wielding that rusty, broken iron sword. But at this moment, a dazzling brilliance shot out from his originally murky eyes, as if it were a tangible essence. A sharp sword intent, faint yet piercing enough to break through the heavens, erupted with a bang. Buzz! The iron sword in his hand emitted a sound, as if it couldn't bear the burden. A faint, almost imperceptible golden light coiled around the rusty blade like a swimming snake. The power of the gung metal spiritual body, the embryonic form of sword intent. The two combined. Lin Chen didn't even use any techniques. Simply, he faced Wang Tung's earth-shattering sword and thrust out his sword. Swoosh! The sound of fabric being torn echoed. In the next moment, under the gaze of all present, as if they had seen a ghost, Wang Tung's extremely fast figure came to a sudden halt. The sword in his hand, along with the true energy enveloping the blade, was easily split apart by the rusty iron sword as if it were made of paper. Immediately after, an unmatched, terrifying force surged through the broken sword body, crashing heavily into Wang Tung's chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing was clear and audible. Thud! Wang Tung suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with endless shock and disbelief. And then his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Wang Tung slammed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, smashing the hard bluestone into a shallow pit. This 18-year-old, hailed as the #1 genius among the servants, with a cultivation level of the first stage of the Gathering Chi realm, was defeated, still with a single sword, killed in a second by a 100-year-old man wielding a broken iron sword. The arena fell into dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood frozen as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell. Their eyes bulged, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Their faces were filled with utter astonishment and shock. What the hell? Is this real? Chapter 15. The slowest promotion to Outer Sect, Disciple Lin Chen. Breakthrough to the Gathering Chi realm on the high platform. Lu Ruyan, watching the scene, felt the stone in her heart finally drop. However, what followed was an uncontrollable joy and pride. She knew it. Brother Lin Chen would definitely succeed. He always managed to create jaw-dropping miracles in the most unlikely situations. Ever since he protected her with that not-so-strong body on the servant peak, it seemed to have always been this way. Lu Ruyan's clear and beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, shining like stars. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, if she didn't have to maintain the dignity and restraint of a saintess, she would have wanted to rush down from the high platform to give Lin Chen a big hug and cheer. Finally, after a long pause of over 10 breaths, the Outer Sect deacon responsible for supervising the match finally reacted first. He swallowed hard and with a slightly altered voice announced loudly, "The final match is over. The winner is Lin Chen." This voice was like thunder, instantly breaking the arena's silence. The next moment, wow, it erupted like boiling water. An indescribable uproar soared into the sky. He won. That old man really won. Oh my God. A 100-year-old man won the championship, and he killed Wang Tung, the Gathering Chi realm brother, in a second? This is unbelievable. I feel like I'm dreaming. All the disciples felt their worldview had been completely overturned. A 100-year-old man swept through the entire servant competition in an almost invincible posture, finally reaching the top. This was simply an unprecedented marvel since the establishment of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. However, just as everyone was immersed in this extreme shock, some quicker disciples suddenly realized another, even more outrageous fact. Wait, isn't Lin Chen 120 years old this year? Yes, I heard that he had just entered the sect not long ago and was already a servant, having stayed until now. So now that he has won the grand competition, doesn't that mean he will be promoted to an Outer Sect disciple? What the heck? 120 years old to be promoted to an Outer Sect disciple? Those who realized this were all stunned. 120 years old to be promoted to an outer sect disciple. This is probably going to break the record for the slowest promotion to an outer sect disciple in the Xiantian Immortal Sect and even the entire Great Wilderness Realm. From a certain perspective, this could also be considered an unprecedented, defying the heavens achievement. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Lin Chen became even more complicated. There was awe, curiosity, disbelief, and a hint of inexplicable sympathy and amusement. On the high platform, the outer sect elder Wang Yuanshan was also twitching his mouth crazily. He looked at the newly promoted outer sect disciple on the arena, who was almost the same age as him, feeling that his old face was somewhat hard to keep. 120-year-old champion of the servant competition. If this news spreads, our Xiantian Immortal Sect will probably become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. But rules are rules, especially with the saint present. Wang Yuanshan suppressed his inner awkwardness and stepped forward to announce loudly. The current servant competition has successfully concluded. The final champion is Lin Chen. According to the sect's rules, Lin Chen will immediately be promoted to an outer disciple. He will also receive a low-grade spirit sword, 30 body refining pills, and 10 qi gathering pills. As Wang Yuanshan spoke, he gestured for the disciples in charge to deliver the rewards. These rewards were quite generous for ordinary servants, but compared to what Lu Ruyin had given before, they seemed somewhat lacking. Lin Chen, however, didn't mind. Having something was better than nothing. Calmly accepting the rewards, Lin Chen nodded slightly to Wang Yuanshan as a gesture of thanks. Thus, this servant competition, which had caused a stir throughout the servant peak and even attracted the attention of the sect's higher-ups, officially came to a close. The observing disciples gradually dispersed. Lu Ruyin also stood up to leave. Before she departed, Lu Ruyin took a deep look at Lin Chen in the crowd, her star-like, beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of mischief, and playfully winked at him. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Here we go again? What does this girl want? Fearing that Lu Ruyin would cause more trouble, Lin Chen quickly took his rewards and almost immediately slipped back to his servant quarters. Just as he closed the door, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, becoming an outer disciple the fastest. Task reward: mid-level Xian grade martial technique, layered wave, sword technique, 1 breakthrough pill, has been sent to the system space. The system's prompt sounded as expected. Lin Chen's mouth twitched again. Fastest record, as long as the system is happy. With a thought, a pill radiating strange fluctuations and an ancient manual appeared in his hand. Breakthrough pill, mid-level Xian grade, sword technique. Looking at these two rewards, Lin Chen's earlier frustration vanished instantly. It was worth it. Although the process was a bit embarrassing, the outcome was rewarding, especially this breakthrough pill. It came at just the right time. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of body refining, and the bottleneck was clearly visible. He needed external help to break through. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately sat cross-legged and swallowed the breakthrough pill. At the same time, he took out the remaining body refining pills, concentration pills, blood nourishment pills gifted by Lu Ruyin, as well as the qi gathering pills and concentration pills from the competition rewards. He swallowed them one by one, after adjusting to the best state. Break for me, Lin Chen shouted, fully activating the Great Sun Metal breathing technique. Tao grade talent, metal spirit body, all firepower unleashed. Boom! The overwhelming medicinal power burst open within him like a flood breaking a dam. The incredibly solid bottleneck of the qi gathering realm began to tremble violently under the impact of the breakthrough pill and the massive resources. Crack! A crisp sound seemingly came from deep within his soul. The bottleneck shattered. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that filled the void rushed towards Lin Chen's body as if it had found an outlet, causing his dantian to instantly form a sea of energy, expanding at a visible rate. True qi manifested. Qi gathering realm. Success. The mundane shackles that had troubled him for 120 years were completely shattered in less than a month since the system arrived. Moreover, the breakthrough did not stop. Supported by massive pills and earth-grade techniques, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Qi gathering realm, 1st level early stage. Chi Gathering Realm, first level mid-stage. Chi Gathering Realm, first level late stage. Chi Gathering Realm, first level peak. Boom. Another muffled sound. Chi Gathering Realm, second level. Time quietly passed during the closed-door cultivation. Several days later, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had undergone a tremendous change. His once murky eyes had become deep and bright like stars, occasionally flashing with golden lightning. His skin was no longer wrinkled, but had regained the firmness and luster of a middle-aged man. Although he still had white hair, some of the gray had turned black and shiny. His entire appearance seemed to have inexplicably rejuvenated by decades. From a nearly 100-year-old man nearing death, he transformed into a middle-aged man who looked only around 40. This breakthrough, worth it. More importantly, the surging true chi within him, along with the overwhelming vitality, indicated that he was now at the Chi Gathering Realm third level. That's right, in just a few days of closed-door cultivation, he broke through 3 levels. And his lifespan had also surged to a full 300 years with the breakthrough in his realm. Longevity was in sight. Chapter 16. Returning to middle age in one morning. Sending pills to the Saintess? Damn, here we go again. Feeling the explosive power of the golden, true chi coursing through him. Experiencing the fullness of his chi and blood, and the invigorating sensation of feeling decades younger. Lin Chen was filled with indescribable excitement and exhilaration. Is this the power of the Chi Gathering Realm? More than 10 times stronger than the body refining realm? With a thought, Lin Chen mobilized his true Chi, condensing a mirror-like water curtain in front of him. Looking at the reflection of that both familiar and unfamiliar face in the water mirror, sharp features, deep eyes, high nose bridge, although he still had hair symbolizing the passage of time. His overall appearance had unmistakably returned to the peak state of around 40 years old. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Finally rid of that old, decrepit look. Although he still had white hair, this middle-aged handsome uncle image was far better than that of the old man before. Thinking back to how he looked like a 100-year-old man attending the servant competition and being teased by that girl Lu Ruyin was simply embarrassing. Now it's better. Although he was still quite a bit older than Lu Ruyin, at least he didn't look so out of place anymore. Moreover, with his lifespan increased to 300 years, the path to longevity was no longer an ethereal fantasy. All of this was thanks to the system, and also thanks to Lu Ruyin's soft support. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt awkward and pained. Indeed, the little soft support sometimes tasted really good. However, just as Lin Chen was immersed in the joy of breaking through his realm and returning to youth, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! New task released. The host has successfully shed the servant identity and been promoted to an outer disciple. But your departure has left the 18-year-old destined heroine Lu Ruyin, whom you once protected, without support, making her situation increasingly difficult. Please return to the servant peak. Find Lu Ruyin, who is worrying about cultivation resources, and gift her some body refining pills and some money to help her through the tough times. Task reward: Gung Metal Spirit Sword, Xian grade upper level. Weapon rank: from high to low, heaven, earth, Xian, Huang, lower, middle, upper. A new task panel appeared in front of Lin Chen. The smile on Lin Chen's face instantly froze. Then his expression visibly changed from excitement to shock, then from shock to ashen, and finally turned completely dark. The next moment, damn system, you've gone too far. Lin Chen's face darkened as he stared at the non-existent system panel in the void, utterly speechless. Are you done yet? 18-year-old destined heroine Lu Ruyin? She's now a nascent soul saintess. A big shot. Lin Chen felt like his IQ was being rubbed against the ground by this damned system. The absurdity of this task had already reached the sky. 1,000 times more ridiculous than the last task, where he was asked to guide Lu Ruyin in the Xian water sword technique. However, looking at the reward section of the task, the words Gung Metal Spirit Sword, Xian grade upper level, radiating a faint golden light, seemingly filled with a sharp aura. Lin Chen's dark expression and the twitching of his mouth gradually eased. Gung Metal Spirit Sword, Xian grade upper level. Just by hearing the name, one can tell that this sword is definitely a perfect match for his Gung Metal Spirit body, and it will absolutely elevate his swordsmanship to a whole new level. The low-grade spiritual sword rewarded in the miscellaneous disciples competition is a fire attribute, which is incompatible with him and cannot unleash its maximum combat power to maximize his strength. A powerful spiritual sword that aligns with himself is essential, and this gung metal spiritual sword is practically tailor-made for him. However, to obtain it, he must complete that utterly humiliating and outrageous task to deliver body-tempering pills and silver to the Yuanying Saintess. Lin Chen felt his heart bleeding. A battle between heaven and man. In the end, reason triumphed over shame. Sigh. Lin Chen let out a long sigh, lying on the bed with a face full of despair. Oh well, it's just a loss of face, and anyway, my skin is already thick enough. Endured for the gung metal spiritual sword. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. But going directly to deliver body-tempering pills and silver is too foolish. Lin Chen touched his chin and began to ponder. Right, the fire attribute spiritual sword from the competition. I don't need it anyway. I might as well give it to Lu Ruyan, although it's just a low-grade spiritual sword and may not mean much to her. At least it's a token of goodwill from me as her brother, and it was earned through my own strength. I'll send the body-tempering pills and silver along with this sword. Just say it's to commemorate. And it can also be seen as a repayment for the resources Lu Ruyan previously provided. Lin Chen quickly devised a set of words in his mind. This way, although it's still ridiculous, at least it can be somewhat justified. After making up his mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He tidied up his appearance and packed the low-grade fire attribute spiritual sword, a bottle of body-tempering pills, and some silver coins. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen pushed open the door and headed towards the direction of the Saintess Peak, bracing himself. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen set off towards the Saintess Peak, in the core area of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, within a magnificent palace floating in the clouds and filled with spiritual energy, a handsome young man in splendid attire was listening to reports from his subordinates. He is Fang Xian, the current saint's son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. You mean to say that junior sister Lu recently not only personally attended the miscellaneous disciples competition, but also showed favoritism towards an old miscellaneous disciple over 100 years old, bestowing pills and calling him a role model? Fang Xian frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Yes, your highness the saint's son, a respectful inner disciple replied. According to our investigation, that old miscellaneous disciple is named Lin Chen, and he performed astonishingly in the competition, killing a gathering energy realm opponent with one sword strike while at body tempering realm, winning first place, and has now been promoted to outer sect. Oh, body tempering defeating gathering energy? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Fang Xian's eyes, followed by a cold smile, merely a means to attract attention. What future could a 100-year-old outer disciple have? What he truly cared about was Lu Ruyan's attitude. Lu Ruyan is the woman Fang Xian has his eye on, and he does not allow any man to get close to her, let alone receive her special attention. What is this Lin Chen's background? Fang Xian asked coldly, replying, Your Highness, my subordinate has found that this person has been a miscellaneous disciple for over 100 years and seems to have entered the miscellaneous peak around the same time as the saintess. And during that time, it appears he took care of the saintess. The inner disciple answered cautiously. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian's eyes suddenly burst with terrifying cold light and killing intent. An acquaintance from 100 years ago. He even took care of Lu Ruyan? Fang Xian had long felt that Lu Ruyan seemed to be harboring a vague shadow in her heart, treating all other suitors with indifference. Now it seems that shadow is very likely this old thing named Lin Chen. The thought of Lu Ruyan possibly still being attached to this old waste ignited the jealousy and killing intent in Fang Xian's heart like a volcano. Whether or not it is true, better to kill the wrong person than to let one slip by. Anyone who poses a potential threat to his pursuit of Lu Ruyan must die. An old waste who only barely entered the outer sect at over 100 years old dares to covet this saint's son's woman? Fang Xian's eyes revealed a murderous intent. His voice icy and piercing. Use my identity to arrange an outer sect trial. Find a way to ensure that this old thing named Lin Chen accidentally dies in the trial. Do it cleanly, leave no traces. I want him to disappear forever from the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Yes, your highness the saint's son. The inner disciple accepted the order and retreated. Chapter 17. The Saintess brews tea. A 10,000-fold return is just like this. On the other side, Lin Chen once again set foot on the mountain path towards the Saintess Peak. This time, the disciples guarding the foot of the mountain saw Lin Chen's figure, and their attitude underwent a 180-degree change. They no longer showed any disdain or vigilance. Instead, they were filled with utmost respect and flattery. What a joke! This is someone who made the Saintess personally come down to the miscellaneous peak to publicly bestow gifts. Others may not know, but how could the Saintess's confidants not know? Although they don't know what his background is, it's obvious that this gentleman is definitely not someone they can afford to offend. Senior Lin, you've arrived. Two guarding disciples hurriedly welcomed him, their faces full of flattering smiles. The Saintess commanded that if you come, there's no need to announce it. You can go directly up the mountain. One of the disciples was particularly clever, and before Lin Chen could speak, he proactively took out a communication jade talisman. I will now inform the Saintess that you have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lin Chen looked at their obsequious demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly, then nodded slightly. This is the change brought by strength and status. He didn't say much and directly stepped onto the white jade stone steps leading to the peak. In the Saintess Hall, Lu Ruyan was somewhat distracted as she dealt with sect affairs. Suddenly, she sensed a message from the guarding disciples. Brother Lin is here again? Lu Ruyan was taken aback, and then an indescribable joy surged in her heart. He must be here to thank me. After all, I helped Brother Lin a lot in the miscellaneous disciples competition. And Lu Ruyan almost instinctively stood up from her seat. My makeup shouldn't be smudged, right? And is this outfit not appropriate enough? Should I change? The cold and aloof Saintess in the eyes of outsiders was now like a lovesick girl about to meet her crush, becoming flustered. After a flurry of activity, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement and nervousness in her heart, and returned to her seat, pretending to be dignified and serene. But the slightly flushed ears and her bright, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation betrayed her inner unease. Soon, Lin Chen's figure appeared at the door of the Saintess Hall. The moment Lu Ruyan saw Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes lit up. She distinctly felt that Lin Chen's aura had changed. It was no longer the strong yet still confined to the body-tempering realm feeling from before. Instead, it was a genuine gathering energy realm. And it seemed to be more than just entering the gathering energy realm. What delighted her even more was Brother Lin's appearance. Although he still had white hair, his skin had become tight and radiant, and he seemed to have regained decades of youth, transforming from a decrepit old man into a mature and charming middle-aged man. Although he was still much older than her, as long as Lin Chen continued to break through on the path of longevity, it would be easy to restore his former appearance. Brother Lin, you've broken through? Lu Ruyan couldn't contain her excitement, standing up to examine Lin Chen, her voice filled with joy. Congratulations, Brother Lin, for stepping into the gathering energy realm. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's genuinely joyful smile, and his embarrassment and awkwardness eased slightly. Lin Chen nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. Just lucky. That's great. Then Lin Chen won't die, right? Lu Ruyan asked with sparkling eyes, not hiding her happiness at all, looking at her breathtakingly beautiful face so close, feeling the faint fragrance emanating from her. Lin Chen's heart raced a little uncontrollably. He quickly gathered his thoughts, preparing to state the purpose of his visit. However, before he could speak, Lu Ruyan looked at him affectionately again and gently asked, Lin Chen, is there something you want to discuss with me this time? Her gaze and tone were filled with intimacy and expectation, as if she would agree to any request Lin Chen made. Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, cleared his throat, and was about to muster the courage to mention the outrageous task requirement. Ahem, actually, there are many people here. This isn't a place for conversation. Lu Ruyan suddenly interrupted him, playfully blinking her eyes. Lin Chen, come with me. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Chen to respond, she turned and walked toward the back of the main hall. Lin Chen thought, great, I'm being led by this girl again. Helpless, he could only follow her. The two passed through several corridors and finally arrived at a small courtyard that was extremely quiet and elegant. The courtyard was small, with a few green bamboo plants, a stone table and stone benches, and a gently flowing stream nearby, with a faint floral fragrance in the air. Lin Chen looked at the familiar scene in front of him and was slightly taken aback. This place felt a bit familiar, very much like the small forest behind the Servant Peak, where he and Lu Ruyan often went back in the day. Although this place was more exquisite and the spiritual energy was denser, the tranquil and peaceful atmosphere was surprisingly similar. This place. Lin Chen couldn't help but speak, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia and emotion. Reminds me of the days at the Servant Peak. Really? Lu Ruyan smiled, even more brightly, like a crescent moon. I also liked that peaceful feeling back then, so I had it arranged to resemble my memories. She walked to the stone table and gestured for Lin Chen to sit down. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. This noble and revered saintess, who usually required even the elders of the sect to treat her with respect, actually took out a set of exquisite jade tea sets herself, and then began to brew tea with graceful and skilled movements. Fetching water, warming the cups, placing tea leaves, brewing. Each action was smooth and pleasing to the eye. The fragrant tea, accompanied by a faint spiritual energy, spread throughout the courtyard. Lin Chen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles watching this scene. The saintess personally brewing tea for him? What kind of treatment was this? He could swear, if the others from the Xintian Immortal Sect saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked to the point of having their eyes pop out. They would be furious to be able to have the saintess Lu Ruyan personally brew tea for him. Throughout the entire Xintian Immortal Sect, aside from the elusive ancestors and the current sect master Li Daoxian, there probably wasn't a third person who could enjoy such treatment. But now, this old waste who had just shed his servant identity and had only been promoted to the outer sect for a few days was actually enjoying such an honor. If this got out, he would probably become the public enemy of all male disciples in the sect. Soon, a cup of fragrant spiritual tea, filled with spiritual energy, was gently handed to Lin Chen by Lu Ruyan's delicate hands. Lin Chen, give it a try. This is a kind of spiritual mist tea I stumbled upon. It has calming effects, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Lin Chen, flattered and surprised, took the teacup and took a gentle sip. The tea was sweet and refreshing, and a gentle spiritual energy instantly flowed through his body, making him feel refreshed, wiping away the fatigue from days of cultivation. What a good tea. It must be a top-grade spiritual tea worth a lot. After enjoying the tea brewed by the saintess herself, Lin Chen knew he couldn't delay any longer. Ahem, saintess. Actually, I came as time to give you something. Saying this, Lin Chen awkwardly took out the low-grade fire-type spiritual sword he won in the competition, a bottle of body refining pills, and some silver coins, placing them on the stone table. This is the spiritual sword I won in the competition. Although its grade is not high, it's my token of appreciation. And these pills, you've been working hard on your cultivation. I don't have any good pills to offer, so please don't mind, saintess. All right, and this bit of silver. You might need it to buy some cosmetics or something. Lin Chen's face turned crimson. He felt that what he just said was incredibly foolish. Giving a low-grade spiritual sword to a nascent soul saintess? Giving body refining pills? Giving silver to buy cosmetics? He felt like slapping himself. However, Lu Ruyan looked at the 3 items on the stone table, which seemed extremely simple to her, and then at Lin Chen's awkward expression, who looked like he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. She not only didn't get angry, but instead burst out laughing. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming, bright and charming. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes, like clear autumn waters, gently looked at Lin Chen and softly said, Lin Chen, I appreciate your kindness. She carefully and solemnly put away the items in front of her, as if she was storing away some rare treasure. Seeing Lin Chen still looking a bit awkward, Lu Ruyan felt a mix of amusement and sweetness in her heart. My Lin Chen has been like this for over 100 years, and his nature hasn't changed at all. Always so clueless, yet somehow still so charming. Lu Ruyan's eyes glimmered as she flipped her hand again, this time revealing an ancient jade slip that shimmered with a faint green light and emitted an astonishing sword intent. Lin Chen, I accept your gift. Now you should accept my return gift. Lu Rian handed the jade slip to Lin Chen, her tone carrying a hint of unrefusable insistence. Lin Chen looked at the jade slip, radiating an astonishing aura. His heart jumped violently, almost instantly determining it was not an ordinary item. No, I can't, however. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, Lu Ruyan had already pressed the jade slip against his forehead. Boom! The next moment, Lin Chen's entire being went stiff. Countless profound sword techniques flooded into his mind. Qinglian sword technique. 4 powerful and ancient characters, along with a vast and incomprehensible stream of sword technique information, crashed into his consciousness like crashing waves. Grade. Upper Earth grade sword technique. It turned out to be an Upper Earth grade sword technique. In any major sect, this would definitely be a true transmission-level secret manual. Lu Ruyan actually just casually gifted it to him. Lin Chen felt his breath quicken. What he had given was a low-grade spiritual sword, a bottle of body refining pills, and some silver, worth probably less than 300 spiritual stones. But Lu Ruyan's return gift was a sword technique that could cause a bloodbath. This was simply a 10,000-fold return. This favor owed was just too huge, right? Lin Chen felt that the Qinglian sword technique in his mind was incredibly heavy, even hotter to the touch than the resources he had previously obtained from Lu Ruyan. He felt completely overwhelmed. Is that how rich girls are? Chapter 18. Outer Sect Treatment. Newly promoted Outer Sect Trial. Seeing Lin Chen's restless and guilty expression, Lu Ruyan knew he had inherited the Qinglian sword technique. Releasing her hand, sure enough, the jade slip dimmed and fell into her hand. Lu Ruyan caught the jade slip and stuffed it into Lin Chen's arms, then said with a smile, Lin Chen, this Qinglian sword technique is not a treasure of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. I obtained it by chance at a ruined ancient Immortal Sect site many years ago. Although this sword technique is exquisite, it doesn't completely align with my own cultivation attributes, and keeping it in my hand would be like a pearl covered in dust. I see that you seem to be on the path of the sword as well, and you have even comprehended sword intent. This sword technique may be more suited to you. Just accept it without any psychological burden. I know you won't accept it once you find out, so I directly help you comprehend it. Lu Ruyan paused here, her tone carrying a hint of undeniable insistence. Moreover, I really like the gift you gave me earlier. So if you don't accept my return gift, then I won't want your things either. Saying this, she pretended to take out the spiritual sword, elixirs, and silver she had just put away. Lin Chen's head immediately felt heavy. Great, here we go again. This girl seems to have made up her mind about him, right? Looking at Lu Ruyan's determined gaze, along with her slightly spoiled and threatening tone, Lin Chen knew that refusing her again would probably be futile and would only hurt her feelings. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed helplessly again and finally reached out to flick Lu Ruyan's smooth forehead, saying resignedly, All right, thank you then. I will remember this favor, and in the future, if I have a chance, I will repay you 1,000-fold. When Lu Ruyan heard the words 1,000-fold repayment, a sly smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. But she didn't reply, just looking at Lin Chen with a grin. Her gaze seemed to say, All right, I will wait for your 1,000-fold repayment. The two stared at each other quietly. The atmosphere in the small courtyard suddenly became a bit subtle and ambiguous. Lin Chen felt uneasy under Lu Ruyan's gaze, which was filled with a certain special meaning, as if sitting on pins and needles. He knew that Lu Ruyan's feelings for him were probably more than just the sibling bond from years ago, especially after this reunion. The lofty saintess seemed to have completely liberated herself, but Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Although he looked much younger now and his strength was incomparable to before, the gap in their identities and statuses remained a chasm. She was the exalted saintess, a nascent soul powerhouse, and he was just an old disciple who had just advanced to the outer sect at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. He definitely couldn't respond now. It would be best to wait until he achieved success and fame to properly face this gratitude, including feelings. Lin Chen felt he wouldn't need much time for that. Feeling Lu Ruyan's increasingly bold and heated gaze, Lin Chen thought that if he stayed any longer, he might lose control. His bodily functions had recovered. He was getting a bit restless, Lin Chen quickly found an excuse and stood up to take his leave. Ahem. That's Saintus. I have accepted the sword technique, but there are still some matters to handle in the outer sect, so I'll take my leave now. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lu Ruoyan's response and hurriedly left the quiet little courtyard that made his heart race and pressure mount. Lu Ruoyan watched Lin Chen's hurried departure, and instead of being angry, she covered her mouth and chuckled. That smile was like a blooming rose, charming yet with a hint of slyness. Lu Ruoyan extended her delicate finger and pointed in the direction Lin Chen had vanished, her beautiful eyes shimmering with confidence and determination. It's been over 100 years. Lin Chen, brother. I didn't dare before, and I didn't have time in between. But this time, you can't escape my grasp. The scene shifted. Lin Chen fled from Saintus Peak, still feeling a lingering fear. Feeling the weighty Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, Qinglian sword technique, in his storage ring. He sighed helplessly again. Forget it. Let us take it one step at a time. The urgent matter is to settle his identity and residence in the outer sect first. Now, he was a legitimate outer sect disciple. He couldn't go back to that shabby wooden house in the Servant Peak, could he? Lin Chen calmed his mind and followed the sect's guidance to the affairs hall in the outer sect area. Unlike the chaotic noise of the Servant Peak, the outer sect area was noticeably more grand and orderly. Pavilions and towers, spiritual energy wafting. Most of the passing disciples were dressed elegantly, their auras steady. Lin Chen entered the affairs hall, presented the identity token he had received from the grand competition. The steward disciple in charge of registration was momentarily stunned when he saw the two characters Lin Chen on the token, along with the special mark representing first place in the servant competition. Then, his gaze towards Lin Chen turned somewhat strange. Clearly, the rumors about the 100-year-old servant champion were no longer a secret in the outer sect. However, good professional ethics prevented him from asking too much. He simply followed the procedure to process Lin Chen's registration, issuing a new outer sect disciple token, a set of brand new outer sect disciple clothing, and assigning him an independent small courtyard located on the outskirts of the outer sect area. After receiving his items, Lin Chen went to collect the monthly allowances for outer sect disciples. When he saw the 30 low-grade spirit stones and 5 qi gathering pills in his hand, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. A servant disciple could only receive 10 low-grade spirit stones a month through hard work, and elixirs were something to dream about. Yet, outer sect disciples received a fixed salary of 30 low-grade spirit stones and 5 qi gathering pills every month. This treatment, it was simply worlds apart. No wonder so many people were desperate to shed their servant status. Lin Chen stored his items and arrived at his newly assigned small courtyard. The location was a bit remote, but at least it was an independent yard, the environment tranquil, and the spiritual energy was much denser than in the Servant Peak. Compared to that shabby wooden house, it was like heaven and earth. Finally, he had upgraded. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. His new life in the outer sect had finally gotten off to a good start. A night without incident. The next morning, Lin Chen stepped out of his room feeling refreshed, ready to begin comprehending the Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, Qinglian sword technique, that Lu Ruoyan had gifted him. However, just as he sat cross-legged and was about to take out the jade slip, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Lin Chen frowned slightly and opened the door. Standing outside was a disciple dressed in the affairs hall's attire. The disciple looked at Lin Chen for a moment, then handed over a jade slip and said expressionlessly, "Lin Chen, senior brother, the affairs hall has notified. The Crown Prince has ordered that to test the strength of the newly promoted outer sect disciples. A joint trial for the last 3 batches of new outer sect disciples will be held 7 days later. Trial location, Black Wind Mountain Range, Golden Core Ruins. All eligible disciples must participate and cannot be absent. Please gather in front of the affairs hall on time in 7 days." After finishing, the disciple turned and left without waiting for Lin Chen to respond. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the jade slip in his hand. It seems the Xintian Immortal Sect truly doesn't keep idle people. The trial was announced so quickly. 7 days? Just right. 7 days is enough time for me to comprehend the basics of the Qinglian sword technique, perfectly adding another trump card for this outer sect trial. Chapter 19. Terrifying Talent. Haven't you just broken through to the Qi gathering realm? A calm look flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Then he returned to his room, closed the door tightly, set up a simple barrier, and took out the ancient jade slip containing the Qinglian sword technique. He immersed his mind into it. Boom! The vast and profound sword technique information surged into his mind like a tide. This time, he no longer rushed through it. Instead, he calmed down and carefully comprehended every character, every illustration, and every strand of sword intent within. Dao grade talent, unmatched sword path aptitude. The two extraordinary talents operated at full power. Lin Chen's comprehension was fully displayed at this moment. As an Earth grade upper tier sword technique, Qinglian sword technique was far more complex and profound than any cultivation technique or martial skill Lin Chen had encountered before. The sword path principles contained within were even more profound and mysterious. If it were an ordinary cultivator, let alone 7 days, even 7 years or 70 years, they might not be able to grasp its essence. However, the Qinglian sword technique seemed to have no hindrance at all for Lin Chen. On the first day, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, and a faint blue halo began to emanate from his body, like a newly sprouted bud, full of vibrant life. He held the Gongjin spirit sword he had just obtained, unconsciously trembling slightly, as if resonating with some profound rhythm. On the second day, the blue halo became more intense, and vaguely, it seemed as if illusory blue lotus leaves were floating and spreading around him. The air was filled with a fresh yet sharp and strange aura. On the third day, the courtyard was bursting with greenery. Those originally withered yellow weeds actually turned lush and green at a visible speed. A few dead trees even began to show hints of green at their branches. The illusory blue lotus was no longer just lotus leaves, but began to condense into vague flower buds. On the fourth day, the blue lotus buds quietly bloomed. Each crystal-clear flower, resembling real blue lotuses, slowly floated and swirled around Lin Chen. Each blue lotus contained astonishing spiritual energy and a trace of sharp sword intent. The entire small courtyard was rendered like a fairyland. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's small courtyard was located in the most remote corner of the outer sect, usually deserted, and no one witnessed such an astonishing phenomenon. Otherwise, if outsiders saw it, it would likely cause an uproar in the entire sect again. On the fifth day, all the blue lotus phenomena receded like a tide, converging entirely into Lin Chen's body. The courtyard returned to calm. But what replaced it was an invisible yet immensely terrifying sharp aura that began to emanate from Lin Chen. That aura was like a divine sword unsheathed, cold, fierce, cutting through the void, making the surrounding air emit a faint sizzling sound. On the sixth day, the sharpness of that aura intensified. It seemed to have solidified. The void around Lin Chen twisted slightly under the pressure of this sharpness. On the seventh day, in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight fell on the small courtyard, buzz, a clear and resonant sword chant, as if capable of piercing through the heavens, suddenly echoed from within Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 beams of dazzling sword light, as if solid, shot out from his eyes. The sword light was unmatched in sharpness, instantly piercing through the void, leaving 2 profound sword marks on the opposite wall. Who? Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath containing a faint blue sheen. He felt the surging, vibrant, and sharp new sword intent within him. And the golden true qi in his dantian, operating according to the profound route of the Qinglian sword technique, had increased in power by several times. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Minor achievement in sword intent. In just 7 days, he not only broke through the entry-level sword intent to the realm of minor achievement in sword intent, but he also cultivated the earth-grade, upper-level Qinglian sword technique to the minor achievement realm. Although there was still a long way to go for great success and perfection, the speed of such progress, if spread, would make any sword path genius feel ashamed or even desperate. The earth-grade, upper-level sword technique was indeed extraordinary. Coupled with his current minor achievement Realm Sword Intent and the enhancement of the Gungjin spirit body to the sword path, Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him, his eyes filled with strong confidence. Now, even if facing a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi Gathering, he could easily crush them. Even against a strong person just entering the condensation realm, he might not be unable to challenge them. The condensation realm, that was an existence far beyond the Qi Gathering realm, sufficient to serve as a steward in the outer sect. In the inner sect, they could be considered a backbone force. And Lin Chen, from a dying old servant to now possessing combat power comparable to the condensation realm, took less than a month. This transformative change filled Lin Chen with excitement and emotion. Dao Grade Talent, Gungjin Spirit Body, Invincible Sword Path qualifications, truly lived up to its name, the path to longevity. The future is promising. However, Lin Chen glanced at the sky. Today was also the day for the Outer Sect Trial Assembly. It was time to set off. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer delayed, stood up, and changed into a brand new Outer Sect disciple outfit. The moon-white robe, worn on his now restored body, which looked around 40 years old, tall and well-proportioned, appeared quite handsome and extraordinary, especially with his flowing black and white hair, adding a touch of profound and unfathomable master demeanor. After finishing, Lin Chen picked up the Gungjin spirit sword, pushed open the courtyard door, and walked toward the affairs hall. In front of the affairs hall, hundreds of Outer Sect disciples had already gathered. These disciples were all recent Outer Sect disciples promoted through various means in the last 3 sessions, including dozens who had advanced along with Lin Chen through the servant competition. They waited here according to instructions, preparing to participate in the joint trial for newly promoted Outer Sect disciples. Lin Chen's arrival did not attract much attention. After all, his appearance had changed dramatically, no longer that eye-catching old man of 100 years. Only a few disciples who were promoted alongside him, who had a deeper impression of him, showed a trace of confusion when they saw him. Just then, the steward in charge of leading the team counted the number of people and frowned, asking, "Strange. The roster shows that there is another disciple named Lin Chen participating in the trial. That one, older in age, why is he missing?" As soon as the steward's voice fell, Lin Chen stepped forward and calmly said, "Steward, I am Lin Chen." Swish. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the vicinity instantly focused on Lin Chen. Everyone was first taken aback. Then they all showed expressions of astonishment. "You are Lin Chen, the champion of the 120-year-old servant competition. What a joke. He looks like he is only around 40 years old." The steward was also dumbfounded, carefully scrutinizing Lin Chen a few times, checking the roster information again, and after confirming it was correct, he looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. "You really are Lin Chen?" "Absolutely." Lin Chen nodded lightly. Hiss. After confirming Lin Chen's identity, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, especially those disciples who knew Lin Chen's background, their gazes towards him filled with shock and disbelief. Just a few days apart. How did this old man become young again? But soon someone reacted. "I remember now. Breaking through to the Qi Gathering realm can increase lifespan, improve physique, and appearance will also become younger. That's right. It must be like this. This old man must have used the elixir granted by the Holy Maiden after the competition to break through to the Qi Gathering realm in one go." Hiss. The elixir granted by the Holy Maiden has such outrageous effects. No wonder. That's the Holy Maiden. Just a little spill from her fingers is enough for us to benefit immensely. Damn, this old man is too lucky. Not only did he win first place in the competition, but he also received the Holy Maiden's reward, and now he's broken through to the Qi Gathering realm, truly making others feel inferior. Everyone suddenly understood, and then looked at Lin Chen with intense envy and jealousy. In their eyes, Lin Chen's transformation was 100 due to the Holy Maiden's reward. How could they not be jealous? Of course, they did not know that while Lu Rian's elixir was indeed part of the reason, Lin Chen's own monstrous talent and the system's reward of breakthrough pills and 100 Qi Gathering pills were the key factors. In just 7 days, Lin Chen not only broke through to the Qi Gathering realm, but his cultivation also advanced 3 levels, reaching the 3rd level of Qi Gathering realm. It was absolutely impossible to achieve such rapid progress relying solely on the few bottles of pills from Lu Ruyan. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes around him, Lin Chen smiled faintly, looking down at his storage ring. With the 100 qi gathering pills rewarded by the system, along with the pills from Lu Ruyan and the sect, he had indeed consumed quite a bit during his recent seclusion and breakthrough. However, even so, he still had around 40 to 50 qi gathering pills left just from the system's reward, enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Chapter 20. 2 qi gathering 8-level teammates? What luck this old man has. After confirming that all the disciples participating in the trial had arrived, the deacon in charge of leading the team did not delay any longer. Under his guidance, hundreds of newly promoted outer disciples boarded a huge ancient ship floating in midair in an orderly manner. This ancient ship was entirely cast from bronze, its hull covered in mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, clearly a high-grade flying treasure. With a command, the ancient ship soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it broke through the air towards the direction of the Black Wind Mountain range outside the sect. Leading the team was a calm and stern-faced elder at the Golden Core level. A Golden Core elder. This was considered a true high-ranking member of the Xintian Immortal Sect, enough to hold the position of peak master in some important peaks. The fact that a Golden Core elder personally led the team showed how much the sect valued this trial for the newly promoted disciples. On the ancient ship, hundreds of disciples gathered in groups, whispering to each other, most of them showing excitement and anticipation. After all, this was their first trial after being promoted to outer disciples. Moreover, the trial location was the legendary Golden Core ruins. If they could gain some opportunities inside, it would be a tremendous fortune. Lin Chen stood alone at the ship's railing, gazing at the rapidly passing mountains and rivers below, pondering about the upcoming trial. At that moment, he felt several gazes land on him. Lin Chen turned his head. He saw 5 slightly older young disciples, probably around 25 or 26 years old, gathered not far away, quietly discussing something while occasionally glancing in his direction. These 5 were dressed in the same outer disciple attire, but their auras were clearly much stronger than those of the surrounding newly promoted disciples. They were all at least at the 7th level of qi gathering, with some even at the 8th level. They were also newly promoted disciples participating in this trial, and they were talented individuals from the previous 2 cohorts. Lin Chen noticed their curious and scrutinizing gazes, but paid them no mind. After all, his status as a century-old outer disciple had likely already spread in the outer sect. It was normal for people to be curious about him. However, what Lin Chen did not know was that the gazes from these 5 were not filled with curiosity, but rather concealed deep murderous intent. They were the assassins sent by Saint Sun Fangxian to completely eliminate Lin Chen during this trial. Is it confirmed? Is it that white-haired guy? A tall and thin young man with a sinister gaze among the 5 silently transmitted a message. He was the leader of the 5, named Zhao Kuan, an 8th-level qi gathering cultivator and one of the top disciples from the previous outer sect cohort, who had long since allied himself with Saint Sun Fangxian. There's no mistake, Senior Brother Zhao. The deacon has already confirmed it, replied a round-faced young man beside him. I didn't expect this old man to have such good luck and actually break through to the qi gathering realm. Another short young man sneered. But this is where it ends. That's right, a mere 1st level of qi gathering, at most reaching the 2nd level, dares to compete with the Saint Sun for women? It's simply seeking death. Senior Brother Zhao, are we still going according to the original plan? After all, he has broken through to the qi gathering realm. Should we be more cautious? The round-faced young man asked. Cautious? Hee. A hint of disdain and cruelty flickered in Zhao Kuan's eyes. So what if he has broken through? He's just at the 1st or 2nd level of qi gathering. Which of us is not above the 7th level of qi gathering? Especially you and me. We're both at the 8th level. Are we really afraid of a newly broken through waste? Even if he is a freak, can he really cross 5 or 6 minor realms? This trial, with the dangers in the Golden Core ruins, it's completely normal for a few new disciples to die. According to the instructions from that inner sect senior brother, the plan remains unchanged. When we group up later, Li Meng and I will be in the same group as him. while you three will form your own team to assist from the outside. If we don't succeed in taking him out immediately, you can find an opportunity to finish him off. Make sure this old man named Lin Chen goes in, but doesn't come out, and stays forever in the Golden Core ruins. Understood. The other four responded in unison, their eyes flickering with a cruel light. In their view, eliminating a newly broken through old waste was as easy as pie. This was a great opportunity to please the Saint's son. Soon, after several hours of flight, the ancient ship finally reached its destination deep within the Black Wind mountain range. A valley shrouded in dense black fog appeared before everyone's eyes. At the entrance of the valley stood a broken stone tablet, on which the word zone could be vaguely seen. A sense of ancient and dangerous aura emanated from within the valley. The leading Golden Core elder stopped the ancient ship, scanned the crowd, and said solemnly, "Up ahead is the trial site, the Golden Core ruins. This ruin is the place where an ancient Golden Core powerhouse sat down. It contains both opportunities and great dangers. This trial will last for 3 days. You need to delve deep into the ruins and find a spiritual item called the Golden Yuan Fruit. Finding one or more will be considered qualified. Or you can find the Golden Core inheritance, which can be recorded and will also yield significant contributions to the sect. Those who do not qualify will have 3 months' salary deducted, and if their cultivation does not meet the standards, they will be demoted back to a servant. We will now begin grouping 3 people per group, randomly combined. Let us start drawing." As soon as the Golden Core elder finished speaking, hundreds of newly promoted disciples immediately began to stir, all hoping to team up with good teammates. At that moment, it was Lin Chen's turn. The Golden Core elder held a stick with names on it, glanced at the name on it, and then said, "Zhao Kun, Li Meng, you two will be in a group with Lin Chen." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent, followed by an uproar. Zhao Kun and Li Meng. They were among the top 10 disciples in the previous Outer Sect cohort, both masters at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Lin Chen actually got grouped with these two? What the hell was this? This old man's luck is simply against the heavens. This is practically a free win. With these 2 8th level experts escorting him, finding a single Golden Yuan fruit would be a breeze, and he could even walk around the ruins without a problem. In an instant, countless envious and jealous gazes focused on Lin Chen once again. How many high incense did this old man burn in his previous life to have such good luck? Lin Chen was also slightly taken aback, feeling surprised. He didn't expect to be grouped with such powerful teammates. Could it be that they were giving him special treatment because of his age and weak strength? Meanwhile, Zhao Kun and Li Meng, whose names were called, showed friendly smiles on their faces as they walked up to Lin Chen, their attitude very warm. "Junior brother Lin, right? I've heard a lot about you. I am Zhao Kun, and this is Li Meng," Zhao Kun said with a smile. "Junior brother Lin, don't worry. With the 2 of us here, we guarantee you will be safe during this trial." Li Meng also patted his chest in assurance. "Once we enter the ruins, just stay behind us and leave the matter of the Golden Yuan fruit to us." The 2 behaved without any airs, being extremely friendly, as if they were genuinely kind-hearted senior brothers. "Then I will trouble the 2 senior brothers." Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded, looking at their sincere smiles. After the groups were formed at the command of the Golden Core elder, hundreds of newly promoted outer disciples of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, filled with excitement, anticipation, anxiety, and the hidden killing intent of some, stepped into the ruins shrouded in black mist. The trial officially begins. Chapter 21. The Eruption of Killing Intent. Can't wait to make a move upon entering the secret realm? Buzz. The space slightly distorted. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different environment. No longer on the ancient ship, but in a dim, dilapidated underground ruin filled with the decaying aura of time. The air was permeated with a faint smell of dust and a trace of barely detectable danger. Surrounding him were broken stone walls, collapsed pillars, and unknown bones and fragments of shattered objects scattered on the ground. Clearly, they had been teleported inside the Golden Core ruins, seemingly at random. Lin Chen glanced around and found only Zhao Kun and Li Meng remaining with him. Were they teleported in a scattered formation? Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. As expected, the next moment, just as Lin Chen was surveying his surroundings, Zhao Kun and Li Meng, who stood beside him, exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with undisguised ferocity and killing intent. They hesitated not at all. The true energy within them erupted in an instant. The powerful aura of the 8th level of Qi gathering surged forth like a roaring tide. Attack! Zhao Kun shouted in a low voice. In an instant, Zhao Kun's figure flickered and appeared behind Lin Chen like a ghost, a pitch-black dagger appearing in his hand, gleaming with a ghostly green light, clearly poisoned, silently stabbing towards Lin Chen's back. At the same time, Li Meng also launched an attack from the front. He formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations, and a giant yellow shield, formed from true energy, appeared out of thin air, smashing down towards Lin Chen's head. This giant shield not only carried immense weight, but also bore the heavy force of Earth-type laws, clearly a formidable defensive and offensive martial skill. The two cooperated seamlessly, one in front and one behind, instantly sealing off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. Moreover, they launched their attacks with ruthless killing moves. Clearly, they intended to kill Lin Chen, a mere Qi gathering first or second level old waste, on the spot with a thunderous force. In their view, facing two 8th level Qi gathering cultivators with murderous intent in a sneak attack, Lin Chen, a newly promoted outer disciple, was definitely doomed. They had even begun to imagine bringing Lin Chen's head back to claim credit and reward from the Son of Heaven. At the same time, the moment Zhao Kun attacked, he did not forget to crush a specially made communication jade talisman. This was to signal the other 3 accomplices. However, just as they thought victory was in their grasp, and Lin Chen was undoubtedly dead, in the face of this sudden fatal assault, Lin Chen's face showed no signs of panic or disarray, not even a hint of surprise. He simply stood quietly in place, the corner of his mouth even curling into a mocking and cold arc-hee, a light laugh, like the cold wind from the depths of hell, clearly reached Zhao Kun and Li Meng's ears. Both of them jolted in their hearts. Something was wrong. This old guy's reaction was too calm. So calm that it sent chills down their spines. Just as their hearts rose with a bad premonition, Lin Chen's calm and hoarse voice slowly rang out, like the tolling of a judgment bell. 2 senior brothers, did you want to kill me so eagerly the moment you entered the secret realm? What? He knows? Zhao Kun and Li Meng's pupils suddenly contracted, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. How could this be? They believed their plan was meticulous, their disguise seamless. How did this old man find out? Could it be that he has been on guard against us all along? Impossible. It seems that the rumors outside have muddled your brains. Lin Chen seemed to see through their thoughts, his tone carrying a hint of faint ridicule. He slowly turned around, his murky eyes having, unbeknownst to him, become sharp as an eagle's, his cold gaze piercing like a sword at Zhao Kun and Li Meng. An invisible pressure, like an awakening ancient beast, quietly spread from his body. Under this pressure, Zhao Kun and Li Meng even felt their true energy operation becoming somewhat sluggish. Their souls trembled uncontrollably. From the moment you first set your gaze on me aboard the ancient ship, Lin Chen's voice was cold and chilling, devoid of any emotion. The killing intent hidden beneath your curiosity was already perceived by me clearly. Sword intent is not just used for killing. Sword intent? What? Zhao Kun and Li Meng were utterly shocked. An old man who only broke through to the Qi gathering stage at 100 years old actually comprehended the sword intent that countless sword cultivators dream of? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Kun, being a genius of the 8th level of Qi gathering, had a temperament far beyond ordinary people. He forcibly suppressed the horror in his heart, revealing a sinister smile. So you have comprehended the sword intent. No wonder you dare to be so fearless. But so what? The murderous light in his eyes was fully revealed. Even if you have comprehended the sword intent, even if you have hidden your strength, today you will undoubtedly die. Both of us together, we are both at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Easily enough to kill you. Li Meng also regained his senses, a cruel smile appearing on his face. That's right, old man. Dying at the hands of 2 great geniuses like us is also an honor for you. Just obediently accept your death. The two once again urged their true energy, preparing to launch a more ferocious attack. Lin Chen looked at their fierce but weak appearance and simply shook his head calmly. Truly, one doesn't shed tears until one sees the coffin. He raised his eyelids, his cold gaze sweeping over the two, and asked indifferently, "Tell me, who sent you here?" "One no." Zhao Kuan sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "Let us talk after you defeat us. Perhaps in hell, the king of hell will tell you." "Is that so?" Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this, his expression still as calm as ever, as if discussing a trivial matter. In that case, he slowly raised the Gungjin spirit sword in his hand, the sword tip pointing towards the two. An invisible sharp aura began to gather around him, the air seemingly freezing, the killing intent silently spreading. "Then let us fight." Chapter 22. The Qinglian sword technique instantly kills two 8th level outer sect talents. Fight! When Lin Chen uttered the word fight, the temperature around them seemed to plummet to freezing point. A sharp aura erupted like a tidal wave. The small achievement level sword intent was released without reservation. In an instant, Zhao Kuan and Li Meng felt as if they had fallen into an endless sword prison. All around them was cold and piercing, as if capable of slicing through souls with sharp sword energy. Their protective, true energy, under the pressure of this terrifying sword intent, actually emitted a sound of unbearable strain. This caused both of their faces to change drastically. "Small achievement, sword intent?" they exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with endless horror and fear. This old man not only comprehended the sword intent, he actually reached the small achievement level. How is this possible? How could an old monster who only broke through to the Qi gathering stage at 100 years old possess such terrifying sword talent? They finally understood. They seemed to have severely underestimated this old waste before them. However, at this moment, it was too late for regrets. Lin Chen gave them no time to react or think. As he released the small achievement sword intent, he moved. No earth-shattering momentum, no flashy moves. He simply raised the iron sword in his hand. The golden true energy within the body surged wildly along the incomprehensible route of the Qinglian sword technique. Buzz! The Gungjin spirit sword emitted an unprecedentedly loud sword cry. Waves of blue light rippled across the sword body like water. Immediately after, 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, countless crystal-clear blue lotus flowers, seemingly substantial yet filled with vibrant life and extreme sharpness, materialized out of thin air around Lin Chen. Each blue lotus seemed to contain terrifying power akin to creating the heavens and the earth. It was the Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, Qinglian sword technique. "Kill!" Lin Chen lightly uttered a cold word. The next moment, whoosh, 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 the sky was filled with blue lotuses that transformed into unstoppable blue sword energy. With a terrifying might that tore through the void, shooting toward Zhao Kuan and Li Meng. Qinglian sword rain. Where the sword energy passed, the air was instantly sliced and obliterated. The space seemed unable to withstand this terrifying force, emitting waves of lament. Not good. Quickly defend. Both Zhao Kuan and Li Meng were terrified. They sensed a life-threatening terror from the sky of blue sword energy and dared not be the slightest bit negligent. The two of them unleashed all the true energy within their bodies without reservation. Zhao Kuan roared, wielding a poisoned black dagger that danced wildly, attempting to block the incoming blue sword energy. Simultaneously, a thick layer of black true energy armor enveloped his entire body. Li Meng even activated the earthen-colored giant shield to its limit. The giant shield swelled in the wind, transforming into a heavy stone wall several zhang in size, blocking in front of the two. However, all this struggle was in vain. In front of the minor completion of the sword intent and the power of Gungjin, the small completion realm Qinglian sword technique appeared so pale and powerless. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The sound of blades slicing through tofu rang out densely. That seemingly indestructible earthen-colored stone wall, in the face of the overwhelming blue sword energy, could not even hold for a breath's time before being instantly pierced, sliced, and shattered. Immediately after, the blue sword energy continued unabated, violently crashing against Zhao Kun and Li Meng's protective true energy and true energy armor. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Whether it was Zhao Kun's heavy black armor or Li Meng's resilient protective true energy, under the slaughter of the blue sword energy, they shattered inch by inch as if made of paper. No, endless fear and despair appeared in both their eyes. They wanted to escape, wanted to concede, wanted to beg for mercy, but it was already too late. Poof! Countless strands of blue sword energy, like a storm, instantly pierced through the bodies of both. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhao Kun and Li Meng's bodies trembled, standing rigidly in place. The expressions on their faces were frozen in the terror and unwillingness of that final moment of death. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Chen, filled with disbelief. It seemed they could not believe that two outer gate geniuses at the 8th level of Qi gathering were so easily killed by an old waste in their eyes with a single move. Splash! Life rapidly drained from their bodies. The next moment, their bodies collapsed to the ground as if all their strength had been drained, completely losing all signs of life. Instant kill. From a moment, Lin Chen drew his sword to Zhao Kun and Li Meng's death. The entire process took only a breath or two. The two outer gate geniuses at the 8th level of Qi gathering could not even put up a decent fight before being completely obliterated by Lin Chen with overwhelming force. This is the terrifying power brought by the Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, Qinglian sword technique, combined with minor completion sword intent, Gongjin spirit body, and Dao-grade talent. Lin Chen looked at the two warm bodies on the ground, his face expressionless. It was as if he had merely crushed two bothersome ants. He sheathed the Gongjin spirit sword, and the terrifying sword intent and the blue lotus phenomenon around him slowly dissipated. The air was left with only a faint smell of blood and the two unblinking corpses, proving everything that had just happened. 8th level of Qi gathering, just like this. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He even felt that he hadn't exerted much effort, and these two geniuses were directly dead. Chapter 23, Instant Kill of 2 8th level Qi gathering? How is that possible? It seems I still underestimated the enhancement brought by Dao-grade talent and unmatched swordsmanship. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to clean up the battlefield, checking if there was anything to gain from these two geniuses, suddenly, whoosh, 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 3 sharp sounds of breaking air approached rapidly. Immediately after, 3 figures dressed in Outer Sect disciple clothing appeared not far away. Their auras slightly weaker than Zhao Kun and Li Meng, but still at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi gathering. They were the other 3 sword wielders who had accompanied Zhao Kun and Li Meng to accept the mission, responsible for supporting and finishing off enemies from the periphery. Initially, the 3 thought they had succeeded after receiving Zhao Kun's message, quickly rushing to meet up and prepare to share the credit. However, when they saw Zhao Kun and Li Meng lying in a pool of blood, already lifeless, their smiles instantly froze. Endless shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Zhao, brother Zhao, and Li, brother Li. How is this possible? The 3 exclaimed as if they had seen a ghost, their steps instinctively halting, not daring to approach even a bit. Zhao Kun and Li Meng were at the 8th level of Qi gathering, and when they teamed up, they could even fight against someone at the 9th level. How could they die here? And it seemed they were killed in a single move? What the hell happened? Lin Chen looked at these unexpected guests, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh, 3 brothers arrived so quickly? Are you rushing to collect the bodies of these 2 brothers? The 3 outer gate geniuses at this moment were no longer concerned about Lin Chen's mockery. Their minds were blank, and waves of turmoil surged within them. The 3 stared fixedly at Lin Chen and the 2 cold corpses at his feet. It was you who killed brother Zhao, and them? The leader, a triangular-eyed youth, asked with a trembling voice. He couldn't believe it. An old waste who only broke through to the Qi gathering realm at 100 years old and was said to only possess the 1st level of Qi gathering. How could he possibly kill 2 8th level Qi gathering geniuses in such a short time? Unless one of the triangular-eyed youths, Yuan Yin, flashed a moment of realization, which quickly turned into intense greed and ferocity. I understand. Yuan Yin grinned. It must be you. You definitely have some powerful secret treasure on you. That's right. It must be so. Another youth with an eagle-hook nose, named Ma Ning, also reacted, his eyes ablaze. A secret treasure that allows you, a mere early-stage Qi gathering waste, to kill 2 8th-level Qi gathering cultivators across several realms in an instant. That treasure must be at least Xian grade or even Earth grade, right? The third youth, slightly plump, namely Shuang, was even more excited, trembling all over. Ha ha ha. Truly heaven's help. Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, those two fools, must have been too careless to be ambushed by you, old thing, with a secret treasure. However, such a treasure that can kill enemies across levels must have great limitations and consume an enormous amount of energy. Old thing, you probably can't activate that secret treasure again now, right? Yuan Yin, Ma Ning, and Li Shuang grew more and more excited as they spoke. Their gazes toward Lin Chen now, like they were looking at a moving treasure trove. In their view, Lin Chen's ability to kill Zhao Kuan and Li Mang could only be explained by the use of a powerful secret treasure with limited uses or enormous consumption. Otherwise, how could a mere initial stage gathering Qi old waste accomplish such feats? The lowest cultivation among the three of them was gathering Qi 7th level. As long as they were careful and prevented Lin Chen from activating the secret treasure again, they could kill him, seize the treasure. That would be a tremendous fortune. Indeed, it was incredibly wise of them to agree to be the backup. Listening to the analysis of the three, Lin Chen's smile grew more playful. A secret treasure? They really could imagine things. He nodded and said seriously, "Indeed, the three senior brothers have keen eyes. This kind of secret treasure is indeed extraordinary. And there aren't many of them." Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. If sword intent could be used as casually as cabbage, he might truly be able to open the heavenly gate with a single sword strike. However, although it wasn't possible now, with Brother Tongzi around, it would definitely be possible in the future. Ha, just as expected. Upon hearing Lin Chen's acknowledgement, Yuan Yin was even more complacent, as if he had already secured Lin Chen. "Old man, at least you know your place. Now obediently hand over that secret treasure and all the storage bags on you. Then self-mutilate, and we might consider leaving you with a whole corpse." Ma Ning also grinned in agreement, his tone filled with greed and cruelty. Lin Chen looked at their ugly faces, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a cold indifference. Lin Chen raised his eyelids again and asked lightly, "So who sent you?" "Want to know." Yuan Yin sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "After you die, go to hell and ask King Yin. Get to it, finish quickly, to avoid prolonging the dream." After Yuan Yin finished disdainfully, he directly snorted coldly at the other two. Then Yuan Yin charged out. The other two, Ma Ning and Li Shuang, also erupted with true energy, and the three surrounded Lin Chen from three directions. Learning from Zhao Kuan and Li Mang's lesson of underestimating the enemy, they used their full strength from the very start. Blade light and sword shadows. The wind of fists howled. The three geniuses at gathering Qi 7th and 8th levels joining forces indeed had extraordinary momentum. However, Lin Chen merely shook his head helplessly as he watched their attacks. Sigh, why does everyone like to say this line? There is not a hint of originality. Lin Chen sighed lightly. In the next moment, without any warning, whoosh, a dazzling and vibrant yet sharp azure sword light suddenly lit up. A blue lotus bloomed, so beautiful it was heart-stopping, yet despairing. Azure lotus sword technique. Small success in sword intent. The power of gung metal erupted. Feeling the terrifying might bursting forth from Lin Chen, Yuan Yin, Ma Ning, and Li Shuang, who were attacking with all their might, had their pupils suddenly contract. What? In the instant Lin Chen made his move, they could already sense a lethal threat from that beautiful blue lotus. This isn't some secret treasure at all. This is sword intent. It's sword technique. This old man actually hid such terrifying strength. The three were horrified and wanted to retreat to defend. But it was all too late. Puffed. Amidst the glaring azure light, a magnificent head flew up into the sky. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from Ma Yan's headless neck, his face frozen in the last moment of ferocity and disbelief. As for the other two, Ma Ning and Li Shuang, although they weren't beheaded on the spot, They were also swept by the terrifying aftermath of the azure lotus sword light. They screamed and, like kites with broken strings, spat blood and flew backwards, accompanied by a loud bang. The two heavily smashed into a distant stone wall, producing a muffled sound. Their fates unknown. In just an instant, one dead, two seriously injured. The three who were previously so arrogant and thought victory was in their grasp had completely lost their combat ability in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his sword, and the resplendent azure lotus sword light dissipated, looking at the headless corpse on the ground, and the two blood-soaked figures in the distance filled with endless fear and despair. Lin Chen's face remained calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. At this moment, Ma Ning and Li Shuang were staring at Lin Chen with eyes filled with the horror of a devil. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their hearts were filled with endless dread. How could he be so strong? One sword, just one sword. How could the three of them end up in such a miserable state? What kind of monster is this? Chapter 24. Reveal the behind-the-scenes instigator. A quick death could be more pleasant. In the silent space, the smell of blood intertwined with the dust. Lin Chen, holding the gung-metal spirit sword, slowly walked towards the heavily injured, gasping Ma Ning and Li Shuang. With each step Lin Chen took, it felt as if he were stepping on their fragile hearts, sending waves of suffocating fear through them. The sword tip, under the dim light, dragged out a cold glimmer. It was unstained by a single drop of blood, yet it was more chilling than any blood-soaked weapon. Lin Chen stood before the two, looking down at them with a smile. "Can you tell me who sent you?" Lin Chen asked that question again, but this time, there was an undeniable tone in his voice. Ma Ning and Li Shuang had long lost their previous arrogance and greed. Their eyes now only held deep fear and despair. Seeing the two remain silent, Lin Chen's voice rang out again, like a death knell. "Speak up. Perhaps I can make your deaths a bit easier." Upon hearing the words, "a bit easier," the two trembled violently. The instinct for survival made them try to grasp at the last straw. Ma Ning, forcing down the excruciating pain of broken bones, squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, his voice trembling as he said, "Junior brother Lin Chen. It was our fault for not recognizing Mount Tai and offending junior brother Lin Chen. However, junior brother Lin Chen, are you sure you want to know? I advise you it's better not to know, and if you let us go, we can still buy you some time, giving you a chance to escape from the Zhuantian Sheng sect." In Ma Ning's view, an outer sect disciple offending the Holy Sun would undoubtedly lead to death. Beside him, Li Shuang quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, junior brother Lin Chen. The person you offended is of extremely noble status, with overwhelming influence. We dare not reveal it, but we can guarantee that if junior brother Lin Chen lets us go, we can return and lie that the mission failed, saying you have a secret treasure protecting you." However, upon hearing their words, Lin Chen's expression turned contemplative. Delay time? Escape from the Zhuantian Sheng sect? Lin Chen's contemplative expression morphed into one of keen interest. It seems the person behind the scenes has a very noble identity. Is he the son of an elder? Or a core disciple? Or could it be the Holy Sun? As soon as the words fell, whoosh, another azure sword light, fast to the extreme, flashed by. Ma Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that Lin Chen would suddenly take his life without warning. After doing all this, Lin Chen turned his gaze, smiling at the only remaining Li Shuang. However, now Lin Chen's smile looked more terrifying than a devil in Li Shuang's eyes. Gulp. Li Shuang swallowed hard, his body shaking like a leaf. "Now, there's only you left. Can you speak? Or?" Lin Chen paused here, slightly raising the gung metal spirit sword in his hand, the sword tip shimmering with a chilling glimmer. "Do you want to experience the sensation of being cut inch by my sword intent, yet remaining conscious, unable to live or die? Cold, bone-chilling cold." Li Shuang felt as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year ice cave. He had no doubt Lin Chen could really do it. After 100 years, Lin Chen had seen too much of the warmth and coldness of human relationships and the harsh realities of the world at the bottom of the Servant's Peak. He was no longer the inexperienced young lad who had just emerged from obscurity. For enemies who want his life, he would never show the slightest mercy. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. I said it all. Li Shuang was completely shattered. His mental defenses crumbling. It was senior brother Xiaoyu from the inner sect who found us. He said that as long as we could quietly eliminate junior brother Lin Chen in the outer sect trial ruins, he would give each of us 100 mid-grade spirit stones and a pulse condensation pill. Xiaoyu? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He was somewhat unfamiliar with this name. Why did he want to kill me? I shouldn't have offended him, right? I don't know. The chubby young man cried out. We are only responsible for doing the job for the money. But I heard senior brother Xiaoyu slip up and mention that he seems to be following someone else's orders. Following whose orders? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with light as he pressed for answers. The chubby young man hesitated, seemingly afraid to speak. But under Lin Chen's cold gaze, he finally gritted his teeth and said tremblingly, It's Prince Shengzi, senior brother Xiaoyu. Is someone from Prince Shengzi? He is very likely following Prince Shengzi's orders and then came to us to take junior brother Lin Chen's life. Prince Shengzi? Xian Tian, Xian Zong's, Shengzi Fong Xian? Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly upon hearing this. How could it be him? When did I offend this high and mighty Shengzi? I have no grudges against Fong Xian. Why would he send someone to kill me? It's absurd, right? A dignified Shengzi of the Xian Tian Xian Zong actually wants to secretly eliminate a 100-year-old waste outer sect disciple. Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, suddenly a stunning figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it be because of Lu Ruyan? The moment he thought of Lu Ruyan, Lin Chen felt as if he had been pierced through the meridians. All the information suddenly came together. If he remembered correctly, it was rumored that the Shengzi Fong Xian of Xian Tian Xianzong had always had a close relationship with Sanus Lu. Of course, this closeness meant that Fong Xian was a sycophant, while Lu Ruyan had always been cold and indifferent. Speaking of which, the trouble he encountered this time was still because he went to find Lu Ruyan before. No wonder he didn't dare to reveal the identity of the other party. Who would believe it if he said it? A Shengzi actually secretly tried to harm an outer sect disciple. This is the big trouble you brought me. Seeing Lin Chen in a daze, Li Shuang also thought Lin Chen was scared silly. So, junior brother Lin Chen, why not let me go? I will buy you some time to escape from Xian Tian Xianzong, and you can come back for revenge when your cultivation is successful. Hearing this, Lin Chen came back to his senses and smiled slightly at the Li Shuang in front of him. No need, even if it's Shengzi Fong Xian. As long as you give me a little time, I can step on him to rise. Lin Chen's words stunned Li Shuang. The next moment, a flash of golden sword light disappeared in an instant. Li Shuang's vision gradually began to fade. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his sword, murmuring, I told you to die quickly. And you didn't feel a thing, did you? After Lin Chen finished speaking, he began to search the corpse. As for Fong Xian's matter, as a dignified Shengzi, Lin Chen did not believe that he would personally take action against an outer sect junior disciple. As long as it was not Fong Xian, if core disciples took action, then whether it was outer or inner sect disciples, he had room to maneuver. The momentum, fully loaded. Chapter 25. The initial display of Immortal Sect's sharpness. Dominating the outer sect trial, Lin Chen was never a soft-hearted person. If others do not offend me, I do not offend others. If someone offends me, I repay it 100-fold. He did not hesitate at all and stepped forward to skillfully clean up the battlefield. Soon, 5 storage bags fell into his hands. A sweep of his divine sense made Lin Chen's eyes light up. Goodness, as expected of a genius disciple. The resources are quite abundant. The 5 storage bags contained over 800 low-grade spirit stones, various healing and true energy recovery pills, totaling 13 bottles. Among them were some rare, high-quality gathering chi pills. In addition, there were several yellow-grade martial arts techniques and some refining materials. TSK. Lin Chen sorted everything neatly, his mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. Indeed, killing and setting fires is a golden belt. Cultivation resources still rely on gifts. This wave directly made him a newly promoted outer sect poor guy, instantly rich. After processing the spoils of war, Lin Chen looked up at the dim and dilapidated ruins. According to the elder's previous words, the main goal of this outer sect trial was to find a golden core inheritance. Successfully obtaining the inheritance and submitting it to the sect would allow the disciple to receive a copy of the inheritance examination record. The inheritance of golden core experts. At the very least, it starts from mid-level Xian grade. There's even a good chance there will be a lower or even mid-level Earth grade powerful technique or secret art. The ruins are discovered and controlled by the sect. Disciples enter to search. Finding it and obtaining a copy is already a tremendous opportunity. After all, this kind of inheritance, if placed in the outside world, would be enough to cause countless loose cultivators to fight over it, stirring up a bloody storm. Golden core inheritance. A glimmer of interest flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. No one would ever refuse a powerful inheritance. From Lin Chen's ability to crush outer sect geniuses at the 7th or 8th level of gathering qi, one can see the importance of these things. Now Lin Chen possesses 2 Earth-grade inheritances, the Gung Jin breathing method and the Qing Lian sword art, and has an invincible sword path qualification, Dao grade talent, and Gung Jin spiritual body enhancement. That is why it resulted in that scene of instant kills. If he were to obtain another Earth-grade inheritance, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to his strength enhancement. With this in mind, Lin Chen no longer delayed. He set his sights on a direction, and with a flicker of his figure, he disappeared like a ghost. Alone, with a sword, Lin Chen formed a team by himself, charging towards the central area of the Golden Core secret realm. Within this Golden Core ruin, besides the possible threats from other cultivators, there were also many powerful demon beasts. These demon beasts lived for years in the place where Golden Core experts achieved enlightenment, influenced by the dispersed Golden Core power and spiritual energy. Their strength far exceeded that of the same-tier demon beasts in the outside world, and some even underwent strange mutations. However, these powerful demon beasts, which were nightmarish existences in the eyes of ordinary outer sect disciples, were like clay chickens and ceramic dogs in front of Lin Chen, easily defeated. As he traveled along the way, his sword struck like a dragon, whether it was the bloodthirsty bat swarm at the 4th or 5th level of gathering qi, or the armored demon wolf at the 6th or 7th level of gathering qi, or those mutated demon spiders with bizarre talents. These demon beasts could not withstand a single blow under the edge of his sword, which contained minor sword intent and Gung Jin power. The green lotus blossomed, and the sword energy surged. Wherever he went, demon beasts fell one after another, corpses littering the ground. Lin Chen had not even fully revealed the true power of the Qing Lian sword art. Relying merely on the minor sword intent and the power of the Gung Jin spiritual body was enough to crush everything. This kind of effortless dominance made Lin Chen's understanding of his own strength rise to another level, until Lin Chen ventured deeper into the ruins for about several dozen miles, before encountering a real tough opponent in front of the ruins of a collapsed palace. It was a demon beast of the 9th level of gathering qi, the Mo Yuqilan lion, which was as huge as a small mountain, covered in pitch-black scales, with a single horn on its head, exuding a terrifying aura of ferocity. This Mo Yuqilan lion was clearly the overlord of this area. After discovering Lin Chen, the double-blooded beast eyes fixedly stared at him, emitting a deafening roar filled with brutality and bloodthirst. It was at the 9th level of qi gathering. Moreover, judging by its aura, it was likely stronger than ordinary human cultivators at the pulse condensation realm. Perfect. Seeing this, Lin Chen showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, a strong battle intent flashed across his face. Let's see how strong my true combat power is now. The previous beasts were too weak and couldn't satisfy him at all. And this Mo Yuqilan lion at the 9th level of qi gathering was just barely qualified to be his whetstone. Roar! The Mo Yuqilan lion seemed to sense Lin Chen's provocation, letting out a furious roar as its massive body transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging toward Lin Chen with overwhelming, terrifying power. The smell of blood rushed toward him. The ferocity was overwhelming. Lin Chen did not retreat, but advanced, letting out a long howl as golden true energy erupted explosively from within him. The minor sword intent was released without reservation. The Gung Jin spirit sword buzzed, with blue lotus flowers blooming on its blade. The sword energy was chilling. Good, Lin Chen shouted, holding the long sword, and boldly confronted the fierce Mo-Yuqilan lion. The two engaged in an instant fierce battle. Boom, boom, boom. Sword energy clashed with beast power. Blue lotuses intertwined with black evil. The terrifying energy waves spread out like ripples, collapsing all the surrounding ruins. The entire ruined palace seemed to tremble violently in this intense battle. This earth-shattering commotion spread for hundreds of feet, naturally attracting the attention of other Outer Sect disciples who were exploring the ruins nearby. What is happening? Such powerful energy fluctuations. Is someone fighting a strong beast? Hurry, let us go take a look. Several squads of Outer Sect disciples, attracted by the commotion, carefully sneaked over. When they saw the scene in the center of the battlefield, everyone's eyes widened like copper bells. Their mouths dropped open, big enough to fit a fist. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In the center of the battlefield stood a middle-aged man dressed in Outer Sect disciple clothing, with white hair flowing. Looking to be only around 40 years old, he was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a massive and ferociously powerful 9th-level Qi gathering beast. Sword light crisscrossed. Blue lotuses danced. With every strike, the middle-aged man unleashed an indomitable, terrifying sword intent. Who is this? He is actually able to match the strength of the Mo-Yuqilan lion, which is comparable to the pulse condensation realm single-handedly, and even seems to have the upper hand? What the hell? Who is that? 3rd level of Qi gathering. He only has the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi gathering? A sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed in shock after recognizing Lin Chen's aura. What? A 3rd level Qi gathering cultivator fighting a 9th level Qi gathering beast? And they're evenly matched? What kind of monster is this? Do we have such a genius in the Outer Sect? Wait, that white-haired figure looks somewhat familiar. It's him, it's Lin Chen, the 100-year-old champion of the miscellaneous competition. Finally, someone recognized Lin Chen's identity. In an instant, all the Outer Sect disciples who came to watch were stunned, their minds buzzing as they fell into a daze. Lin Chen, the one who killed Wang Teng at the Qi Gathering Realm with a single sword during the miscellaneous competition and set the record for the slowest promotion to Outer Sect disciple. Didn't he just break through to the Qi Gathering Realm? How could he suddenly clash with a terrifying 9th level Qi Gathering beast? And his cultivation is actually at the 3rd level of Qi Gathering? How the hell did he train? Just as everyone was shocked and their worldviews shattered, the battle in the center of the battlefield was also nearing its end. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he seized a flaw in the Mo-Yuqilan lion, and the long sword in his hand transformed into a dazzling blue rainbow. Blue Lotus Sword Technique Blue Lotus Annihilation. Whoosh! The massive Blue Lotus sword shadow struck down like the Grim Reaper's scythe on the neck of the Mo-Yuqilan lion. Scales shattered. Blood gushed wildly. The giant lion's head soared into the sky, and the enormous headless body of the Mo-Yuqilan lion crashed to the ground. The Mo-Yuqilan lion was slain. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his sword, standing tall, his white hair slightly swaying in the strong wind, his expression calm and indifferent. This scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the watching disciples. Shock. Unparalleled shock. Chapter 26. Golden Core Inheritance Acquired. Earth-grade lower tier, 5 elements body refining technique, Qi Gathering Realm 3rd level. Single-handedly slaying the terrifying 9th level Qi Gathering beast, the Mo-Yuqilan lion. The extraordinary combat power displayed by Lin Chen stunned all the Outer Sect disciples who came to watch. This guy is not some lucky old fool. He is a true monster with hidden strength, unfathomable. For a time, no one dared to underestimate this 100-year-old Outer Sect disciple. Even many clever-minded individuals began to ponder whether they should approach him for friendship. However, Lin Chen did not give them that chance. After slaying the Mo-Yuqilan lion, Lin Chen calmly collected the beast core and some valuable materials. Then his figure flashed again, disappearing deep into the ruins, continuing toward the central area of the site. Seeing this, The outer sect disciples looked at each other, their hearts stirred but helpless. In the following journey, Lin Chen encountered no significant resistance. Perhaps the aura from slaying the Mo Chilean lion intimidated other beasts. Or perhaps there were no particularly strong beings in this area. In any case, he proceeded smoothly and soon reached the core of the Golden Core ruins. Boom! Just as Lin Chen arrived at the core palace, the entire Golden Core ruins suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light pillar shot up into the sky, as if it could pierce through the heavens and the earth. The light pillar shot into the clouds, illuminating the dark ruins space brightly. A vast and majestic pressure, filled with mysterious Tao rhythms, swept out like a tide. The Golden Core inheritance has appeared. The inheritance has emerged. Quick! The inheritance is on the central altar. Charge! The inheritance of the Golden Core greats is mine. In an instant, all the outer sect disciples, still exploring within the Golden Core ruins, regardless of their location, were drawn to this astonishing phenomenon. They surged toward the central altar like sharks smelling blood, their eyes gleaming with greed and madness from all directions. Lin Chen was naturally no exception. His figure flashed, like an arrow released from a bow, rushing toward the location of the light pillar, radiating endless treasure light. Because Lin Chen was closer, he arrived at the source of the light and discovered that the source of the brilliance was the altar, specifically a jade slip on the altar. Clearly, this is the Golden Core inheritance of this secret realm. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes as he dashed toward the jade slip on the altar without hesitation. However, obtaining the inheritance was evidently not that easy. Just as Lin Chen was about to approach the altar, whoosh, 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 5 figures, equally fast as lightning and exuding overwhelming auras, arrived from different directions almost simultaneously. All 5 were at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Moreover, judging by their momentum and foundation, they were clearly top talents among the outer sect disciples participating in this trial. They had also come for this Golden Core inheritance. Get lost. The inheritance is mine. Whoever dares to compete with me will die. The 5 9th level Qi gathering geniuses, refusing to give way, unleashed earth-shattering attacks as soon as they struck. Sword lights and shadows, fist blasts, and palm imprints instantly turned the area around the altar into a chaotic battlefield of rampant energy. They not only had to compete for the inheritance, but also guard against each other's sneak attacks, creating a scene of utter chaos. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He doesn't have time to waste with these people here. Anyone who stands in my way will die. A cold, low growl echoed. Lin Chen's small achievement in sword intent erupted violently. The gung metal spirit sword hummed, followed by a blooming blue lotus. And the sword energy soared into the sky. At that moment, Lin Chen held nothing back. The blue lotus sword technique was unleashed with full force. The blue lotus transformed into rain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sky was filled with blue lotus sword energy, sweeping toward the 5 talented disciples of the 9th layer of Qi gathering, who were in fierce battle without discrimination. What? Not good. The 5 talents felt the sudden, terrifying sword energy filled with deadly threat, and their expressions changed drastically. They no longer cared about competing for the inheritance, shouting angrily and defending with all their might. However, in the face of Lin Chen's full-blown blue lotus sword technique, with the support of small achievement sword intent and gung metal power, their resistance seemed utterly futile. Poof, poof, poof. The sword energy pierced into their bodies. Blood gushed wildly. In just one encounter, 3 of the 5 arrogant disciples of the 9th layer of Qi gathering were heavily injured on the spot, screaming as they flew backward, their lives uncertain. The other 2 were also drenched in blood, their breaths weak, filled with horror and fear, no longer daring to take a step forward. Lin Chen forced back the 5 great talents. His might was unparalleled. After doing all this, Lin Chen's figure flashed and landed on the altar. In the center of the altar, a jade slip exuding colorful light, ancient and profound, quietly floated there. Engraved on the jade slip were 5 ancient characters. 5 elements body, refining technique. Earth grade, lower tier. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with joy as he reached out and grasped the jade slip in his hand. The inheritance was in hand. Just then, dozens of figures rushed over from a distance. They were other outer disciples attracted by the recent inheritance phenomenon. When they saw Lin Chen holding the jade slip on the altar, dressed elegantly like a sword immortal, and the 5 fallen disciples below in a pool of blood, everyone was once again dumbfounded. Lin Chen, however, seemed not to see them. He smiled faintly, and with a gentle shake of his sword, buzz, the sky filled with blue lotuses once again. This time, the blue lotuses did not transform into sharp sword energy, but instead floated down like real lotus flowers, drifting gracefully. The blue lotuses fell like rain, stunningly beautiful. Amidst the myriad falling blue lotus petals, Lin Chen's figure, dressed elegantly, stepped forward and vanished in a flash of sword light from everyone's sight. So handsome, absolutely stunning. Who is that? He actually snatched the inheritance from 5 disciples of the 9th layer of Qi gathering. What exquisite sword technique is this blue lotus? The disciples who followed Lin Chen, witnessing this shocking scene and sensing the terrifying sword intent lingering in the air, couldn't help but exclaim. When these disciples realized that the graceful figure leaving was the outer disciple Lin Chen, who had previously caused a stir in the sect, everyone fell silent again. Shock. It's all shock. Is this really a 100-year-old person? Could it be some young prodigy in disguise? Ridiculous. Qi gathering 3rd layer, overpowering 5 Qi gathering 9th layers, and casually taking away the inheritance. How could there be such a terrifying talent in the outer sect? But no matter what, now that the golden core inheritance has been taken away by Lin Chen, it means the outer sect trial is practically coming to an end. The speed and swiftness left many outer disciples speechless. It was as if this outer sect trial had turned into a solo performance by Lin Chen. Chapter 27. 18 years old. A sudden sensation. You've really had enough, dog system. As the sky full of blue lotuses dissipated, Lin Chen, holding the ancient jade slip recording the 5 elements body refining technique, had disappeared. The golden core inheritance was obtained, and this trial was over. Walking on the path out of the ruins, Lin Chen thought to himself. The requirement of the trial was to find 3 golden essence fruits or obtain the golden core inheritance. He had now directly achieved the ultimate inheritance, which naturally counted as exceeding the task. Next, he just needed to exit this ruin and hand the inheritance jade slip to the leading golden core elder to receive the assessment copy, sect contribution, and retire successfully. With this in mind, Lin Chen no longer lingered, identified the direction, and prepared to return the same way to leave this golden core ruin. However, just as he was about to step out and leave this core palace, the long-awaited system prompt, which always surprised him unexpectedly, suddenly rang in his mind without warning. Ding! New task released. At 18 years old, you have made a sudden sensation, showing strength and wisdom far beyond your peers in this outer sect trial. You have now successfully obtained a solid foundation. It's time to truly make a name for yourself. Please host a strive for first place in the outer sect trial. Task reward: Precious Spirit Pet Treasure-Seeking Mouse. The new task panel clearly appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt. His expression instantly turned extremely strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. What the hell is this sudden sensation at 18? Dog system, are you misunderstanding my 100-year-old age? Since the outer disciple competition began, you've been calling me 18, and now again, with my current appearance. Even if I rejuvenated to 40, it has nothing to do with 18, okay? Are you just talking nonsense with your eyes wide open? And sudden sensation, I'm a 100-year-old middle-aged version, old tree blooming, shocking everyone, okay? This term is used. Lin Chen suppressed the desire to complain and continued to read the task description. Participate in an outer sect trial and strive for first place. Strive for first place? Lin Chen stroked his chin, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. The most important goal of this outer sect trial was the golden core inheritance. Now that the inheritance was already in his hands, in a certain sense, he should already be considered the first place in this trial, right? As long as he handed the inheritance jade slip to the leading Golden Core elder, wouldn't this task be completed? With this thought, the little disappointment in Lin Chen's heart was instantly replaced by anticipation. His gaze fell on the task reward. Precious spirit pet, treasure-seeking mouse. Hiss. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. Treasure-seeking mouse. This thing is quite famous. In the legends of the great wilderness realm, the treasure-seeking mouse is an extremely rare, exceptionally gifted exotic spirit beast. Born with an incredibly keen sense of various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, spiritual mines, and immortal herbs. It is said that an adult treasure-seeking mouse can even sense hidden treasures in void layers or secret realms. Having a treasure-seeking mouse is equivalent to having a mobile treasure detector. For any cultivator, this is a coveted and extraordinary aid. Its preciousness is even rarer than some heavenly grade techniques. Even a prestigious sect like the Xiantian Immortal Sect, with its long heritage and profound foundation, may not possess a purebred treasure-seeking mouse. Lin Chen never expected that the system's task reward would turn out to be such a heaven-defying existence. All right, this task can be praised for your planning. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, Lin Chen quickly quickened his pace towards the exit of the Golden Core ruins. Along the way, he encountered quite a few other outer disciples. Most of these disciples were still struggling to find the golden yuan fruit or fighting against the demonic beasts within the ruins. When they saw Lin Chen leisurely walking as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard, they all showed strange and envious expressions. Lin Chen ignored their gazes and soon arrived at the exit of the Golden Core ruins. The leading Golden Core elder and several inner disciples responsible for recording had long been waiting there. They were counting the number of golden yuan fruits submitted by the disciples. When they saw Lin Chen walking out empty-handed, the Golden Core elder frowned slightly. In his opinion, given Lin Chen's previously displayed strength, finding the golden yuan fruit should not have been a problem. How could he come back empty-handed? And what about his two teammates? Did they encounter some trouble deep within the ruins? Just as he was about to ask, Lin Chen stepped forward and handed over an ancient jade slip containing the 5 elements body refinement technique. Elder, I have fulfilled my mission and found the Golden Core inheritance. What? The Golden Core inheritance? Upon hearing this, not only did the Golden Core elder's eyes widen in shock, but even the few inner disciples responsible for recording, who had been calm until now, suddenly looked up at Lin Chen in disbelief. You mean you found a Golden Core inheritance? The Golden Core elder exclaimed in surprise. He took the jade slip and probed into it with his spiritual sense. Boom! A vast and overwhelming aura of the 5 elements immediately erupted from the jade slip. The 5 ancient characters of the 5 elements body refinement technique and its low-grade earth rank clearly reflected in his sea of consciousness. It really was the Golden Core inheritance. Moreover, it was a low-grade earth rank body refinement method. The value of this. The Golden Core elder felt a surge of excitement as he held the jade slip. He raised his head and looked at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. You actually found it. The nearby inner disciples also wore expressions of disbelief. Although they hadn't personally checked the jade slip, based on the elder's uncharacteristic reaction and the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the slip, it was clear that this was genuine Golden Core inheritance. Moreover, they recognized Lin Chen, this mysterious guy who had made a name for himself in the outer disciple competition, creating the record for the slowest promotion and the fastest rejuvenation. He actually had such fortune. Not only that, just a few days into the secret realm, he had managed to break through to the 3rd level of the Qi gathering stage in such a short time. He even found the Golden Core inheritance that even they, the inner disciples, coveted in the perilous Golden Core ruins. This was a bit outrageous. Although they were filled with disbelief, the facts were right in front of them. Ultimately, the Golden Core elder took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulence in his heart, and said solemnly, Good, very good, Lin Chen, your performance in this trial has been extraordinary. Not only did you successfully obtain the Golden Core inheritance, and make great contributions to the sect. But you have also demonstrated strength and potential far beyond your peers. In this outer disciple trial, the first place belongs to you. As the Golden Core Elder's voice fell, a system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. At the age of 18, you have made an amazing achievement, winning first place in the Outer Disciple Trial. Task reward, Rare Spirit Pet Treasure Mouse 1, has been issued to the system space. It worked. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Meanwhile, the outer disciples who had just exited the ruins and were still feeling pleased with finding a few golden yuan fruits were stunned upon hearing the Golden Core Elder's announcement and learning that Lin Chen had directly obtained the ultimate Golden Core inheritance. Everyone looked at Lin Chen as if struck by a divine thunder, petrified on the spot. The expressions they directed at Lin Chen were all bizarre, as if they were looking at a monster. This guy 100 years old? This old man, having such good luck, is one thing. But how could his strength break through so quickly? Truly abnormal. Chapter 28, Stirring the Sect. Such a genius in the outer sect? The outer disciple trial concluded. Lin Chen claimed first place with a crushing performance and successfully obtained the Golden Core inheritance. And the news spread throughout the Xiantian Immortal Sect as if it had grown wings. In an instant, the entire sect was once again in an uproar. If Lin Chen's performance in the Outer Disciple competition had only allowed him to shine in the Outer Disciple peak and attract some attention, this time, his extraordinary performance in the Golden Core ruins had completely placed him in the core group of the sect's higher-ups, single-handedly slaying a 9th-level Qi-gathering demonic beast, and forcibly seizing the Golden Core inheritance from 5 9th-level Qi-gathering geniuses with his 3rd-level Qi-gathering cultivation. Such a brilliant achievement was enough to make anyone take notice. Even some inner elders and senior sect members developed a keen interest in this 100-year-old outer disciple, Lin Chen. Have you heard? A fierce person has emerged from the outer sect. His name is Lin Chen. Apparently, he only advanced at the age of 100. A 100-year-old outer disciple? Isn't that trash? What's it to talk about? Hey, you don't know. This Lin Chen is not your average 100-year-old outer disciple. He single-handedly took down 5 9th-level Qi-gathering geniuses in this Golden Core ruins trial and snatched the Golden Core inheritance. What? Is that true? An old man 100 years, so fierce. Absolutely true. The entire outer sect is going wild. They say he's a monster in old man's skin. Discussions like this echoed in every corner of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Lin Chen's name and his outrageous deeds became the talk of the disciples during their breaks. Moreover, some keen observers noticed that during this outer disciple trial, the 2 veteran outer disciples, Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, who had been arranged to team up with Lin Chen by the Golden Core Elder, as well as another team composed of 3 7th and 8th level Qi gathering geniuses, mysteriously disappeared within the Golden Core ruins. No sign of life or death. This discovery sent a chill down many people's spines, coupled with Lin Chen's terrifying strength in the ruins, where he pushed through everything and even seized the inheritance from 5 9th-level Qi gathering geniuses. A chilling speculation emerged in everyone's minds. Those 5 missing geniuses likely had a conflict with Lin Chen and were then conveniently dealt with by him. Thinking of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This Lin Chen not only had monstrous strength, but was also so ruthless and decisive. However, the Xiantian Immortal Sect higher-ups would not inquire too deeply or intervene in such cases of disciple disappearance or death during trials. After all, the path of cultivation is filled with cruel competition and unknown dangers. The trial grounds are even more fraught with peril. If one is outmatched or too careless and dies inside, they can only blame their lack of skills or bad luck. The reason why major sects are major sects is that they never deliberately cultivate flowers in a greenhouse. Only those who have experienced blood and fire, emerging from fierce competition, can become true powerhouses. Thus, the matter of the 5 missing disciples only caused a small ripple and was quickly suppressed by the sect. On Saintus Peak, Lu Rian learned immediately about Lin Chen's extraordinary performance in the Golden Core ruins. When she heard that Lin Chen not only successfully obtained the Golden Core inheritance, but also killed a 9th-level Qi-gathering demonic beast with his 3rd-level Qi-gathering cultivation, and even snatched food from the mouths of 5 9th-level Qi-gathering geniuses, the usually aloof and serene saintess was so excited that she nearly jumped from her seat. She knew that her brother Lin Chen was not an ordinary person. Once given the chance, he could soar to great heights and shine with a brilliance that would capture the attention of the entire world. That's great. That's wonderful. Lu Ruyan paced back and forth in the Saintess Hall, her stunningly beautiful face filled with uncontrollable joy and pride. It was as if the glorious achievements were not Lin Chen's, but her own. She couldn't wait to run in front of Lin Chen right now and reward him properly. She also wanted to give him some even more precious cultivation resources. However, considering the impact and Lin Chen's somewhat awkward personality, Lu Ruyan forced herself to suppress her impulse. Finding him now would be too conspicuous. I'll wait until evening. Tonight, I'll secretly go find Lin Chen and give him a surprise. A sly glint flashed in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes as she began to plan how to reward her remarkable Lin Chen. Meanwhile, in the core disciple area, in the Holy Sun Hall, Fang Xian listened to his subordinate's report on the results of the Outer Gate trial, his expression dark enough to drip water. What did you say? Not only did those 5 useless Zhao Kuan fail their mission, but that old man named Lin Chen is still alive and well. Moreover, he even claimed first place in this trial and obtained the Golden Core inheritance. Fang Xian's tone was icy as he slammed his palm down, shattering the jade table in front of him. A bunch of useless fools. 5 of them at the 7th or 8th level of Qi gathering couldn't even deal with an old man who had just broken through to the Qi gathering realm. Fang Xian could hardly believe his ears. In his view, this was supposed to be an absolutely foolproof kill. How could it have turned out like this? Reporting to the Holy Sun, the Inner Gate disciple responsible for the report trembled in fear and quickly knelt down. The news that has come back says that Lin Chen's strength is unfathomable, and he seems to be hiding his cultivation. Furthermore, Zhao Kuan and the others should have. Fang Xian coldly interrupted him. He naturally knew that Zhao Kuan and the others were in grave danger. Fang Xian no longer wanted to discuss this matter. If this got out, he, Fang Xian, wouldn't be able to show his face again. A dignified holy son of the Immortal Sect, unable to deal with an Outer Gate disciple. If word got out, it would be a laughingstock. At the same time, Fang Xian was also unwilling to see Lu Ruyan's gaze being attracted by that old man Lin Chen. Consider yourself lucky. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. This time, I'll let you escape by the skin of your teeth. Next time, you won't be so lucky. He didn't believe that a useless old man who only just entered the Outer Gate at over 100 years old could turn the tables. On the other side, after submitting the Golden Core inheritance and receiving a copy from the Golden Core Elder, Lin Chen left the affairs hall directly. He didn't return to the small courtyard assigned to him in the Outer Gate. Instead, with a thought, he communicated with the system space. The next moment, a small, snow-white mouse, about the size of a palm with round, twinkling eyes, appeared in his palm. It was the treasure-hunting mouse awarded for this mission. Not bad, quite cute. Lin Chen gently stroked the mouse's fluffy little head and smiled slightly. Although this treasure-hunting mouse looked harmless, its treasure-finding ability was top-notch. With it, finding heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be much more convenient in the future. However, as Lin Chen looked at the curious treasure-hunting mouse in his palm, a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. He himself had the system, so he wasn't in urgent need of acquiring heavenly materials and earthly treasures. While the treasure-hunting mouse was precious, it seemed more like a luxury rather than a necessity for him. On the contrary, Lu Ruyan, that girl, although she was a saintess of noble status and lacked resources, might find it difficult to obtain truly good things. She had helped him so much before, giving him many precious pills and techniques. He had to find a chance to repay her. The things he had given her before were somewhat lacking. This treasure-hunting mouse, in terms of value, was absolutely on par with heavenly inheritance and divine abilities, or perhaps even surpassed them. It would be a fitting gift. Thinking of this, Lin Chen made a decision in his heart. As a big man, how could he keep living off others? He had to show some sincerity. Lin Chen returned the treasure-hunting mouse to the system pet space and then turned towards Saintus Peak. This time, he wasn't going to complete a system task. Instead, he was actively going to give Lu Ruyan a big gift. Chapter 29. Gift of the Treasure-Hunting Mouse. The Saintus's stunning beauty captivates on Saintus Peak. In a quiet, small courtyard, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned as she looked at Lin Chen, who had just taken out a lively, incredibly cute, snow-white mouse that exuded a strange spirit. Her red lips slightly parted, and her face was filled with surprise. Lin Chen, this is the treasure-hunting mouse? Lu Ruyan's voice was somewhat incredulous as she pointed at the little white mouse in Lin Chen's palm, which was curiously looking around and occasionally squeaking. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with affection. As the saintess of the Xuantiang Immortal Sect, her knowledge was vast. She immediately recognized that this seemingly ordinary, yet actually containing strange spiritual essence little creature was indeed the legendary treasure-hunting mouse capable of seeking out heavenly materials and earthly treasures, assisting in cultivation. Such a spirit pet was rarer than some heavenly-grade magic treasures. To her knowledge, there was only one in the entire Xuantiang Immortal Sect, which was obtained by the founding ancestor of the sect years ago, and it had long since gone missing. And now, Lin Chen had actually taken out a living treasure-hunting mouse. You want to give it to her? Lin Chen, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Lu Ruyan quickly came back to her senses and waved her hand to refuse, her tone firm. She knew what the treasure-hunting mouse meant to a cultivator. It was almost equivalent to a moving treasury. Lin Chen had just been promoted to the outer gate, and he needed a large amount of cultivation resources. So this treasure-hunting mouse was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for him. How could she accept such a precious gift? Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's shocked yet resolute expression, already anticipating her reaction. He smiled gently and presented the treasure-hunting mouse forward, his tone carrying an undeniable warmth. Ruyan, please accept it. Lin Chen no longer referred to her as Saintess, but directly used the affectionate nickname he had used during their time on the miscellaneous peak. Sure enough, upon hearing these two words, Lu Ruyan's body trembled slightly, and a charming blush involuntarily rose on her cheeks, her rejection softening a bit. Lin Chen continued, although this little thing is precious, it doesn't mean that much to me. You know that I've always been quite lucky. He smiled knowingly. Heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and cultivation resources are not something I lack at the moment. With the system, as long as he completed tasks, he could easily obtain various rewards. So he didn't really need the treasure-hunting mouse to seek them out slowly. On the contrary, Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, his expression becoming serious. As the saintess, you are usually busy with affairs and can't neglect your cultivation. If you have this treasure-hunting mouse to assist you, it will surely save you a lot of trouble and allow you to gain more opportunities. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of jest, yet also seriousness. You helped me so much before and gave me so many good things. I have to give you something decent in return, right? To be honest, the only thing I can offer now that is somewhat presentable is this little guy. If you don't accept it, then I really want to be able to accept your help again with a clear conscience in the future. Lin Chen's words were half true, half false, but they made sense. Lu Ruyan, being exceptionally intelligent, naturally picked up on the underlying message in Lin Chen's words. She looked at Lin Chen's sincere, yet somewhat unrefusable gaze, and then at the adorable treasure-hunting mouse in his palm, which was curiously looking at her with its big, shiny eyes. The feeling of gratitude in her heart surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Lin Chen's brother is always like this, clearly in a difficult situation in her eyes, yet he always thinks of others first. It was like this 100 years ago, and it is still like this 100 years later. How can she not be infatuated by this character and this friendship? How can she not be moved? She knows that Lin Chen's words are sincere. If she doesn't accept this gift with his personality, he might really distance himself from her in the future and no longer accept her help. That wouldn't do. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a glistening light, and a smile that could outshine 100 flowers blossomed on her face. All right, I accept the gift from Lin Chen. She extended her delicate hand and carefully took the snow-white treasure mouse from Lin Chen's palm. The little fellow seemed to sense the friendly aura from Lu Ruyan. Not only was it not shy, but it affectionately nudged its little head against her jade fingers, causing Lu Ruyan to chuckle lightly. Gently holding the treasure mouse in her arms, Lu Ruyan raised her head and looked at Lin Chen again. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain countless stars, shining brilliantly. They were filled with emotion, joy, and an undeniable, almost overflowing, deep affection and admiration. Lin Chen not only returned, he has also become so strong, so dazzling. More importantly, he still has her in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt her heart completely filled. Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy under Lu Ruyan's passionate and somewhat special gaze. He always felt that this girl's eyes towards him were increasingly strange. The scene shifted. Xiantian Immortal Sect, Elder Hall. This place is one of the core power institutions of the sect, gathering many elders from the outer sect, inner sect, and even the core. Usually, the atmosphere here is solemn, discussing major matters related to the sect's development and disciple training. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the Elder Hall seemed somewhat subtle. Dozens of elders with unfathomable auras were gathered together, discussing fervently. The focus of their discussion was none other than Lin Chen, who had just shone brightly in the outer sect trial, causing a stir throughout the sect. Everyone, what do you think of that new outer sect disciple named Lin Chen? A core elder dressed in purple robes and with a stern appearance was the first to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall was filled with a chorus of discussions. Just an old fool who only advanced to the outer sect at 100 years old. Even if he got lucky and achieved some results in the trial, what does it matter? His potential has long been exhausted, destined to be nothing great. An irritable outer sect elder said disdainfully. He considered Lin Chen's slow promotion record to be a disgrace to the sect. That is not entirely fair. Another seemingly more composed inner sect elder stroked his beard and retorted. Although this child is indeed older, his performance in the trial is something you all have witnessed. With the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi Gathering, he killed a 9th level Qi Gathering monster and seized the Golden Pill inheritance from 5 9th level geniuses. Such combat power cannot simply be attributed to luck. Indeed, another elder echoed. I've heard that this child once killed a Qi Gathering opponent with a single sword strike during a miscellaneous disciple competition. Now it seems his strength is far beyond what we imagined. In my view, although this child revealed himself at 100 years old, his performance is by no means inferior to those top geniuses. He may even surpass them. This is definitely not simple. Could it be that he was hiding his strength all along? Or has he recently awakened some extraordinary talent? That possibility cannot be ruled out. The elders discussed among themselves, each expressing their opinions. Although Lin Chen's age is indeed a hard truth, the astonishing combat power and potential he displayed in the trial made it hard for them to ignore. In fact, several elders who usually like to scout for talents had a flicker of interest in their eyes, subtly considering the idea of taking him as a disciple. After all, the world of cultivation is vast and full of wonders. Some geniuses shine brightly from birth, but there are also those who accumulate slowly and achieve greatness later. Perhaps this Lin Chen is one of the latter? Of course, taking a disciple who is about the same age as oneself, or even older, feels a bit strange to think about. Ahem, the core elder cleared his throat, interrupting the discussions, and said solemnly, "This child's situation is indeed somewhat special. It is still too early to draw conclusions about his talent and potential. However, since he can achieve such performance, the sect naturally cannot neglect talent. In my opinion, it would be better to observe him further." He scanned everyone and slowly continued. Soon, it will be the outer sect competition held every 3 years. All elite disciples from the outer sect will participate, including many who are in the late stages or even peak Qi Gathering. If this Lin Chen truly has the ability, then let him prove himself again in that outer sect competition. If he can stand out among those true geniuses, then the sect can consider whether to focus on cultivating him, or even have us personally take him as a disciple. That wouldn't be impossible. The core elders' words received agreement from most of the elders present. The outer sect competition, that is the real place to test the quality of outer sect disciples. Whether this Lin Chen is a mule or a horse, It will be clear when he is brought out for a walk. Thus, the elders ultimately reached a consensus to refrain from intervening and to wait and see. Everything would be decided after the Outer Sect competition. Chapter 30. Kind-heartedly saving the fox girl? Isn't it you who asked me to heal the leg injury of the transformation god? Lin Chen was temporarily unaware of the discussions in the Elder Hall and the upcoming Outer Sect competition. After returning from Saint's Peak, he immersed himself back into intense cultivation. Every day, aside from comprehending the Qinglian sword technique and honing his sword intent, he practiced the 5 elements body refining technique to temper his physical body, while also cultivating the Great Sun metal breathing technique to steadily improve his true energy cultivation. With his Taoist-grade talent, metal spirit body, and unparalleled swordsmanship, along with the assistance of earth-grade techniques and pills, Lin Chen's cultivation speed was astonishing, advancing at an incredible pace. After a few days of peaceful cultivation time passed, Lin Chen felt that the golden true energy within his body was becoming more refined and powerful, getting closer to the threshold of the 4th level of qi gathering. He even had a vague feeling that it wouldn't be long before he would experience another breakthrough in his cultivation. This rapid growth in strength, without any sense of bottleneck, felt incredibly exhilarating. At this rate, what golden pill or Yuan infant seemed no longer out of reach. The path to longevity lay beneath his feet, becoming clearer at an incredible speed. However, just as Lin Chen was immersed in the joy of steadily increasing strength, that system, which had been absent for several days and always liked to jump out and cause trouble at the best moments, suddenly rang in his mind with its cold and familiar notification sound. Ding! A new task has been released. You have just shown your brilliance in the Outer Sect. While accepting an Outer Sect task, you coincidentally encounter a seriously injured white fox, Tu Shan Susu. Please help her heal her leg injury. Task reward: Xin Medical Classic, great accomplishment. The new task clearly appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. The smile on Lin Chen's face instantly froze. He stared at the task description, his entire demeanor becoming serious. After all, the dog system, well, we all understand. But Tu Shan Susu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Suddenly, some distant and vague memories flashed through his mind like lightning. It was probably about 70 or 80 years ago. At that time, he was just an unknown servant at the Zai Peak, struggling for a few low-grade spirit stones. Once, while chopping wood on the back mountain, he encountered a small fox that was completely snow-white, severely injured and on the brink of death. However, he wasn't out on any Outer Sect missions at that time. It was just an ordinary herb-collecting task. The little fox had blood streaming from its leg, seemingly injured by a trap, and it looked at him with fear, its lively eyes filled with terror and pleading. He was kind-hearted back then, so he took it home, treated its wounds simply, and even fed it half a piece of dry food. Later, after the little fox recovered, it disappeared without a word. Only during one of his trips back from chopping wood did he find a pure white fox fur, glowing faintly, on his pillow. At that time, he thought it was the white fox returning to repay his kindness, leaving behind a strand of its fur as a memento. So Lin Chen didn't think much of it, and casually kept the fur, tucking it into a worn-out cultivation manual. Later, when he lost hope in his cultivation and became disheartened, that manual along with the fox fur ended up forgotten in some corner. Thinking of this, Lin Chen was taken aback, and then took out a nearly torn-up book titled Detailed Explanation of Body Refinement Techniques. Flipping through the yellowed pages, soon enough, a flawless white fox fur, still emitting a faint glow even after decades, and filled with strange spiritual energy, quietly lay between the pages. It was real, not a fantasy. Lin Chen picked up the fox fur, feeling the faint yet incredibly pure, demonic energy lingering on it, and recalled the name Tu Shan Susu. He was sure he had heard this name somewhere. Suddenly, Lin Chen froze, and then his scalp tingled, because he remembered who this Tu Shan Susu was. Tu Shan Susu, Qingqiu Fox Mountain, bloodline of a 9-tailed celestial fox. Cultivation level, transformation god. Damn! Lin Chen felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He finally remembered why the name Tu Shan Susu sounded so familiar. That damn fox was no ordinary little fox at all. It was the renowned and infamous demon king of the demon race in the great wilderness, the master of Qing Xiu, Fox Mountain, a nine-tailed celestial fox with an ancient heavenly demon bloodline. Its power was in the transformation god realm. Transformation god. What does that even mean? In the cultivation system of the great wilderness, body refinement, qi gathering, vessel condensation, gold core, yuan ing, transformation, refining void, harmonizing Tao, great ascension, transformation realm. That was a terrifying existence that surpassed the yuan ing true monarch. Just stomping a foot could shake the region. Even the sect master of the Xian Tian Immortal Sect, Li Daoxian, and those hidden elders were not even at that level. And the little white fox he casually saved back then and fed half a piece of dry food turned out to be this legendary nine-tailed celestial fox, the unparalleled demon king of the transformation god realm. Tu Shan Su Su. This is too surreal, right? Lin Chen held the fox fur, feeling that his worldview was completely shattered. Back then, he had such intimate contact with a future transformation god. However, Lin Chen suddenly twitched his mouth, looking at the system panel in the void, and said painfully, "Dog system, are you kidding me? You wanted to treat Tu Shan Su Su, a transformation god-level unparalleled demon king, for a leg injury? She could crush me, a mere chi gathering realm third layer, with just a toe, okay? And a leg injury? A being of her level could instantly recover even if her leg was broken, right? Does she need me to treat her? Lin Chen felt that the tasks issued by this system were becoming increasingly absurd. Previously, it had him guide the Yuaning Saintess Lu Ru Yin in the Xian Shui sword technique, which was already enough to refresh his worldview. Now, it actually directly asked him to treat the leg injury of a nine-tailed celestial fox demon king at the transformation god level. Is this going to heaven? Moreover, the task description specifically emphasized that she was severely injured due to being hunted by hunters. What kind of hunter could injure a transformation god? Didn't a mortal descend? Lin Chen felt that his intelligence was once again ruthlessly suppressed and mocked by the dog system. This task was simply impossible to complete, right? Chapter 31. Qing Xiu Fox Mountain. However, while complaining, he was also angry. Lin Chen knew in his heart that although the system's tasks were a scam, the rewards were indeed enticing. Xian E-Classic Great Achievement. Just hearing the name, he knew this thing was definitely not simple. Xian should refer to the grade. Xian Grade Medical Classic and Medical Classics are incredibly precious in the great wilderness, able to make one a special pharmacist, equal to an alchemist. The system offered this reward as a direct achievement, and if he completed this task, not to mention bringing the dead back to life, at least he could have more assurance when he or those around him got injured in the future. More importantly, it wouldn't T-block tasks. Once this dog system blocked a task, wouldn't his ability to get cultivation resources through the system be ruined? He didn't want to experience that despair again, waiting for death as his lifespan approached. It's just treating a leg injury for a transformation god, right? Lin Chen consoled himself. Just a small matter, a small matter. Besides, didn't he still have the fox fur that Tu Shan Su Su gave him back then? Lin Chen looked at the snowy white fur in his hand that still emitted a faint glow. Back when she was just a little fox. He saved her once and even treated her leg. Now, with this token in hand, asking for this small favor shouldn't be too much, right? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more he felt that with this fox fur, there might not be a total lack of operational space. For the Xian E Classic, to avoid task blockage, and for his own path to longevity. Lin Chen, accepted this task. After making up his mind, Lin Chen began to prepare to complete this task. First, he had to leave the sect legitimately and head to the legendary Qing Xiu Fox Mountain. Qing Xiu Fox Mountain is located deep within the 10,000 great mountains of the demon race. There, demon beasts run rampant, and dangers abound. Even cultivators at the vessel condensation or gold core realms wouldn't dare to easily venture in. Coincidentally, this month's outer sect tasks were not completed. He could take a task to complete it together, according to the rules of the Xian Tian Immortal Sect. Outer Sect disciples must complete at least one task released by the sect each month to earn contribution points or directly obtain rewards like elixirs or spirit stones. This was both a trial for the disciples and a way for them to contribute to the sect. Lin Chen went to the affairs hall and carefully searched the Outer Sect task board. Soon a task caught his eye. Task name: pick 7-star grass. Task location: outer area of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Falling Sunset Valley. Task description: the sect's alchemy room urgently needs a batch of sufficiently aged 7-star grass as a medicinal guide. Please go to the designated location to pick at least 50 stalks. Task reward: 100 contribution points, 20 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 Great Mountains. Falling Sunset Valley. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This is good. Although Falling Sunset Valley is only the outermost area of the 10,000 Great Mountains, at least it's in the right direction. As long as he enters the territory of the 10,000 Great Mountains, he can try to get close to Qing Xiu Fox Mountain. Perfect. Lin Chen immediately accepted this task, registered it in the affairs hall, and then simply packed his belongings, leaving the Xian Tian Immortal Sect and setting off towards the distant 10,000 Great Mountains, traveling day and night, eating and sleeping outdoors. Relying on his cultivation at the third layer of the Qi gathering realm and the perfected swift wind steps, Lin Chen's travel speed was not slow. After several days, Lin Chen finally arrived at the vast and wild outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Following the mission guidelines, he quickly found the Luoxia Valley. The valley was filled with miasma and poisonous insects, which indeed made it a treacherous place. However, for Lin Chen, who possessed a Gongjin spirit body, it wasn't a significant problem. Carefully navigating through the valley, Lin Chen searched for the traces of the Qixing grass. This grass preferred to grow in dark, damp places, often accompanied by venomous snakes and insects. Relying on his skills and courage, Lin Chen successfully harvested quite a few, and once he completed his task, he could head to the Qingxiu Fox Mountain. Just as he had collected about 30 Qixing grasses and was preparing to take a short break before delving deeper, suddenly, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Following that, the space not far ahead rippled like water. A vague crack, filled with fluctuations of spatial laws, quietly appeared. Is this a secret realm entrance? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could sense that the crack emitted a breath completely different from the outside world, seemingly filled with rich spiritual energy and a faint trace of demonic aura. The 10,000 Great Mountains hid countless ancient ruins and undiscovered secret realms. Encountering one wasn't particularly shocking. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen decided to investigate. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains inside. Secret realms represent opportunities. Lin Chen cautiously approached the spatial crack, extending his consciousness to confirm there were no obvious dangers before his figure flashed, and he directly dove in. Buzz! A whirlwind of chaos ensued. When Lin Chen regained his vision, he found himself in an extraordinary valley filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, where the spiritual energy was so rich it almost became tangible. In this valley, ancient trees towered, and exotic flowers and grasses were everywhere, completely unlike the outside world filled with miasma and danger. Instead, it felt like a paradise. Such rich spiritual energy. This was definitely an undeveloped cave of fortune. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. However, just as he was about to carefully explore this secret realm, a fierce sound of fighting and a woman's panicked cries suddenly came from a nearby dense forest. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately concealed his presence, quietly moving towards the direction of the sounds. Soon, he arrived at a clearing in the woods and saw a scene that made him frown. 3 fox girls, dressed in emerald green skirts, with charming appearances and furry tails trailing behind them, were being surrounded by a dozen fierce-looking demonic beasts of various shapes. The 3 fox girls had cultivation levels around the 6th or 7th level of Qi gathering and were currently struggling to fend off the frenzied attacks of the surrounding demonic beasts. Their beautiful faces filled with anxiety and fear. The types of demonic beasts attacking them were diverse. There were wild boar demons with exposed tusks and a foul odor, ferocious wolf demons with piercing eyes and glistening claws, and powerful bull demons with curved horns. Most of these demonic beasts were also at the 6th or 7th level of Qi gathering, with a few even reaching the 8th level. And they had an absolute numerical advantage. At this moment, they were gradually closing in, and the gazes directed at the 3 fox girls were filled with unabashed lust and greed. Hey, 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 little foxes, stop resisting uselessly. A particularly large wild boar demon laughed with a deep voice, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. Just obediently surrender. Once we've defeated you, we will definitely savor the taste of your tender flesh. That's right. I've heard that the foxes from Qingqiu Mountain are all captivating beauties. Today we finally get to indulge. The nearby wolf demons licked their lips, letting out nauseating lewd laughs. Sisters, as long as you serve us well, maybe we can spare your lives. The bull demon was even more direct, with crude and vulgar words. Ha! You shameless beasts. Don't even think about succeeding. One of the older-looking fox girls, who also had the highest cultivation, blushed angrily and shouted, "We are from Qingqiu Fox Mountain. If you dare to harm us even a hair, our demon king will definitely not let you go." Tushan Su Su, the demon king. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of wariness clearly passed over the faces of the demonic beasts. But soon, that caution was replaced by even stronger greed. Although Tushan Su Su is powerful, this is the secret realm deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Could she possibly find this place? The wild boar demon sneered. Once we finish enjoying ourselves, we'll skin you and destroy your corpses. Who would know it was us? Attack, brothers. Let's not waste time talking to them. Let us take them down first. With a command given, the dozen demonic beasts launched another fierce attack. The 3 fox girls were instantly in a perilous situation. Just at that critical moment, hidden in the shadows, Lin Chen's heart stirred upon hearing the words Tushan Su Su. Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the Tushan lineage? Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Swish! A brilliant blue sword light, like a bolt of divine thunder, suddenly shot out from the dense forest. Fast, accurate, fierce. It directly pierced into the center of the battlefield, forcing back the dozen demonic beasts that were about to strike hard. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone and every beast present. As the dust settled, a middle-aged man in a moon-white robe, with flowing white hair and holding a long sword, appeared in front of the 3 fox girls. It was Lin Chen. These 3 fox girls I will protect. Lin Chen calmly surveyed the dozen demonic beasts that showed astonishment and ferocity, speaking in a detached tone. Those who do not wish to die can leave now. Upon hearing this, the dozen boar demons, wolf demons, and bull demons were first taken aback. Then, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world, they erupted into a deafening roar of laughter. Ha ha ha! Did I hear that right? A human, a trash at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. How dare you come to our demon territory to act wild? You won't be a hero saving the beauties? Kid, are you tired of living? Do you even know how to write the word death? Chapter 32, Rescuing the 2 Fox Girls. Handsome uncle, you are so strong. Faced with the unabashed mockery and blatant killing intent of the dozen demonic beasts, Lin Chen's face showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. He didn't even bother to raise an eyelid. It was as if they were just a bunch of noisy ants in his eyes. It seems you are not planning to leave? Lin Chen raised his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over the group of demonic beasts as he spoke in a flat tone. Since that is the case, then let us all stay. Arrogant, seeking death. The dozen demonic beasts, seeing that Lin Chen was not afraid and even dared to speak arrogantly, instantly became furious. In their view, a mere human at the 3rd level of Qi gathering daring to act so arrogantly in front of them was simply ridiculous. Brothers, let us kill this ignorant human first. That's right. Skin him alive. Tear his tendons. Let him know the consequences of offending our demon race. Before the words fell, 2 of the most ferocious wolf demons, 2 thick-skinned wild boar demons, and a powerful bull demon, a total of 5 powerful demonic beasts at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi gathering, roared and charged at Lin Chen from 5 directions simultaneously. Claws, tusks, curved horns. With the stench of blood and the violent power of demons, they pounced towards Lin Chen as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, the remaining demonic beasts grinned maliciously, standing on the periphery, ready to watch the show. In their eyes, this human kid was undoubtedly doomed, and there was no need for all of them to act. The three fox girls protected by Lin Chen changed their expressions upon seeing this scene. Although they were grateful for Lin Chen's bravery, this act was hopeless. This human cultivator, who looked like he was only at the third level of Qi gathering, was definitely facing a dead end. Be careful. Human, you should leave quickly. We'll hold them off. The three fox girls shouted anxiously. Although they were in a perilous situation, the Qingxiu Fox Mountain lineage, under the teachings of Tu Shan Su Su, had always been kind to others and grateful. And they couldn't bear to see this kind-hearted human cultivator suffer misfortune because of them. However, just as their voices fell and before they could act, Lin Chen drew his sword. There was no earth-shattering momentum. It remained as calm as ever. Lin Chen casually lifted the Gung Jin spirit sword in his hand. In an instant, buzz, a clear and loud sword cry, seemingly piercing the sky, suddenly rang out. The sword intent of the small achievement realm erupted without reservation. The power of the Gung Jin spirit body surged madly into the sword. The Earth Tier upper-level sword technique, Qinglian sword technique. Whoosh! A streak of blue sword light, so fast it was almost impossible to capture, flashed like lightning splitting the night. There were no countless blue lotuses, no brilliant phenomena, just a blue sword mark that was condensed to the extreme, returning to simplicity. As the sword mark passed, time seemed to freeze for a moment. The five powerful demon beasts, who were baring their fangs and claws, fiercely pouncing forward, suddenly froze in mid-air. Their grim smiles were still frozen on their faces. In the next moment, Poochie, 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 Poochie. 5 crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously, the sound of sharp blades entering flesh. Immediately after, in the astonished gazes of everyone, those 5 powerful demon beasts, their bodies were neatly split in half by an invisible and sharp sword aura. Their bodies divided in 2. Blood, internal organs, fragments of bones, rained down like a storm. The stench of blood instantly filled the entire forest clearing. Instant kill, and with just one sword, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Whether it was the 3 fox girls or the surrounding demon beasts who were originally ready to watch the show, at this moment, they all stood frozen as if under a paralysis spell. Their heads buzzed, their eyes filled with endless fear and disbelief. Is this really a human? After a few breaths, roar. The surrounding demon beasts finally reacted from their extreme shock. They let out terrified and furious roars. Kill him. Attack together. Avenge our brothers. He must have used some secret technique. It can't last. Although they felt fear in their hearts, stimulated by the tragic death of their companions. The remaining 7 or 8 demon beasts charged towards Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes, unaware of their impending doom. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The Gung Jin spirit sword in his hand let out a joyful hum once again. This time, it was no longer just a streak of sword light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless blue lotuses blossomed in the air like a sudden rain. Each blue lotus exuded deadly sharpness and vibrant life. Beautiful yet deadly. Qinglian sword rain, explode. Lin Chen softly uttered a few cold words. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. The countless drifting blue lotuses exploded suddenly like ignited barrels of explosives. An endless storm of blue sword energy instantly engulfed the 7 or 8 charging demon beasts. Screams, wails, the sound of bones shattering, flesh and blood flying. In just a few breaths of time, when a storm of sword energy dissipated, the ground was left in a state of disarray with severed limbs and broken arms, along with a thick, inescapable smell of blood. Those 7 or 8 arrogant demon beasts had all turned into cold corpses. Not even a complete body could be found. A few demon beasts that reacted quickly, seeing the situation was bad, tried to turn and flee, but were also precisely pierced through the heart from behind by a few blue sword energies casually released by Lin Chen. Root out the weeds. Not a single one left. When the last demon beast fell, filled with unwillingness and fear, the entire forest clearing returned to silence once again. Only Lin Chen, still holding the long sword, with his white hair floating, stood quietly there, as if the bloody massacre just now had nothing to do with him. The three fox girls were already dumbfounded at this moment. They looked at Lin Chen's back, their eyes filled with disbelief and admiration, especially the youngest-looking, least powerful fox girl, who was only at the 6th level of Qi gathering. She looked at Lin Chen's tall figure, his flowing white hair, his deep eyes, and the unmatched demeanor of slaying demons with a single gesture. Her heart fluttered like a deer, pounding wildly. She stared at Lin Chen, her mouth slightly open, her pretty face flushed with 2 adorable blushes, and she unconsciously murmured, "Wow, this handsome uncle is so strong." Chapter 33. Tushan Su Su's Loss of Composure. The Fox Mountain demons were stunned. The bloody smell in the forest had not yet dissipated. The three fox girls looked at the white-haired, middle-aged man who easily slaughtered over a dozen fierce demon beasts like a god or devil, and in their beautiful eyes, besides the relief of surviving a disaster, there was more difficult to express admiration and a hint of unusual feelings. Especially the inexperienced fox girl who praised Lin Chen as a handsome uncle. Her face was now flushed, and her pair of watery big eyes seemed to turn into hearts. Glued to Lin Chen and unable to move away. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." It was still the fox girl who seemed the most stable and had the highest cultivation level who reacted first. She gracefully bent to thank Lin Chen, her demeanor elegant and her tone full of gratitude. "I am Tushan Qingqing, and these two are my younger sisters, Tushan Meier and Tushan Ling. We are disciples of the Tushan lineage from Qingxiu Fox Mountain. If it weren't for your righteous intervention today, my sisters and I would have likely fallen victim to those beasts." As Hu Qingqing spoke, her voice trembled with fear, clearly recalling the perilous scene just now. Hu Meier and Hu Linger behind her hurriedly followed with their curtsies, their voices charming and melodious. "Thank you, benefactor. Your great kindness we have no way to repay." Lin Chen looked at the three charming fox girls, each with their own charm, and felt a slight ripple in his heart. There was no way. With fluffy beast ears, agile, swaying fox tails, and their undeniably beautiful appearances, coupled with the admiration and gratitude in their eyes at this moment. Who could withstand this? Not to mention Lin Chen, who was over 120 years old, but actually had a blank emotional history. Cough, cough, an old virgin. A heart that had been dormant for 100 years felt a bit uncharacteristically itchy at this moment. Cough, cough. Lin Chen lightly coughed, forcibly suppressing that fleeting thought in his heart, and he slightly waved his hand. "There's no need for such courtesy from the three of you. It was just a small effort on my part. I have a great fondness for Qingxiu Fox Mountain." Hearing Lin Chen say this, the gratitude on the faces of the three fox girls deepened. Hu Qingqing curiously asked, "May I ask the benefactor's name? How did you come to be here?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I have no grand name. I am Lin Chen, a disciple of the Shantian Immortal Sect's outer sect. I came here to gather herbs for a sect mission and accidentally wandered into this place." He briefly introduced his background and then shifted the conversation to the true purpose of his visit. "Actually, I saved you not only because I saw injustice, but also because I wanted to visit your Tushan Su Su, the Demon King of Qingxiu Fox Mountain." The three fox girls were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. "Visiting Lady Susu?" Hu Qingqing carefully scrutinized Lin Chen a few times. Although Lin Chen had just displayed terrifying strength by easily defeating more than a dozen beast monsters of the same rank, the cultivation aura he emitted was only at the 3rd level of the Qi gathering realm. A human cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi gathering actually claimed he wanted to visit their Qingxiu Fox Mountain's king, the legendary divine transformation level goddess Susu. Was this benefactor being a bit too fanciful? Although the benefactor was talented and had extraordinary combat power, there was a huge gap between the divine transformation realm and the Qi gathering realm, separated by 3 major realms: pulse condensation, golden core, and nascent soul. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Hu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, but still cautiously asked, May I ask why the benefactor wishes to visit our Su goddess? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen took out a snow-white fox fur that was still emitting a faint glow, filled with peculiar spiritual energy. He had once met a white fox from their mountain years ago and was gifted this item. Now, he wanted to return it, and also had a small matter to request from the Demon King. Lin Chen did not directly reveal that the white fox was Tushan Su, but spoke in vague terms. The three fox maidens saw the pure and extraordinary fox fur, and their beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. This fox fur actually had a hint of Su goddess's aura. The three fox maidens exchanged glances, all having their own speculations. This Lin benefactor was likely someone who had been helped by the king during her travels or had some unknown connection with her. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he possessed this token. After all, the innate fox fur was incredibly precious to any member of the Tushan fox clan. Moreover, since Lin Chen had just saved their lives, their goodwill and trust towards him had reached a peak. Thinking of this, Hu Qingqing no longer hesitated and bowed to Lin Chen, saying, "I see. Since the benefactor has ties with our Demon King and holds a token, my sisters and I will take you to Qingqiu Fox Mountain." "Thank you, ladies," Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Things were going even smoother than he had expected. It seemed that this act of saving their lives carried some weight. The scene shifted to Qingqiu Fox Mountain, located deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. A paradise shrouded in layers of illusions and powerful restrictions. The spiritual energy here was so dense it became tangible, with celestial flowers everywhere and auspicious beasts running about, filling the surroundings with peace and tranquility. Exquisite and elegant jade palaces were hidden among the green mountains and waters, resembling the abodes of immortals. At this moment, the atmosphere in the core conference hall of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the Tushan Hall, was somewhat tense. Dozens of powerful and extraordinary-looking Fox clan elders were sitting upright, respectfully gazing at the stunning figure seated at the head of the hall. She was a woman dressed in a fiery red palace outfit, with an unparalleled beauty that radiated charm and brilliance. She lazily leaned against a throne carved from warm jade, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, adding a touch of allure. Her skin was like snow, her features were exquisite, and her delicate nose and cherry lips were simply perfect. Especially her slender phoenix eyes, as they sparkled, seemed to captivate souls and dim the very heavens. 9 fluffy, snow-white fox tails gently swayed behind her, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. She was the current master of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the renowned demon king of the great wilderness realm, the 9-tailed celestial fox, Tushan Su. At this moment, this divine transformation-level demon king was listening to the reports from the elders about recent activities of the demon clan and some frictions with human sections. A hint of laziness and impatience appeared on her stunning face, as if she was not very interested in these tedious matters. However, at a certain moment, Tushan Su's originally half-closed phoenix eyes suddenly opened wide. Her lazy demeanor was instantly replaced by an indescribable shock and joy. She abruptly stood up from her warm jade throne. The speed of her movement even created a fragrant breeze. A faint blush appeared on her flawless face, and her red lips parted slightly as she murmured with an almost imperceptible tremor in her voice. "This aura is my innate fox fur. He has come. He has come to find me." The sudden loss of composure stunned the dozens of Fox Mountain elders who were previously engaged in a heated discussion about clan affairs. What was happening? "He has come? Who is he?" All the elders exchanged puzzled glances, completely bewildered. Then, when they saw their demon king's excited and flushed face, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and even her delicate body slightly trembling with excitement, all the Fox Mountain elders were dumbfounded. Their eyes were nearly popping out. This was their usually lazy and charming goddess, who remained unperturbed even in the face of great danger, showing no signs of joy or anger. What was happening today? Who could make their powerful and unfathomable demon king lose her composure like this? This was something that had never happened since she ascended to the throne. Chapter 34. The Demon King personally welcomes. I can't take it anymore. In the Tushan Hall, Dozens of Fox Mountain elders were now like they had been hit by a freeze spell, staring in disbelief. Their king, the supreme Tushan Su Su of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, who was known for her laziness and indifference to any affairs. As if she could smile charmingly even when disaster struck. Now she was so excited that she stood up from her throne. Her face was flushed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with spring. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Was this really the same divine transformation-level being that struck fear into countless demon clans in the 10,000 Great Mountains? What shocked them even more was yet to come. They saw Tushan Su Su take a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her excitement and anxiety. But her captivating phoenix eyes still sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. She waved her jade hand and, in an undeniable tone, said to the astonished elders below, "Today's meeting is hereby adjourned. This king will personally welcome a distinguished guest." After speaking, Tushan Su Su didn't even wait for the elders to react and transformed into a streak of fiery red light, directly fleeing outside the hall, leaving the elders in a daze, looking at each other in confusion, their minds in disarray. Personally welcoming, distinguished guest, who could make their king interrupt such an important meeting to personally greet them? What kind of earth-shattering figure could this be? Could it be other hidden demon lords of the demon clan? Or the lords of human sacred lands? Or the emperors of immortal dynasties? The elders' minds were in turmoil. Various speculations flooded in, but they could not understand who it was that could make their Su Su goddess lose her composure and treat them with such importance. However, they dared not show any signs of obstruction or neglect. Tushan Su Su's prestige in Qingqiu Fox Mountain had long been ingrained in the bones of every Fox clan member. She was the strongest. She was the divine transformation-level being. She was the absolute ruler of Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Her words were law. No one dared to disobey. On the other side, as Tushan Su Su transformed into light, her heart was racing, filled with extreme anxiety. It was really him. He finally came to find me. It is my innate fox fur. There is no mistake. But why did he come to find me at this time? Did he encounter some trouble? With his temperament back then, he probably wouldn't have easily used this fox hair unless it was absolutely necessary. Tushan Su Su's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The scene from 70 or 80 years ago was still vivid in her memory. That seemingly down and out, pitifully low-cultivated human boy used his clean eyes and clumsy tenderness to save her when she was gravely injured and on the brink of death. The fox hair she left behind was not only a repayment, but also a connection, a hope. The fox hair was connected to her spirit. As long as it appeared within a certain range, she could sense it immediately. She thought that with the guidance of this fox hair, she would soon be able to find him again. But unexpectedly, this wait lasted nearly 100 years. In all these years, she had never sensed the aura of the fox hair appearing in the outside world. She even once thought, had he encountered misfortune? After all, the cultivation world was cruel, and human lifespans were far shorter than those of their demon kind. Unexpectedly, today, he actually came to Qingqiu Fox Mountain holding his own fox hair. No matter the circumstances, Tushan Su Su made up her mind, a glimmer of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. As long as he speaks, as long as he does not harm the fundamental interests of our Qingqiu Fox Mountain, even if it puts me in danger, I, Tushan Su Su, will definitely help him this time. Consider it a repayment for the life-saving grace of that year. She thought Lin Chen's visit this time was for some major request for her help. After all, in the past 100 years, he had never actively contacted her or used that fox hair capable of commanding ordinary demon kings and stirring the heavens phenomena in the world. If it weren't for this, the fates and causes in the dark would have drawn the two of them together long ago. This is one of the mysterious effects of the nine-tailed celestial fox's fox hair. Tushan Su Su, this stunning beauty of the demon race, the renowned Qingqiu Demon King, was actually going to personally welcome a mysterious guest, and the news spread throughout the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain as if it had grown wings. Countless fox maidens who were cultivating, frolicking, or dealing with affairs were all in a frenzy. Have you heard? Our Su Su princess is personally going to welcome someone. Oh my, who is it? Such a big deal? I don't know, but whoever it is, They must not be an ordinary person to receive such solemn treatment from the princess. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's go see. I want to see who is so special that our princess is looking forward to. In an instant, countless graceful figures gathered from every corner of Qingqiu Fox Mountain towards the mountain gate. Their curious and inquisitive beautiful eyes all looked towards the direction where Tu Shan Su was gazing. Everyone wanted to know who could make their king act so out of character. About a quarter of an hour later, under countless gazes, 3 figures slowly emerged from the mist outside the mountain gate. Leading them were the 3 sisters Tu Shan Qingqing, Tu Shan Mei'er, and Tu Shan Ling'er. Following them was a middle-aged man dressed in a moon-white long robe, with flowing white hair, looking to be around 40 years old. It was Lin Chen. Oh, it's Qing and the others coming back. Who is that human behind them? He looks quite ordinary. His cultivation seems to be only at the 3rd level of qi gathering. Besides looking somewhat decent, he doesn't seem to have anything special about him. Our princess shouldn't be waiting for him, right? The surrounding fox maidens were discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of disbelief as they looked at Lin Chen. In their eyes, this middle-aged human with only 3rd level qi gathering cultivation was simply not worthy of their demon king's personal welcome. However, the next second, all the discussions among the fox maidens came to an abrupt halt. Their beautiful eyes instantly widened slightly. They saw their high and mighty, usually incredibly imposing, and dazzling Tu Shan Su princess. The moment she saw the white-haired middle-aged man, a blush unexpectedly appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, enough to make the heavens pale. Her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with excitement and shyness, filled with indescribable surprise. She even eagerly stepped forward with light, graceful steps towards the middle-aged man. Then, under the astonished, jaw-dropping gaze of everyone, this peerless demon king, at the level of a transformation deity, actually slightly bowed to the middle-aged human man and said in a voice filled with endless tenderness and joy, "Benefactor, I have finally seen you again." Boom. This word benefactor, this phrase, I was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, striking hard on the heads of all the fox demons present. Every single one of them was stunned, their minds blank. It was as if time had frozen at that moment. And Lin Chen, who was at the forefront, was completely taken aback by Tu Shan Su's sudden call of benefactor and her charming, tender demeanor. He looked at this enchanting beauty with a captivating figure, curvaceous and full of mature charm. That face was so beautiful that even he, who was used to the celestial level beauty of Lu Ruyan, felt his heart sway, especially those seemingly speaking phoenix eyes, now staring at him with a glimmer of longing and reliance, coupled with the sweet and charming call of benefactor. Lin Chen felt a rush of heat surge to his head. This old bachelor, who had lived for over 120 years, was almost unable to maintain his composure at this moment. Damn, a fairy. This is definitely a 9-tailed fox demon who has cultivated for thousands of years, specializing in enchanting hearts. Brothers, I can't hold on anymore. Chapter 35. Closing the palace and rejecting guests. Who exactly is the handsome uncle to the princess? Facing Tu Shan Su's seductive and tender attack of benefactor, Lin Chen felt his long-dormant heart, which had been quiet for 100 years, suddenly boil like it had been thrown into a red-hot iron. He could even clearly hear the sound of his own heart, which was usually calm, pounding like a drum. Especially when Tu Shan Su's watery phoenix eyes looked at him with a hint of shyness, excitement, and longing. He felt his cheeks uncontrollably begin to flush. This old monster, who had lived for over 120 years, was actually feeling a bit shy at this moment. Tu Shan Su looked at Lin Chen's flushed face, his evasive gaze, and his awkward demeanor, and her heart was filled with joy. This benefactor is still as easily shy as he was back then. So cute. A sly smile flashed in her captivating phoenix eyes, and instead of holding back, she became even bolder. She let out a melodious laugh, her laughter as clear and pleasant as silver bells, filled with an intoxicating charm. Then, under the astonished gaze of the fox demons, this stunning demon king actually took graceful steps forward, bringing with her a captivating fragrance, and approached Lin Chen. The distance between them was now minuscule. Lin Chen could even clearly smell the strange, alluring fragrance emanating from her and feel the amazing warmth radiating from her body. Benefactor. Tushan Su's red lips parted slightly. Her voice as charming as could be, her gaze dreamy like water. She slightly raised that exquisitely beautiful face that could drive any man crazy and boldly opened her delicate arms, with a hint of expectation and a teasing tone. Softly asked Lin Chen, "Benefactor, do you think I look good now?" Lin Chen only felt a buzz in his head, almost exploding on the spot. Was it beautiful? Not just beautiful. It was simply life-threatening. He struggled to suppress the urge of the red cannon below. The veins on Lin Chen's forehead were almost bursting. His breath was quickening. No way. He couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, his century-old Dao heart would probably shatter on the spot. Lin Chen hurriedly chanted, took a deep breath, and activated the Great Sun Metal breathing technique to calm himself down. Then he clasped his hands in front of the charming, fragrant nine-tailed fox and said as calmly as possible, "Ahem, I have met the beautiful Su, the Demon King." He still didn't dare to call her by her name directly, using Demon King to remind himself and her to pay attention to their identities. However, when Tushan Su heard the term Demon King, her alluring red lips pouted slightly, revealing a pitiful look, her voice carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. "Oh dear, how can you be so distant with me, my benefactor? Just call me Su. No need for titles like Demon King. In front of you, I will always be that little white fox you saved back then." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Qingxiu Fox Mountain erupted. It was completely in chaos. Those fox demons who had previously doubted Lin Chen's identity and were confused about his relationship with the Demon King were now all enlightened. Immediately, expressions of shock and admiration appeared. It turned out that this middle-aged human had actually saved their king, Tushan Su, and it was likely when she was at her weakest and most helpless. This was an immense favor. No wonder the Demon King treated him so differently and with such deep feelings. No wonder after becoming the Demon King, she advocated for good relations with kind human cultivators, not infringing upon each other. The root of it was here. In an instant, all the fox demons looked at Lin Chen with eyes that had undergone a tremendous change. Doubt? Curiosity? All of that disappeared. What replaced it was deep admiration, gratitude, and unabashed worship. To be the benefactor that their king remembered for 100 years. That was definitely not an ordinary person. Listening to Tushan Su's heartfelt words and feeling the fiery gazes of the surrounding fox demons, Lin Chen was inwardly lamenting. This was completely over. He had been completely grasped by this fox spirit who had cultivated for 1,000 years. If this continued, he would probably really be unable to bear it. The charm of this nine-tailed fox was terrifying. Its lethality was 1,000 times more horrifying than that upper-tier green lotus sword technique. Fortunately, Tushan Su seemed to sense Lin Chen's embarrassment and limits. She was naturally clever and understood the principle of moderation. Today, being reunited with her benefactor and seeing that he still held deep feelings for her, she was already satisfied. As for further developments, there was no rush. There would be plenty of time in the future. Thinking of this, Tushan Su's eyes sparkled, and she giggled, cleverly changing the subject. "Hee, my benefactor must be tired from coming such a long way, right? This place is crowded and not suitable for reminiscing. Why don't you come with me to my palace, and we can chat slowly?" Saying this, she took a step forward, wanting to hold Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen was so frightened that he quickly took a step back, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Go to her palace? Chat slowly? Who could withstand that? However, he also knew that if he refused now, it would probably be unreasonable. After all, he had come this time for an important matter. Seeing this, Tushan Su didn't insist, just gave Lin Chen a subtle look, as if saying that her benefactor really didn't understand romance. Then she announced loudly to the surrounding fox demons who were still watching, "This king is very happy to reunite with an old friend today. From now on, the Qingxiu Palace will close its doors for 3 days. All matters will be discussed after 3 days." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Qingxiu Fox Mountain fell into dead silence once again. Closing the palace for 3 days? My heavens! Their king was actually going to seal off the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain for this middle-aged human. What on earth was going on? Countless little fox girls in Qingqiu had flashes of indescribable images in their minds. They watched as Lin Chen was half pushed, half led by their demon king into the depths of the mysterious Qingqiu palace, each of them unable to help but blush, their beautiful eyes sparkling with endless gossip and imagination. This white-haired handsome uncle, could it be that he and the demon king were going to have some ultra-friendly interactions inside? Chapter 36. The demon king serves tea. Tender as water bang. With a soft sound, the luxurious and elegant palace door of Tushan Su slowly closed, completely isolating the outside world's chaotic discussions and probing gazes. Lin Chen looked at the tightly shut palace door, then at the stunning demon king in front of him, who was gazing at him with affectionate eyes and a smile, and his heart couldn't help but thump. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have been tricked into the boudoir by this nine-tailed fox who had cultivated for 100 years. Inside the palace, the light was slightly dim. The air was filled with a strange, sweet fragrance that made one's spirit sway, resembling floral scents and a unique body fragrance that was intoxicating. The surroundings were exquisitely luxurious, yet exuded an indescribable allure and ambiguity. In this atmosphere, Lin Chen felt his face uncontrollably heat up again. He felt like a pure little sheep that had mistakenly wandered into a wolf's den. Oh no, a fox's den. No, the process. He must go through the process. Stay calm. He had to remain composed. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to appear more calm, forcing a somewhat stiff smile, and cupped his hands to Tushan Su, pretending to be confused as he asked, Lady Su? He really couldn't bring himself to say Demon King. It felt too formal, but calling her Su felt too intimate. I was wondering why you call me benefactor outside. I thought about it carefully and couldn't recall being acquainted with you. I did save an injured white fox in the back mountain years ago. Could that white fox have some connection to you or the Qingqiu Fox Mountain? He began to talk seriously, trying to take control of the situation, at least not appearing too passive. He had come to the 10,000 Great Mountains to complete the outer sect task of his sect, to collect some spiritual herbs. Hearing that the Qingqiu Fox Mountain was a holy land for the demon race, he thought to stop by and see if he could find any news about that little white fox from back then, to settle a concern in his heart. Lin Chen's words were flawless, explaining why he was there while cleverly leading the conversation towards that little white fox from back then. However, after Tushan Su heard his somewhat clumsy explanation, looking at his effort to appear calm, but with a flickering gaze and sweat almost breaking out on his forehead, she had a glimmer of mischief and teasing in her captivating phoenix eyes. A charming laugh, soft yet alluring, spilled from her enticing red lips. It was like 100 flowers blooming, and the sound was as enchanting as celestial music, making Lin Chen's heart flutter. Hee, my benefactor, don't be afraid. Tushan Su covered her mouth and giggled, exuding charm as she playfully chided Lin Chen. I wouldn't eat you. She didn't rush to explain anything. Instead, she walked lightly like a lotus, her figure swaying, accompanied by a captivating fragrance, and actively moved towards a place beside the sleeping palace, where an elegant low tea table was placed. Benefactor, you must be tired after traveling such a long distance. Gulme, sit down and have a cup of tea to moisten your throat. We can chat slowly, she gently invited Lin Chen, elegantly sitting down on the cushion beside the low table. Lin Chen thought to himself, damn it, I've been led astray by this enchantress again. Helpless, he could only brace himself and walk to the low table, imitating Tushan Su's posture, sitting cross-legged. However, sitting on this soft cushion, facing a peerless demon king, a transformation god, along with an extraordinarily beautiful lady, and with her pair of watery eyes staring at him, he felt quite awkward. However, the next scene left Lin Chen a bit astonished. Tushan Su, with her delicate hands, took a set of seemingly exquisite purple clay tea set, and began to warm the cup, place the tea, and brew it with skilled and graceful movements. Each action was pleasing to the eye. The fragrant tea aroma, mingled with her unique, subtle fragrance, spread through the air, intoxicating to smell. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as he watched this scene. Who would have thought? Who the hell could have imagined? The little white fox he casually saved back then, trembling and on the verge of death in the back mountain, would now transform into such a stunning beauty, the pride of the demon race, and her power reaching the terrifying level of a transformation god. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was, this peerless demon king, who could shake the entire 10,000 great mountains with a stamp of her foot, was now personally pouring tea for a mere third-layer chi gathering cultivator like him. This honor, this treatment, Lin Chen could swear. Even the current sect master of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, Li Daoxian, could not enjoy this. What kind of virtue does he have to deserve this? Tushan Su Su seemed unaware of the storm in Lin Chen's heart. She was simply focused on brewing tea, her lips always carrying a faint, enchanting smile. Soon, a cup of steaming, amber tea with a strange fragrance, even shimmering with a faint spiritual light, was gently presented to Lin Chen by her delicate, bone-like hands. "Benefactor, please have some tea." Tushan Su Su's beautiful eyes sparkled like water as she looked at Lin Chen with affection, softly saying, "This is the 9 turns spirit tea that I have treasured for many years, made from the flower cores of 9 types of 1,000-year spiritual herbs, combined with the Qingqiu spirit spring, meticulously brewed through 81 processes. It not only tastes sweet and mellow, but also has remarkable effects in nourishing the soul, cleansing the spiritual root, and enhancing cultivation. Benefactor, do try it and see if it suits your taste." Looking at the clear and extraordinary tea in the cup, and then at Tushan Su Su's eyes filled with anticipation and sincerity, Lin Chen wanted to refuse in his heart, but faced with those beautiful eyes, he simply couldn't bring himself to do so. Moreover, since the Demon King was personally brewing tea for him, it would be too ungrateful to decline. Lin Chen nodded, picked up the teacup, and gently took a sip. The moment the tea entered his mouth, boom, an indescribable sweetness and clarity, accompanied by an incredibly pure and enormous gentle spiritual energy, instantly exploded in his mouth. Immediately after, this spiritual energy surged into his limbs and organs like a flood breaking a dam. He felt his bottleneck at the 3rd layer of chi gathering loosen instantly under the impact of this spiritual energy. Then, crack, a barely audible crisp sound. The bottleneck of the 3rd layer of chi gathering shattered. The golden true energy within him surged like it had been injected with chicken blood, starting to wildly increase. Peak of the 3rd layer of chi gathering. Early stage of the 4th layer of chi gathering. He did it, just from a single sip of tea. He directly broke through a small realm, from the 3rd layer of chi gathering to the 4th layer. This tea. Lin Chen showed a rare look of surprise on his face. Tushan Su Su looked at Lin Chen's astonished expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. "Hee, benefactor, what does my 9-turn spirit tea taste?" Lin Chen, hearing this, put down the teacup and solemnly cupped his hands to Tushan Su Su. "Thank you, Lady Su Su, for your generous gift. This tea is incredibly precious, and I am very grateful. This kind of tea was definitely extremely rare." Tushan Su Su actually took it out so easily for him to drink. This kindness was too heavy. "Oh dear, benefactor is being polite again." Tushan Su Su pouted adorably at Lin Chen, her charm almost making him lose his composure. After finishing her sentence, Tushan Su Su suddenly let out a soft sigh, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of reminiscence and just the right amount of grievance. "Back then, when I was injured by that damned hunter and trapped in the mountains, alone and helpless, I was about to return to the underworld. It was you, benefactor, who did not hold my demon race identity against me, did not mind that I was covered in blood, and saved me, healing my wounds, even giving me half a piece of dry food. I have never dared to forget the gratitude for that half piece of dry food." As she said this, she lifted her watery phoenix eyes, gazing at Lin Chen intently, her voice trembling slightly with anticipation. "Do you remember, benefactor? The little white fox you saved back then was me." After saying this, she slightly raised her charming face, her eyes sparkling with a hint of a little girl's mischievousness and pride, and winked at Lin Chen, enticingly saying, "Benefactor, Don't you think I look very different from that weak and pitiful little white fox back then? Looking at that stunningly beautiful face in front of him, Lin Chen felt his head buzz, and his old face uncontrollably turned red again. This enchantress, so good at this. Seeing Lin Chen's cute expression of shock and shyness, Tushan Su Su giggled again, her charming figure swaying, and the astonishing curves before her chest undulated, making Lin Chen feel parched and tongue-tied. All right, I won't tease you anymore, benefactor. Tushan Su Su finally managed to stop laughing, but her beautiful eyes still held a strong sense of mirth. She picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and then looked at Lin Chen, softly asking, "Benefactor, you specially came to Qingxiu Fox Mountain this time, and even brought my live fox fur from back then. You must have something you need my help with, right? Just say it. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely help you." Her tone was firm, filled with undeniable sincerity. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. However, he did not dare to directly reveal that he was here to complete a system task and to treat her leg injury. That would be too absurd. Lin Chen cleared his throat and quickly covered up. Ahem. Actually, it's nothing serious. I just happened to pass by the 10,000 Great Mountains during an Outer Sect trial a few days ago, remembered the past, and just happened to bring that fox fur along. So I came to take a look to confirm whether that little white fox was related to Qingxiu Fox Mountain. I didn't expect, Lady Su Su, you are actually that little white fox. After hearing this, Tushan Su Su's heart felt soft. She directly got up from the cushion, lightly moved closer, and sat down right next to Lin Chen. A more intense, intoxicating fragrance instantly enveloped Lin Chen. So benefactor has always remembered me. Tushan Su Su's voice brushed lightly over Lin Chen's heart like a feather, making his body feel hot. I'm so happy. Benefactor calls me Su Su, and not just Lady Su Su anymore. It feels so distant. Tusan Su Su slightly her watery phoenix eyes gazing closely into Lin Chen's eyes. Their eyes met. Breaths could be heard. In the air, there was an indescribable, ambiguous, and dangerous aura. Lin Chen felt his heart racing uncontrollably again. This won't do. If this continues, something really is going to happen. Lin Chen hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart and changed the subject. Okay, Su Su. By the way, Su Su, you were so seriously injured back then. You shouldn't have any lingering effects now, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen wanted to slap himself hard. What kind of stupid question was that? She's now a transformation god monarch. A transformation god monarch. A little injury from 100 years ago, even if it wasn't fully healed at the time, with her current cultivation, how could there still be any lingering effects? Wasn't this just bringing up an unnecessary topic? Oh no, this is even more awkward. Chapter 37. Coming a long way to treat your legs? Benefactor, you can go a little higher. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, he regretted it deeply, wishing he could turn back time and take back that stupid question. There was no way. He felt like he was being led around by Tushan Su Su today. This fairy, she's really too good at this. Lin Chen was already mentally prepared to be teased by Tushan Su Su. However, to his surprise, after hearing his question about lingering effects, Tushan Su Su not only didn't tease him, but her originally affectionate and bright phoenix eyes quickly filled with a layer of mist. Immediately after, her stunningly beautiful face revealed a weak expression that seemed ready to cry, looking pitiful. Her red lips pouted slightly, her nose turned a bit red, and her voice carried a perfectly timed choke of grievance. Well, benefactor, how did you know? I really do have lingering effects. As she spoke, her originally straight posture suddenly tilted gently, as if she were a delicate willow, directly falling into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen. What the hell? No way. This acting is too exaggerated. You're a transformation god monarch. A transformation god monarch. Even if there were really lingering effects, would you just fall like that? Lin Chen instinctively wanted to reach out to support her, but felt it was inappropriate. But if he didn't support her and let her fall down weakly, what if she really succeeded in a con? Wouldn't he end up tied to the bed with her to have little foxes? That kind of thing seems pretty enjoyable too. In this moment of electric shock, Tushan Su Su's body, emitting a captivating fragrance, was perfectly nestled in Lin Chen's embrace. That soft touch, that astonishing elasticity, Lin Chen felt his arms stiffen as if struck by an electric current. Benefactor, the lingering effects of my legs are acting up now. It hurts a bit. Tushan Susu buried her rain-like, pitifully beautiful face in Lin Chen's chest, even deliberately adjusting her angle to appear more weak and helpless. Her voice broken and choked as she continued. It's just at the place where I was injured by that hunter back then has never healed properly. Occasionally, it will ache and keep me from resting. As she spoke, she rubbed her stunning cheek gently against Lin Chen's chest, like a little kitten seeking comfort. Lin Chen, he was completely numb now. I can't believe this. You're so bad. The body of a transformation god monarch, even if an arm or leg was broken, could instantly regenerate. Lingering effects? This lingering effect is probably just to hook me in, right? But since the act has gone this far, if he didn't cooperate, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? No, it's not painful, not painful. Lin Chen awkwardly comforted. At that moment, something even more jaw-dropping and blood-pumping happened. Tushan Susu, nestled in his arms and looking a bit tearful and pitiful, actually lifted her jade hand and directly lifted the skirt of her fiery red palace dress right in front of him. Hiss! Lin Chen gasped sharply. Under the skirt, a pair of long, straight, rounded, and perky legs, smooth as the finest white jade, exuding an alluring sheen, were fully exposed to the air. That perfect leg shape, that astonishing curve. Lin Chen felt his nose heat up. He couldn't take it anymore. Lin Chen hurriedly turned his head. Don't look, don't look, don't look. He mentally chanted the ice heart technique. However, that stunning glimpse of beauty was deeply engraved in his mind, impossible to erase. Benefactor, Tushan Susu saw Lin Chen turn away and not look at her. Her enticing red lips pouted slightly again. Her voice filled with grievance and a hint of barely noticeable reproach. Are my legs not beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Lin Chen covered his eyes, shaking his head like a rattle drum, quickly said, No yo, if they weren't beautiful, then there wouldn't be any beautiful legs in the world. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound calmer. Ahem, Susu, please put your skirt down. Let's talk properly. I really am not the kind of person who would repay kindness with malice. And I, just a little cultivator in the gathering cheese stage. How could I dare to offend a heavenly being like you? He spoke sincerely, almost swearing to the heavens. However, Tushan Susu, after hearing his words, not only didn't put her skirt down, but instead quietly straightened up, wrapping herself around Lin Chen's neck like a beautiful serpent. Tushan Susu extended her delicate fingers and gently poked Lin Chen's cheek, making him look into her eyes. Those captivating phoenix eyes were misty, filled with seductive charm. Tushan Susu's red lips parted slightly, exhaling like orchids, using a voice so soft and alluring it could make any man surrender on the spot. She whispered in Lin Chen's ear, Benefactor, why must you belittle yourself? Without the you from back then, how could there be the Susu of today? To Susu, Benefactor is like my reborn parents, let alone just looking at my legs. Even if Susu were to offer herself in return, it would not be too much. Benefactor, Tushan Susu said, slightly puffing up her proud chest, looking at Lin Chen with endless temptation and expectation in her eyes, her voice as soft as a dream. How about letting Susu repay your life-saving grace with my body? Boom! Lin Chen felt his head explode. Offer my body in return. This development is too fast. To be honest, facing this stunningly beautiful, naturally charming, and actively throwing herself at him, the nine-tailed celestial fox demon king. If Lin Chen said he wasn't at all moved, that would definitely be a lie. Any man would struggle to resist such temptation. As long as he nodded right now, he could definitely indulge in soft rice until he burst, enjoying wealth and nobility endlessly. He might even directly ascend to become the king consort of the Qingxiu Fox Mountain, which wasn't impossible, but absolutely not. He, Lin Chen, a dignified man, how would eat soft rice? This soft rice, even if he jumped off a cliff, he would rather die than eat a bite. Most importantly, his path to longevity was not about relying on others, but about walking step by step on his own, and he should be the one protecting the women he cares about. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took a deep breath. His eyes regained clarity. Lin Chen reached out, Under Tushan Susu's surprised gaze, gently pinched her beautiful, warm like jade little face, then showed an extremely serious expression. Susu, the help back then was just a small effort. I never thought of repaying it. I really just came today to confirm your situation. However, Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's righteous demeanor, and her heart couldn't help but laugh. This benefactor really is a blockhead, but it was precisely because of this that she liked him even more, making her heart long for him. In the past, Lin Chen was known by Tushan Susu to be a genuinely kind person, but who knows how he is now. Thus, Tushan Susu's earlier actions were somewhat exploratory, but now it seems he was able to treasure her life fox fur for 100 years. He even came to inquire when passing by Qingxiu Fox Mountain. Her benefactor, after 100 years, was still the same as before, a good person. Her benefactor was still the most to her liking. The more unattainable it was, the more Tushan Susu wanted it. Thinking of this, Tushan Susu not only did not retreat because of Lin Chen's rejection. Instead, she gazed at him with a pitiful expression, looking weak and delicate. Then she raised her jade hand and directly grabbed Lin Chen's hand, unceremoniously placing it gently on her smooth, warm, jade-like thigh. Benefactor, Tushan Susu squeezed out a few crystal tears, her voice quivering with a crying tone, pitifully saying, I really have lingering effects. If you don't believe me, you can feel it. Right here, the place where I was injured by that hunter back then still hurts faintly. While speaking, she looked at Lin Chen with her innocent, watery eyes, filled with sincerity and hope. Then, in a tone that could drive any man crazy, full of endless temptation and suggestion, she seductively whispered, Benefactor, if you want, you can look a little higher. Chapter 38, Medical Classics in Hand. Qi and blood not flowing, meridians blocked. Do you have old injuries? Lin Chen's hand was uncontrollably held by Tushan Susu, gently placed on her warm, smooth, and remarkably elastic thigh. The sensation was soft, slippery, fragrant. It felt like stroking the finest silk. Lin Chen felt a buzzing in his head, a surge of indescribable electricity coursing through his body from his fingertips, making him shiver involuntarily. Touching a transformation stage deity, or the beautiful leg of a nine-tailed fox demon king. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. The stimulation was too intense. He instinctively wanted to retract his hand. However, just as he was about to move, Tushan Susu's enchanting eyes, filled with a hint of mischief and anticipation, softly said, Benefactor, you can look a little higher to see if my old injury has relapsed. Ding! Without warning, the cold and familiar system notification sound exploded in his mind like a lifeline. Congratulations, host. Task: treat the white fox's leg injury completed. Task reward: Mystical Medical Classics, great accomplishment, has been issued. Mystical Medical Classics, an ancient medical inheritance containing methods for pulse diagnosis, healing injuries, identifying spiritual herbs, refining elixirs, acupuncture techniques, as well as the supreme methods of poisoning, creating poisons, and detoxifying. Cultivating to great accomplishment allows one to perceive the mysteries of the human body, or demonic body, bring the dead back to life, control flesh and bones, and kill with a mere touch. Completed? Just like that, Lin Chen was completely stunned. He hadn't even started treating yet. He hadn't even figured out if Tushan Susu had a leg injury. Just touching her thigh for a moment completed the task. This system's judgment criteria were too arbitrary. However, before Lin Chen could recover from this sudden task completion notification, a vast and profound torrent of information, filled with mysteries and ultimate truths, surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. It was everything about the mystical medical classics, from the most basic pharmacology to the highest principles of life and death, from ordinary injuries to complex meridians, from healing masters to poison masters. Countless knowledge, countless methods, countless insights, instantly absorbed, understood, and integrated. It was as if he had immersed himself in the medical path for thousands of years, already becoming a master of the medical arts. The mystical medical classics, directly reaching great accomplishment. Terrifying, Lin Chen felt as if his entire world had undergone a tremendous change in that instant. His five senses became extraordinarily sharp. His spirit became exceptionally clear. His perspective on the surrounding things and understanding of the essence of life were elevated to a whole new level. It was as if the entire world became clearer and more transparent in his eyes. And at that moment, as his gaze instinctively fell again on Tu Shan Su's beautiful jade-like leg that he was still touching, in his eyes endowed with new insight by the mystical medical classics, great accomplishment, something seemed off beneath her flawless skin, deep within her seemingly vibrant and elastic jade leg. Certain meridians showed abnormal darkness and blockage. The circulation of qi and blood within her appeared sluggish, as if obstructed by some invisible force. This situation, according to the records of the mystical medical classics, clearly indicated that the old injury had not healed, qi and blood were stagnant, and the meridians were damaged. Moreover, judging by the degree of blockage and the dark hue, this old injury seemed to be quite severe. It might have even affected her fundamental origin. Lin Chen was suddenly alarmed, and he instinctively pointed out, "Do you really have an old injury? Your qi and blood are not flowing, and many of your meridians are dark and blocked. This is a relapse of an old injury, and it is quite serious." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, not only was Lin Chen stunned, but even Tu Shan Su, who had been gazing at him seductively, was taken aback. The enchanting beauty, filled with allure and teasing, was instantly replaced by surprise and confusion. Tu Shan Su instinctively wanted to retract her leg, but Lin Chen's hand was still firmly pressed there. "Benefactor," Tu Shan Su's voice carried an unusual tone for the first time. Looking at Lin Chen's deep eyes as if they could see through everything, she hesitantly asked, "What are you saying?" I don't understand." In the end, under Lin Chen's serious gaze, Tu Shan Su still answered truthfully, "All right, how did you know I have an old injury?" Facing Tu Shan Su's eyes filled with surprise, confusion, and even a hint of panic, Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. It seemed his judgment was correct. Tu Shan Su indeed had an old injury. Moreover, this old injury was probably a little-known secret. Otherwise, with her cultivation and disposition as a transformation stage deity, she wouldn't be so flustered. However, Lin Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to admit that he knew because of the system's cheat. He slowly spoke. "Well, I was fortunate enough to obtain an ancient medical text in my early years. Although it is incomplete, it records some superficial methods of observation and diagnosis, as well as the ability to perceive others' physical conditions through contact. Just now, I inadvertently sensed that there was something unusual with your qi and blood." His words were half-truths, explaining why he could see her old injury while attributing everything to a non-existent ancient medical text. Of course, he really did have the ancient medical text now, and it was the complete version that reached great accomplishment. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the surprise in Tu Shan Su's beautiful eyes deepened. An ancient medical text could perceive the other's physical condition through contact? This, although it sounded somewhat unbelievable in a vast world of cultivation, there are all kinds of wonders. Ancient secret techniques that have been lost do indeed exist. Moreover, everything Lin Chen just said is true. She indeed has old injuries in her body, and they are very severe, even threatening her origin. Aside from herself and the few core elders of the Qingqiu Fox Mountain, almost no one knows about this. Lin Chen's benefactor, he actually saw through it? It seems that there are many unknown secrets hidden within him as well. Tu Shan Su's thoughts flickered, and her face quickly regained the previous enchanting smile. She didn't want to dwell too much on this topic, nor did she want Lin Chen to know her most vulnerable side. Chapter 39. Chain Tasks. Continuous Tasks? Earth-grade thousand-phase technique. Tu Shan Su giggled again. Her entire body seemed boneless as she leaned toward Lin Chen. The intoxicating sweet fragrance became even more intense. That soft and delicate body almost pressed entirely against Lin Chen, making one feel blood rush and heart race. Oh my, benefactor truly has keen insight. Tu Shan Su exhaled softly. her charming eyes trying to divert Lin Chen's attention once again with her allure. However, this little flaw of hers is no big deal. It was you, benefactor, who startled me just now. However, this time, Lin Chen was not swayed by her beauty trap. His expression was serious. Not only did he not retreat, but he looked earnestly at Tushan Su Su and said in a deep voice, Su Su, your old injury is very serious. If not treated in time, it may have an irreparable impact on your life and cultivation. I might be able to help you. If this were before he obtained the mystical medical classic, Lin Chen would never have dared to say such bold words. Are you kidding? Treating an old injury for a transformation god? What could a mere chi-gathering realm little guy like him do? Use love to generate power? But now, with a mystical medical classic, great success in his possession, the vast medical knowledge in his mind, along with countless profound treatment methods, gave him unprecedented confidence. Although his cultivation level is still worlds apart from Tushan Su Su's, the art of medicine is vast and profound. Sometimes, cultivation cannot represent everything. Moreover, he already has a treatment method in mind. When Tushan Su Su heard Lin Chen's words, especially the phrase, I might be able to help you, her charming smile slightly stiffened. Looking into Lin Chen's deep eyes filled with seriousness and concern, her heart suddenly trembled. That weakness, which she had deliberately suppressed for hundreds of years, almost surged to the surface again at this moment. The enchanting charm on Tushan Su Su's face gradually faded, replaced by an unhidden complexity and bitterness. After a moment of silence, Tushan Su Su finally sighed softly, slowly recounting the sealed past from hundreds of years ago. Benefactor may not know. My old injury, Sai. It's a long story. It happened hundreds of years ago when my cultivation was still at the peak of the condensed vein realm, about to break through to the golden core path. At that time, Qingxiu Fox Mountain faced an unprecedented catastrophe, with powerful foreign enemies invading, resulting in heavy casualties among the elders of my clan, putting us in grave danger. To protect my people and repel the strong enemy, I had to take risks and forcibly trigger the heavenly tribulation to break through to the golden core. In the end, although I managed to successfully break through to the golden core realm with the bloodline talent of a nine-tailed heavenly fox and a stroke of luck, killing that powerful enemy and saving Qingxiu Fox Mountain, the hurried breakthrough left my foundation unstable. Later, I suffered consecutive heavy injuries, damaging my meridians and shaking my origin, leaving behind an irreparable hidden danger. Tushan Su Su's voice carried a hint of hoarseness and fatigue. Over the years, I have been forcefully suppressing the old injury within me by constantly improving my cultivation. I have also sought out renowned doctors and gathered rare treasures in an attempt to cure it, but the results have been minimal. And because I missed the best treatment window, the old injury has only worsened with the increase in my cultivation. Now, this old injury has become like a bone-deep pus, constantly eroding my origin. Who knows when it might completely erupt? By then, I'm afraid, even with my current transformation god cultivation, I would find it hard to resist. As Tushan Su Su spoke, her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with endless desolation and a hint of barely perceptible despair. This was her biggest secret, her greatest vulnerability. She never expected that today it would be revealed by Lin Chen. Just as Tushan Su Su's voice fell, Lin Chen's mind once again echoed with that cold system prompt sound. Ding! Task triggered. New task released. Rescue the little white fox, second phase. Task background. 5 years ago, you rescued the critically injured little white fox, Tushan Su Su. 5 years later, you have successfully grown from a miscellaneous disciple to one of the top inner disciples of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. With exceptional talent and superb medical skills, saintly Hana medicine, you have gained fame within the sect, and there is a hint of becoming the future inner sect master. At a crucial moment when you seek a breakthrough in your own cultivation, you encounter the little white fox, Tushan Su Su, again, who is ambushed by a powerful enemy. That familiar feeling, along with the faint glow emitted by the life-bound fox fur she gifted you, makes you act without hesitation to help. After a fierce battle, although the little white fox successfully killed the powerful enemy, she has suffered a relapse of her old injuries, new injuries stacking up, becoming extremely weak, on the verge of exhaustion, and may even leave behind permanent damage. Please, host, immediately use the supreme methods of the mystical medical classic to treat the little white fox, Tushan Su Su, stabilize her origin, and help her through this tribulation. Task reward: Earth grade lower tier technique, 1000 face technique, breath imitation, appearance change, essential for killing and theft. Another task, and it's the second phase task, continuous tasks. Goodness, this is turning me into a task flow? Looking at the system task that has popped up again, filled with points of contention and a bizarre timeline, Lin Chen felt his head buzzing again. But looking at the task, and then at the sorrowful Tushan Su Su, although he couldn't help her before, it seems there is still time now. Besides, given their current relationship, healing Tushan Su Su would be beneficial for him in every way. After all, she is a true transformation god. Of course, the main reason is that Tushan Su Su is a tall, beautiful woman, not only stunning, but also has beast ears and a foxtail. Who would love that? The task reward isn't bad either. The Earth grade lower tier technique, 1000 face technique. From the looks of the description, it should be a disguise technique, which is essential for everyday life. Earth grade lower tier, just by that, one can tell how precious it is. For whatever reason, Lin Chen had no reason not to help Tushan Su Su. In simple terms, it is a mutual effort. After Tushan Su Su finished speaking, seeing Lin Chen remain silent, she gently poked his handsome middle-aged face. Speaking of which, benefactor, it's been over 100 years. How come you're only at the 3rd level of Qi gathering? No, it should be the 4th level of cultivation. Hearing Tushan Su Su's words, Lin Chen's face flushed. Didn't he want a higher cultivation? He wanted that too, but his strength wouldn't allow it. His power had just been unlocked recently. Chapter 40. The Sound of Fantasizing. The great success of the medical classic astonishes the Demon King in the past 100 years. I have not had it easy either. To be honest, if it weren't for my recent good luck and the awakening of some previously undiscovered talents, leading to consecutive breakthroughs in my cultivation, I might have already died of old age by now. Lin Chen's words were half true and half false. After listening, Tushan Su Su's beautiful eyes flashed with understanding and deeper pain. It turned out that her benefactor had also gone through such difficulties over the years. Looking at Lin Chen's face, which had returned to a middle-aged appearance but still bore traces of hardship, Tushan Su Su couldn't help but softly ask, "Then why didn't you come to find me all these years? With the original fox hair you left back then? I could sense your presence any time, as long as you were willing." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen showed a hint of helplessness and a bitter smile. How would I know that the little white fox I saved casually back then would turn out to be the renowned Demon King of Qingxiu? If it weren't for this chance encounter, I probably would never have known for my entire life. Lin Chen's words were indeed true. Back then, he truly didn't know the true identity of the little white fox. Later, with his low cultivation, he was barely surviving. So how could he have the heart to think about such things? Seeing Lin Chen's helpless yet sincere expression, the intelligent Tushan Su Su naturally understood a bit. She no longer lingered on this question, but instead brightened her beautiful eyes, filled with hope, and looked at Lin Chen, asking, "Earlier, you mentioned you have a way to help me heal my old injuries. Is that true?" Tushan Su Su's tone was a bit anxious. This old injury, which had troubled her for hundreds of years, felt like a bone-deep parasite. Was there really hope for healing? But Lin Chen could see that he definitely had some skills. At least, the so-called medical masters she had sought before were completely unaware of her situation and only responded when she brought it up herself. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Su Su and smiled, nodding yes. Although your old injury has been prolonged for too long and has already affected your foundation, which is quite troublesome, if the secret technique for my medical classic works, along with some special heavenly materials and treasures, and with my effort in treatment, I can't guarantee 100%, but at least there is a 70 to 80% chance of completely healing it. His words are not empty. In the vast knowledge of the mystical medical classic great achievement, There were indeed records of several heavenly therapies targeting damaged origins and blocked meridians. Although the process would be quite complex and consume a great deal, it was not impossible. 70 to 80%. Upon hearing this, Tushan Su Su was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly. Her stunning phoenix eyes filled with joy and disbelief. For hundreds of years, she had searched for famous doctors and exhausted countless heavenly materials and treasures, yet all had been helpless against this old injury. Even some alchemy masters had asserted that her old injury was deeply connected to her marrow and origin, and unless a celestial pill descended or an immortal intervened, there was absolutely no chance of healing. And now, Lin Chen, her benefactor, actually said there was a 70 to 80% chance of healing. This was simply the voice of heaven. Then I must trouble you again, benefactor. Whatever heavenly materials and treasures you need, no matter the cost, I can find them for you. Tushan Su Su's tone was filled with trust and undeniable determination. As long as she could heal this old injury and free herself from the potential life-threatening crisis, she would have the chance to strive for a higher realm. She was willing to pay any price. Lin Chen looked at her excited appearance and smiled slightly in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he mentioned some key heavenly materials and treasures needed for the treatment, as well as auxiliary medicinal herbs, which included some rare spiritual items that had long been extinct or only existed in legends. However, after hearing this, Tushan Su Su did not hesitate at all, not even furrowing her brows. She immediately waved her jade hand, sending out several sound transmission talismans from the palace. Send my orders. Have Elder Qing, Elder Xian, and Elder Yu immediately bring me all the spirit grasses over 1,000 years old, 9-leaf dragon mushrooms, and 10,000-year stone stalactite from the treasury. There could be no mistakes. No didas. Tushan Su Su's voice was filled with the authority and decisiveness befitting a demon king. Inside the Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the elders of the Fox Mountain, who were guessing what their demon king and a human middle-aged man were doing inside, were stunned upon receiving the sound transmission, then immediately took their orders without any delay. After arranging everything, Tushan Su Su looked at Lin Chen again, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of barely noticeable affection. Thank you, benefactor. Your great kindness, I will never forget in my lifetime. How about I repay you with my body? Hee hee. Tushan Su Su once again returned to the form of a fox spirit. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Su Su is too polite. This is just fate, nothing serious. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then changed the subject, his eyes flashing with eagerness. Gathering those heavenly materials would take some time. Why not take this opportunity for me to give you a preliminary treatment? Let's test the effects. Preliminary treatment? Tushan Su Su blinked her curious eyes and asked, how do we do that? Lin Chen gestured for Tushan Su Su to lie down on the bed and relax her mind. Tushan Su Su complied, her exquisite and alluring body lying on the soft cloud silk quilt, making her even more enticing. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart, and immersed his mind in the profound techniques of the mystical medical classic. The next moment, he extended both hands, his fingertips surrounded by faint golden true energy and a trace of elusive blue sword intent, which, combined with the sword intent, had a miraculous effect on unblocking the meridians. Then Lin Chen proceeded with the special massage techniques and acupoint pressing methods recorded in the medical classic, gently applying them to Tushan Su Su's skin that was still exposed to the air. The touch was warm and delicate, as if made of fat. Lin Chen's heart again stirred slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. A physician's heart is that of a parent. I'm now a doctor. A doctor. Lin Chen silently reminded himself and began to focus intently on treating Tushan Su Su. As Lin Chen's hands pressed, kneaded, and punctured, streams of pure metal true energy, mixed with sharp sword intent and the special life force recorded in the mystical medical classic, slowly flowed into Tushan Su Su's body. Then he began to unclog Tushan Su Su's blocked meridians and accumulated energy. At first, Tushan Su Su felt a bit shy and nervous due to Lin Chen's touch. But soon, An indescribable feeling of comfort spread from Lin Chen's fingertips throughout her limbs and bones. The places where her old injuries usually felt like needles stabbing her began to transmit waves of pleasant, tingling warmth. It was as if a drought-stricken seedling had encountered the nourishing rain. That feeling was too comfortable. So comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a suppressed sound of him, filled with a mix of pain, comfort, and endless temptation, escaping from Tushan Su's alluring red lips. This sound was melodious and plaintive, full of an unusual charm. Immediately, within the palace, various strange sounds began to emerge, evoking fantasies and igniting blood. Chapter 41. The Healing Master. We really didn't do anything. Listening to the sounds coming from Tushan Su, Lin Chen couldn't hold back anymore. His hands that were massaging stopped involuntarily, after a long-awaited enjoyment of the smooth feeling. Tushan Su noticed the hands that were moving on her body had stopped and turned her head in confusion to look at Lin Chen. Benefactor? Just call me Lin Chen from now on. Always calling me Benefactor feels strange. Also, keep your voice down. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tushan Su's pretty face turned slightly red, and then she silently lowered her head. But ultimately, she couldn't resist the comfortable feeling and let out a soft moan. Although it was separated by the heavy palace doors, the fox maidens guarding outside the palace could still faintly hear some subtle movements. They glanced at each other, their pretty faces showing a suspicious blush, eyes filled with gossip and envy. Did you hear that? It seems quite lively inside. Yes. Lady Susu seems very into it. Oh my, that human uncle is too strong to make the lady emit such sounds. Shoo, keep it down, don't let the lady hear. Just as the maidens were whispering and thinking wildly, several beams of light flew in from afar and landed at the palace door. It was the core elders of Fox Mountain, including Elder Qing, Elder Xian, and Elder Yu, who were sent to deliver resources. They were holding jade boxes or storage bags emitting rich spiritual energy, evidently filled with the rare materials Lin Chen needed. However, as soon as they approached the palace door, the intermittent and unusually alluring strange sounds clearly reached their ears. The several elders who had lived for hundreds of years and seen much were all instantly petrified. Their eyes wide open, mouths agape, their expressions extraordinary. There was shock, there was bewilderment, there was disbelief, and a hint of helpless amusement. What is this? Elder Qing stuttered, pointing at the tightly closed palace door. The other elders also had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Elder Yu, with a knowing look, meaningfully said, Ahem, it seems we came at the wrong time. Really? Elder Qing reacted, lowering her voice with a hint of admiration. Isn't this too fast? It's barely been a quarter of an hour since that human entered. She evidently misunderstood something. The other elders nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with gossip as they looked towards the palace. At that moment, inside the palace, Lin Chen, who was focused on giving deep treatment to Tushan Su, raised his eyebrows, sensing several powerful auras outside. Almost simultaneously, Tushan Su, who was enjoying an unprecedented comfortable feeling and was nearly moaning, blushed and reminded, Benefactor, it seems Elder Qing and the others have brought the materials. Tushan Su felt soft and weak all over, her pretty face flushed with a charming redness, her phoenix eyes hazy with moisture, exuding an enticing allure, her voice laced with a hint of laziness and hoarseness. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this, retracting his hands. He exhaled a long breath, feeling that he had consumed quite a bit of energy. Although the treatment technique from the Xian Medical Classic was incredibly effective, it indeed consumed a great deal of the practitioner's spiritual and mental energy. All right, let them in. Lin Chen nodded, and with a thought, an invisible spiritual force swept out. Creak! The heavy palace door opened with a sound. Outside, Elder Qing and the other core elders were exchanging strange glances, hesitating whether to knock. Suddenly, the palace door swung open. They were startled when they saw the scene inside the palace. They were once again petrified. In the center of the palace, on the massive bed made of 10,000-year-old cold jade, their exalted and stunning Tushan Su looked a bit disheveled, her pretty face still flushed. her beautiful eyes dreamy like water, breathing slightly hurriedly, and her red lips slightly parted, appearing like she had just gone through an intense battle. A lazy and charming demeanor inviting plunder. Not far from the bed stood Lin Chen, who, although still somewhat neatly dressed, had beads of sweat on his forehead, and his breathing was a bit uneven. This scene, this atmosphere, combined with the strange sounds they had just heard. Even a fox, or rather, a being with some experience, could piece together what earth-shattering events had just occurred here. Did we interrupt the lady? Elder Qing felt her tongue almost tying itself in knots, cautiously asking. The other elders also lowered their heads, afraid to look too much, lest they see something they shouldn't and incur Tu Shan Susu's displeasure. Lin Chen looked at the peculiar expressions on the faces of the fox elders, filled with "we understand. We all know," you continue as if we're not here, and their efforts to suppress laughter, with their mouths curving uncontrollably upwards. Lin Chen instantly understood what these fox elders were thinking. Ahem, elders, you might have misunderstood. Lin Chen explained, I was treating Susu, your lady's old injuries. Really? Nothing happened. However, his pale and powerless explanation, in the ears of the experienced fox elders, undoubtedly made things worse. Nothing happened? Are you kidding? Nothing happened. And the lady is in this state. Nothing happened. And what about those blush-inducing sounds just now? Treating old injuries? Hee hee. Is it treating old injuries or developing new territories? The elders secretly chuckled in their hearts, but their faces showed a knowing expression as they nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. We understand, we all understand. Young Master Lin's medical skills are superb. Thank you for treating the lady. It must have been hard work. The items the lady needs have been delivered. We won't disturb the lady and young Master Lin any longer. Farewell. After saying this, the elders placed the rare materials in their hands down and quickly exited the palace. They even kindly closed the palace door for Lin Chen and Tu Shan Susu. Lin Chen looked at the once again closed palace door and at the nine-tailed heavenly fox demon king on the bed, who was looking at him with a gaze that seemed to say, Benefactor, you're so bad, I like it so much, and felt completely overwhelmed. No, you have to let me explain. We really were just treating old injuries in a very pure way. Chapter 42. The Thousand-Face Technique is in hand. Benefactor, come visit me often. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Lin Chen looked at the once again closed palace door, then at the nine-tailed heavenly fox demon king on the bed, who was looking at him with a gaze that seemed to say, Benefactor, you're so bad. I like it so much, and felt that his blood was about to boil. This misunderstanding had gone too far. He opened his mouth, wanted to struggle a bit more and explain something, but seeing Tu Shan Susu's lazy and charming demeanor, as if she had already acknowledged something, Lin Chen ultimately gave up helplessly. Forget it. It can't be explained clearly. Besides, it seems like I'm not the one at a disadvantage. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions, and refocused his attention back on the treatment. No matter what the elders thought, this old injury still needed to be treated. Susu, do you feel better? Lin Chen tried to make his voice sound calmer and more professional. Upon hearing Lin Chen finally speak to her again, and his tone seemed to have returned to normal, Tu Shan Susu couldn't help but feel delighted. She slowly sat up from the bed, her slightly disheveled clothes adding to her allure, her pretty face still radiating a charming blush. She carefully sensed her condition, and her beautiful eyes suddenly filled with surprise. Benefactor, your treatment is so miraculous. I feel that the long-standing stagnation in my body has truly lessened a lot. The blocked meridians seem to have been cleared by a warm yet sharp force. It feels so good. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Tu Shan Susu moved her long jade legs, a genuine joyful smile appearing on her face. The deep-seated pain and discomfort that had been lingering for so long had surprisingly lessened significantly at this moment. This was simply unbelievable. One must know how many rare materials and renowned doctors she had sought for this old injury, with very little effect. Who would have thought that Lin Chen's simple manual treatment could yield such immediate results? What kind of extraordinary legacy was that ancient medical scripture of his? Just as Tu Shan Susu was filled with surprise and admiration for Lin Chen's medical skills, Lin Chen's mind was once again filled with the cold sound of the system's notification. Ding! Chain task. Rescue the little white fox, second phase. Target's injury has shown preliminary relief. Host's reputation as a medical master begins to emerge. Task completed. Task reward. Earth level lower tier divine ability 1000 faces technique breath imitation. Appearance transformation from an elderly person to a young child. All kinds of changes at will. A must-have for home travel and illicit activities. Has been issued to the system space. Completed. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It was completed just like that. He thought that at least he would have to wait until Tushan Susu's old injury was completely cured for this chain task to be considered truly completed. He didn't expect that just a preliminary treatment that alleviated her symptoms would lead the system to determine the task was complete. This dog system was sometimes too generous, wasn't it? But after a moment's thought, Lin Chen felt relieved. The tasks issued by the system had always been so unreasonable, filled with various points of contention. As long as it was completed, who cared about the details? Moreover, this time's reward, the Earth-level lower-tier divine ability 1000 faces technique. Lin Chen's heart immediately surged with excitement. Divine ability. This was even more profound and difficult to cultivate than martial techniques. It often contained the application of certain laws of heaven and earth, and this 1000 faces technique could imitate breath and change appearances. This was simply a divine skill. Whether it was to hide his identity, infiltrate for investigation, or, well, do something illicit, it would be so much more convenient. It was definitely a life-saving and underhanded method. Lin Chen felt delighted and was extremely satisfied with this reward. However, he turned to the bed where the stunning Demon King was looking at him with surprise and gratitude, and he secretly made a resolution in his heart. Although the system task had been completed, since he had promised to help Tushan Su treat her old injury, he must see it through to the end. This was not just for the sake of a debt of gratitude, but also because he had clearly sensed from the diagnosis in the Xian Medical Classic that if Tushan Su's old injury truly erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could even endanger her life. After all, he had saved her back then. Now that he had the ability, he naturally could not stand by and watch her suffer. Moreover, this vixen, although a bit enchanting and clingy, had indeed treated him well. Lin Chen did not linger too long in the Qingxiu Fox Mountain. After conducting the first preliminary treatment for Tushan Su, he stayed in the Qingxiu Palace for another day to guide her on some follow-up conditioning methods and precautions. Of course, during this time, he was not spared from the various unintentional teasing and hints from this passionately fiery Demon King, which nearly caused him to lose his composure several times and flee in embarrassment. Finally, on the morning of the third day, Lin Chen used the excuse of needing to return to the Xiantian Immortal Sect to submit an outer sect task to bid farewell to Tushan Su. Although Tushan Su felt reluctant in her heart, she knew that Lin Chen could not stay in Qingxiu Fox Mountain forever. She personally sent Lin Chen to the mountain gate, her captivating phoenix eyes filled with deep affection and a hint of undetectable melancholy. Lin Chen, she called softly, her voice carrying a slightly hoarse magnetism. If you have time in the future, you must come back to see me often. I will miss you. As Tushan Su finished speaking, her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and her delicate face flushed with a charming red hue. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. This fairy was truly a little tormentor. Lin Chen nodded and said gently, "Don't worry, Su. Your old injury cannot be healed in a day. It still requires ongoing treatment and conditioning. I will probably come once a month to give you checkups and treatments. At the same time, you will need to prepare the rare materials in advance." Upon hearing Lin Chen say this, Tushan Su's face immediately blossomed with an incredibly bright smile. Once a month. That's wonderful. This was simply a huge surprise. She had originally worried that after Lin Chen left this time, he would be like before, with no news for 100 years. Unexpectedly, he would actively propose to come every month. Okay, Lin Chen, you can rest assured. I will definitely prepare those rare materials in advance. Tushan Su nodded repeatedly, looking as adorable as a chick pecking at rice. It's settled then. You must not go back on your word. Tushan Su Su extended her delicate finger playfully and expectantly, wanting to make a pinky promise with Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at her childlike demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, extending his hand to gently hook hers. A gentleman's word is his bond. All right. Tushan Su Su happily withdrew her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with a glow of happiness. After thinking for a moment, she added, if you can't come over, I can also come to find you. After all, my old injury is quite torturous. Tushan Su Su said, feigning a pitiful look. Lin Chen smiled helplessly upon hearing this. All right. This vixen was determined to cling to him. However, he did not refuse. After all, traveling back and forth across the mountains every month would indeed be quite troublesome. Okay, whatever you say. Lin Chen nodded. After a reluctant farewell with Tushan Su Su, Lin Chen used his movement technique to leave Qingxiu Fox Mountain and swiftly headed towards the Xiantian Immortal Sect. A few days later, Lin Chen successfully returned to the Xiantian Immortal Sect. When he arrived at the Outer Sect Affairs Hall, preparing to submit the task of collecting the 7-star grass he had taken earlier, he found the entire Outer Sect area unusually lively and excited. Countless Outer Sect disciples were gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering and discussing. It seemed they were all talking about the same topic. Lin Chen listened carefully and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The Outer Sect Grand Competition. It turned out that soon it would be the Xiantian Immortal Sect's triennial Outer Sect Grand Competition. This was a major event that the entire Outer Sect and even the Inner Sect would pay attention to. Its scale and importance were far beyond the previous miscellaneous work competition and new disciple trials. As Lin Chen pondered this in his heart, suddenly, the storage ring at his waist vibrated slightly. Immediately after, a transmission talisman glowing with a faint blue light automatically floated out from the ring and hovered before him. The transmission talisman emitted a familiar voice that was clear and pleasant, yet carried a hint of subtle joy and anticipation. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. Lin Chen Gij, are you back? Come to the Holy Maiden Peak. I have good news for you. Lu Ruyan's voice was gentle and very pleasant to hear. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Ruyan was looking for him, and there was good news? Although Lin Chen was curious about what the good news was, he decided to submit his task first. Lin Chen first went to the affairs hall to submit the task of collecting the 7-star grass. The responsible disciple in charge, upon seeing Lin Chen's youthful face that had restored to around 40 years old, but still had a head of white hair, was momentarily stunned again, and his expression became somewhat strange. Clearly, Lin Chen's various legendary exploits had long since become no secret in the Outer Sect. Lin Chen did not care about the strange looks from others. After submitting his task and receiving the meager reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones and a few chi gathering pills, he headed straight towards the direction of the Saintess Peak. The Saintess Peak was still shrouded in mist, filled with an ethereal aura. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the mountain guards were even more respectful than last time, with a hint of reverence. It was evident that Lin Chen's extraordinary performance during the Outer Sect trial had already reached their ears. Guided by the mountain guards, Lin Chen entered the Saintess Peak without any obstacles and arrived at the familiar quiet courtyard. After a few days apart, the beauty was still the same. Lu Rian was still dressed in a moon-white palace outfit, her graceful and her beauty unmatched. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a trace of undisguised joy flashed in her clear, autumn-like eyes. She personally poured a cup of fragrant spirit tea for Lin Chen, the same kind that could help one break through, the 9-turn spirit tea. Lin Chen was not polite and took the cup, sipping a mouthful. The familiar sweet and refreshing taste, along with the overwhelming spiritual energy, invigorated him once again. Putting down the cup, Lin Chen got straight to the point and asked, "What is the good news you mentioned, Ruyan?" He still wasn't used to calling Lu Ruyan directly by her name, but he didn't want to use the formal title Saintess either. Their relationship had progressed to a new level, and it felt inappropriate to continue as before. So he decided to call her Ruyan directly, just adapting. Lu Ruyan seemed to notice the subtle change in how he addressed her, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with even more joy. She put down her cup and looked at Lin Chen softly, asking, "Brother Lin Chen, do you know about the Outer Sect Grand Competition?" Lin Chen nodded. "I heard the outer disciples discussing it when I just returned. Yes, Lu Rian nodded lightly and continued. The reason I came to find you this time is to tell you a piece of incredibly good news. What good news? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, becoming even more curious. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Your performance in the Outer Sect trial was truly astonishing. Not only did you successfully obtain the Golden Core inheritance, but you also displayed terrifying combat power far beyond your peers. Your standing in the hearts of the sect elders is now extraordinary." She paused for a moment, then added happily, "I received news that several intersect elders, even core elders, have developed a strong interest in you, Brother Lin Chen. They said that as long as you can achieve excellent results in the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition and demonstrate sufficient potential, they might personally take you as their disciple." At that point, Lin Chen was taken aback. Elders wanted to take him as a disciple, directly promoted to the inner sect, even becoming a core disciple. He looked at Lu Ruyan's excited face and the genuine joy in her eyes, and for a moment, he was stunned. How could a 100-year-old man, who just barely broke through to the Qi gathering stage, be noticed by the sect elders? And they wanted to take him as a disciple. When did the world become so crazy? Lu Ruyan giggled at Lin Chen's dazed expression. To be honest, when she heard this news, she couldn't believe it at first. But then she became very happy. After all, she hoped to see her brother Lin Chen shine, ideally replacing the position of the Holy Son of the Xintian Immortal Sect. At that time, her brother Lin Chen's status would be equal to hers, and the little schemes in her heart could be realized. Of course, Lu Ruyan knew that she couldn't share these thoughts with anyone. "Brother Lin Chen, you must perform well in the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition. Good luck." Chapter 43. Have I become a hot commodity? On Sanus Peak, the news that Lu Ruyan brought stirred up quite a wave in Lin Chen's heart. Being noticed by the sect elders and possibly becoming a direct disciple, even potentially rising to become a core disciple. Such a thing in the past, he wouldn't have dared to even imagine. However, now with his innate talent for Tao items, his metal-based spirit body, unparalleled swordsmanship aptitude, and the incredible inheritances of the Qinglian sword art and Xian medical canon by his side, it seemed not entirely impossible. Lin Chen pondered quietly, feeling a strange expectation for the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition. Meanwhile, in the core disciple area, within the majestic Holy Sun Palace floating in the clouds, the atmosphere was cold and oppressive. The current Holy Sun, Feng Xian, was listening to his trusted subordinate, the inner sect disciple Xia Yu, report on the Outer Sect trials and recent sect developments. When he heard that Lin Chen had caught the attention of several inner sect elders and even core elders, possibly being accepted as a disciple after the Outer Sect Grand Competition, Feng Xian's already gloomy and handsome face instantly turned ugly. "Hith hith." Feng Xian let out a meaningless cold laugh, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain and a hint of barely perceptible anger. "A group of old fools. They actually have their eyes on an old waste who only broke through to the Qi gathering stage by luck at over 100 years old, relying on a woman's favor to barely survive? It's truly ridiculous." Feng Xian felt nothing but contempt. To him, Lin Chen was merely a lucky clown. However, the failure of the 5 useless people he first sent to assassinate Lin Chen was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since becoming the Holy Sun. A mere Outer Sect disciple, an old man on the verge of dying. How could he make the exalted Holy Sun feel the taste of failure for the first time? Absolutely unforgivable. Feng Xian's eyes flashed with cold light, his killing intent intensifying. He would not allow Lin Chen to have any opportunity to show off again, nor would he allow Lin Chen to be noticed by any elders to become an inner sect disciple, lest he interfere with Lu Ruyan, who he had already earmarked as his forbidden treasure. "Xiaoyu." Feng Xian's voice was icy as he spoke. "Yes, Holy Sun." Xiaoyu quickly bowed in response, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he clearly sensed the terrifying anger and killing intent radiating from the Holy Sun. "You need to do something right away," Feng Xian said slowly, his gaze sinister. "Go tell the top 10 ranked Outer Sect disciples that in this Outer Sect Grand Competition, no matter who it is, if they encounter that old man named Lin Chen on the arena, they should suppress him fiercely, humiliate him, Make him lose all face and become a complete joke. Once the deed is done, anyone who helped will be heavily rewarded by this holy sun. The one who performs best will have the chance to meet this holy sun personally. At that time, they can choose any heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or divine weapons. Fang Xian's voice was filled with temptation and unquestionable authority. Xia Yu's heart trembled at his words, and he quickly bowed his head, saying yes. Odisson, I will take care of it immediately. Xia Yu knew that the Holy Sun was genuinely angry this time. He had truly invested resources. The opportunity to meet the Holy Sun personally, choosing heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or divine weapons. Such a reward was enough to drive any outer sect disciple mad. Soon, in a hidden cultivation cave within the outer sect area, Xia Yu, as an inner sect disciple and the Holy Sun Fang Xian's trusted subordinate, naturally had considerable influence in the outer sect. He easily gathered the 10 most recognized and powerful prodigies among the outer sect disciples to this place. Each of these 10 individuals exuded a strong aura, their eyes fierce, all possessing cultivation levels above the 7th stage of Qi gathering, with 3 of them even reaching the peak of the 9th stage. However, in terms of true combat power, each one of them had undoubtedly surpassed the Qi gathering stage. Reaching the pulse condensation level, they were the top candidates with the highest chances of winning the outer sect competition. Senior Brother Xia, may I ask why you have summoned us today? A burly young man named Kong Ming, who was at the 9th stage of Qi gathering and had a violent aura, was the first to speak. He had secured 3rd place in the last outer sect competition, possessing formidable strength and a domineering personality. The others also turned their curious and slightly wary gazes toward Xia Yu. Xia Yu cleared his throat, revealing a proud smile, and conveyed the orders and promises of the Holy Sun, Fang Xian, to these 10 outer sect prodigies without alteration. When they heard the words about suppressing Lin Chen, the Holy Sun's generous rewards for meeting him, and freely choosing divine weapons, the expressions of the 10 outer sect prodigies, which had varied before, suddenly brightened at the same time. Their breathing even became somewhat rapid. Their eyes were filled with unabashed fervor and greed. Senior Brother Xia, is this true? The young man Kong Ming asked excitedly. As long as we teach that old man Lin Chen a lesson in the competition, we can gain the Holy Sun's favor and rewards. Of course it's true, Xia Yu replied proudly. The Holy Sun's words are of utmost importance. How could he deceive you? That Lin Chen is merely a waste who ascended to the outer sect after 100 years. Although he has had some recent luck and created a bit of a stir, in the face of true strength, he is still not worth a single blow. The Holy Sun merely deems it beneath him to deal with such an ant personally, hence giving you all a chance to perform. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the 10 outer sect prodigies completely dissipated. Dealing with an old man who only reached the Qi gathering stage after 100 years? No matter how impressive he had appeared before, he could never be a match for these true top-tier talents of the outer sect. This was practically a free opportunity, a free reward. Moreover, they could use this chance to climb up to the Holy Sun's tree. This rare opportunity, only a fool would miss it. Kong Ming was the first to thump his chest and guarantee, if I encounter that Lin Chen in the competition, I'll definitely make him understand what despair is. Let him know that the outer sect is no place for someone like him. That's right. A mere old man dares to act recklessly in front of us. Qin Feng, will be the first to disagree. A cold-voiced young man wielding a long sword, also at the 9th stage of Qi gathering, declared, Hey, the Holy Sun's reward is definitely mine. A robust man named Zhao Hu, whose physique was like an iron tower and who was at the peak of the 8th stage of Qi gathering, rumbled with laughter. And I, Li Meier, will make that old man understand why the flowers are so red. A charming young woman in red, whose cultivation had also reached the 8th stage of Qi gathering, giggled while covering her mouth. The remaining outer sect prodigies also chimed in, filled with disdain for Lin Chen and eagerness for Fang Xian's rewards. In their eyes, suppressing a Lin Chen was as easy as pie. They had already begun to fantasize about receiving Fang Xian's rewards and soaring to great heights. Xiaoyu looked at their eager and confident expressions, nodding in satisfaction. He knew his task was complete. Next, he would wait to see how that old man Lin Chen would suffer disgrace and become a laughingstock in the outer sect competition. As for Lin Chen, he naturally remained unaware of this entire conspiracy against him. After returning from the Holy Maiden Peak, he resumed his secluded cultivation life. Motivated by the good news brought by Lu Ruyin and the potential threat posed by the Holy Sun behind him, he trained even harder and more devotedly. Time quietly passed in the monotonous routine of daily training. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had gone by. During this time, relying on his innate talent, his gung-metal spiritual body, his unmatched swordsmanship aptitude, and numerous extraordinary inheritances like the Qinglian sword technique and 5 elements body refinement technique, along with ample supplies of elixirs and spirit stones, his strength had once again seen rapid growth. From the initial stage of the 4th level of Qi gathering, he progressed to the mid-stage of the 4th level. In just half a month, his cultivation had steadily advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th level of Qi gathering, just one step away from the 5th level. This astonishing cultivation speed left Lin Chen himself somewhat amazed. Sigh, those more than 100 years before were truly wasted. Lin Chen couldn't help but lament. If he had possessed such talent and opportunities earlier, he might have been able to punch the nascent soul and kick the transformation stage already, right? Of course, that was just wishful thinking. There are no ifs in this world. His current achievements were already a tremendous fortune, feeling the increasingly refined and powerful golden true Qi within him, as well as the sharper and more formidable sword intent. Lin Chen was filled with confidence for the upcoming outer sect competition. That girl Ruyin said that if I perform well in the competition, I might have the chance to be noticed by an elder and taken as a disciple. If I could truly join a powerful elderess faction, it would mean having a strong backing. At that time, that so-called Holy Sun would have to think twice before trying to mess with me. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Though he didn't know why the Holy Sun Feng Xian had targeted him, he was certainly not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Since the other party had already made a move, he naturally had to be prepared. The outer sect competition was the best stage for him to showcase his strength and seek a backing. Therefore, he had to put in a good effort this time. Finally, amid the anticipation of countless outer sect disciples, the triennial outer sect disciple competition of the Shantian Immortal Sect officially kicked off. The entire outer sect area was immersed in a fervent yet tense atmosphere. Dozens of huge bluestone arenas stood tall in the vast martial arts arena. Surrounding the arenas was a sea of people, a crowd so dense it was suffocating. Not only were there thousands of participating outer sect disciples, but there were also many inner sect disciples who had come to watch the excitement. And even some core disciples and sect elders who were hidden among the crowd were seated on high platforms, ready to observe this grand event. Lin Chen still wore the moon-white outer sect disciple robe, and although his white hair was noticeable in the crowd, it was not particularly eye-catching compared to those already famous top prodigies. After all, there were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, and talents emerged in droves. Although he had made some noise in the miscellaneous disciple competition and the new disciple trial, his little fame quickly drowned beneath the louder names during this truly large-scale event. At this moment, nearly everyone's attention was focused on the 10 prodigies who had already gained fame in the outer sect and were hailed as the favorites to win this competition. Look, it's senior brother Kong Ming. He was 3rd in the last competition. It said that over the past 3 years, his strength has soared, and he has reached the peak of the 9th stage of Qi gathering. He is definitely here to vie for the champion. Senior brother Qin Feng is here too. He is the number 1 in the outer sect swordsmanship. His sword is as swift as a startled swan, sharp and unmatched. It said he has already touched the threshold of sword intent. And senior brother Zhao Hu, his indestructible body is practically invincible at the same level. Senior sister Li Meier is so beautiful too. Her strength is incredible. With her red lotus karma fire, who knows how many opponents she has burned to ashes. Who do you think will be the champion of this outer sect competition? It must be senior brother Kong Ming. He has the deepest foundation. I don't think so. Brother Qin Feng's sword is the strongest. Brother Zhao Hu's defense is unbreakable. The discussion in the martial arts arena was lively and boisterous. Countless disciples argued passionately for their favored geniuses, their faces flushed and spitting words. They all firmly believed that the person they supported would definitely win first place. Lin Chen listened to the discussions around him, and his gaze couldn't help but drift towards those people. Indeed, at first glance, it was clear that none of them were simple. Nearly every one of them had an incredibly thick aura, completely unlike what a Qi-gathering realm expert could emit. And even a few of them were already comparable to those in the pulse condensation realm. No wonder they were the top 10 in the outer sect. Each one was immensely powerful. Lin Chen was a bit astonished. Compared to these true geniuses, he was just an outsider. But then again, who was the real genius? Perhaps only Lu Ru Yin could be considered one. After all, 100-year-old nascent soul. Even in the outside world, that would be a renowned figure. As Lin Chen looked at the top 10 outer sect geniuses, they were also searching the crowd for Lin Chen's figure, and when they saw him, all 10 revealed a hint of sinister smiles. This person is Lin Chen? It looks just ordinary. Qi gathering fourth layer at 100 years old. And still at this level of cultivation, I would have found a rock to knock myself out long ago. Good, I can't wait. Although I don't know how this old man offended the Holy Sun, but it doesn't matter as long as I suppress this old man. I can gain the Holy Sun's favor. Fantastic. Old man, enjoy your upcoming time well. It won't be so easy for you anymore. Hee. A series of inner voices echoed in the hearts of the top 10 outer sect geniuses. Their gazes towards Lin Chen akin to looking at a piece of Tang Sung meat. Chapter 44. Your confidence. The next chapter, changes the martial arts arena was filled with noise, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, as well as inner sect disciples, core disciples, and even some sect elders who came to watch the excitement, focused their attention on the dozens of massive bluestone arenas. The once every 3 years outer sect competition of the Xiantian Immortal Sect had officially begun. On the high platform, the outer sect's Grand Elder Wang Yuanshan, who was responsible for presiding over this competition, cleared his throat and his powerful voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Disciples, silence. Today is the day of the outer sect disciple competition of our Xiantian Immortal Sect. This competition aims to test your 3 years of hard work and select the true top talents to inject new blood into the sect. The rules of this competition are the same as in previous years. Firstly, all participating disciples must stop when called, focusing on skill exchange, and must not deliberately use lethal force to harm fellow disciples. Violators will be severely punished. When Wang Yuanshan said this, his tone became particularly stern, and a wave of pressure from a Golden Core realm expert flashed by, causing all participating disciples to feel a chill in their hearts. He continued, secondly, during the matches, no cheating methods are allowed, such as taking forbidden drugs that can temporarily enhance strength or using secret techniques that would damage one's foundation. Once discovered, qualifications will be immediately revoked and dealt with according to sect rules. Besides that, other means, whether magical treasures, talismans, or techniques learned, can be freely used. In this competition, the top 10 outer sect disciples will enjoy special privileges, using a special drawing system to compete first. The remaining disciples will be randomly matched, and if they draw an opponent far beyond their capabilities, they can only say it's bad luck. As soon as this was said, the ordinary disciples in the audience wailed in despair, secretly praying not to draw one of the top 10 outer sect geniuses who were already renowned. That was almost like a death sentence. All right, enough with the nonsense. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yuanshan declared, the outer sect competition officially begins. Please have the steward disciples start the first round of draws. As his words fell, several steward disciples holding jade slips began to loudly announce the match list. The first match, Arena 1, Outer Sect 10th Fast Sword Sun Yu versus Wang Tao. Wow. When the first name was called, an uproar erupted from the crowd. The outer sect disciple, named Wang Tao, turned pale upon hearing his name alongside Fast Sword Sun Yu, and he collapsed in fright, fainting on the spot. Similar scenes continued to unfold in the subsequent draws. Many ordinary disciples, upon hearing they would face one of the top 10 geniuses, either surrendered immediately or simply refused to compete. It could be said that the top 10 Outer Sect geniuses advanced effortlessly. This further deepened the surrounding disciples' understanding of what it meant to have the privilege of the strong and the despair brought by strength. Lin Chen, mingling in the crowd, watched this farce and secretly found it amusing. This Outer Sect competition didn't seem so serious after all. Just then, the ninth match, Arena 3, Outer Sect, ninth indestructible body, Li Hu versus. When the name Li Hu was announced, the atmosphere in the arena noticeably heated up. Li Hu was also one of the top 10 Outer Sect geniuses. It was said that he had reached the minor success stage in his cultivation of the indestructible body, making him extremely strong and difficult to harm with ordinary weapons, with few rivals at the same level. Everyone was curious about which unlucky person would be paired against this renowned defensive brute. The steward disciple paused, glanced at the jade slip, and then loudly announced the next name, Lin Chen. Lin Chen. The moment this name was called, the entire martial arts arena fell into a brief silence. Immediately afterward, it erupted like a pot boiling over with cold water. Who is Lin Chen? It can only be that Lin Chen, the one who only advanced to the Outer Sect at 100 years old, yet slaughtered his way through the Outer Sect trial and snatched the Golden Core inheritance. Oh my gosh, it's actually him? P.S. facing Brother Li Hu in the first match? Ha! Now, there's a good show to watch. One is a defensive powerhouse, and the other is a mysterious and formidable 100-year-old newcomer. Do you think Lin Chen can create a miracle this time? How is that possible? Brother Li Hu's indestructible body is no joke. It's said that even a peak chi gathering 9th layer S full power strike might not harm him at all. That S right. Although Lin Chen performed brilliantly before, he is still only at the chi gathering 3rd layer. And facing Brother Li Hu, the only outcome is defeat. The crowd buzzed with discussions, and some had already turned their gaze towards Lin Chen. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Li Hu, who was drawn to fight Lin Chen, was grinning from ear to ear, his rugged face revealing unabashed joy and savagery. Ha ha ha, heaven is helping me. I actually drew this old man first. Li Hu laughed wildly in his heart. He was the one who took on the Holy Sun's task. He was worried about not having a chance to show off. Unexpectedly, this opportunity came knocking. As long as he could humiliate and suppress Lin Chen in front of the entire sect, wouldn't the Holy Sun's reward be within reach? Thinking of this, Li Hu's gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with greed and cruelty. Meanwhile, several other top 10 Outer Sect geniuses who also received tasks from the Holy Sun displayed expressions of regret and jealousy upon seeing this draw result. Damn it, that guy Li Hu got ahead of me. If I had known, I would have gone for the 9th draw too. Li Hu, I'll trade you 3 Earth-grade, low-grade martial techniques for Lin Chen. The Outer Sect's #1 swordsman, Qin Feng, even directly offered to swap opponents with Li Hu. However, Li Hu would never agree. This was a huge opportunity. Li Hu directly refused. Senior brother Qin, you're joking. I can't enjoy such a good thing alone. Let's go by the draw results. The other few geniuses, seeing this, could only helplessly give up, secretly cursing Li Hu for his luck. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this scene, were even more curious. What was going on with the top 10 geniuses of the Outer Sect today? Why was everyone so eager to be Lin Chen's opponent? Did Lin Chen have some secrets they didn't know about? Lin Chen took all this in, pondering in his heart. The reactions of these guys? I'm not some kind of prized meat. Is it really necessary to go this far? Could it be that the Holy Prince is secretly pulling strings again? Is he really not giving up? Is he messing around behind the scenes again? But that's fine. I'll use you so-called geniuses to test the results of my cultivation over the past half-month. On the high platform, the inner sect elders and core elders, who had developed a strong interest in Lin Chen, also turned their attention to the white-haired figure in the crowd, who still stood out a bit. When they saw Lin Chen maintain his composure and calm demeanor in the face of such a situation and the malicious gazes around him, a hint of appreciation flashed in the elder's eyes. This child has a good temperament. One core elder nodded slightly while stroking his beard. Facing a formidable opponent without changing color, he can still maintain such tranquility. He indeed has the aura of a late bloomer. That's right. Just this ability to remain unperturbed in the face of change far surpasses ordinary young disciples. This appearance is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. The elders exchanged thoughts privately, and their impression of Lin Chen improved a bit more. The first round of the Outer Sect competition proceeded in an orderly manner. Unsurprisingly, those ordinary disciples who drew the top 10 geniuses of the Outer Sect almost all chose to concede voluntarily. This left a few geniuses who were eager to suppress Lin Chen, feeling a wave of frustration and dissatisfaction as they ended up with byes. Finally, it was time for the ninth match. Lin Chen versus the indestructible Li Hu. The atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena was instantly ignited to the extreme. Everyone's gaze focused on the two about to take the stage. They were all curious. Would this mysterious newcomer Lin Chen, who repeatedly created miracles, create another miracle when facing the well-known defensive powerhouse Li Hu? Or would he choose to concede directly, saving some face? The elders on the high platform also cast their attentive gazes. If Lin Chen lacked the courage to challenge and chose to concede directly, their previous interest and goodwill towards him would likely dissipate. After all, a cultivator without the spirit to challenge and who fears strong enemies, no matter how great their talent or calmness, would never become a true strong person. Under countless gazes, Lin Chen and Li Hu stepped onto the third ring one after the other. Li Hu still looked rugged and fierce. He gazed at the white-haired Lin Chen, who was half a head shorter and somewhat slender, with a sinister and cruel smile. Hee, old man, your luck really isn't great. You ran into me, Li Hu. In the first match, Li Hu stretched his muscles, making a series of cracking sounds filled with explosive power. But don't be too nervous, he continued, his tone shifting to a mocking, cat-and-mouse teasing. Considering your age and that you still came to participate in the competition, I will try to go easy on you when we start. He added, of course, if you kneel down and admit defeat now, I might spare you and let you suffer a little less. His words were full of insult and provocation, forcing Lin Chen to kneel and admit defeat. If he did that, he would undoubtedly be disgraced, perfectly achieving the goal. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this guy was really targeting him. Moreover, his aim seemed to be more than just defeating him. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but showed no expression on his face, simply speaking calmly. No need. I won't concede. Oh, Li Hu was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into even more arrogant laughter. Ha, good. As expected of the first genius to advance to the Outer Sect at 100 years old, your determination to pursue the path is indeed commendable. Although Li Hu praised him, the sarcasm and disdain in his tone were unmistakable. In that case, Li Hu sneered, his eyes revealing fierce light. I'll fulfill your wish. Just don't cry and beg for mercy later, haha, giving face, but not receiving it. Since it was like this, he could only take action himself. Li Hu made up his mind. As soon as the battle started, he would use overwhelming force to instantly suppress this old man, then slowly torment and humiliate him, making it so that he wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat, making him lose all face in front of the entire sect, completely becoming a laughingstock. Just as Li Hu was envisioning this bright future in his heart, the Outer Sect steward responsible for overseeing the match glanced at Lin Chen, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, "Ninth match, Lin Chen versus Li Hu." The match begins. The moment the words fell, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the two on the ring. They were really going to fight. Was Lin Chen crazy? However, given this spirit of challenge, even if he were defeated, it would be understandable. This determination to pursue the path was indeed rare. Of course, most people thought Lin Chen was overestimating himself, trying to take on a powerful opponent, especially since Li Hu's indestructible body was so well known. On the high platform, the elders' eyes flickered, filled with anticipation. Some intersect elders who supported Lin Chen and core elders nodded slightly. They looked forward to Lin Chen's performance. They wanted to see if this late bloomer, who surprised even them, could show some extraordinary qualities when facing an opponent whose realm and strength far exceeded his own. Would he be able to maneuver a bit in dire straits, or even find a chance to counterattack? As for defeating Li Hu, this thought had never crossed the minds of ordinary disciples or those well-informed elders, because it was simply impossible. On the ring, the moment the steward announced the start of the match, boom, Li Hu had already acted in an instant. Li Hu stomped his foot, and an observable shockwave rippled across the entire ring, while he himself shot forward like a cannonball, turning into a black shadow that rushed towards the slender Lin Chen. In the eyes of the onlookers, many felt that if Li Hu directly collided with Lin Chen, he might instantly make Lin Chen spit blood and die on the spot. The disparity in performance was just too great. However, facing the charging Li Hu, Lin Chen merely sank slightly, his hand slightly drawing forth the Gung Gold Spirit Sword, and a mysterious aura quietly emanated from him. Chapter 45. The indestructible body cannot withstand a single lotus. Li Mei, on the ring, the violent wind rushed towards him. Li Hu's sturdy figure, like a bullet, charged towards Lin Chen with immense force. His muscles bulged, shimmering with a faint bronze glow, exuding an indestructible, unmatched aura. It was his prideful body refinement absolute technique, the indestructible body. Although it was only a minor achievement, its defense was so strong that it could withstand the strikes of ordinary magical treasures, ignoring the full force attacks of peak 9th layer Qi Gathering Realm cultivators. "You old fool, die for me." Li Hu let out a deafening roar, his massive fist crashing down towards Lin Chen's seemingly frail figure like a battering ram. With one punch, he aimed to crush this old man who didn't know the meaning of death. The spectators below let out gasps at Li Hu's shocking strike. Such a strong momentum. Is this the true strength of senior brother Li Hu? Lin Chen probably wouldn't even have time to react, right? It's over. That old man is definitely going to be blown apart with one punch. Even the intersect elders and core elders on the high platform couldn't help but nod slightly. How would Lin Chen respond to Li Hu's overwhelming strike? However, just as the terrifyingly powerful fist was about to hit Lin Chen's face, Lin Chen still wore that calm, unruffled expression, as if he hadn't seen Li Hu's fierce attack at all. In the next moment, Lin Chen's body sank slightly, and his right hand slowly raised, grasping the hilt of the Gung Metal Spirit Sword at his waist. A mysterious and sharp aura began to quietly spread from him, as if a sleeping giant dragon had awakened. Just putting on an act, still daring to be arrogant when death is at hand? Seeing Lin Chen's leisurely demeanor, Li Hu's eyes flashed with disdain and cruelty. In his view, this old man must have been scared silly by him, forgetting even the most basic defense and evasion. He could already envision the scene of Lin Chen being crushed by his punch and sent flying. Most of the surrounding disciples shared the same thought. They looked at Lin Chen's posture, which seemed to give up resistance, and their faces revealed mockery and contempt. I thought this old guy had some trump card, but it turns out he has just a fake. Facing senior brother Li Hu's full force strike, he didn't even try to dodge. ISNT that seeking death? Sigh. I was somewhat looking forward to him, but it seems he has nothing special. Yet, just as everyone thought Lin Chen was doomed and Li Hu was about to succeed, a sudden change occurred. A sound like a clear sword cry, seemingly coming from beyond the heavens, suddenly resonated throughout the entire martial arena. In an instant, two dazzling azure divine lights shot out from Lin Chen's originally calm eyes. The majestic golden true energy, which had just broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th layer of Qi Gathering, surged like a flood that had burst its banks. The Gung Metal Spirit body shone brilliantly. The invincible swordsmanship talent was fully unleashed. At that moment, the Gung Metal Spirit Sword in his hand seemed to have come to life, emitting a violent buzzing sound. Mysterious azure runes, like swimming dragons, flowed and flickered on the sword body. Following this, under the horrified gaze of everyone, a crystal-clear azure lotus, seemingly carved from glass yet filled with endless vitality and extreme sharpness, quietly gathered and bloomed at the tip of Lin Chen's sword. The azure lotus was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. It hovered there quietly, as if it were the most perfect artwork in the world. However, the terrifying sharp aura it radiated, which seemed to be able to cut through all things and annihilate everything, sent shivers down people's spines. Earth-level upper tier, sword technique, azure, lotus sword technique. Gung Metal Spirit body. Gung Metal Spirit Sword, the three combined, and it carried a hint of minor sword intent. Go. Lin Chen gently uttered a word. Whoosh. The azure lotus hovering at the tip of the sword transformed into a fine azure sword light, almost imperceptible, rushing towards Li Hu's unstoppable, seemingly world-destroying iron fist at a terrifying speed that transcended visual limits. The two collided. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. The sneer on Li Hu's face froze. The mockery and disdain of the spectators below remained clear. There was no earth-shattering boom, no energy-ravaging explosion. Only a sound like the sharpest scissors easily tearing through fabric. Then, under the wide-eyed, ghostly gazes of everyone, Li Hu's proud, supposedly indestructible bronze iron fist was unexpectedly as fragile as tofu, being pierced inch by inch without hindrance by the fine azure sword light. A shrill, painful scream suddenly erupted from Li Hu's mouth. The sneer on his face was instantly replaced by extreme fear and horror. He watched helplessly as the seemingly beautiful azure lotus, like the smile of death, easily tore through his fist. It ripped apart his proud, indestructible body. That terrifying sharp aura, capable of annihilating everything, surged madly into his body, wreaking havoc on his meridians. Impossible! Li Hu screamed, spitting blood wildly, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. Bang! With a loud crash, Li Hu heavily landed on the edge of the ring more than 10 meters away, smashing the hard bluestone slab and creating a huge pit. He lay in the pit, drenched in blood, gasping weakly, inhaling less and exhaling more. Defeated, the 9th-ranked Outer Sect disciple, who had cultivated the indestructible body, Li Hu, was actually killed in one move by Lin Chen. The entire martial arena fell into a deathly silence once again. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood frozen as if under a spell. Their faces were filled with shock. If previously Lin Chen had killed the Qi-gathering realm's Wang Tong with one sword, they could still explain it away by saying Wang Tong had underestimated Lin Chen's hidden cultivation. But now, with Li Hu exhibiting the indestructible body, Lin Chen still suppressed him with one strike. This can't be explained by merely hiding his cultivation anymore. This is a dimensionality reduction strike. On the high platform, those inner and core elders who had still held a bit of an observational attitude towards Lin Chen now stood up abruptly. Their faces no longer held the calmness and composure from before. Instead, they were filled with shock and a hint of uncontainable joy and excitement. This aura is the Gung Metal Spirit Body? A core elder who had researched body types exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's definitely the Gung Metal Spirit Body. Another elder excitedly echoed. And that azure lotus, it's definitely an earth-level sword technique. And he has actually cultivated it to such a level. A genius. With a mid-stage cultivation of the 4th layer of Qi gathering. He unleashed an earth-level sword technique to kill a peak 9th layer Qi gathering cultivator who had practiced the indestructible body in one move. Such comprehension, such talent, such combat power. He is undoubtedly a genius. The elders spoke excitedly, their voices a little trembling. Their gazes towards Lin Chen had completely changed. No longer were they merely observing or finding him pleasing to the eye, but instead, they looked at him as if he were a piece of uncut jade. This Lin Chen had exceeded their expectations by so much. The Outer Sect disciples around, listening to the elders' discussions, were like being struck by bolts of divine lightning, completely stunned. Special spirit body? Earth-level sword technique? This Lin Chen's talent is actually so outstanding, but the facts were right in front of them. They couldn't help but believe. Thus, the first round of the Outer Sect competition came to a temporary halt due to Lin Chen's earth-shattering battle. And the news of Lin Chen's azure lotus killing Li Hu, who had the indestructible body, spread like a hurricane throughout the entire Xintian Immortal Sect, causing a tremendous sensation throughout the entire sect. Inside the Saint Sun Hall, Fang Xian listened to his subordinates report about Lin Chen's astonishing performance again, and his face turned ashen with rage. Useless, Li Hu, that useless fool. Fang Xian was speechless. Indestructible body? Nonsense. He couldn't even withstand a single move. This holy sun wants to see. Next, can those guys still bring any surprise to this holy sun? A cold light flickered in Fang Xian's eyes, and his killing intent towards Lin Chen only intensified. As night fell and the stars twinkled, Lin Chen had just finished a day of cultivation in the small courtyard newly assigned to him in the outer sect. Although today's battle ended in an easy victory, it gave him a clearer understanding of his own strength. The power of the Qinglian sword technique indeed exceeded his imagination. Just as he was about to rest, there was a gentle knock on the courtyard door. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Who could it be at this hour? He opened the door and saw a familiar and stunning figure standing outside. It was Lu Ruyan. She still wore her moon-white palace attire, her celestial demeanor enchanting. But under the night and moonlight, she appeared even more hazy and alluring. Lu Ruyan was holding a delicate food box in her hand. Brother Lin Chen, may I come in? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, her fair face slightly flushed, and playfully blinked her eyes as she asked. Lin Chen was taken aback. Although he was a bit surprised, he still stepped aside to let her in. What brings you here, Ruyan? Lin Chen asked curiously as he closed the courtyard door. I heard about your performance in the grand competition today, so I specially had the spiritual chef prepare some of your favorite spiritual dishes. And also the 100-flower brew I personally made to celebrate with you, Lu Ruyan said as she placed the food box on the table and opened the lid, releasing an enticing aroma. Inside were several exquisite small dishes and a pot of clear, fragrant wine. Lin Chen looked at the food and felt a warmth in his heart. This girl is quite thoughtful. He smiled and his tone softened considerably. Ruyan, you really didn't have to go through so much trouble. The two sat across from each other. The moonlight like water and the aroma of wine filled the air. The atmosphere became warm and somewhat ambiguous. Lu Ruyan seemed to have a low tolerance for alcohol. After a few cups of fine wine, her stunning face turned rosy, her beautiful eyes becoming misty and filled with intoxicating charm. Then she stood up, moved a stool, and placed it beside Lin Chen, leaning slightly and resting her head on his shoulder. The warm fragrance of her soft skin, Lin Chen's body stiffened. And just as he was about to make a move, Lu Ruyan whispered in a dreamy voice, tinged with tipsiness, in his ear, Brother Lin Chen, you're really amazing. But you need to keep working hard. When you become stronger, strong enough to become the new holy son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, then we can be together forever. Flying together. As Lu Ruyan spoke, her voice grew softer, and her breathing became even, as if she had truly fallen asleep. Lin Chen's body jolted at her words. He looked down at Lu Ruyan, who was resting on his shoulder, her peaceful and beautiful sleeping face stirring the softest strings in his heart. Becoming the holy son. Flying together? He could clearly feel Lu Ruyan's unabashed, almost humble affection for him, as well as the deep feelings from the nine-tailed celestial fox, Tu Shan Su Su, far away in the Qingqiu Fox Mountain, who also cared deeply for him. In the past, he might have chosen to escape from this. After all, he was just a waste with a nearing lifespan and poor talent, unworthy of their affection. But now it was different. He possessed incredible talent and potential. With an infinite future ahead, he was no longer that ant struggling at the bottom. He, Lin Chen, was destined to stand at the top of this world. So why should he let down these women who treated him sincerely? This world was never about monogamy. It was about the strong prevailing. True strong ones possess everything, including beautiful women. What if in the future they disagree for some reason? Then he would suppress them all, take them together. A hint of unprecedented dominance and determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At this moment, his heart of Tao seemed to become even more transparent and complete because of this realization. The night passed without a word. The next day, Lin Chen woke up. Lu Ruyan had already disappeared, and the second round of the Outer Sect Grand Competition was officially starting. Following Lin Chen's earth-shattering battle yesterday, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena was even more explosive today. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Chen. They all wanted to see what kind of surprise this mysterious dark horse would bring them today. Who would his next opponent be? Soon, the drawing results appeared again on the water mirror high above. When everyone saw Lin Chen's opponent for this round, The entire martial arts arena was once again completely stunned. What the hell? Did I see that right? Lin Chen versus senior sister Li Meyer, the 7th ranked among the Outer Sect's top 10 talents. Known for her red lotus fiery flames, the flame demoness Li Meyer, is this good luck or bad luck? The Outer Sect disciples were buzzing with discussion. Li Meyer was a well-known beauty in the Outer Sect, blooming brilliantly, and she was the dream fairy of countless Outer Sect disciples. No one expected Lin Chen to face Li Meyer in the second round. Li Meyer, the only female among the Outer Sect's top 10 talents. Moreover, she was renowned for her beauty, hailed as the first beauty of the Outer Sect, the flame demoness. Not only did she possess high cultivation, reaching the peak of the 8th level of Qi gathering, but her red lotus fiery flames technique was also extremely domineering and powerful. More importantly, she was just too damn alluring. On the other end of the arena, Li Meyer gracefully stepped onto the stage. Today, she wore a tight-fitting fire-red palace dress that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and enticing figure. Her slender waist was barely able to be grasped, and her ample bosom almost burst through the palace attire. Her long, straight legs peeked out from the split of the skirt, inviting the imagination, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, which seemed to drip with allure, and the countless charms emanating from her every move. She was simply a walking aphrodisiac. Countless Outer Sect disciples below watched with dry mouths and wide eyes. They could hardly contain themselves, wishing to rush onto the stage and embrace this flame demoness, to taste her sweetness. If this had been before yesterday, Li Meyer might have felt a sense of pride and enjoyment in the face of so many fiery gazes. But at this moment, her heart was filled with gravity and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were tightly locked onto the other end of the stage, where Lin Chen, still dressed in a moon-white robe, with his flowing white hair and calm demeanor, stood. The scene of Lin Chen defeating Li Hu in an instant still lingered in her mind. She was very clear about how strong Li Hu's indestructible body was. Even Li Hu couldn't withstand that strange Qinglian's attack. Although Li Meyer prided herself on being no weaker than Li Hu, and even having the upper hand in offensive power, facing the unfathomable Lin Chen, she truly had no confidence at all. However, the promised rewards from the Holy Sun Fangxian made it impossible for her to refuse. That was an opportunity to meet the Holy Sun, the promise of rare treasures, divine abilities, and spiritual weapons. As long as she could win the favor of the Holy Sun, she could rise to the top, escape her Outer Sect identity, and even become the Holy Sun's confidant. At that time, the entire Xintian Immortal Sect would not be able to stop her from acting as she pleased. For this goal, Li Meyer was willing to pay any price, even if it meant sacrificing a little of her beauty. She was absolutely confident in her face and figure. She didn't believe that with her charm, she couldn't handle a seemingly vigorous young man. Thinking of this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Li Meyer's eyes. She looked at Lin Chen, a seductive smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The next moment, just as the supervising elder was about to announce the start of the competition, a voice full of temptation and suggestion, like a lover's whisper, quietly entered Lin Chen's consciousness. Lin Chen. Oh no, I should call you senior brother Lin Chen. This was a secret transmission, a rather profound, secret technique. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze toward Li Meyer filled with a hint of amusement. What did this woman want to do? Li Meyer's enchanting voice continued to sound in his ear. Senior brother Lin Chen, I know that your might was unparalleled in yesterday's battle, and I, being a younger sister, feel inadequate. However, I have my own reasons for participating in this competition and must achieve a good ranking. So, I want to discuss something with you. Is that okay? Li Meyer's voice was sweet and sticky, full of a petulant tone. Oh, what do you want to discuss? Lin Chen responded calmly through the secret transmission. Hee. Li Meyer giggled and continued. Actually, it's quite simple. I just want to ask senior brother Lin Chen to put on a little show for me on the stage later. You just need to pretend to be outmatched by me. Let me, hit you a few times and then voluntarily concede. How about that? Of course. For the sake of realism, you might have to suffer a bit, like letting me accidentally step on you a couple of times. As long as you agree. After it's done, I will definitely reward you. For example, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight, I can invite you to a private meeting, have a drink, and chat about life and ideals. By the end, Lee Meyer's voice became even more ambiguous and suggestive. She even added with a hint of just the right amount of shyness. If you want to have some deeper exchanges, that could be arranged too. After saying this, Lee Meyer playfully blinked her captivating eyes at Lin Chen, sending him a flirty glance. After hearing Lee Meyer's conditions, Lin Chen felt even more curious and amused. Acting, pretending to be defeated, and getting stepped on a couple of times, and then he could go on a date with her? Even deeper exchanges? These conditions were simply too generous. This Lee Meyer was, after all, one of the top 10 talented women in the outer sect with both beauty and figure. Yet she was willing to pay such a price just to make him lose a match? It seemed that the Saint's son Fang Xian had invested quite a bit to suppress him. But he didn't know what kind of benefits he had promised these so-called talents to make them go to such lengths, even sacrificing their beauty to deal with him. An old man over 100 years old? Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but his face showed just the right amount of intrigue and surprise. Oh, is that true? Seeing that Lin Chen seemed to be taking the bait, Lee Meyer was delighted and quickly transmitted, "Of course it's true. I am a woman of my word. As long as you cooperate, I will be entirely at your disposal tonight." After saying this, Lee Meyer threw Lin Chen a flirtatious wink, filled with confidence and pride. In her view, no man could resist her charm. This Lin Chen, although he looked a bit old, was still a man, and surely couldn't he escape her grasp. Lin Chen looked at Lee Meyer's triumphant expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, forming a meaningful smile. He nodded and transmitted, "All right, I." Lee Meyer's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. It worked. This old man truly couldn't he resist her charm. As long as he cooperated a little, she could easily advance. Plus, she would gain the favor of the Saint's son. It was a double blessing. However, just as Lee Meyer was happily envisioning a bright future, thinking Lin Chen had agreed, his slow follow-up sentence finally came. "I refuse." What? Lee Meyer's smile froze instantly. Her enchanting eyes were filled with disbelief. Refuse? He actually refused. How could this be? Facing her advances, this old man remained unmoved. Was it because her conditions weren't high enough? Or did this old man simply not like women? Just as Lee Meyer felt a shock in her heart and was at a loss, a crisp sword cry suddenly rang out. Lin Chen had already drawn his Gongjin spirit sword, its cold blade pointing directly at Lee Meyer. He expressed his refusal through the most direct and cold action. Looking at the long sword emanating a chilling aura and feeling the sharp killing intent radiating from Lin Chen, Lee Meyer finally realized she had been played by this old man. "You." Lee Meyer's pretty face turned red in an instant, then transformed into a shade of iron blue. An indescribable humiliation and anger surged in her heart. She, the seventh in the outer sect, the flame demoness Lee Meyer, had never suffered such a great humiliation before. "Good. Very good." Lee Meyer laughed in anger, malice filling her peach blossom eyes. "Old man, you're asking for it, since you've rejected my kindness. Don't blame me, Lee Meyer, for being merciless." Before her words could finish, a terrifyingly hot and violent aura suddenly erupted from Lee Meyer. Her crimson fire, true energy enveloping her like a volcano erupting, wrapping her whole being in a blazing sea of red lotus flames. The pressure of her peak 8th level of chi gathering was released without reservation. "Die Oldmann," Lee Meyer shouted, her figure flashing like a fire shadow, charging toward Lin Chen with the terrifying momentum of incinerating everything. However, facing Lee Meyer's full-force attack fueled by anger, Lin Chen's expression remained calm and unperturbed. He didn't even raise an eyelid. The next second, Lin Chen gently shook the Gongjin spirit sword in his hand. Buzz. The sword intent of the minor achievement realm converged, releasing the embryonic form of sword intent. This time, there were no skies full of blue lotuses, nor dazzling sword lights. Only a sword intent embryo that was condensed to perfection, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and severing the cycle of reincarnation. Swoosh! That seemingly weak yet containing supreme sharpness sword intent embryo appeared directly before Lee Meyer in the blink of an eye. Then, under her horrified and incredulous gaze. The sword intent embryo easily pierced through her proud red lotus flame protective true energy and penetrated her seemingly indestructible robe defense. Finally, bang! Li Meyer felt a terrifying sharp aura coming from the tip of the Gungjin spirit sword. She even felt a chilling breath of death enveloping her. But fortunately, in the end, the terrifying sharp aura at the tip of the sword transformed into waves of energy fluctuations, directly sending her flying. Thud! It was only when she fell to the ground that Li Meyer realized what had happened, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her peach blossom eyes looking at Lin Chen on the stage in disbelief. That sword! How terrifying! Below, all the outer sect disciples, watching Li Meyer being defeated in one move again, were all stunned. One move. Again one move. Clean and swift, without a trace of smoke or fire. On the high platform, the inner sect elders and core elders, upon seeing this scene, once again fell silent collectively. Their faces were filled with a shock and ecstasy 10 times more intense than when they previously saw Lin Chen defeat Li Hu in an instant. Sword intense embryonic form? No, that's not right. This is definitely not a mere embryonic form of sword intent. The level of refinement, the sharpness, it is clearly the sword intent that has already entered the realm. Has he truly comprehended sword intent? And he is just one step away from mastering it. Good. A special spiritual body. Earth-grade sword techniques. Now, with such a terrifying talent in the sword path, if this child does not die prematurely, his future achievements will undoubtedly be limitless. He must take in disciples. If such a gem is missed, I will surely regret it for life. The few inner sect elders who were only moved before could no longer contain themselves at this moment. Their gazes towards Lin Chen were like hungry wolves spotting the most delicious lamb, filled with unhidden desire and possessiveness. One must know, looking across the entire outer sect of the Xintian Immortal Sect, Qin Feng, who is hailed as the #1 in sword path, has only just touched the threshold of the embryonic form of sword intent. And this Lin Chen has actually cultivated sword intent to such a degree. This kind of talent, although he is already 100 years old, he is definitely a typical late bloomer. What a pity. If he had shown such talent in his teens, it would have been even better. Perhaps we could have seen the emergence of a second holy son in the Xintian Immortal Sect. With one sword, he defeated Li Meyer. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and gracefully jumped off the stage. At this moment, the surrounding people looked at Lin Chen with completely changed expressions, no longer feeling that he was overestimating himself, or that he was just an old man of 100 years. It was as if they were looking at a rising star. In this world, after all, the strong are respected. Somewhere, Liu Ruoyan watched Lin Chen defeat Li Meyer and did not hold back because of Li Meyer's beauty. Instead, she nodded in satisfaction. Brother Lin Chen truly wouldn't hold back just because the opponent looked good, as expected of Brother Lin Chen. Saying this, Liu Ruoyan looked at Lin Chen's figure. Brother Lin Chen is really becoming more and more outstanding. On the other side, below, the positions of the top 10 prodigies in the outer sect, now the 9th and 7th prodigies had both been defeated by Lin Chen, and both in one move. This made the others look at Lin Chen with a serious expression. Interesting, the embryonic form of sword intent, and it is about to reach the entry level. This old man is hiding very deeply. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on Lin Chen's back. The third Kong Ming beside him heard Qin Feng's words and licked his lips, saying, "Qin Feng, what? You wouldn't feel a sense of crisis, would you? To say I defeated Li Hu and Li Meyer is nothing. Against me, that old man can only be defeated in one move. You can't, if you encounter him next time. Give the opportunity to me and let me perform well." Qin Feng snorted coldly at these words, glancing at Kong Ming. "I think you'd better not be so confident. I feel that this old guy might still have even more powerful means hidden. If you underestimate him, be careful that you end up like Li Hu and Li Meyer." Hee. Just say you're scared, that'll be fine. Don't come here to scare me." After Kong Ming said this, his eyes turned, staring intently at Lin Chen's back. "I'll let you see how I suppress that old man." After Kong Ming said this, as a disciple in charge was about to announce the next match, he spoke up. Wait. Chapter 47. Third Kong Ming Challenges. The emergence of entry-level sword intent shocks the world in the martial arts arena, as Lin Chen once again defeated the Outer Sect's 7th-ranked Li Meyer in one move. The atmosphere had already reached its peak, with countless Outer Sect disciples looking at Lin Chen with deep respect instead of the initial disdain and mockery. This old man, who only just advanced to the Outer Sect at 100 years old, is definitely not some lucky waste. He is a prehistoric beast in sheep's clothing, an unfathomable monster. On the high platform, those inner sect elders and core elders were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. A special spiritual body, earth-grade sword techniques, and that sword path talent far surpassing his peers. Lin Chen is simply an uncarved gem of extraordinary quality. He is the hope for the future of a sect. They had already made up their minds that, by any means, they must take this prodigy under their wing. Just as the responsible disciple was preparing to announce the start of the next match and continue the grand competition, suddenly a voice filled with arrogance and provocation, like thunder, exploded in the noisy martial arts arena. Wait! This sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Following the sound, they saw a tall, rugged young man with a defiant face and a violent aura slowly standing up from the seats of the top 10 prodigies in the Outer Sect. It was the 3rd-ranked and unfathomable Kong Ming. It's Brother Kong Ming. What does he want to do? Could it be that he also wants to challenge that Lin Chen? Under countless curious gazes, Kong Ming's sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, directly locked onto Lin Chen, who had just stepped down from the stage and was preparing to rest. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he spoke in a tone filled with provocation and disdain. Lin Chen, right? You old man. You do have some skills to defeat both Li Hu and Li Meyer, these two wastes consecutively. However, Kong Ming's tone shifted, becoming even more arrogant and contemptuous. That only shows that those two are too useless. The face of the top 10 prodigies of our Xiantian Immortal Sect is not something you could trample on at will. Today I, Kong Ming, will personally step in to uphold the honor of the top 10 prodigies of our Outer Sect. Old man, do you dare to fight me? Kong Ming's voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Every word was filled with unabashed provocation and absolute confidence in victory. As his words fell, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. Insane. Has Brother Kong Ming gone mad too? He's going to actively challenge this freaky old man, Lin Chen. One must know that both Li Hu and Li Meyer were defeated by Lin Chen in one move. Although Brother Kong Ming is ranked 3rd and is stronger than both Li Hu and Li Meyer, having reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi gathering, nearing the condensing veins realm, but facing that unfathomable Lin Chen, who seems to have countless unknown trump cards. Does he really have confidence? Everyone looked at the actively challenging Kong Ming with the eyes of a madman. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. He turned to look at the arrogant Kong Ming, whose eyes were filled with provocation and a hint of deeply hidden arrogance, and he understood in his heart. Another fool being used by the holy son Feng Xian for a battle that is meaningless and purely a waste of time. Lin Chen had no interest at all. He was even too lazy to respond, merely casting a faint glance at Kong Ming before preparing to turn away. However, seeing that Lin Chen seemed unwilling to acknowledge him, Kong Ming's eyes flashed with anger. He snorted coldly and, like a ghost, directly blocked Lin Chen's path. What do you mean, old man? Do you look down on me, Kong Ming? Or are you afraid? Kong Ming's tone was arrogant and aggressive. This battle is inevitable. You must fight me. Lin Chen's frown deepened. He disliked trouble even more and hated being provoked repeatedly by such a clown. Step aside. Lin Chen's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable coldness. If you have the ability, then step over me. Kong Ming sneered, not giving an inch, just as the two were at a standoff. The atmosphere on the verge of breaking out. An old and imposing voice suddenly rang out from the high platform. Hee. Since the disciple is eager for battle and wants to spar with a strong opponent, it is not inappropriate. An elder with white hair and beard, exuding an ethereal aura, looked at Lin Chen with admiration and a hint of subtle inquiry in his eyes. Young friend Lin Chen, it seems you also possess a metal attribute spirit body and have unique insights into the sword path. How about this? If you can defeat this disciple in the battle, I will take the liberty of giving you a fragment of a mid-grade earth-level body refining technique, the metal sword body, which is quite compatible with your spirit body. What do you think? The metal sword body? A fragment of a mid-grade earth-level body refining technique? Upon hearing this, not only did Lin Chen's eyes light up, but even the surrounding disciples and several other elders couldn't help but gasp in shock. Earth-level techniques. They are treasures that countless cultivators would go crazy for. Even if it's just a fragment, its value is immeasurable. This core elder actually offered such a precious reward. He truly has high hopes for Lin Chen. Of course, this core elder did not offer such benefits for no reason. His true intention was quite simple. He wanted to see where Lin Chen, who repeatedly created miracles and brought them endless surprises, would reach his limit. Upon hearing the words metal sword body, Lin Chen's previous impatience vanished instantly, replaced by intense enthusiasm and desire. He now possessed a heavenly talent for the Tao, a metal spirit body, and unmatched swordsmanship. In terms of offense, he had the mid-grade earth-level technique green lotus sword art. In terms of healing, he had the profound and mysterious mystic medicine classic. However, in terms of physical strength, although he had the metal spirit body and the support of the 5 elements body refining technique, he still lacked a truly top-tier body refining method. And this metal sword body, just the name alone indicated that it would be a supreme body refining scripture perfectly suited for him. If he could obtain it, his physical strength would surely soar once again. At that time, he would be nearly invincible in both offense and defense. This technique was simply too good. All right, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately responded loudly. Since the elder has such good intentions, I will respectfully obey. After saying this, Lin Chen turned to Kong Ming, his eyes flashing with a sharp fighting spirit. I will take this battle. Kong Ming was momentarily stunned, then filled with wild joy. Good. This old man actually agreed. Moreover, he did so in front of so many elders and disciples. Now he had no chance to back out. Kong Ming's heart was filled with sinister glee. Initially, he was worried that this old man would avoid the battle and let him miss this opportunity. But unexpectedly, a core elder actively assisted him. Truly, heaven is helping me. As long as he could crush Lin Chen underfoot in front of so many eyes, he would not only complete the task assigned by the Holy Prince and receive a generous reward, but he could also perform well in front of the elders. Perhaps he could even gain the elders' favor and the Holy Prince's approval, making it a leap to greatness. With this thought, Kong Ming's fighting spirit reached its peak. Looking at Lin Chen, he sneered, "Good. Old man, you have guts, so let me teach you a lesson." The next moment, the two ascended the stage and faced each other from a distance. The battle was about to begin. The atmosphere below was tense to the extreme. Everyone wanted to know how this duel would end. The competition begins. The disciple officiating the event announced loudly, "Boom!" Kong Ming did not hesitate at all and instantly unleashed his terrifying aura at the peak of the 9th level of Qi gathering. He practiced a powerful technique called Overlord's Shattering Mountain Technique, and as his true energy surged, his entire body seemed to expand, filled with explosive power. His combat strength had surpassed Qi gathering and truly reached the pulse condensation realm. "Old man, lie down!" Kong Ming roared and stomped his foot, causing the hard blue stone arena to crack. His massive body charged at Lin Chen like a ferocious tiger, exuding an unmatched, domineering force as he crashed toward Lin Chen. He intended to crush Lin Chen completely with the most direct and brutal method. However, in the face of Kong Ming's earth-shattering attack, Lin Chen maintained a calm expression. He didn't even move his feet. He merely shook the metal spirit sword in his hand again. Buzz! A sword intent more refined, sharper, and harmonious than during his battle with Li Meyer suddenly erupted from him. It was no longer the somewhat immature, nascent form. Instead, it was a true entry into the realm of sword intent. What? The core elders on the high platform, who were originally quite calm, could no longer maintain their composure upon sensing this pure and flawless entry-level sword intent. One by one, they jumped up from their seats like cats whose tails have been stepped on, their faces filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Entry-level sword intent. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This is actually true entry-level sword intent. My God, this child's talent in the sword path has reached such a level? To comprehend entry-level sword intent in the mid-stage of Qi gathering, this is simply a once-in-a-century sword talent. That Qin Feng was hailed as the #1 in the Outer Sect sword path and has struggled for years. It has barely touched the threshold of sword intent, while this Lin Chen has already cultivated sword intent to the entry level. A prodigy, my Xiantian Immortal Sect is about to produce a future sword immortal. The elders were completely overwhelmed. Their gazes toward Lin Chen were no longer mere admiration and desire, but rather akin to looking at a supreme treasure capable of suppressing the sect's fortunes. Just as the elders were in shock and unable to contain themselves, on the arena, facing Kong Ming, who charged like a wild bull, Lin Chen finally drew his sword. It was still the green lotus sword art, but this time, it was no longer the elegantly depicted green lotus from before. Instead, it was swish, 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 swish. Countless green lotuses filled the sky, blooming like a sudden downpour. Each green lotus contained the supreme sharpness of entry-level sword intent. Each green lotus emitted the sharp aura of the metal spirit body. Each green lotus carried the profound Tao rhythm of the green lotus sword art. Green lotuses like rain, sword energy like a rainbow. In an instant, the entire arena was submerged in this endless sea of green lotuses. The originally imposing and domineering Kong Ming, upon plunging into this sea of lotuses, felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire like a giant elephant. His proud overlord shattering mountain technique and his terrifying power at the pulse condensation realm appeared incredibly weak in the face of this sky, full of extremely sharp green lotus sword energy. It was utterly vulnerable. PSH, PSH, PSH. Countless fine sword marks frantically appeared on his sturdy body, which was harder than gold or iron. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Kong Ming's frenzied protective true energy was easily torn apart like paper. Impossible. Kong Ming let out a desperate roar in the midst of the green sword rain. He wanted to resist and struggle, but in front of this endless green lotus sword rain, which seemed capable of extinguishing everything, all his efforts appeared futile. After a few breaths, the green lotus sword rain slowly dissipated, revealing the scene at the center of the arena. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his white hair fluttering, his expression calm, as if the terrifying sword technique that had just unleashed was not produced by him at all. And opposite him, several feet away, Kong Ming, ranked 3rd in the Outer Sect and possessing immense strength, was now covered in blood, his clothes tattered, slumped on the arena like a rag doll. His body was covered in dense, deep sword marks, and his aura was utterly depleted, having lost all fighting power. Another strike. Although the scene was even more grand and dazzling than before, but the result is still a decisive victory. The entire arena once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the calm and composed figure on the stage with ghostly eyes. Entry sword intent. It turned out to be the real entry sword intent. How many hidden cards does this Lin Chen have? Even Qin Feng, who is known as the #1 swordsman in the Outer Sect, looked at Lin Chen with disbelief. The entry sword intent is the realm he has been desperately pursuing but has never been able to reach. Is the entry sword intent Lin Chen's limit? No, far from it. Lin Chen's sword intent had already reached the small success realm, and when truly unleashed, even those in the true condensation realm could be fought. Simply put, although he currently only has the cultivation of the 4th level of Qi gathering, in terms of combat power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is invincible in the Outer Sect. Good. The core elder who had previously given Lin Chen the Gung metal sword body training method couldn't help but repeatedly say good upon seeing this scene. Gung metal spirit body, entry sword intent, plus the 4th level of Qi gathering allows for the comprehension of a ground grade sword technique. With such understanding and combat power, and having learned that Lin Chen had only been in the Outer Sect for 2 to 3 months, breaking through from the 1st level to the 4th level of Qi gathering. This kind of talent, it's truly a remarkable performance. The core elder stepped forward to Lin Chen, his face kind and amiable, saying, Lin Chen, this is the Gung metal sword body technique. Chapter 48. The #1 swordsman in the Outer Sect, Qin Feng, is here too. Small success in sword intent stuns the audience. On the stage, Lin Chen looked at Kong Ming's miserable state, his expression unchanged. He calmly took the jade slip containing the remnants of the Gung metal sword body from the core elder's hand. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. Golden runes flickered on it, radiating an indestructible sharpness. Thank you for your generous gift, elder. Lin Chen cupped his hands respectfully to the core elder. The core elder had a vast aura, deep and unfathomable, and every gesture exuded a heart-pounding pressure. His cultivation was at least at the nascent soul realm. Such a person in the outside world would definitely be a great figure, capable of shaking an entire region with a stomp. The core elder smiled warmly as he watched Lin Chen take the jade slip, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. He chuckled, no need to be polite. He stroked his long white beard and said, I am Elder Wanxiang. Just call me Elder Wanxiang. Disciple Lin Chen pays respect to Elder Wanxiang. Lin Chen bowed again respectfully. Although he had many hidden cards and limitless potential now, it was still important to observe the necessary courtesies when facing such an elder. Elder Wanxiang nodded in satisfaction, his gaze on Lin Chen growing more fond. This kid not only has extraordinary talent, but also a calm disposition, not arrogant or impetuous, remaining unperturbed by praise or insults. He is truly to my liking. Elder Wanxiang paused, speaking in a tone filled with expectation and temptation, slowly saying, Lin Chen, I see your qualifications are exceptional. Truly a rare talent in 1,000. I wish to take you as my disciple. I wonder what you think. Of course, I also know that after today, there will likely be more than just me among the elders wanting to take you as a disciple. You should think it over. No need to rush a response. Elder Wanxiang's words were very direct and confident. He believed that with his status and influence in the sect, Lin Chen would not refuse his offer to take him as a disciple. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He never expected that Elder Wanxiang would so directly extend an olive branch to him. And from what he said, it seemed that other core elders also had the same idea. For a moment, Lin Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He remembered his years of hardship at the outerwork peak, enduring disdain and ridicule, barely able to reach the status of an outer sect disciple. Who would have thought that one day he would be sought after by the core elders of the sect as a disciple? The treatment was simply worlds apart. The surrounding disciples watching were envious to the point of their eyes turning red upon hearing Elder Wanxiang's words. Being accepted as a direct disciple by a core elder, that was an honor they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Lin Chen's luck was truly incredible. However, just when everyone was envious and jealous of Lin Chen's extraordinary opportunity, thinking the matter was settled. Wait a minute. Another shocking wait a minute instantly froze the atmosphere at the scene. Whoosh. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the sound. There, among the seats of the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect, the young man who had been meditating with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, standing tall like a sword with an unmatched sharpness in his aura, slowly opened his eyes. He stepped forward, his figure appearing like a ghost. Instantly at the edge of the stage, and in his hand he had suddenly drawn an ancient long sword gleaming with cold light, exuding a terrifying sword intent. The long sword was already unsheathed. Its sharpness was apparent. The sword intent soared into the sky. It was none other than Qin Feng, recognized as the #1 swordsman among the outer disciples and undoubtedly the top prodigy of the outer sect. Senior brother Qin Feng? What is he going to do? Could it be that he also... Everyone was completely bewildered by Qin Feng's sudden action. Qin Feng's sharp eyes, like a keen sword, locked tightly onto Lin Chen. There was no trace of contempt or disdain, only a strong sense of battle and a hint of barely detectable desire. Qin Feng bowed to Lin Chen from a distance, his voice cold and firm. Senior brother Lin Chen. He actually called Lin Chen senior brother. I am Qin Feng, a disciple of the Xintian Immortal Sect's outer sect, and I am currently in the first position of the outer sect. Today, seeing senior brother display the entry sword intent, your extraordinary demeanor has inspired me, and my battle intent has surged. I hope senior brother will not hesitate to teach me, and let us have a duel. Qin Feng's words were resolute. He was not arrogant like Kong Ming, nor foolish and greedy like Li Hu. He was a true swordsman. Qin Feng challenged Lin Chen, wanting to use Lin Chen's entry sword intent to help him break through his bottleneck, thus stepping into the threshold of the coveted entry sword intent. He had a premonition. If he could battle with Lin Chen, he might truly gain some insight. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. They were completely stunned. No way. Did all the top 10 prodigies of the Outer Sect take the wrong medicine today? Or have they all been driven mad by Lin Chen, this 100-year-old man? First, Kong Ming actively challenged him, only to be defeated in one move. Now, even the Outer Sects recognize number one, the most talented swordsman, Qin Feng, is also actively challenging Lin Chen, and he shows such respect to Lin Chen. What in the world is going on? On the high platform, Elder Wanxiang looked at Qin Feng, who had taken the initiative to challenge, with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had certainly heard of Qin Feng, the number one prodigy of the Outer Sect. His talent was not bad, and his character was resilient. He was indeed a rare good seedling in the path of swordsmanship. However, he didn't expect Qin Feng would choose to challenge Lin Chen at this moment. Elder Wanxiang watched Lin Chen with great interest, curious how he would respond to the challenge from the Outer Sect's number one. Lin Chen at this moment had no intention of continuing the fight. He had just obtained the remnants of the gung metal sword body and was itching to find a place to enter seclusion and cultivate. How could he spare time to play sparring games with these little kids? Therefore, he merely glanced at Qin Feng and calmly said, "No need. There is no need for a duel between us." What? Hearing this, Qin Feng's brows immediately furrowed tightly. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of disappointment. "Senior brother Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? Are you afraid? Or do you look down on me? Qin Feng, in disdain to fight me?" There was a barely detectable hint of anger in Qin Feng's tone. "You must understand that as a swordsman, one should have the pride of being unyielding and the determination to forge ahead. If you lack even the courage to fight, if you harbor thoughts of fear in your heart, then your future path in the sword will likely see no progress." Qin Feng's words were powerful and resounding. However, Lin Chen merely shook his head with a smile after hearing this. "Afraid? Disdain? Haha." Lin Chen chuckled lightly, looking at Qin Feng's expression, which seemed to suggest that not fighting him was a form of disrespect and a defilement of the sword path, feeling it was somewhat childish. "Qin Feng, it seems you have misunderstood something." Lin Chen spoke again slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone in the arena, Lin Chen moved. He did not draw his sword, nor did he release any earth-shattering aura. He simply and straightforwardly unleashed the terrifying sword intent he had already reached the minor achievement realm of without reservation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, an unparalleled brilliance, 100 times more terrifying than the entry-level sword intent, erupted from Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary body like the awakening of an ancient sword god that had slept for millions of years. The terrifying sword intent swept through the heavens and earth, enveloping all directions, within 1,000 miles. Whether it was the ordinary iron swords in the hands of the disciples on the martial arts stage, or the spiritual swords nurtured in various caves of the sect, even the ancient divine swords hidden in the sect's forbidden grounds that had already gained sentience. At this moment, all emitted intense tremors and mournful cries. They seemed to feel some kind of calling and suppression from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were bowing in reverence to their supreme ruler. All swords bowed in submission. The sword aura soared into the sky. This scene completely stunned everyone present, whether it was the ordinary outer disciples, or the well-informed inner elders, or those lofty core elders with unfathomable strength. Upon feeling this pure, condensed, harmonious, and domineering minor achievement sword intent, they all stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Minor achievement sword intent? Am I seeing things? This is actually the sword intent of the minor achievement realm? My heavens, to comprehend minor achievement sword intent at the mid-stage of Qi gathering, is this still a human? It's a monster. This is crazy. This world has gone completely mad. I have cultivated for hundreds of years. and I have barely touched the threshold of the sword intent's embryonic form. Yet he has already achieved minor achievement sword intent, and it's in the Qi gathering 4th stage. I am already in the golden core realm. The elders completely lost their composure. They all glared with wide eyes, speechless, looking at Lin Chen as if they were staring at a living monster. They finally understood why Lin Chen could so easily kill Li Hu Li Meier and even crush Kong Ming, and why he faced Qin Feng's challenge with such indifference and disregard. It turned out that he was not even playing on the same level as them. Minor achievement sword intent. What does that concept mean? That is a supreme sword path realm that at least requires reaching the late golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage, to touch. And this Lin Chen actually comprehended it at the mere Qi gathering 4th stage. Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? And at this moment, Qin Feng, who was the first to bear the brunt of Lin Chen's terrifying minor achievement sword intent pressure, was completely dumbfounded. He stood there like a wooden chicken, his mind blank. Qin Feng's sharp eyes, which were originally like swords, were now filled with endless confusion, shock, and deep defeat. Minor achievement sword intent. It was actually minor achievement sword intent. Qin Feng had thought that Lin Chen had merely cultivated the entry-level sword intent to perfection, but he never expected that the other party had already far surpassed him, reaching a terrifying realm he couldn't even dream of. The gap. A gap as huge as a chasm. Realizing this, Qin Feng couldn't even muster a thought of competing again. Clang. The spirit sword that Qin Feng had always been proud of, which had accompanied him for years, let out a mournful cry. It trembled violently out of control. The sword was trembling. This represented that his sword heart had already been completely suppressed and shattered by Lin Chen's terrifying minor achievement sword intent. Without even starting the battle, Qin Feng, the first prodigy of the outer sect of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, the #1 swordsman, had already lost without a fight. Lin Chen looked at Qin Feng's disheveled and incredulous expression, slowly retracting his astonishing minor achievement sword intent, then calmly spoke. Do you understand now? It's not that I am unwilling to accept your challenge. It's that you have no chance of defeating me. Boom! Lin Chen's calm, yet infinitely domineering words were like the last straw, completely igniting the entire martial arts arena. The crowd erupted into chaos. Wow, so domineering. This is the true demeanor of a strong person. Senior brother Qin Feng actually lost the courage to even make a move. Minor achievement sword intent, my heavens. We actually have a disciple with minor achievement sword intent in the outer sect. And on the high platform, those inner elders and core elders, after a brief moment of daze, instantly reacted. They each breathed rapidly, their eyes almost burning with excitement. The next moment, whoosh, 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 several figures, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, disregarding their status and image, almost simultaneously shot down from the high platform, and in the blink of an eye, surrounded Lin Chen. Young friend Lin Chen, become my disciple. I am an elder of the Inner Sect Alchemy Fire Hall, and I have plenty of various elixirs. Nonsense. What is the Alchemy Fire Hall? Lin Chen, come to my sword pavilion. I will personally teach you the supreme sword classic. Get away from me. This child is destined to be with my Wuxiang peak. The gung metal sword body he cultivates was given by me, so he should become my disciple. Elder Wuxiang glared fiercely, refusing to give way. Lin Chen, as long as you are willing to become my disciple, I guarantee you will step into the golden core realm within 10 years, and in 100 years, you will reach the nascent soul. Huh. What is 100 years for the nascent soul? With Lin Chen's talent, 50 years is enough. Choose me. I am an elder of the Core Law Enforcement Hall. My power is immense. A group of elders who usually held themselves high and exuded an air of immortality were now quarreling like common folk fighting over cabbage. Red-faced and unable to contain themselves in their eagerness to compete for Lin Chen as their disciple. What a joke. Comprehending minor achievement sword intent at the Qi gathering 4th stage. Such talent, such potential. It is almost determined that he will at least be a golden core powerhouse in the future, and there is a great possibility of impacting the nascent soul. Having a golden core disciple under them is a great honor and support for these elders. Not to mention a being with the potential of a nascent soul, true monarch. Who wouldn't he want such an extraordinary gem? Chapter 49. The Outer Sect Leader. Close contact with the Saintess in the bamboo forest. The martial arts arena was silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on the white-haired figure surrounded by several core elders and inner elders who were eagerly extending olive branches. Lin Chen. This name is destined to resonate throughout the entire Xintian Immortal Sect after today. Qi gathering fourth stage. Comprehending minor achievement sword intent. A single move without a fight made the external sect's top talent, Qin Feng, lose all courage to strike. Such talent, such combat power, such demeanor. It's simply unheard of and unseen. The future achievements are limitless. Somewhere, the Saintess Lu Rian watched Lin Chen, who was surrounded like a star, with her clear, autumn water-like beautiful eyes sparkling with joy and pride that was hard to conceal. This is the treatment that her brother Lin Chen should have. She knew that as long as her brother Lin Chen was given a chance, he would shine with a brilliance that would overshadow the entire world. Those who once mocked him, looked down on him, and despised him. Now, they must be regretting it deeply, right? Lu Ruyan's lips curved into a charming arc, filled with sweetness. However, Lin Chen, who was surrounded by the elders, found the situation quite amusing. He looked at these usually aloof and unreachable sect leaders, who were arguing fiercely and nearly coming to blows over him, his disciple. The scene was simply too impactful. Ahem, esteemed elders, thank you for your affection. I, Lin Chen, am deeply grateful. Lin Chen cleared his throat, bowed deeply to the elders, and spoke with a neither servile nor overbearing tone. However, I am dull and my qualifications are shallow. I truly do not dare to trouble the esteemed elders with such misplaced love. But he shifted the conversation, his gaze landing on the elder Wanxiang, who had previously gifted him a fragment of the Gung Goldsword body and had a celestial demeanor. Elder Wanxiang had not only generously given a treasure, but had also supported his growth, a kindness that Lin Chen would remember. If Elder Wanxiang does not mind my foolishness, I, Lin Chen, am willing to become your disciple and listen to your teachings. As soon as he said this, the elders who were still arguing fell silent. Envious, jealous, and even resentful gazes all turned to Elder Wanxiang. Elder Wanxiang, who was named, was slightly taken aback, and then a look of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Ha ha, good. Elder Wanxiang clapped and laughed, his voice booming like a bell, filled with pride and delight. He stepped forward to personally assist Lin Chen up, his gaze growing more satisfied and appreciative. Rest assured, good disciple, once you join my sect, I will never let you regret your choice today. From now on, with me as your master, no one in the Xintian Immortal Sect will dare to underestimate you. His words were incredibly imposing and filled with absolute confidence in Lin Chen. Then Elder Wanxiang turned around, his gaze sweeping over the tens of thousands of external disciples below the stage, who were still in shock and daze, and his colleagues on the high platform with varied expressions. Clearing his throat, Elder Wanxiang announced in an unquestionable tone, I declare, the champion of this external sect competition is my disciple Lin Chen from Wanxiang Peak. Who agrees? Who opposes? Elder Wanxiang's voice was like rolling thunder, resonating throughout the martial arts arena. The entire venue fell silent. All disciples looked at each other. Agree? Nonsense. Lin Chen's displayed strength was simply overwhelming. Who would dare to disagree? Oppose? Are you kidding? Even the number one of the external sect, the number one in swordsmanship, Qin Feng, was defeated without a fight in front of his terrifying sword intent. Who would dare to oppose, even a little? That would be like looking for shit in a latrine. We have no objections. It was unclear who spoke first, but soon a wave of enthusiastic agreement erupted, shaking the heavens. Thus, the external sect competition of the Xintian Immortal Sect concluded in an unprecedented, dramatic manner, and Lin Chen, this mysterious black horse, won the final champion title in an indisputable fashion. Under everyone's gaze, the external elder Wang Yuanshan personally awarded Lin Chen the champion prize for this competition. It was still some spirit stones, elixirs, and a piece of decent quality upper-tier mystical clothing. Although these things were no longer particularly precious to Lin Chen now, they were still the honor he deserved. After the award ceremony, Elder Wanxiang returned to Lin Chen, still wearing a warm smile. He took out a shimmering white jade token and handed it to Lin Chen, saying, "Good disciple, this is your master's personal disciple token. You can go back and tidy up your things, handle the matters of the external sect. Once everything is ready, just inject a trace of spiritual power into this token, and I will personally come to fetch you back to Wanxiang Peak. From now on, you will be my closed-door disciple, as well as a core disciple of the Xintian Immortal Sect." Core disciple. Lin Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. This change in identity was too fast, right? From a miscellaneous disciple to an external disciple, and now to a core disciple. It took him less than half a year. The awakening of his constitution, the help to himself, was evident. "Thank you, Master." Lin Chen accepted the jade token and earnestly bowed deeply to Elder Wanxiang. This call of Master was genuine. Ha ha. Good disciple. No need for formalities. Elder Wanxiang was in high spirits, laughing heartily, and helped Lin Chen up, saying, "The formal initiation ceremony will be held after you settle in at Wanxiang Peak. For now, I need to speak with the sect master, so you can take care of your own matters." With that, Elder Wanxiang did not linger, and with a proud bow to the surrounding intersect elders and other core elders who were still watching Lin Chen eagerly, his figure flashed and he disappeared, leaving behind a group of elders who were beating their chests and regretting their slow actions. Lin Chen looked at those elders who were still surrounding him with fiery eyes, and he found the situation quite amusing. He could only apologize one by one, sincerely expressing that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely visit them personally to listen to teachings. The elders, seeing this, although still somewhat unwilling, knew that Lin Chen's acceptance of Wanxiang as his master was a done deal, and further entanglement would be futile. They could only sigh and disperse. A grand external sect competition had finally come to a complete end. Lin Chen declined invitations from other external disciples who wanted to befriend him and returned alone to his secluded little courtyard in the external sect area. Within less than half an hour, news of Lin Chen winning the champion of the external sect competition and being accepted as a personal disciple by the core Elder Wanxiang had spread throughout the entire Xintian Immortal Sect. Whether in the external sect, inner sect, or core disciple area, almost everyone was discussing this legendary 100-year-old prodigy. Those disciples who were unaware of the situation, upon hearing his achievements, were all dumbfounded, filled with extreme envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, those elders who had not personally witnessed the competition, upon learning that Wanxiang had seized such an extraordinary gem, were even more regretful, beating their chests in frustration. They all secretly cursed Elder Wanxiang for being too lucky. It must have been that Gung Goldsword body fragment that won Lin Chen's favor, leading him to ultimately choose to join Wanxiang Peak. What a pity. Why didn't they have any secret methods related to the Gung Gold spiritual body? After Lin Chen returned to his little courtyard, the usually quiet place was suddenly visited by many disciples of the Xintian Immortal Sect, and he found it somewhat amusing as he listened to the discussions coming from outside. Has he truly become famous now? However, he was too lazy to care about it. Fame and reputation were all illusory. Strength was fundamental. Lin Chen sank his mind into his storage ring, starting to carefully count the gains from this competition. The rewards for winning the Outer Sect Grand Competition. The Golden Core Inheritance from the Outer Sect Trial, 5 Elements Body Refinement Technique Dungeon, the spoils from slaying 5 knife wielders, and the rewards for being the champion of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, along with the gifts previously given by Lu Ruyin and Tu Shan Su Su, made Lin Chen look at the pile of spirit stones, pills, magical artifacts, and jade slips of techniques in a storage ring with a smile that almost twisted his mouth. This wave was truly a windfall. He felt that he no longer had to worry about cultivation resources for his chi gathering stage. There were even more than enough resources to break into the Meridian stage. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. However, just as Lin Chen was feeling pleased and sensing a bright future ahead, ready to take off steadily and thrive. The dog system issued a task again. Ding! Detected that the host's heart is stirred and Tao heart is unstable. Issuing the following task to help the host consolidate the Tao heart and comprehend the harmony of yin and yang. Task name, Bamboo Forest Under the Moon. A date with a beauty. Task description, tonight at the age of 19, you are in the prime of youth. It's time to experience the enchanting beauty of a young girl. Please invite Lu Ruyin to the Outer Sect's small bamboo forest at midnight for an intimate, soul-deep interaction. Task hint, the small bamboo forest has a serene environment and alluring moonlight, making it an excellent place to cultivate feelings, enhance understanding, and discuss the great harmony of life. The host must seize the opportunity, take the initiative, and strive to succeed in one go. Task reward. Enlightenment Opportunity 1 can specify any technique, martial skill, or divine ability for a deep comprehension akin to a sudden awakening. Effectiveness comparable to a century of hard cultivation. When Lin Chen saw the task panel in front of him, he was completely stunned. He felt as if he had been petrified or weathered. After a long while, he finally gasped sharply. No, what the hell? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Intimate interaction? What kind of intimate interaction? You better clarify that for me. And soul deep, discussing the great harmony of life? Dog system, are you sure you're not twisted? Moreover, 19 years old. The old man now looks like he is 40, and in reality, he is over 120. A 100-year-old virgin is him, Lin Chen. Complaining aside, the reward from the system were never ambiguous. When Lin Chen's gaze fell on the golden shimmering task reward, his eyes lit up. Enlightenment Opportunity 1. And it could specify any technique, martial skill, or divine ability for a deep comprehension. The effect was comparable to a century of hard cultivation. This reward was incredibly tempting. Lin Chen felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. Was he lacking the most right now? Time. An opportunity to quickly improve his strength. And this enlightenment opportunity was simply tailor-made for him. If he could use it on the Qinglian sword technique or to merge and complete Gungjin sword body with a 5 elements body refinement technique, his strength would surely experience another qualitative leap. Lin Chen simply couldn't refuse. But when he thought about the task content of inviting Lu Ruyin to the small bamboo forest for an intimate interaction, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly. Sure enough, this dog system had never been reliable. What experiencing the beauty of a girl. Although I'm technically still a 100-year-old virgin, I have experienced it, okay? Tushan Su, this beautiful mature woman, was incredibly proactive. Just as Lin Chen was pondering how to invite Lu Ruyin, suddenly, a familiar and stunning figure appeared in front of him, as if teleporting. Dressed in moon-white palace garments, she had an ethereal grace, pure and untainted. It was the saintess Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin stood playfully in front of Lin Chen, her clear eyes resembling autumn water, carrying a hint of a smile. Lin Chen, is this what they call thinking of someone by day and dreaming of them by night? No, wait, I haven't even slept. So, just like before, Lu Ruyin secretly came to find me? What a coincidence. Lu Ruyin was unaware of Lin Chen's inner thoughts. She playfully winked at him and teased, Brother Lin Chen, why are you staring at me in a daze? Cough. Lin Chen snapped back to reality at her words, cleared his throat, and said helplessly, Ruyin, next time you come in, please knock on the door instead of just walking in. It's mainly because I really wanted to celebrate with Brother Lin Chen. Ruyin said, congratulating Lin Chen on winning the Outer Sect Grand Competition and becoming an official disciple of Elder Wanxiang, now a core disciple of the sect. After saying this, Lu Ruyin turned her jade hand, and a beautiful food box appeared in her hand. Seeing the food box Lu Ruyin took out, Lin Chen, who had been troubled about how to complete the task, suddenly brightened up. As Lu Ruyin was about to open the food box, he hurriedly said, wait a moment. Ruyin, Lu Ruyin looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen pretended to survey the surroundings and smiled at Lu Ruyin. I'm also very happy today, but the room is a bit too stuffy. Why don't we go eat outside? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin looked around. She didn't feel it was stuffy at all. However, since Lin Chen said so, she wouldn't refuse. She nodded and asked, sure. Where does brother Lin Chen want to go to celebrate? Chapter 50. No? Your intimate interaction seems off. Looking at Lu Ruyan holding the food box with an expectant face, Lin Chen felt deeply conflicted. The system's annoying task was still fresh in his mind. This task looked inappropriate no matter how he viewed it. But that enlightenment was so tempting, he simply couldn't refuse. How should he bring up going to the bamboo forest? Recalling the past, a scene of pointing out the bamboo forest suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. He immediately had an idea and smiled at Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, do you remember many years ago when you just entered and practiced the Xian Shui sword technique? I pointed it out to you in the Outer Sect bamboo forest, right? Let's go to that bamboo forest. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and she revealed a nostalgic expression. That's true. Back then, brother Lin Chen seemed quite strict. She added at the end with a hint of playful reproach. As if returning to that youthful time, Lin Chen shrugged. A strict teacher produces excellent students. How about we go there? We can enjoy the delicious dishes you prepared while reminiscing about the past. He felt a bit embarrassed saying this. It was too deliberate. Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively looked out the window. The sky had gradually darkened, and the moon had quietly climbed onto the branches. Going to the small bamboo forest to eat at this time? It seemed since brother Lin Chen came to find her, things had been a bit strange. Previously at Sanus Peak, he suddenly said he wanted to guide her in practicing the basic Xian Shui sword technique. What did brother Lin Chen want to do now? Although Lu Ruyan felt a bit puzzled, looking at Lin Chen's gaze filled with expectation and a kind of indescribable nervousness, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Could it be that brother Lin Chen wanted, but wouldn't it be better at home? However, who cares? As long as she could be with brother Lin Chen. Where they went or what they didn't matter. Thinking of this, a pure and charming smile blossomed on Lu Ruyan's beautiful face, akin to the morning dew. Okay, I'll listen to brother Lin Chen. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Ruyan agree. The first step was finally a success. The two no longer delayed. Lin Chen led the way while Lu Ruyan held the food box, walking side by side like a young couple from the neighborhood, leaving Lin Chen's small courtyard and heading toward the bamboo forest in the southeast corner of the Outer Sect. Soon, the two of them avoided all prying eyes and arrived in the bamboo forest. This bamboo grove was indeed as described in the mission prompt, with a serene environment. Far from the noise, only the rustling of bamboo leaves and the occasional chirping of insects. The bright moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows, adding a touch of haziness and ambiguity to the atmosphere. Lu Ruyan seemed quite pleased with the surroundings as well. She gently waved her jade hand, and an invisible barrier was laid down seamlessly, completely isolating this small area from the outside world, ensuring that no one or any careless little animal would come to disturb their rare moment together. Lin Chen was completely unaware of this. The two found a relatively flat and clean patch of grass deep in the bamboo forest. Lu Ruyan took out a piece of pure white, soft satin with a faint fragrance from her storage ring and laid it on the ground, then sat down with Lin Chen. A gentle breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled, and occasionally a few green bamboo leaves floated down and landed on the ground. This scene made Lu Ruyan feel even more joyful and relaxed. She opened the food box and laid out the exquisite spiritual dishes that were visually appealing, aromatic, and clearly crafted by a master chef, along with a pot of enticing floral wine that exuded a delightful fragrance, all on the satin. Brother Lin Chen, quickly try these. They were specially prepared by the spirit chef according to your taste from back then, Lu Ruyan said with a smile, personally pouring Lin Chen a cup of fine wine. Looking at the familiar dishes before him and smelling the long-lost aroma, Lin Chen felt a surge of emotions. He never expected that nearly 100 years later, this girl would still remember his tastes. Lin Chen was not polite and picked up the jade chopsticks, taking a piece of spiritual beast, meat infused with spiritual energy, and placing it in his mouth. It tasted delicious and rich in spiritual energy. It truly was the flavor from back then. So good, Lin Chen exclaimed sincerely. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's smile became even more radiant. The two enjoyed the fine wine and delicacies while chatting casually, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Lu Rian seemed to have a low tolerance for alcohol. After a few cups of floral wine, her already fair and snow-white face turned rosy, her beautiful eyes hazy and sparkling, filled with intoxicating charm. She looked at Lin Chen beside her, at his still white hair but already restored handsome middle-aged appearance, at his deep eyes that carried a hint of weariness. And her mind involuntarily recalled the moments they shared back when they were at the chore's peak. Back then, although his cultivation was low and life was tough, he always silently protected her like an older brother, taking care of her and bringing her the only warmth and light during that dark time. Lost in thought, Lu Rian's eyes grew slightly misty. Suddenly, she put down her wine cup and stood up. Under Lin Chen's surprised gaze, she flipped her jade hand, and the icy cold, crystal clear, and translucent spiritual sword, the ice soul cold light sword, appeared in her hand. Brother Lin Chen. Lu Rian looked at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of imperceptible nervousness and anticipation. Back then, you taught me the Xian Shui sword technique. Today, I want to dance the sword for you. Is that okay? Dance the sword for me? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, looking at this graceful figure, holding the spiritual sword, under the moonlight, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. He felt Lu Rian's affection once again. It should be noted that Lu Rian was the saintess of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, an idol admired and revered by countless disciples, and a dream partner for many talented young men. And now, she actually wanted to dance the sword for him. An old disciple who had just been promoted to core preparatory status? If this got out, it would probably turn all the male disciples of the Xiantian Immortal Sect into jealous lemons, wanting to drown him with their envy. Lin Chen was moved. Looking at Lu Rian's eyes filled with expectation and a hint of shyness, he nodded and revealed a gentle smile. All right. It is my honor to appreciate your sword dance. Rian. With Lin Chen's agreement, Lu Rian's smile blossomed like a snow lotus, exceptionally beautiful. Without hesitation, her delicate body spun slightly. The ice soul cold light sword in her hand emitted a clear sword cry. In an instant, under the moonlight, in the bamboo forest, an incredibly beautiful figure danced gracefully, her clothes fluttering, sword light like a rainbow. It was still the simplest and most basic Xian Shui sword technique, but when performed by Lu Rian, a nascent soul powerhouse, who had a special emotional connection to this sword technique, it exuded a unique charm. As the sword light passed, bamboo leaves fell, yet they were drawn by an invisible force, swirling around her like dancing spirits. Lin Chen watched quietly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Lu Rian's talent in swordsmanship was indeed remarkable. Although this Xian Shui sword technique in her hands had not yet reached complete mastery, she had already touched the pinnacle of minor success, just a step away from fully comprehending it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart. This time, he genuinely wanted to guide Lu Rian. After all, this girl had indeed impressed him. So when Lu Rian executed a move called Drizzling Rain Halfway, and her sword move appeared slightly sluggish, as if she was lacking in follow-through, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, gently advising, Rian, this move should be like spring rain, silent yet all-encompassing. You're too focused on the power of the move, losing its essence. Lu Rian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then adjusted her understanding of the move according to Lin Chen's words. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Rian felt as if the sword in her hand had suddenly become much lighter, and her sword moves became more fluid and natural. The power not diminished, but rather enhanced. Thank you, Brother Lin Chen. Lu Rian's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Chen's casual advice made her feel as if a fog had lifted, revealing clarity, truly deserving of having cultivated the sword intent to minor success. Lin Chen smiled slightly upon seeing this and continued to guide, and this move surging waves crashing on the shore aims at momentum, not strength. While speaking, he stood up, walked behind Lu Rian, and reached out his hand to personally demonstrate the trajectory and force technique of the sword move. However, just as he raised his hand, preparing to mimic Lu Rian's sword grip, coincidentally, Lu Rian, lost in her understanding of the sword move, instinctively moved slightly. Their hands unintentionally brushed against each other. Warm, soft, delicate. Lin Chen only felt a smoothness in his grasp, as if he had held a piece of exquisite warm jade. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, feeling the warmth and masculine energy from Lin Chen's touch on her hand, trembled slightly. Her pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Close contact. Lin Chen's mind instinctively flashed the keywords of the system task. He was about to say something to ease the somewhat awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. Ding! Without warning, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has had intimate contact with the mission target Lu Ruyan in the bamboo forest under the moonlight. Mission: Moonlit Bamboo Forest. A date with a beauty has been completed. Mission reward: Opportunity for Insight X1 has been granted. Lin Chen. What? It was completed just like that? What happened to the deep soul connection? What happened to discussing the great harmony of life? In the end, it was just a hand brush, and it was done? Damn system. I bought a watch last year. Are you messing with me? Lin Chen thought that at least he would have to kiss or hug intimately, feel the balloon, or something like that to complete the task. But in the end, it was just this. Lin Chen felt like he had been played by this dog system. His restless heart instantly cooled down. However, thinking it over, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Hey, who would have thought? This dog system, which seemed so frivolous on the surface, issued tasks that were well suggestive, but turned out to be a pure-hearted little system. Chapter 51. 5 Elements Body Refinement, merging with the Gung Gold Sword Body. Sudden enlightenment shocks the Saintess. However, despite his complaints, Lin Chen felt a huge sense of relief at having completed a task that seemed to be extremely difficult, even causing him to have some wild thoughts. After all, the reward for sudden enlightenment was simply too enticing. What he needed most now was a quick boost in strength and time. Just as Lin Chen was mocking the system in his heart and feeling pleased about completing the task, Lu Ruyan, who had accidentally brushed against his jade-like hand, was experiencing something entirely different at that moment. The instant Lin Chen's slightly warm hand gently touched her soft and warm little hand, Lu Ruyan felt as if her entire body had been struck by a weak yet incredibly clear electric current. A subtle and indescribable tingling and excitement rapidly spreading from the point of contact to her limbs. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Her legs even felt a bit weak, almost causing her to lose her balance right there. Lin Chen, brother. Lu Ruyan instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand, but Lin Chen's hand remained perfectly over her hand, as if it carried some sort of magic that made her unable to harbor any thoughts of resistance. Her beautiful face, already flushed from drinking the floral brew, was now as red as a ripe apple, almost ready to drip blood. Her clear, autumn-like eyes were now veiled with a layer of mist, staring blankly at the point where their hands touched. Lin Chen, brother, he touched my hand, although it was just an accident. But this feeling was so strange and so nice. Lu Ruyan's heart was completely in disarray. However, at that moment, Buzz, a vast, magnificent, and terrifying aura filled with endless mysteries and profound truths erupted from Lin Chen's body without warning, like an ancient god that had slept for billions of years awakening. This aura was formless and intangible, seemingly containing the most fundamental laws of the universe. As soon as it appeared, it instantly enveloped the entire bamboo grove. The surrounding bamboo leaves stopped swaying. Lu Ruyan sensed the sudden, terrifying aura, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Her dazed eyes instantly regained clarity. When she came to her senses, her clear eyes quickly transformed into disbelief and shock. This is the aura? So pure, so magnificent. Lin Chen, brother. What is he? Lu Ruyan looked in shock at Lin Chen beside her. At that moment, Lin Chen was still holding her hand, but his expression was solemn, his demeanor majestic, as if he had completely merged with the surrounding world. He exuded an enigmatic aura. Even this aura transformed into substance, condensing into a phantom auspicious cloud above his head, showering down countless auspicious colors, a wondrous phenomenon. Sudden enlightenment. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's mind exploded like thunder, and the words sudden enlightenment flashed through her mind. The pounding of her heart from their intimate contact was instantly replaced by an even stronger, more extreme shock. It turned out to be the legendary opportunity for sudden enlightenment that one could encounter but not seek, something that even among millions of cultivators, there might not be a single person who could experience it, although she was the saintess of the Xiantian Immortal Sect and well-versed. She had only seen sporadic records about sudden enlightenment in the oldest sect texts. Legend has it that once one enters the state of sudden enlightenment, the cultivator can resonate with the laws of heaven and earth, their soul soaring into the void, instantly comprehending myriad mysteries. A moment of sudden enlightenment can lead one to become a saint. While it might sound exaggerated, the benefits of sudden enlightenment for a cultivator were undeniable. It could allow a previously obscure and difficult technique to be comprehended in an instant. It could elevate a stagnated martial skill to a transcendent level in a split second. It could even help a cultivator break through their bottleneck, advancing by leaps and bounds. Even more terrifying, sudden enlightenment could potentially elevate the grade of techniques and skills fundamentally. This kind of heaven-defying opportunity was what countless cultivators dreamed of, but could hardly obtain. Lu Ruyan never expected. Her Lin Chen, his luck had actually reached such an extraordinary level to have encountered a legendary opportunity for sudden enlightenment so easily, just as Lu Ruyan's heart was in turmoil. Lin Chen's mind also rang with the system's prompt. Sudden enlightenment stayed activated. Please choose the technique, martial skill, or divine ability for sudden enlightenment. Lin Chen's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Goodness, the rewards must be used immediately. At least give me a heads up. But thankfully, he had already planned ahead. Lin Chen knew that such opportunities for sudden enlightenment were rare and must not be wasted. He had to choose the direction that would yield the greatest improvement for him at present. Therefore, he had already thought it through. The Great Sun Gung Gold breathing technique was already at the earth grade and sufficient for now, and the main cultivation technique wasn't something that could be improved overnight. The Green Lotus Sword technique was at the upper tier of the earth grade, immensely powerful, and it would be great if it could advance further. But it was also sufficient. What he lacked most now was the strength of his physical body. Although the Gung Gold spirit body was powerful, it was ultimately just a physique. If he could have a top-notch body refinement technique that perfectly matched it, he could fully unleash the power of the Gung Gold spirit body. Most importantly, after enhancing his physical strength, it would lead to an all-around improvement in his cultivation speed and combat power. System, I choose to merge 5 elements body refinement technique and Gung Gold sword body fragment. 5 elements body refinement technique. Earth grade lower tier, a Dan inheritance, encompassing everything, containing the principles of the 5 elements creation and transformation. Gung Gold sword body. Earth grade lower tier, fragment, gifted by Elder Wanxiang, perfectly matching Lin Chen's Gung Gold spirit body, focusing on ultimate sharpness and immortality. What kind of heaven-defying body refinement technique will be born by perfectly merging these 2 powerful body refinement techniques through this opportunity for sudden enlightenment? Complementing each other's strengths and innovating, Lin Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Selection confirmed. 5 elements body refinement technique and Gung Gold sword body fragment, merging sudden enlightenment, starting. As the system's prompt sounded, boom, the terrifying aura radiating from Lin Chen suddenly became even more magnificent. The multicolored radiance and Gung Gold sword chi clashed and fused around him. Vaguely, the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls, along with the clashing of weapons, could be heard emanating from within him. Additionally, the profound phenomena of the 5 elements rotating and all things renewing continuously evolved and perished in the auspicious cloud above his head. Lu Ruyan was once again struck by shock at the merging phenomena before her. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and then she stared unblinkingly at Lin Chen. Her heart filled with curiosity and amazement. What kind of heaven-defying level technique or martial skill was Lin Chen, brother, comprehending? This phenomenon was too terrifying. However, something unexpected happened. The vast aura radiating from Lin Chen began to envelop her, attempting to draw her into the realm of sudden enlightenment as well. Lin Chen, brother. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled violently. In her clear, autumn-like eyes, disbelief and overwhelming emotion filled her gaze. Lu Ruyan was not an ignorant girl. She understood how precious and rare an opportunity for sudden enlightenment was. The most taboo thing during sudden enlightenment was any external interference. Once interrupted, if the realization is mild, it results in failure and wasted effort. If severe, it can lead to mental trauma, obsession, and an irretrievable downfall. Sharing the opportunity for realization is even more unheard of, because not only does it dilute one's own insights, but it also makes failure more likely due to mental distraction. The risks involved are simply unimaginable. Yet now, Lin Chen, at such a crucial moment, dares to share this supreme opportunity that could change his fate with me, risking failure in realization. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt as if her heart was about to melt. She looked at Lin Chen, who was trying to pull her into the state of realization as well, and her heart was filled with endless gratitude. Brother Lin Chen, how can you be so good to me? In fact, Lin Chen's realization was rewarded by the system and would not be interrupted in any form. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan did not know this, but the fact that Lin Chen could share it already showed her position in his heart. A mutual journey, delightful to behold. Chapter 52. Earth Grade Upper Tier Innate Gung Metal Sword Body. Fang Xian's anger and embarrassment. Within the small bamboo forest, the Tao rhythm permeated, an extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Lu Ruyan, suppressing her overwhelming emotions, also relaxed her body and mind to immerse herself in the path of realization. Since Lin Chen was willing to share this tremendous opportunity with her, she absolutely could not let it go to waste. The two maintained a posture of holding hands and leaning closely together. At this moment, their minds seemed to connect closely through the mysterious Tao rhythm. Lin Chen sensed that Lu Ruyan had also successfully entered the state of realization and nodded in satisfaction. It's better to enjoy together than alone. Moreover, there was no need to mention Lu Ruyan's own abilities. Being able to help her realize something was a way to repay her previous help. Then, Lin Chen immersed himself entirely in the fusion and deduction of 5 elements body refining technique and Gung Metal Sword Body. In his mind, the 2 Earth Grade lower tier body refining techniques collided and merged like 2 brilliant stars. The essence of 5 elements body refining technique lies in the mutual generation and restriction of the 5 elements, circulating endlessly, refining the body to make it as tough as gold and stone, everlasting. The essence of Gung Metal Sword Body lies in drawing the Gung Metal aura into the body, transforming it into a sword, sharp and unmatched, indestructible. The 2 completely different yet vaguely related body refining methods, under Lin Chen's terrifying Tao talent and realization state, had their core principles gradually peeled, analyzed, and reorganized by him. Countless mysterious runes flickered in his sea of consciousness. Countless profound truths flowed in his mind. At this moment, Lin Chen seemed to transform into a divine craftsman, using the most exquisite techniques to forge a perfect, unprecedented supreme body. Time seemed to lose its meaning at this moment. It was unclear how long had passed. It could have been a moment, or it could have been 10,000 years. Finally, a crisp and pleasant system notification sound exploded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Realization state ended. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing 5 elements body refining technique, Earth Grade lower tier, and Gung Metal Sword Body, Earth Grade lower tier fragment, creating a brand new body refining technique, Innate Gung Metal Sword Body, Heaven Grade lower tier. Innate Gung Metal Sword Body, born from the innate Gung Metal aura, integrating the wonders of the 5 elements. Practicing this technique can forge an unparalleled sword body. With a physical body as indestructible as divine weapons, blood and energy vast like the sea and everlasting, it can also generate Gung Metal Sword aura, sharp and unmatched, slaying gods and exterminating demons. This technique has limitless potential and a promising future. Heaven Grade lower tier. Looking at the system panel displaying the 6 grand characters of innate Gung Metal Sword Body, shining with golden light and filled with supreme majesty. Lin Chen felt an indescribable ecstasy erupting from his heart like a volcanic eruption. He couldn't help but want to howl at the sky. Incredible. This realization is just too damn amazing. Just by using a complete Earth-grade lower-tier technique and a fragment of another Earth-grade lower-tier technique, he actually fused them into a genuine heaven-grade lower-tier body, refining divine skill. This is simply a windfall. No, a billion-fold profit. Heaven-grade techniques. What does that even mean? In the great wilderness realm, Earth-grade techniques are already enough to serve as treasures of the sect, driving countless cultivators mad with desire. And heaven-grade techniques exist only in legends, a rare phenomenon. It is said that even those sacred lands and divine dynasties with tens of thousands of years of heritage may not possess more than 5 heaven-grade techniques. And he, Lin Chen, now possesses one. Moreover, it perfectly matches his own physique, innate gung metal sword body. Once he successfully cultivates this technique, his physical strength will surely reach an astonishingly terrifying level. At that time, what indestructible diamond body, what overlord shaking mountain technique? In front of him would probably be as fragile as paper. Lin Chen was filled with endless excitement. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Chen's gaze sparkled, as if billions of stars were flickering within. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, what greeted him was Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes filled with concern and a hint of affection. She seemed to have just awakened from the realization state, her pretty face still flushed with a hint of lingering redness. Their eyes met. Lu Ruyan, like a startled little rabbit, turned even redder. Only then did she realize that she was still holding Lin Chen's hand, their bodies closely entwined in an intimate pose. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly trying to distance herself from Lin Chen. But in her haste, combined with her still dazed mind after realization, she stumbled and almost fell. Lin Chen reacted quickly, instinctively reaching out to steady her soft, delicate body. Be careful, Lin Chen reminded with a smile. Lu Ruyan's face was so red it seemed like blood might drip from it. Her head bowed, not daring to look into Lin Chen's eyes. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Chen looked at her shy and adorable appearance and couldn't help but smile slightly. This girl, even having reached the nascent soul stage, is still so easily embarrassed. Lin Chen released her hand, breaking the somewhat awkward and ambiguous atmosphere, pointing to the already cooled spiritual dishes on the stone table, and said with a smile, "The food has cooled down. Shall we go eat?" On the other side, in the Holy Sun Hall, Fang Xian listened to his subordinate's detailed report on the final results of the Outer Sect competition. His expression as dark as the sky before a storm, especially when he heard that Lin Chen not only took first place, but was also accepted as a direct disciple on the spot by the core elder. True monarch Wan Xiang, under everyone's gaze, he directly soared to become a core disciple. Fang Xian's originally handsome face twisted with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. A group of useless fools. Fang Xian slammed his palm down, smashing a table made of 1,000-year dark iron beside him into powder. The terrifying fluctuations of true essence wreaked havoc in the hall, making those kneeling on the ground, such as Xiaoyu, tremble in fear, not daring to breathe. Kong Ming, Qin Feng, Li Hu, Li Meier, the top 10 prodigies of the Outer Sect? Ha! Simply a bunch of useless drunks and gluttons. Worthless trash. This holy sun gave them such a great opportunity, promised them such generous rewards. Yet they couldn't even deal with an old man who had only reached the Qi gathering stage at 100 years old. Instead, they let him step on their faces and show off. Soaring to the sky, Fang Xian was so furious he was shaking all over, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. He, the holy son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, the future leader of the sect, actually kept suffering setbacks at the hands of a mere Outer Sect disciple. The first batch sent to ambush was completely wiped out. The second attempt to suppress and humiliate him during the Outer Sect competition resulted in him becoming the biggest winner, overshadowing everyone. This is simply a great humiliation. This is a huge setback that Fang Xian has never experienced in his cultivation journey. Lin Chen, Fang Xian bit down on these 2 words. his eyes filled with killing intent and a hint of barely noticeable seriousness. He had to admit that this Lin Chen was indeed beyond his expectations. Not only was his strength mysterious and unpredictable, but his fortune also seemed ridiculously strong. Moreover, he had now established a connection with the venerable Wuxiang and become a core disciple. In this way, even though he was a holy son, he could no longer openly suppress Lin Chen in the outer sect as he had before. Core disciples do hold a certain weight within the sect. Although venerable Wuxiang focused on his cultivation and did not concern himself with worldly matters, his status and influence within the sect were not inferior to any powerful elder. If he wanted to act against his direct disciple, he had to consider the consequences. Fang Xian's chest heaved violently, the anger and frustration within him almost consuming him. Taking a few deep breaths, Fang Xian forcibly suppressed his violent emotions, and his gaze turned colder and more ruthless. Good, Lin Chen. You have some ability. Since I can't deal with you in the outer sect, once you enter the inner sect and become a core disciple, I will have even more ways to deal with you, just a bit more subtle. At that time, let's see how you will struggle. Just wait and see. A chilling, killing intent spread throughout the Great Hall. Chapter 53. Entering Wuxiang Peak. A grand entrance. The charming moonlight and ambiguous atmosphere in the small bamboo forest, combined with the unexpected completion of a system task and the epiphany akin to a century of hard cultivation, left Lin Chen's mood unsettled for a long time. Especially the hazy barrier between him and Lu Ruyan seemed to have been unintentionally pierced a bit more. Lin Chen slept soundly in his outer sect courtyard. The next morning, Lin Chen stepped out of his room feeling refreshed, sensing the pure and majestic true qi within him from his epiphany, as well as the mysterious and unfathomable lower-grade heavenly body refining technique, innate gung metal sword body. He felt comfortable inside. However, everything was ready, and it was time to head to Wuxiang Peak. Lin Chen took out the jade token for core disciples that Elder Wuxiang had gifted him yesterday from his storage ring, then infused a strand of pure golden true qi into it. Buzz! The jade token suddenly lit up with a brilliant white light, which then transformed into a stream of light that shot into the sky and disappeared. Lin Chen nodded slightly at the white light. This should be to notify Elder Wuxiang. Lin Chen tidied up his appearance and stood quietly at the entrance of a small courtyard, waiting for Elder Wuxiang's arrival. After a few breaths, Lin Chen felt a vast and unfathomable terrifying pressure descending from the sky. Immediately after, a familiar figure with an air of immortality and a kind demeanor appeared outside his courtyard. It was none other than the core elder, Venerable Wuxiang. Disciple Lin Chen, respectfully greeting Master. Lin Chen stepped forward and performed a deep bow to Elder Wuxiang. Good disciple, no need for excessive courtesy. Elder Wuxiang smiled warmly, lightly supporting Lin Chen, and carefully examined him. Where he sensed the more refined and pure aura of Lin Chen's mid-stage fourth level of gathering qi, as well as the faintly emitted aura of the gung metal sword body. The satisfaction and appreciation in Elder Wuxiang's eyes grew even stronger. Not bad. Elder Wuxiang stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. It seems you have begun to comprehend the remnants of the gung metal sword body that I gifted you. Although you started a bit late at your age, cough, this level of understanding and talent is indeed rare in my lifetime. What was even more remarkable was that your cultivation seemed to have improved, and you even looked younger than yesterday. Elder Wuxiang privately marveled. This Lin Chen was simply a treasure. Every meeting brought him new surprises. Yesterday, he looked like a standard middle-aged man in his 40s. But today he seemed to have become several years younger, faintly exuding the charm of a young talent in his 30s. Although he still had white hair, this change was enough to prove his terrifying potential. Master praises me too much. I just happen to have some insights. Lin Chen humbly replied. No need to be modest. Elder Wuxiang waved his hand and smiled. Let us go. I will take you to Wuxiang Peak. From today on, you will be my direct disciple of Wuxiang and also a core disciple of the Xintian Immortal Sect. Yes, Master. Lin Chen responded, his heart filled with anticipation. Elder Wuxiang waved his robe sleeve, and a gentle yet powerful force enveloped Lin Chen, transforming the two into a stream of light that shot into the sky, racing toward the core area of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. The core area, compared to the outer sect with its relatively thin spiritual energy and ordinary buildings, was simply two different worlds. Here, celestial mountains stood tall, palatial buildings were exquisite, and rare flowers and unusual grasses were everywhere, with immortal cranes and spiritual deer seen at every turn. The spiritual energy in the air was so rich, it was almost tangible. Just breathing it in made one feel refreshed, and their cultivation improved. Soon, the two arrived before a majestic mountain peak that soared thousands of meters high, piercing the clouds. The entire mountain was surrounded by thick clouds and mist, with golden light flickering at the summit, radiating brilliance and filled with mystery and majesty. This was the exclusive dojo of Elder Wuxiang, Wuxiang Peak. Lin Chen looked at the Wuxiang Peak before him, which resembled a fairyland, filled with supreme majesty and abundant spiritual energy, and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this is the real paradise for cultivation. Compared to this, the outer sect area is simply a doghouse. Lin Chen finally understood why so many people were eager to become core disciples. This cultivation environment and these resource benefits are simply not on the same level. How is it? Isn't my Wuxiang Peak quite nice? Elder Wuxiang asked, noticing Lin Chen's astonished expression, a hint of pride appearing on his face. Lin Chen sincerely praised such a celestial blessed land. I am in awe. Elder Wuxiang laughed heartily and took Lin Chen directly to the peak. The summit had an open view, and the spiritual energy was the most abundant. Moreover, there stood a vast, ancient yet grand group of palaces. Elder Wuxiang pointed to one particularly elegant and luxurious independent loft and smiled at Lin Chen. That is your residence. Named Tingtao Pavilion. You will cultivate there from now on. My main hall is just above the mountain peak behind your pavilion. If you have any matters, you can come to find me at any time. If I need to find you, I will also directly send you a message. Thank you for your trouble, master. Lin Chen bowed again. No need to be polite. Elder Wuxiang waved his hand with a smile, then turned serious. By the way, since you have become my disciple, there will be a formal ceremony to announce it to the sect. I have already set the date for 3 days from now. At that time, the sect master and the elders will come to witness, and according to custom, there may also be some sparring among peers. You should take these days to cultivate on the peak, adjust your state, and consolidate your cultivation. Don't let it be. Elder Wuxiang did not finish, but Lin Chen understood the implication. Disciple understands. I will not disappoint Master's expectations. Lin Chen nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Elder Wuxiang finally nodded in satisfaction, gave a few more instructions about the rules and precautions on the peak, and then flew away, obviously to prepare for the ceremony 3 days later. Lin Chen watched Elder Wuxiang leave before carefully examining his elegant loft named Tingtao Pavilion. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was astonishing. This was no simple loft at all. It was simply a small-scale cultivation cave. The entire pavilion was unexpectedly arranged with a top-tier spirit-gathering array, which continuously gathered the spiritual energy from the surrounding 100 miles. The spiritual energy inside the pavilion was so rich that it almost transformed into a tangible mist of spiritual energy. Taking a breath felt like loosening the bottleneck of his cultivation. Moreover, the furnishings in the pavilion were all extraordinary. The tables, chairs, and beds were made from spirit wood over 1,000 years old, exuding a faint fragrance. Several paintings depicting distant sword intents hung on the walls, seemingly containing profound sword principles. Wow, this is the true life of a cultivator. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel again. After enjoying this luxurious cultivation environment for a while, Lin Chen quickly calmed his mind and sat cross-legged. He had no time to waste. The master apprenticeship ceremony in 3 days seemed to be another wave of challenges. However, the difficulty should not be too great. The main thing was that Lin Chen couldn't wait to try out the power of the top-tier innate gung metal sword body technique. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. With a single thought, his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, beginning to carefully comprehend innate gung metal sword body. born from the innate gung metal energy, integrating the wonders of the five elements. The difficulty of cultivating the innate gung metal sword body far exceeded any technique Lin Chen had encountered before. But with the support of his innate talent and gung metal spirit body, it was not difficult for Lin Chen to comprehend, and there was no obstruction. As Lin Chen's understanding of the technique deepened, his gung metal spirit body began to be developed at an unprecedented speed. Boom! An indescribably terrifying sharp aura suddenly erupted from Lin Chen's body, as if an unparalleled divine sword that had been sleeping for an unknown period awakened at that moment. The golden gung metal sword energy surged from his body like a substance, swirling around him, cutting through everything, turning the entire Tingtao pavilion into a golden sea of sword energy. Following that, a terrifying sword intent shot up into the sky, intertwining with the gung metal sword energy, transforming into a golden sword pillar that pierced the heavens and the earth. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, the entire Wanxiang Peak trembled violently under this terrifying sword intent and sword energy. Within 100 miles, all spiritual objects containing metal attributes, treasures, and even mountains and grass cried out under the overwhelming pressure, as if about to be completely shattered by this supreme sharpness. This earth-shattering, terrifying phenomenon immediately alarmed the entire core area of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Countless core elders and core disciples, who were in closed-door training, were awakened by this sudden, terrifying aura. They rushed out of their caves, shocked, and gazed towards the direction of Wanxiang Peak. What is that? Such terrifying sword intent. Such domineering gung metal sword energy. It's in the direction of Wanxiang Peak. This aura of the gung metal spirit body, could it be created by Lin Chen, the new disciple accepted by Elder Wanxiang? No way. Didn't he just become a disciple? How could he cause such a big commotion? At this moment, Elder Wanxiang, who had just left the Tingtao pavilion not long ago, felt this familiar yet unfamiliar terrifying aura and rushed out from the main hall. Arriving at Lin Chen's location, Elder Wanxiang stood in the void, his gaze fixed on the Tingtao pavilion shrouded in endless golden sword energy and terrifying sword intent below, his face instantly filled with confusion. What the heck? Even Elder Wanxiang, a Yuaning true monarch, couldn't help but curse at this moment. I told him to cultivate properly, and he comes in and creates such a big wave right away. Chapter 54, Passive Triple Attack Amplification, killing the condensation pulse realm like slaughtering dogs. At the top of Wanxiang Peak, inside the Tingtao Pavilion, Lin Chen was currently immersed in an unprecedented mysterious state. As the innate gung metal sword body operated, he felt that his limbs and bones were being tempered and reshaped by a pure and domineering innate gung metal energy, as well as the ceaseless power of the five elements. There was pain, but more so an indescribable sense of comfort and fulfillment. It felt as if the long drought land had received nurturing rain. Lin Chen even experienced a wonderful illusion, feeling as if he had returned to the womb. Enveloped by the purest life aura, warm and reassuring. This feeling intoxicated him. What made Lin Chen even more delighted was that as the innate gung metal sword body continued to operate, the sword intent in his body, which had already reached a small completion realm, actually began to undergo a strange transformation. His original sword intent, while sharp, was ultimately attributeless, like a rootless duckweed, lacking some extreme characteristics. But now, under the constant nourishment and assimilation of that domineering innate gung metal energy, his small completion sword intent was visibly becoming sharper and more pronounced, as if it were going to cut through all shackles in the world and pierce the heavens and the earth. That pure and extreme sharpness even made him feel a pang of anxiety. So that is how it is. Lin Chen's heart suddenly opened up. This innate gung metal sword body not only tempers my physical body, but also nourishes my sword intent, allowing it to perfectly fit with my gung metal spirit body and unleash even greater power. Once my sword intent completely transforms into gung metal sword intent, my strength might increase by several times. Lin Chen felt excited. At that time, Even true condensation pulse realm experts would not intimidate me at all. I could even slay them with a single sword. Just as Lin Chen was immersed in his rapidly increasing strength, unaware of the outside world. The area outside the Tingtao Pavilion at the top of Wanxiang Peak was already bustling with activity. Following Elder Wanxiang, numerous elusive golden elixir elders and Yuan Ing core elders with deep and overwhelming auras were all attracted by this sudden, terrifying phenomenon filled with extreme sharpness and domineering sword intent. They floated in the void, their eyes fixed on the Tingtao Pavilion below, which was enveloped in endless golden sword energy and terrifying sword intent. Their faces filled with shock and intense envy. What the heck? Old Wan, is this an unparalleled monster? A red-faced elder, familiar with Elder Wanxiang and also a core elder. Couldn't help but curse again, his tone filled with envy. ISNT, this just the first day of apprenticeship? And he causes such a big stir? Are we old guys even going to survive? Exactly. Another core elder, slightly hunched but with eyes as sharp as an eagle, nodded repeatedly, his tone dripping with lemon flavor. My few useless disciples have cultivated for over 100 years, and haven't even touched the threshold of sword intent. And your disciple comes in and performs a 10,000 sword salute? Are you trying to kill us with envy? Senior brother Wanxiang, you honestly admit it. Did you already know this kid's talent was heaven-defying and deliberately kept it hidden, just waiting for today to surprise us? I think that's probably it. That old one guy always likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. A group of elders, usually high and mighty with an air of immortality, were now chattering around Elder Wanxiang like common folks, friendly yet teasing. Meanwhile, Elder Wanxiang, surrounded in the center, was secretly overjoyed and ecstatic. But on the surface, he still had to maintain the demeanor and calmness of a great figure. Suppressing the impulse to laugh out loud, Elder Wanxiang repeatedly waved his hands at the other elders, saying humbly, "You all overrate it. Lin Chen's talent is decent, but he's just getting started, still far from it. His meager cultivation is merely showing off in front of all of you, just a joke. You all need to guide and support me more in the future, haha." Elder Wanxiang said he was far from it, but the corners of his mouth were raised, and his eyes were almost squinted with laughter, which had already betrayed his true thoughts. Truly, my good disciple, you have given your master such face. On the very first day, you've already created such a big spectacle for me. I can't even imagine what will happen in the future. The more Elder Wanxiang thought about it, the more pleased he became, and the joy in his heart was almost overflowing. The other elders around, looking at Elder Wanxiang's smug expression as if he had taken advantage while pretending to be modest, were all so angry that they were blowing their beards and glaring, wishing they could rush up and have a real duel with him. But there was nothing they could do. After all, he was lucky enough to be one step ahead and took such a monstrous genius under his wing. Now, they could only watch with envy, while secretly cursing Elder Wanxiang's ancestors in their hearts. Besides these agitated old monsters, within the inner sect of the Xintian Immortal Sect, those top-tier talents ranked high, as well as the truly monstrous beings in the core disciple area. All turned their gazes toward Wanxiang Peak after sensing the terrifying phenomenon coming from there. When they learned that such an earth-shattering commotion was caused by a newly accepted core disciple who was said to be 100 years old and had just joined Elder Wanxiang's teachings, they were all somewhat displeased. What is going on? A mere newcomer created such a big scene? Just trying to attract attention. Real strong practitioners are all focused on hard training, not showing off. How could someone like him, who wants the whole world to know he is cultivating, have any real skills? He has no composure or awareness as a core disciple of the sect. It's simply tarnishing the image of our core disciples. Although they said this, who knows what they really thought in their hearts? They were probably all feeling sour. After all, someone who could create such a terrifying phenomenon was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps this newcomer really could threaten their future positions and resources. Lin Chen, naturally, was completely unaware of the external turmoil and didn't care. He was fully immersed in the profound techniques of the innate Gung gold sword body. As the technique continued to operate, he felt his physical body undergoing a terrifying transformation, as if it was being reborn. Strength, defense, recovery, All were skyrocketing at a visibly frantic pace. Didn't he know how much time had passed? When Lin Chen awoke from his cultivation state again, he was delighted to discover that his low-grade, heavenly, innate Gung Goldsword body had successfully been cultivated to the entry realm. With the entry into the technique, a powerful force that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart and severing reincarnation instantly filled his limbs. What surprised him even more was that after entering the innate Gung Goldsword body, it also came with an incredible passive effect that permanently increased his attack power by 3 times. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. His eyes filled with ecstatic joy. 3 times attack power. Isn't that just too monstrous? And this is just the entry level. If he cultivates to the minor success, major success, or even perfection, what kind of terrifying power would that be? Lin Chen felt his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating. He was currently at the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Gathering Qi realm. He possessed minor success sword intent, which had transformed into Gung Goldsword intent. He mastered the upper-grade Earth Sword technique, Qinglian Sword technique. Now, with the addition of the 3-fold attack power boost from the entry level of the innate Gung Goldsword body, he felt that even if he faced a true condensing vein realm expert, he could easily slaughter them like cutting vegetables. Chapter 55. The Master-Disciple Ceremony. First meeting with the holy Sun Fong Xian inside the listening tide pavilion. As the golden light dissipated and the sword intent retracted, Lin Chen felt the 3-fold increase in attack power brought about by the entry into the innate Gung Goldsword body, along with his newly perfect physical body that perfectly matched the Gung Gold spiritual body, filling his heart with satisfaction and joy. This feeling was like a fierce tiger that had long been trapped in a cage finally breaking free, about to roar proudly in the mountains and forests. So refreshing. Lin Chen couldn't help but shout as he punched out, without using any true energy, relying solely on the strength of his physical body. Boom! The air was instantly shattered, producing a deep sound of an explosion. The entire listening tide pavilion seemed to tremble slightly under this punch. What immense power! Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. He could clearly feel that after entering the innate Gung Goldsword body, the strength of his physical body had at least increased tenfold. Now, even without using any true energy or sword intent, he was confident he could confront high-level Gathering Qi realm practitioners head-on. If he combined this with his minor success Gung Goldsword intent, the upper-grade Earth Qinglian sword technique, and the 3-fold passive attack increase, a confident smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Even against a condensing vein realm practitioner, he could kill them. Lin Chen's mind moved, and he pulled up his personal system information panel. Host, Lin Chen, age, 20 years old, system forcibly determined, actual 120, appearance 30, talent, Dao grade, cultivation, Gathering Qi realm 4th level, mid-stage, physique, Gung Gold spiritual body, techniques, main cultivation method, Great Sun Gung Gold breathing method, upper-grade Earth, body refining divine art, innate Gung Gold sword body, low-grade heavenly entry level, passive effect, attack power permanently increased by 3 times. Sword techniques, Qinglian sword technique, upper-grade Earth minor success, Xian Shui sword technique, major success, Mu Ling sword technique, major success, Dai Lang sword technique, mid-grade mysterious. Not yet entered. Martial skills, body refining fist, major success, Thunderbolt fist, yellow grade major success, Swift wind step, yellow grade major success, divine ability, Thousand faces technique, lower grade Earth. Not yet entered. Sword intent, minor success Gung Gold sword intent, comprehensive combat power assessment, can easily crush Gathering Qi realm 9th level, and can fight against early condensing vein realm practitioners without falling behind. If fully unleashed, may even be able to slay mid-stage condensing vein realm practitioners. Looking at his dazzlingly impressive attribute panel and that last line of exhilarating combat power assessment, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was truly a transformation. Just as Lin Chen was filled with high spirits and infinite expectations for the future. Whoosh! A familiar stream of light descended like teleportation into his small courtyard. It was none other than the core elder and Lin Chen's current master, the true monarch Wanxiang. At this moment, there was not a trace of the previous humility and calmness on Elder Wanxiang's face. His gaze towards Lin Chen was as if looking at a rare treasure, filled with unabashed affection and pride. Good disciple. Elder Wanxiang stepped forward a few paces, heavily patting Lin Chen's shoulder, and said with joy, "You have truly given your master such face." Just after becoming a disciple, without even holding the ceremony, on the first day at Wanxiang Peak, you've already given your master such a big surprise. I don't even know how to praise you. Just now in the main hall, surrounded by a group of old friends congratulating me, that feeling was simply more comfortable than drinking 10 jars of 10,000-year-old monkey wine. Lin Chen, seeing this, respectfully bowed to Elder Wanxiang and smiled. "Greetings, Master." "Master, I accidentally caused a phenomenon while practicing the new technique. Please forgive me." Although he didn't know how big the commotion he had just caused was. But seeing Elder Wanxiang so excited that he was almost jumping up, and the strong fluctuations of powerful auras still echoing outside, it was certainly not a small event. "Excuse me? Ha ha ha. How can you use excuse me?" Upon hearing this, Elder Wanxiang laughed heartily again, waved his hand, and wore a grand expression as if to say, "Just go ahead, I'll support you. The commotion you've made is not big at all. Not big at all. You did very well. I'm really looking forward to your performance at the apprenticeship ceremony in 3 days." His eyes were filled with expectation and encouragement as he looked at Lin Chen. "Just focus on consolidating your cultivation and don't worry about the outside noise. With me here, everything is fine." After encouraging Lin Chen a few more words, Elder Wanxiang left in satisfaction again. He needed to go and boast in front of those old buddies. Lin Chen watched Elder Wanxiang leave, shaking his head with a smile. It seemed that even a core elder with profound cultivation and high status could not escape the human nature of competitiveness and vanity. But that's fine. Isn't life about fighting for breath? Lin Chen stopped thinking too much and sat cross-legged again, carefully consolidating the newly learned innate gung gold sword body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly passed. Today was the day Lin Chen officially became a disciple of Wanxiang Jinjuan and held the apprenticeship ceremony. The entire Wanxiang Peak became extraordinarily lively because of this. Early in the morning, Wanxiang Peak was already adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, with celestial music resounding, creating a celebratory and harmonious scene. Numerous sect leaders, who were usually rarely seen, came to witness and congratulate. Those core elders and inner door elders who had a good relationship with Elder Wanxiang were needless to say. Even the current sect leader of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, Li Daoxian, a 9th-level perfected nascent soul powerhouse who was rarely seen, personally arrived at Wanxiang Peak. This surprised Lin Chen greatly. He never expected that his mere apprenticeship ceremony as a newly promoted core disciple would attract the sect leader. This was quite a big deal, wasn't it? It seemed that the attention he had drawn from the small disturbances he caused during the outer door competition and his cultivation was far greater than he had imagined. Naturally, the ceremony was not without its formalities. Lin Chen, dressed in a brand new embroidered robe specially prepared by Elder Wanxiang, symbolizing his identity as a core disciple, completed the solemn apprenticeship ceremony under the gaze of many. The elders and sect leader Li Daoxian who came to witness all expressed their appreciation and expectations for Lin Chen, this late-blooming disciple. Junior brother Wanxiang, congratulations. Receiving such a good disciple really makes us envious. Yes, although Lin Chen only revealed his talents at 100 years old, his high talent and deep potential are truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Given time, he will surely become a pillar of our sect. Indeed, with Lin Chen's temperament and comprehension, his future achievements are absolutely limitless. Everyone chimed in, generously praising him. Although some of this may have been for Elder Wanxiang's sake, more was recognition of Lin Chen's own strength and a hint of investment. After all, it's never a bad idea to form a good relationship with someone who might grow into a golden core or even nascent soul powerhouse in the future. Lin Chen also responded humbly, with proper etiquette, neither servile nor arrogant. The atmosphere of the entire apprenticeship ceremony seemed warm and joyful for a time. However, just as the atmosphere was at its most enthusiastic, with everyone believing the ceremony was about to come to a perfect end, an untimely voice suddenly echoed from outside the mountain gate of Wanxiang Peak. The holy son of Xiantian Immortal Sect, Fangxian, has come to congratulate Elder Wanxiang on his new disciple. The voice was not loud, but resonated like thunder, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the originally lively atmosphere at the top of Wanxiang Peak froze. Everyone's face showed expressions of surprise. Holy Son, Fangxian? He is here too? It should be noted that Holy Son Fangxian is the direct disciple of sect leader Li Daoxian, with an extraordinarily noble status, and usually keeps a low profile, rarely participating in such ceremonies for elders to accept disciples. Today, he actually came in person to congratulate. This was truly unexpected. Elder Wanxiang and sect leader Li Daoxian were also momentarily stunned, exchanging glances and seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. And standing next to Elder Wanxiang, Lin Chen, upon hearing the name Fangxian, a cold glint suddenly flashed in his originally calm and deep eyes. He is here. This behind-the-scenes mastermind, who has tried to put him to death more than once. Are they finally going to meet today? Lin Chen's heart was filled with a trace of a cold smile, slowly turning to look in the direction of the entrance of Wanxiang Peak. He wanted to see what kind of person this legendary holy son of Xiantian Immortal Sect really was. Chapter 56. Does anyone know what the relationship between junior brother Lin Chen and the Sanus is? At the entrance of Wanxiang Peak, as that voice echoed, a figure slowly stepped in, surrounded by a group of core disciples. The newcomer wore a robe with a dragon pattern in dark gold, standing tall, with a handsome face, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and an aura of nobility and grace, simultaneously exuding an innate arrogance and dignity. He was the current holy son of Xiantian Immortal Sect, Fangxian. As soon as Fangxian appeared, the originally lively atmosphere at the top of Wanxiang Peak seemed to slightly freeze. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to him. No wonder he is the holy son. This demeanor, this imposing presence, indeed extraordinary. Lin Chen's gaze also immediately fell on this old acquaintance. Although it was their first formal meeting, through previous events, Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with his holy son. Lin Chen could clearly feel that the moment Fangxian stepped onto Wanxiang Peak, his seemingly casual sweeping gaze precisely landed on him like two invisible swords, sharp and accurate. Hidden within that gaze was a hint of profound coldness and killing intent. Though it was fleeting, Lin Chen was sharp enough to catch it entirely. Lin Chen, sneered inwardly. It seems this holy son harbors quite a bit of resentment towards him, this unexpectedly rising old guy. Fangxian's heart was indeed turbulent, wishing he could tear apart the one who had caused him to fail in his plans twice and lose face. But after all, he was the holy son, with deep schemes. Fangxian maintained a composed, elegant demeanor on the surface. He first quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to sect leader Li Daoxian and Elder Wanxiang. His voice clear as jade. Disciple Fangxian greets the sect leader and Elder Wanxiang. I heard that Elder Wanxiang has accepted a great disciple, and I came to congratulate. Then he turned to the surrounding core elders and inner door elders, smiling and greeting them one by one, his etiquette impeccable. The demeanor and charm belonging to a holy son were fully displayed, earning nods of approval from many elders. Finally, after greeting all the elders, Fangxian seemed to just notice Lin Chen, turning his gaze towards him. He looked Lin Chen up and down, and a perfectly timed expression of appreciation and approval appeared on Fangxian's face as he smiled. You must be the recently famous junior brother Lin Chen, who has created countless miracles, right? Indeed, a remarkable talent with extraordinary demeanor, being recognized and accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Wanxiang. Your future is bound to be limitless. His words were sincere, as if he was genuinely happy for Lin Chen. If someone who doesn't know the inside story hears this, they might really think that this holy son is very approachable and cares for his fellow disciples. But then he slightly changed his tone with a hint of earnestness and casually said, however, Junior brother Lin Chen, I have heard that you're already advanced in years, and it is truly not easy to achieve what you have today. So you should cherish it even more. In the future, within the sect, it would be better to be more stable and low-key. After all, for someone like you, who has just joined the Corps, making such a big stir right away and attracting the attention of the entire sect does not seem very good for a young disciple just starting out. He deliberately emphasized the word young, and the sarcasm and warning were obvious. This advice seemed to be a reminder, but in reality, it was a veiled mockery of Lin Chen's lack of restraint and desire for attention, as well as a subtle warning not to be too ostentatious. The elders around them had different expressions upon hearing Fang Xian's words. Some perceptive individuals had already sensed that something was off. It seemed that this holy son had a particular interest in the newly promoted Corps disciple Lin Chen. After hearing Fang Xian's words of wisdom, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a holy son! What a piece of advice! Although he knew the other party was not speaking kindly, Lin Chen's face remained impassive, instead revealing a look of feigned surprise and joy, slightly cupping his hands towards Fang Xian, and with a forced smile, said, "Thank you, Holy Son." To receive such attention from the Holy Son, I am truly a bit flattered and terrified. Lin Chen's words, while seemingly respectful, actually carried a hint of sarcasm and indifference. Fang Xian naturally sensed the aloofness and disdain in Lin Chen's words, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. But he maintained a gentle smile on his face. Just as the atmosphere between the two became subtle and charged, everyone around felt something strange. Suddenly, another crisp and pleasant announcement echoed from outside the Wanxiang Peak Gate. The Holy Maiden has arrived. What? The Holy Maiden is here too? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire Wanxiang Peak was once again thrown into an uproar. Everyone's gaze turned towards the mountain gate entrance. They saw a stunning figure dressed in moon-white palace attire, with an ethereal beauty that seemed to float above the mundane, slowly walking in. Flanked by several maidens from the Holy Maiden Peak, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. It was none other than Lu Ruyan, the current Holy Maiden of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. As soon as she appeared, it was as if the whole world lost its color. That cool and holy aura made all the male cultivators present feel a wave of dizziness, feeling inferior. Ruyan pays respects to the sect master, greets Elder Wanxiang, and all the elders. Lu Ruyan gracefully approached everyone, performing a slight bow to the sect master and the elders, her voice clear and melodious, like the sound of heavenly music. "Haha, Ruyan has also come, quickly, no need for formalities." Sect Master Li Daoxian revealed a gentle smile. Elder Wanxiang also hurriedly said, "It is truly an honor for our Wanxiang Peak to have the Holy Maiden attend." After greeting the elders, Lu Ruyan's clear, autumn water-like beautiful eyes eagerly fell on Lin Chen among the crowd. When she saw Lin Chen in his new core disciple robe, and the increasingly steady and confident aura he exuded, a joy and pride that could not be concealed instantly blossomed in her beautiful eyes. She quickly walked up to Lin Chen, disregarding the many elders and fellow disciples around, her tone filled with sincere delight. "Lin Chen, congratulations. Being accepted as a core disciple under Elder Wanxiang is truly wonderful." Lu Ruyan's unreserved warmth and enthusiasm shocked the surrounding disciples and elders. It seemed that the Holy Maiden had some kind of relationship with this newly promoted core disciple Lin Chen, and it appeared to be quite special. Meanwhile, standing aside, Fang Xian's originally calm and handsome face darkened instantly when he saw Lu Ruyan approaching Lin Chen and speaking so intimately with him. The veins on his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The jealousy and murderous intent in his heart surged like a volcano about to erupt. As he suspected, there must be an unspeakable relationship between Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, with Lu Ruyan's cold and proud nature, how could she ever show such closeness and warmth to any male cultivator? Fang Xian forcibly suppressed the anger and killing intent that almost consumed him, forcing a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan and casually asked, Junior brother Lin Chen is truly fortunate. Not only has he gained the favor of Elder Wanxiang, But it seems your relationship with Sister Ruyan is also quite extraordinary. I wonder what the relationship is between junior brother Lin Chen and Sister Ruyan. Fang Xian had already investigated Lin Chen and knew a bit about his past with Lu Ruyan, but he still had to ask, as for why he did this. Once Lin Chen admitted to having a special relationship with Lu Ruyan, he would surely become the public enemy of all disciples in the Xiantian Immortal Sect who admired Lu Ruyan. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action himself. The crazed suitors would give Lin Chen a headache. The surrounding disciples and elders perked up their ears upon hearing Fang Xian's words, their gazes darting back and forth between Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, filled with curiosity and anticipation. They were also very curious. What exactly was the relationship between these two? Lin Chen frowned slightly, just about to say something. However, at that moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been standing beside Lin Chen, stepped forward and stood in front of him. The exquisite and beautiful face of Lu Ruyan was now devoid of the tenderness and joy she had shown Lin Chen, replaced instead by a cold and unapproachable sanctity. Looking at Fang Xian and the probing and gossiping gazes around them, Lu Ruyan lightly parted her red lips, her voice cold and firm, resonating throughout the Wanxiang Peak. Senior brother Fang Xian, you jest. Lin Chen, he is my brother. Chapter 57. Fang Xian's warning. Know your place at the top of Wanxiang Peak. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence due to Lu Ruyan's shocking declaration. He is my brother. All eyes turned like searchlights, flickering between Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and the grim-faced holy son Fang Xian. Brother? The holy maiden actually referred to this newly inducted core disciple, shrouded in mystery, as a brother. This was too much information to process. Lin Chen was also slightly taken aback, filled with surprise. He never expected Lu Ruyan would so decisively use this method to extricate him from the situation. Moreover, in front of so many prominent figures and disciples of the sect, she directly clarified their special, close relationship. This act of protection, could it be considered as standing up for a man? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a warm current surge within him again. Meanwhile, Fang Xian, standing opposite Lu Ruyan, could no longer maintain his previously strained, gentle smile after hearing her acknowledge their relationship. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, and veins bulged on his forehead like worms. As an uncontrollable rage and jealousy surged within him like a volcano about to erupt. Brother? What a brother! Fang Xian had spent years pursuing Lu Ruyan, yet she had never shown him a shred of kindness, even keeping him at bay from 3 feet away. Yet this Lin Chen, this 100-year-old waste, who suddenly popped up from who knows where, actually managed to make Lu Ruyan publicly acknowledge him as a brother. If there isn't some trickery involved, you wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. At this moment, Fang Xian's killing intent peaked. But after all, he is the Holy Son with deep reserves. Knowing that this is not the time to explode, Fang Xian forcibly suppressed the raging anger in his heart and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, his voice still striving to maintain that gentleness and magnanimity. I see. Junior sister Ruyan's taste is indeed excellent. Although junior brother Lin Chen is a late bloomer, now that he can enter the sect of Elder Wanxiang and become a core disciple, his future achievements must be limitless. His words seemed like praise, but the tone contained sarcasm, especially the emphasized pronunciation of late bloomer, which anyone could hear as mocking. The surrounding disciples and elders, after a brief shock, finally reacted. Immediately, the entire top of Wanxiang Peak was once again in an uproar. My goodness, did I hear that right? The Holy Maiden actually said that Lin Chen is her brother? Is this true? This is too explosive. No wonder the Holy Maiden personally came to observe the servant competition. She even personally toured the servant peak, publicly rewarding Lin Chen with pills. It turns out they have this kind of relationship. This means that Lin Chen's background is not just as simple as being the direct disciple of the true monarch Wanxiang. That's right. For the Holy Maiden to publicly acknowledge him as her brother, their relationship must be extremely close. In an instant, everyone's gaze refocused on Lin Chen. But this time, their eyes were completely different from before. if before they were more shocked and in awe of Lin Chen's extraordinary strength and talent now. After learning that he is also the brother of the holy maiden Lu Ruyen, their eyes now held a hint of indescribable envy, as well as flattery and eagerness to please. No kidding. The status of holy maiden Lu Ruyen in the Xintian Immortal Sect is not inferior at all to that of holy son Fangxian. In fact, due to her even more monstrous talent, her future achievements may be even higher. In the hearts of some elders, she carries even more weight than Fangxian. And this Lin Chen, not only is he the direct disciple of Elder Wanxiang, but he is also the brother of holy maiden Lu Ruyen. This background is simply terrifying, too formidable. Those who previously looked down on him, or even harbored jealousy, now all wore flattering expressions, eager to befriend Lin Chen. This is reality. This is the survival rule in the cultivation world. Strength, background, both are indispensable, and Lin Chen now seems to possess both. Fangxian watched this dramatic scene unfold, seeing those who had just been respectful to him turn around to curry favor with Lin Chen. His anger surged again, but he still had to maintain the composure and magnanimity that a holy son should have. He knew that with Lu Ruyen and true monarch Wanxiang present, plus Lin Chen just having become a disciple, he was in a strong position. If he forced a confrontation now, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also fall to a lower position and attract criticism. He could only endure. Fangxian took a deep breath, forcing all his anger and killing intent deep into his heart. After a series of twists and surprises, the apprenticeship ceremony finally proceeded smoothly to the end. The elders and disciples who came to observe began to take their leave. Holy Son Fangxian naturally was no exception. He walked up to Lin Chen with a few of his similarly displeased subordinates. Fangxian still wore that gentle and elegant smile, as if all previous unpleasantness had never happened. Hee, junior brother Lin Chen, congratulations on becoming a disciple of Elder Wanxiang today. In the future, as core members of the sect, I hope you will work hard and not disappoint the sect and elder. His words were grand and flawless. Lin Chen looked at his fake demeanor and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Thank you for the Holy Son's kind words. I will definitely remember them, Lin Chen replied politely. The two locked eyes, and it felt as if invisible sparks were flickering in the air. Just as Fangxian turned to leave with his subordinates, a cold voice filled with warning quietly entered Lin Chen's ear through a secret transmission technique. Lin, it doesn't matter what kind of brother-sister relationship you have with junior sister Ruyen. You better stay away from her in the future. Junior sister Ruyen is not someone like you, a lucky old waste, who can casually approach. If I find out you have any improper thoughts about her or recklessly entangle with her, at that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fangxian's voice was filled with undisguised threats and intense, killing intent. After saying this, Fangxian didn't even look at Lin Chen again, turning away with his trusted subordinates, disappearing from Wanxiang Peak like a streak of light. After hearing Fangxian's threatening and warning transmission, Lin Chen's expression didn't change at all. He quietly watched Fangxian's gradually receding figure, and a dangerous arc slowly formed in his originally calm and deep eyes. The corner of his mouth also curled up into a cold and playful smile. Hee, what is son fonction? This is getting interesting, really interesting. Chapter 58. Tushan Su's Invitation. Benefactor, hurry up and give me. I wanna. The noise of the apprenticeship ceremony at the top of Wanxiang Peak gradually dissipated. Lin Chen watched Fangxian's unwilling figure disappear into the horizon, and the inexplicable smile on his face slowly faded. As long as it's not Fangxian personally coming down, but rather sending some clowns to deal with him, it's just a transport team delivering experience and equipment to him. Now, it's better to use this experience to improve his strength. Being noticed and valued is certainly a good thing, representing a significant guarantee for his future cultivation resources and sect status. But with greater expectations comes greater pressure. He must quickly elevate his strength to a level that disregards any difficulties. At the very least, he should have the confidence to face the trouble that is Fangxian. Just as Lin Chen's thoughts were flowing, a clear and pleasant voice, tinged with concern, gently rang out beside him. Brother Lin Chen, are you okay? Lu Ruyan had unknowingly arrived at his side, her clear, autumn-like beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Chen as she asked with concern, "Did Fang Xian say something to you just now?" Lu Ruoyan noticed the subtle change in Lin Chen's expression after he said goodbye to Fang Xian. Based on her understanding of Fang Xian's vengeful and narrow-minded nature, it couldn't have been just a simple congratulation. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing her words. This girl is truly observant. Lin Chen turned to Lu Ruoyan, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he lightly shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. The Holy Sun just encouraged me a bit, telling me to practice diligently in the future and not to disappoint the sect and my master." There was no need to mention this to Lu Ruoyan and add to her worries. Really? Lu Ruoyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, clearly not believing Lin Chen's words. She knew Fang Xian too well. That man appeared refined and cultured, but he was actually sinister and malicious, with a strong sense of possessiveness. Lin Chen Gij. Lu Ruoyan fell silent for a moment, but decided to remind Lin Chen. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Chen would think Fang Xian was a good person. Fang Xian has always been my admirer. Over the years, he has expressed his feelings for me several times, wanting me to be his Dao partner. But I have no good feelings for him and have decisively rejected him every time. Because of this, he seems to have been quite obsessed with me. Before I became the Sanus, he secretly dealt with some disciples who had contact with me, not even sparing those from other sections. As Lu Ruoyan spoke, a hint of disgust and helplessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Today our relationship is public. Given his personality, he might become jealous of you, Lin Chen Gij, and even secretly suppress you. So you must be extra careful in the sect from now on, and definitely don't fall into his trap. Lu Ruoyan warned seriously. After listening to Lu Ruoyan's words, Lin Chen's heart was also slightly moved. As expected, Fang Xian is indeed Lu Ruoyan's devoted admirer, and an unrequited one at that. This is interesting. Watching Lu Ruoyan's worried expression for him, Lin Chen's feelings for her deepened quietly. Lin Chen revealed a confident smile. Reaching out to gently tousle Lu Ruoyan's hair, a move he had rehearsed many times in his mind, and then said softly, "Don't worry. If he dares to provoke me, I will make him understand what regret means." However, Lin Chen shifted his tone, looking at Lu Ruoyan's slightly flushed face due to his affectionate gesture. His gaze became a bit deeper as he smiled gently. "I remember your kindness towards me. In the future, as long as I'm here, I will never let anyone bully you." Lin Chen's words were resolute. Not only was this a promise to Lu Ruoyan, but also a declaration of the feelings that were gradually becoming clearer within himself. Hearing Lin Chen's words, especially that last possessive declaration, Lu Ruoyan's heart raced like a deer. Her stunningly beautiful face turning crimson, her eyes shimmering with endless shyness and sweetness. Lu Ruoyan knew it. Lin Chen Gij had feelings for her. Lu Ruoyan nodded heavily, her voice barely above a whisper. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. After sharing a tender moment with Lin Chen and reminding him to be careful of Fang Xian, Lu Ruoyan reluctantly took her leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to invite Lin Chen again. "Lin Chen Gij, you can come to Sanus Peak to play more often in the future. Now that everyone knows about our relationship, there's no need to worry about what others say." Lu Ruoyan emphasized the word relationship, her eyes filled with mischief and expectation. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in response. After seeing Lu Ruoyan off, he turned and returned to his Tingtao pavilion. He needed to digest the gains from the apprenticeship ceremony today and think about how to deal with this narrow-minded and vengeful Holy Sun. Although Lin Chen said he didn't take Fang Xian seriously, strategically underestimating the enemy while tactically taking them seriously was the way to go. After all, Fang Xian was the Holy Sun, and the resources and energy he could mobilize were far beyond what Lin Chen could compare to at present. It was still imperative to improve his strength as soon as possible. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, just about to operate the Xiantian Gungjin sword body to consolidate his cultivation. Suddenly, buzz! The storage ring at his waist trembled slightly without warning. Immediately after, a specially made sound transmission jade talisman glowing with a strange red light floated out from the ring, hovering in front of him. This talisman emitted a familiar yet enchanting aura. It was Tu Shan Susu. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Calculating the time, it had almost been a month since he last parted from the Qingqiu Fox Mountain. She was indeed punctual. Lin Chen sent a strand of consciousness into the jade talisman. The next moment, Tu Shan Susu's sultry and tender voice rang directly in his mind. Benefactor. Tu Shan Susu's voice was winding and enchanting, making Lin Chen feel as if his bones were melting. I have arrived outside the Xiantian Immortal Sect. The core area of your Xiantian Immortal Sect has too many restrictions. I can't get in. Benefactor, please come out quickly. I can't wait any longer. I want. The last two words were filled with endless temptation. It was as if a long-starved kitten was coquettishly asking its master for its beloved fish treat. Listening to Tu Shan Susu's words that could turn any man into a wolf on the spot, Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn, this fox spirit. Does it have to be so direct? What do you mean by I want? What do you want? You need to be clear. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. This fox spirit was indeed more skilled and direct, better at stirring people's hearts as the nine-tailed celestial fox demon king. This was simply driving him crazy. However, he also knew that the old injury within Tu Shan Susu indeed needed his regular treatment. Moreover, the preliminary treatment from last time had shown significant results, and this fox spirit, having tasted the sweetness, was naturally eager for more. I'm coming, Lin Chen replied in his mind to the jade talisman, then stood up, preparing to head outside the Xiantian Immortal Sect. It seemed he could not shake off the title of a holy hand in medicine. Well, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well consider it a good deed. Lin Chen tidied his robe and left Wanxiang Peak. Exiting the core area of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, heading towards the location agreed upon in the jade talisman with Tu Shan Susu. Chapter 59. The innocent Tu Shan Susu following the location agreed upon in the jade talisman. Lin Chen left the boundaries of the Xiantian Immortal Sect's mountain gate and arrived at a rather secluded mountain range. This area was densely wooded and rarely visited by people, so there was no fear of being discovered. After venturing hundreds of meters into the mountains, Lin Chen's consciousness swept across an open glade in the woods, where he saw a breathtakingly beautiful figure that could dim the very heavens and earth. Dressed in a fiery red palace gown, she perfectly accentuated her already alluring figure, exuding extreme temptation. Her skin was like snow, her features painted like a picture, especially her long, narrow phoenix eyes, which seemed to captivate souls with their glances. 9 fluffy, snow-white fox tails swayed gently behind her, adding an air of mystery and allure. It was the master of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the nine-tailed celestial fox demon king, Tu Shan Susu. She seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, currently standing with her back to Lin Chen, gazing into the distant sky, seemingly lost in thought. Just her silhouette was already full of charm, capable of turning heads. Lin Chen was just about to greet her when suddenly, Tu Shan Susu seemed to sense something and slowly turn around. The moment she saw Lin Chen, Tu Shan Susu's originally lazy and contemplative phoenix eyes instantly burst forth with an indescribable brilliance. Lin Chen, my benefactor, with a charming laugh. In the next moment, without waiting for Lin Chen to react at all, Tu Shan Susu's fiery red figure seemed to teleport and appeared right in front of him. Immediately after, a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance suddenly enveloped him. Then Lin Chen felt his vision go dark, as his entire face sank into an indescribable softness and warmth, along with that breathtaking fullness and elasticity. Is this a facial cleanser? And it's the nine-tailed fox brand facial cleanser at the level of a god of transformation. Feeling the intoxicating aroma in his nostrils and the astonishing softness and pressure on his cheeks, Lin Chen felt his brain momentarily short-circuit. His blood seemed to surge uncontrollably towards a certain place at that moment. Sister, you're being too proactive, aren't you? Is it really necessary to be this enthusiastic? I can't handle it. However, Tu Shan Susu was unaware of Lin Chen's thoughts. She just held him tightly, resting her beautiful face on his shoulder, as if wanting to meld herself into his body to express the overwhelming longing she had felt over the past month. My benefactor Lin Chen, It feels like not seeing you for a month is like being apart for 3,000 years. Tushan Su Su whispered sweetly in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen could clearly feel the incredible warmth radiating from Tushan Su Su's exquisite figure, as well as the intense affection that nearly melted him. He couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. This fox spirit really plays by her own rules. Lin Chen gently patted Tushan Su Su's soft shoulder and said, Su Su, can we separate for a moment? I'm almost out of breath. His voice came out muffled from her embrace. It was evident, how broad Tushan Su Su's chest was. Upon hearing this, Tushan Su Su felt a warm breath in a certain area, and her body softened a bit. But she quickly regained her composure and let go of Lin Chen. Her watery phoenix eyes gazed at Lin Chen with affection, as if she wanted to absorb him entirely. Lin Chen, under her naked and aggressive gaze, felt waves of emotions stirring within him. How could he betray such feelings? Su Su, can you not be so sudden in the future? What if one day I lose control and do something beastly to you? That wouldn't be good. Lin Chen said this half seriously, half jokingly. However, after hearing this, Tushan Su Su not only didn't show any signs of shyness or retreat, but instead, a glimmer of cunning and even more intense allure flashed in her captivating phoenix eyes. She slightly parted her red lips, exhaling like orchids, and with a voice full of endless temptation and suggestion, softly said in Lin Chen's ear, Hee, does Lin Chen want me? As long as my benefactor Lin Chen wants me, I can be yours anytime. Boom! Lin Chen felt as if his head had been bombarded once again by the fox spirit's bold words. Anytime? Does she have to be that direct? Does she have to be that bold? Lin Chen quickly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge that was about to burst forth from within him, and shook his head seriously. No. So, you misunderstood. What I mean is my cultivation is still too low, and my strength is too weak. I feel unworthy of you. I want to wait until I become stronger, truly qualified to stand by your side, to protect you from the wind and rain before I can rightfully claim you. Lin Chen spoke with conviction. This was also his most genuine thought. With his current cultivation level, if he were truly with Tushan Su Su, or even with Lu Ruyan, he would only become their weakness. Lin Chen certainly could not be a burden to anyone. Moreover, there's still plenty of time. No need to rush. It would be hard for him to enjoy the soft life of Tushan Su Su, a god of transformation, without feeling guilty about it. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tushan Su Su was initially taken aback. Then, a complex light flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes, a mix of emotion, love, and a touch of helplessness. Tushan Su Su lightly tapped Lin Chen's forehead with her delicate finger, her tone a mix of teasing and reproach. My benefactor Lin Chen, it's a critical moment. And you're still so masculine. I don't care about these things. Why are you so persistent? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen straightened his chest and said seriously, This is a matter of principle. The woman of Lin Chen must be someone I can proudly and honorably marry. I cannot let her suffer even the slightest grievance. I cannot let her be looked down upon. Although he hadn't yet decided how many he wanted to marry in the future, his attitude had to be correct. Tushan Su Su looked at Lin Chen, feeling both amused and frustrated. But more importantly, she felt a deep sweetness and affection. In the next moment, she moved her body, following that, two warm and elastic soft lips accurately pressed against his. Lin Chen, he froze. What the? Is this forceful seduction? Am I being taken advantage of by a female fox? At the same time, Tushan Su Su's voice, filled with pride and a hint of cunning, echoed in his mind. Since my benefactor doesn't want me right now, is it too much for me to take some interest first? Lin Chen blinked. He could clearly feel the incredible heat radiating from Tushan Su Su's soft lips, along with that intoxicating and unique fragrance. However, just when Lin Chen thought Tushan Su Su would take further action, he was astonished to find that she seemed to have no intention of moving further. Then, there was nothing else. Is this what you call a kiss? This barely counts as nibbling on lips, right? Lin Chen was bewildered again. He gently pushed away the alluring, blushing nine-tailed fox demon king in his arms, who seemed somewhat reluctant and was closing her eyes. Looking at her, one might think she appeared charming and alluring, mature and enticing. Yet in some respects, she was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Lin Chen couldn't he help but laugh. I mean, Su, haha, you look so mature and so good at flirting. But I didn't expect you to be so innocent. Huh? Tushan Su blinked her watery phoenix eyes in confusion, her pretty face filled with bewilderment and incomprehension. What does Lin Chen mean? Was there something wrong with her earlier actions? Isn't this how it's done in stories? Looking at her adorable and naive expression, Lin Chen's irritation was completely sparked. It seems today I need to give you a good lesson. As his voice fell, Lin Chen directly wrapped his arms around Tushan Su's delicate waist. This time, he was no longer passive, but took the initiative. He stormed in, rolled over, and explored deeply. Tushan Su felt her mind go blank in an instant. An unprecedented, indescribable sensation, like an electric current, spread throughout her body, leaving her feeling soft and trembling, almost melting into Lin Chen's embrace. Time passed, and it felt like an eternity until Tushan Su felt she was about to suffocate from lack of oxygen. Lin Chen reluctantly released her already swollen, alluring red lips, looking at the enchanting beauty in his arms, who was already lost in emotions with a flushed face, dreamy eyes, and rapid breathing. Almost collapsing into a puddle, a hint of amusement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. So, Su, have you learned now? Chapter 60. Do you want me to help you get rid of that so-called trash holy sun? Lin Chen's voice carried a slightly hoarse magnetism. Tushan Su only felt her ears tingling, making her already soft body feel even weaker. With a soft moan, Tushan Su gently rubbed against Lin Chen's neck, her voice dreamy and full of endless allure. Tushan Su felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. It turned out that such things between men and women could be so comfortable. It was even more exhilarating than her own practice for hundreds of years. What if they went further? What would that experience be like? Thinking of this, a hint of longing flashed in Tushan Su's captivating phoenix eyes. She instinctively stuck out her delicate tongue and gently licked her still lingering red lips that held Lin Chen's scent. This unintentional movement, combined with her current charming appearance, instantly exuded an astonishing allure that could drive any man insane. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Su, who appeared to be savoring the moment and even wanted to go for another round, feeling his throat dry up, swallowing uncontrollably. No, if this continued, he might really be unable to resist and would devour this ripe nine-tailed celestial fox right there. Although he desperately wanted to, Lin Chen was a man of principles. At least he had to finish the important matters first. Coughing, Lin Chen forcibly suppressed the almost overwhelming desire within him, breaking free from Tushan Su's tender embrace, and said seriously, Su, the important matter is urgent. Let's treat your old injuries first. Seeing Lin Chen retreat again, Tushan Su's eyes flashed with a hint of barely detectable grievance and amusement. You unromantic blockhead. But there's plenty of time ahead. She wasn't in a rush. After all, Tushan Su had already made up her mind that she would never let go of this man who had occupied her thoughts for 100 years and brought her endless surprises and new experiences. All right, I'll listen to you, Lin Chen. Tushan Su said obediently, still carrying a hint of lazy charm in her tone. She slowly got up from Lin Chen's arms, her exquisite figure wrapped in a fiery red palace outfit, making her curves even more astonishing and enticing. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the forest clearing, completely isolating all external prying and disturbances. Immediately after, she took out a soft, fragrant bed from her storage treasure, several yards in size. The bed seemed to be made from the rarest beast skins and celestial feathers, making it look so inviting that one would want to lie down and sleep immediately. Tushan Su smiled sweetly at Lin Chen, then elegantly lay down on the soft bed like the most graceful cat. The fiery red palace outfit slightly opened due to the movement, revealing a breathtaking expanse of snow-white skin and a deep, enticing valley. Her long, straight legs, seemingly sculpted from the finest warm jade, smooth and flawless, casually crossed over each other, exuding a deadly temptation. This was undoubtedly a pair of heavenly legs, impossible to describe with any words. Tushan Su Su lay lazily on the bed, propping her fragrant cheek with one hand, her captivating phoenix eyes looking at Lin Chen with seductive glances. She slightly raised her long, jade-like leg covered in smooth palace attire, her toes lightly tapping. In an endlessly alluring tone, she softly called out, "Lin Chen, come quickly. I've already prepared." Lin Chen looked at this vibrant scene before him, enough to turn any man into a wolf, losing all rationality. He felt his nose starting to heat up again. A demon. What a teasing demon. Lin Chen knew that Tushan Su Su was presenting herself in such a way mainly to facilitate his subsequent treatment. But her tone, her gaze, and the myriad of charm that inadvertently leaked out made it hard not to indulge in fantasies. Lin Chen took a deep breath again, forcibly suppressing the unhealthy thoughts in his mind. Walking to the bedside, Lin Chen looked into Tushan Su Su's eyes, trying to keep his tone calm. "I'm going to start clearing your meridians and treating your old injuries now." Saying this, he began to circulate the techniques of the Xian medical canon, extending his hands, his fingertips swirling with pure metal energy and sharp sword intent. Carefully starting the treatment for Tushan Su Su. Having gained experience from the last time, Lin Chen's techniques were more proficient and bolder this time. With the Xian medical canon in hand, coupled with the rare heavenly materials and treasures that Tushan Su Su had prepared, Lin Chen was confident he could completely cure her old injuries. As the treatment progressed, Tushan Su Su's originally tense and shy face gradually relaxed. Instead, endless comfort and enjoyment took its place. She could clearly feel waves of warm and vibrant energy continuously flowing into her body through Lin Chen's hands. The meridians that had been blocked for hundreds of years were being gradually unblocked. The damaged source that had suffered for hundreds of years was being slowly repaired. This feeling was simply too wonderful. So wonderful that she couldn't help but let out another enticing moan. In this enchanting and therapeutic atmosphere, Tushan Su Su suddenly spoke, her tone filled with a hint of laziness and concern, softly asking, "By the way, Lin Chen, how have you been at the Xiantian Immortal Sect recently? Have you encountered any troubles? Or is there anything I can help you with? If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I guarantee they'll wish they were never born." Tushan Su Su's words were said lightly, but her tone was filled with undeniable authority and a strong sense of protection. Clearly, as long as Lin Chen said a word, this celestial fox demon king at the level of a transformation god would undoubtedly clear all obstacles for him without hesitation. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. He shook his head, revealing a confident smile. "Don't worry, Su Su, I've been doing quite well recently. A few days ago, I just participated in the outer sect competition of the Xiantian Immortal Sect and luckily secured first place. Now, I can say my luck has turned, as I've been accepted as a direct disciple by one of the core elders, Lord Wan Xiang, officially becoming a core disciple." Core disciple? Upon hearing this, Tushan Su Su's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with surprise. Although she wasn't particularly familiar with the hierarchy of human sects, she knew that core disciples were undoubtedly the highest-ranking and most talented individuals within the sect. Lin Chen has actually jumped from an outer disciple to a core disciple in such a short time. That's too incredible. Yeah, Lin Chen nodded, then shifted the topic, his tone becoming somewhat playful. "But recently, it seems I inadvertently offended someone." Upon hearing this, Tushan Su Su's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "Who did you offend? Is someone deliberately looking for trouble because Lin Chen's reputation is too overwhelming?" Upon seeing this, Lin Chen didn't hide it and recounted the unpleasant incident that occurred between him and Fang Xian during the Master Apprenticeship ceremony, as well as Fang Xian's warning to him. Of course, he also mentioned Lu Ruyan. After listening to Lin Chen's story, Tushan Su Su's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of cold, killing intent. "The holy son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect? Fang Xian?" Tushan Su Su said, her lips curling into a charming yet dangerous arc. "A mere holy son dares to flaunt his power in front of my benefactor Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Tushan Susu turned to look at Lin Chen. Her captivating phoenix eyes filled with undisguised killing intent and a hint of eagerness. Should I take action now and eliminate this blind holy son for you? That way, he won't bother you again. Upon hearing Tushan Susu's domineering declaration, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then laughed and shook his head. Goodness. Ready to eliminate the holy son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect at the slightest disagreement. If she succeeds, that will be quite the spectacle. A confident smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he reached out and gently pinched her long, smooth, and impressively elastic jade leg, which had become even more delicate due to his treatment. Hiss! Tushan Susu let out a soft cry. Her pretty face instantly flushed, giving Lin Chen a reproachful look. Lin Chen laughed heartily, his tone teasing yet confident. Susu, such a trivial matter doesn't require your personal intervention. I can handle it myself. You're still recovering from your old injuries, and your energy hasn't fully restored yet. It's best not to act rashly to avoid wasting the previous treatment. Don't cause trouble for the Qingqiu Fox Mountain. After all, eliminating a holy son from an immortal sect would be quite troublesome. Chapter 61. When can I meet the Saintess Sister? In the open space between the beds, Tushan Susu felt Lin Chen's slightly calloused yet powerful hand, squeezing her jade leg firmly, causing her pretty face to uncontrollably flush again. She could clearly feel the heat radiating from Lin Chen's palm, as well as the undeniable confidence and a hint of dominance in his words. Sometimes this man appeared to be an unromantic blockhead, and other times like a shy, pure-hearted youth. Yet, deep down, he always concealed a prideful arrogance that looked down on the world and an unyielding strength. Hearing Lin Chen say that he could easily handle a mere Feng Xian and that she should rest assured and not make a big fuss, Tushan Susu felt both moved and a hint of sweetness. Tushan Susu obediently nodded, her voice charmingly soft. I'll listen to you, Lin Chen. She naturally believed in Lin Chen's strength. After all, the old injury that even she, a transformation god sovereign, found tricky, had shown initial results under his hands. What could a mere holy son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect be? However, Tushan Susu's captivating phoenix eyes slightly turned, and she casually, yet with a hint of laziness and indifference, softly asked, By the way, Lin Chen, you just mentioned that holy son Feng Xian seems to be targeting you because of a saintess named Lu Ruyan. When can I meet this saintess sister? Although the previous conversation focused on Feng Xian's threat to Lin Chen, Tushan Susu had keenly picked up on the key name Lu Ruyan. Moreover, judging by Lin Chen's tone and demeanor when he mentioned this saintess earlier, their relationship probably wasn't simple. This made her, a self-proclaimed main wife, feel a surge of curiosity and a slight sense of vigilance. Lin Chen was taken aback by Tushan Susu's sudden question, his body stiffening. His expression became somewhat awkward. Damn, this vixen, does she have to focus on such peculiar things? We were just discussing how to deal with holy son Feng Xian. How did it suddenly shift to Lu Ruyan? And she calls her the saintess sister. Your ability to get familiar so quickly is too strong, isn't it? Lin Chen was internally complaining but didn't know how to respond. His relationship with Lu Ruyan was indeed a bit complicated. Saying they were siblings seemed to imply a bond that surpassed ordinary sibling affection. Saying they were a couple, neither had really broken that barrier. More importantly, he wasn't ready for Tushan Susu and Lu Ruyan, two incredibly beautiful women with such different styles, but both deeply infatuated with him, to meet so soon. What if a chaotic scene ensued? That would be a headache. Lu Ruyan was easier to deal with since she didn't know about Tushan Susu's existence yet. But Tushan Susu, looking at him with those captivating eyes full of inquiry and gossip, clearly showed a strong interest in that saintess sister. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen, who seemed hesitant to speak, his face awkward and even a bit guilty, and she understood perfectly what he was thinking. A hint of realization flashed in her captivating phoenix eyes as she pouted her red lips and playfully scolded him. Oh dear. Lin Chen, why are you so nervous? I want to eat your saintess sister. However, Tushan Susu's tone shifted, her gaze becoming somewhat ambiguous and meaningful. I understand now. I was wondering why you were so oblivious to my advances when I was so affectionate towards you. It turns out you have a beautiful saintess sister hidden away at home. No wonder you don't indulge in me. Tushan Susu's words were filled with teasing and a hint of subtle jealousy. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu, who said, I don't indulge. The reason has already been explained. Besides, my relationship with Rian is still uncertain. She doesn't even know about your existence. Hee hee. Tushan Susu couldn't help but let out a charming laugh like silver bells upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation. She laughed so hard that her delicate figure trembled, and the two ample mounds in front of her rose and fell, making Lin Chen feel dry-mouthed, and he quickly averted his gaze. All right, I won't tease you anymore. After finally stopping her laughter, Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen with a hint of approval in her eyes. Lin Chen, you're even more honest than I imagined. She paused, suddenly waving her jade hand, taking out a jar of fragrant spiritual wine and two crystal-clear jade cups from her storage treasure. Tushan Susu personally poured a cup for Lin Chen and filled one for herself, her beautiful eyes swirling with a hint of inexplicable amusement as she said to Lin Chen, Actually, I'm not that stingy of a person. Since that saintess sister truly cares for you and is your sister, I, as the older sister, won't treat her poorly. Who knows, maybe in the future, we two sisters can share the same bed and, oh no, I mean discuss the Tao together. By the end, Tushan Susu's voice lowered to an extreme, filled with endless temptation and implication. Her captivating phoenix eyes were fixed on Lin Chen as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Boom! Lin Chen felt as if his head had been struck by a divine thunderbolt, completely exploding. Sharing the same bed? Discussing? What is this vixen saying with such wolfish words? Lin Chen could only feel his blood and energy uncontrollably starting to boil slightly. A surge of indescribable heat rushed to his head. Looking at the enchanting and bold nine-tailed fox demon king in front of him, Lin Chen's heart was filled with nothing but shock, and a hint of expectation that even he had to admit, no, calm down. He must stay calm. Lin Chen quickly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing that strange thought in his heart. Clearing his throat twice, he lifted the wine glass in front of him and drank it all in one go, then awkwardly avoided Tushan Susu's aggressive gaze. Susu, let us talk about this later. It's getting late, and I should head back. After saying that, Lin Chen prepared to sneak away. Hee hee. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's awkward appearance and let out a charming laugh. She stopped teasing him and lazily stretched, her exquisite figure wrapped in a fiery red palace outfit, making her curves even more astonishing and full of extreme temptation. She gave Lin Chen a playful glance, her eyes full of flirtation. TSK, coward. Just know how to run. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Remember what you said? You have to come visit me often in the future. Also, the old injuries on my body will rely on you. Tushan Susu gracefully got up from the bed, tidied her slightly disheveled clothes, and left. Lin Chen watched her alluring and fiery figure, as well as the 9 snowy fox tails swaying gently in front of him, and couldn't help but raise his hand to gently touch his nose, a helpless yet somewhat indulgent smile appearing on his face. This tormenting fairy. After bidding farewell to Tushan Susu, Lin Chen did not linger in the 10,000 Great Mountains and directly returned to the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Returning to Wanxiang Peak in the Listening Waves Pavilion, Lin Chen entered a state of cultivation. He immersed all his thoughts in the comprehension and cultivation of the innate Gung Gold Sword body. Time flew by in the dull, yet fulfilling practice. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. This day was the second day after Lin Chen became a disciple under the Wanxiang True Monarch and held the apprenticeship ceremony. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the quiet room of the Listening Waves Pavilion, surrounded by flickering golden light and sword energy, clearly in the midst of cultivating the innate Gung Gold Sword body. Suddenly, buzz, a faint sound of a transmission talisman that only he could hear rang in his consciousness. Immediately after, a gentle voice from Elder Wanxiang entered his ears. Disciple, come to the main hall for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen slowly withdrew his power, opened his eyes, In his gaze, a ray of golden sword light, more condensed and sharp than yesterday, flashed and vanished. My master is looking for me? Lin Chen was puzzled in his heart, but he quickly got up, tidied his slightly disheveled clothes, and pushed open the door of the quiet room, walking quickly towards the main hall at the peak where Elder Wanxiang was located. Chapter 62. Elder Wanxiang's Task from the Qinyan Sect. Moments later, Lin Chen arrived at the grand and ethereal Wanxiang main hall. Disciple Lin Chen pays respects to Master. Lin Chen bowed to Elder Wanxiang, who was seated at the main position. No need for formalities, disciple. Elder Wanxiang smiled warmly, raising his hand to signal Lin Chen to rise. His gaze carefully scrutinized Lin Chen, and when he sensed the more stable and restrained aura emanating from Lin Chen, yet with a hint of sharpness, the admiration and astonishment in Elder Wanxiang's eyes grew even more intense. Good, very good. Elder Wanxiang stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. His heart filled with joy. Just one night of effort, and your cultivation aura has actually advanced a bit. And I feel that your physical strength seems to have undergone significant changes. He was a nascent soul, true monarch. His divine sense was extremely sharp. Naturally, he could perceive Lin Chen's current state, which had significantly improved compared to yesterday. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation and comprehension. It was simply unheard of, never seen before. This time, Elder Wanxiang truly found a treasure. Reporting to Master, the disciple had a fortunate insight last night, and my cultivation has slightly improved, and my body has also undergone some tempering. Lin Chen replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Naturally, Lin Chen Wu Ti mentioned the system and sudden insights, attributing it only to the cultivation method and his own luck. What a fortunate insight. Elder Wanxiang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. You brat. Usually, how many years or even decades do ordinary disciples need to spend to grasp a low-grade body refining technique? You, on the other hand, have caught a glimpse of the doorway in just one night, and you still say it's just luck? If the other so-called talented disciples heard this, they would probably feel so ashamed they'd want to find a hole to hide in. Although Elder Wanxiang said this, the pride and satisfaction in his tone couldn't be concealed. Having such a monstrous disciple brings glory to this master. Hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled and said nothing more. After Elder Wanxiang finished laughing, he instructed, Disciple, although you are exceptionally gifted and your strength far exceeds that of your peers, the road of cultivation is long and fraught with danger. It cannot rely solely on closed-door training and hard practice to sail smoothly. True, strong individuals grow through repeated life and death experiences and trials in the mortal world. Therefore, the reason I called you here today is to assign you a task, to send you down the mountain for some experience, which can also serve as a tempering of your character. Please instruct me, Master. Lin Chen asked curiously upon hearing this. Staying within the sect is safe, but ultimately like a flower in a greenhouse, it is difficult to experience real wind and rain. Appropriate outdoor training has great benefits for broadening horizons, increasing knowledge, and even comprehending the Tao. But why talk so much about tasks? Just give the order. It's true. But after all, he is a big shot now, so he should show some respect. Elder Wanxiang nodded in satisfaction, took out a jade slip and a delicate jade bottle, and handed them to Lin Chen. On this trip, you will go to the Qinyan Sect and personally deliver the 9 turns returning yang pill in this jade bottle to the person mentioned in this jade slip. This person's surname is Shun, name is Meng, a golden core elder of the Qinyan Sect, known for his gentle demeanor, and he has some old friendship with me. You only need to deliver the pill and may return on your own. If you encounter any opportunities along the way, you may seize them at your discretion. I will not interfere too much. Lin Chen took the jade slip and jade bottle, and when he heard the name Shen Meng, his brow slightly furrowed. He couldn't help but feel that he had heard this name somewhere before, but for a moment he couldn't recall. It was as if it was a long-forgotten memory, already blurred. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Yes, Master. Lin Chen solemnly stored the jade slip and jade bottle, responding loudly to Elder Wanxiang, promising that he would safely deliver the pill to Elder Shen Meng. Go ahead. Elder Wanxiang nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand. reminding him to be careful on the road and prioritize his own safety. The disciple takes his leave. Lin Chen respectfully bowed to Elder Wanxiang again, then turned and left the Wanxiang main hall. He planned to return to the Listening Waves Pavilion to tidy up briefly before immediately setting off for the Qingyan sect. However, just as he stepped out of the main door of the Wanxiang main hall, ding! That familiar system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind without warning. New task released. Task name: Reunion with an old friend. Fate of the Jade Flute. Once upon a time, as the strongest inner disciple of the most powerful Immortal Sect, you traveled through the mortal world. One day, witnessing injustice, you drew your sword to help, rescuing a vulnerable, ordinary woman from the hands of a group of villains. The woman, grateful for your life-saving grace and unable to repay you, gifted you her only valuable heirloom, a jade flute. She promised that if you ever had the chance to visit the Qingyan sect, you could bring this jade flute to the sect's gate, and she would do her utmost to repay your great kindness. Now, by coincidence, you need to go to the Qingyan sect for a sect mission. Please find that jade flute from back then, hold it within the Qingyan sect, and recognize that woman. Task reward: any martial skill will be directly upgraded to the minor success realm. The new task was clearly presented before Lin Chen. As he looked at the task description and the incredibly generous reward, he was once again dumbfounded. In fact, he even felt a bit amused. Wasn't this task a little more normal compared to the ridiculous ones before? At least there were no more absurd terms like 19 years old or intimate contact that penetrates the soul. However, Lin Chen's brows quickly furrowed tightly. He always felt that the plot of this task, the routine of this task, had a strange sense of déjà vu about it. Another ordinary mortal woman he casually saved back then, another ancestral token, another promise of repayment upon meeting in the future. This was such a coincidence, wasn't it? Suddenly, Lin Chen's heart jumped. Could it be that the ordinary mortal woman he saved back then had now transformed like Tushan Susu into some incredible superpower house? Oh my god! If that were true, then his dog system shouldn't be called the Invincible Life System. It should just be renamed to the Soft Rice King system. But, complaints aside, when his gaze fell upon the dazzling task reward, Lin Chen couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Any martial skill will be directly upgraded to the minor success realm. This reward was simply too tempting, although he had quite a few martial arts techniques. Only the sword intent and the Qinglian sword technique had truly reached the minor success realm. The heaven-grade lower-tier body refining technique, Xiantian Gungjin sword body, and the earth-grade lower-tier divine ability Thousand Faces technique, which he had just begun to learn, were still at the entry-level stage. If he could apply this minor success reward to these two top-tier techniques and divine abilities, his strength would definitely undergo another qualitative leap. Especially the Xiantian Gungjin sword body. This was a heaven-grade technique. Entering, it would bring a threefold passive attack increase. If he could cultivate it to the minor success realm, the power was simply unimaginable. At that time, his physical strength would likely be able to withstand treasures and crush his peers. Coupled with the even more terrifying passive attack increase, Lin Chen felt like he was about to drool. No, this task must be completed. It was just finding an ordinary woman. Easy peasy. Even if she had really become some big shot, didn't he still have the ancestral jade flute as a token? He could just ask that golden core elder for help. Lin Chen made a decisive decision in his heart. He immediately began to carefully search through his storage ring. Chapter 63. The Jade Flute Inquiry. What? She's already passed away inside the Listening Tide Pavilion's quiet room. Lin Chen searched through his storage ring for a long time. Finally, in a corner he had almost forgotten, he found an old wooden box covered in dust. Opening the box, he found a jade flute that was entirely emerald green, with a warm color and exquisite carving lying quietly inside. The jade flute also faintly emitted a subtle, almost imperceptible fragrance. Phew, luckily it's still here. Lin Chen picked up the jade flute and examined it for a moment, confirming that this was indeed the gift from that ordinary mortal woman from years ago. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. If he hadn't found it, the system task would have been really stuck. Carefully putting away the jade flute, Lin Chen didn't delay any longer. He simply transmitted a message to Elder Wanxiang, then left Wanxiang Peak heading for the Qingyun sect. Along the way, relying on his mid-stage cultivation of the 4th level of qi gathering and the perfected speed of swift wind steps, combined with the now initiated Xiantian Gungjin sword body, making his physical body strong, he felt almost tireless. Just a few days later, he had crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the foot of the Qingyun sect's mountain gate. Although the Qingyun sect couldn't compare to a colossal entity like the Xiantian Immortal Sect, it was still a large sect with quite a reputation, and its mountain gate exuded an extraordinary aura. Lin Chen presented the identity token of a core disciple of the Xiantian Immortal Sect along with Elder Wanxiang's handwritten letter. After the mountain-guarding disciples confirmed its authenticity, their attitude became extremely respectful, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, and immediately reported to the sect's higher-ups. Soon, an elder in charge of external affairs from the Qingyun sect personally came to welcome him, politely inviting Lin Chen up to the main peak of the Qingyun sect and leading him to the destination of his visit, the exclusive peak of Golden Core Elder Shenmeng, Mengxiao Peak. Mengxiao Peak was picturesque, with abundant spiritual energy, and at the peak stood an elegant palace. With the external affairs elder's announcement, Lin Chen quickly met his target, Golden Core Elder Shenmeng, in the main hall of the palace. Elder Shenmeng appeared to be around 30 years old, with a beautiful and dignified appearance, a gentle and serene demeanor, and dressed in a light blue palace outfit that added an air of otherworldliness. Her cultivation had evidently reached the mid-golden core stage. Considered a respected figure within the Qingyun sect with formidable strength, Lin Chen, core disciple of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, greeted Elder Shenmeng. He respectfully cupped his hands and performed a bow. There's no need for such formalities, Lin Xiaoyu. Elder Shenmeng smiled warmly, raising her hand to indicate for Lin Chen to take a seat. I've already read Elder Wanxiang's letter. I greatly appreciate you traveling such a long distance to personally deliver this 9-turn revitalizing pill. As she spoke, Elder Shenmeng took the jade vial Lin Chen offered. Opening the vial, a rich and pure fragrance of the pill instantly filled the air, causing her eyes to light up with joy. This 9-turn revitalizing pill was a holy medicine for healing injuries, and it would indeed be of great use to her. After Lin Chen exchanged a few pleasantries, once Elder Shenmeng had solemnly accepted the pill and letter, he finally presented his request. Taking out the emerald jade flute from his storage ring, Lin Chen handed it over and said, Elder Shen, in addition to delivering the medicine on my master's orders, I have a personal matter I would like to ask for your help with. This jade flute was given to me by an ordinary mortal woman from the Qingyun sect's territory during my travels years ago. She said it was an heirloom, and if I ever came to the Qingyun sect, I could bring this jade flute to meet her, so she would have the opportunity to repay the life-saving grace from back then. However, I have lost contact with that girl for many years and no longer know her name or whereabouts. I wonder if the elder could help inquire within the sect to see if we could find the owner of this flute. Lin Chen's words were carefully phrased, clearly stating his intentions while not revealing the existence of the system task. However, the moment Lin Chen took out the jade flute, the previously warm and gentle expression of Elder Shenmeng slightly stiffened upon seeing the flute's appearance. Elder Shenmeng's gentle eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise and a trace of sadness. This jade flute. Elder Shenmeng's voice carried a hint of bitterness as she stared at the jade flute in Lin Chen's hand. In the next moment, however, her gaze became somewhat peculiar as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by Elder Shenmeng's sudden, unusual expression. He looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she was looking at him like that just because he had taken out the jade flute, intending to ask for her help in finding someone. Moreover, it seemed that Elder Shenmeng recognized the owner of this jade flute. Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, Elder Shenmeng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, but her voice still carried a barely perceptible sadness as she slowly spoke. Lin Xiaoyu, the person you're looking for is probably no longer around. What? Lin Chen was stunned. What do you mean? To be honest, Lin Xiaoyu, the owner of this jade flute was my most beloved and hopeful direct disciple. What? A direct disciple? Lin Chen was once again shocked. He never expected that the ordinary mortal girl he had casually saved back then would actually be the direct disciple of this golden core powerhouse. This was something. But what did she mean by no longer around? Just as Lin Chen was thinking about this, Elder Shinming continued. Linger has already passed away 10 years ago. What? Passed away? Dead? Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. His mind went blank. No way. What kind of international joke was this? Dead? Then wouldn't his system task, the reward for mastering martial arts, be gone? The person was already dead, and it had happened 10 years ago. How could he recognize her then? How could he complete the task? Did he have to meet her in the underworld? Damn system. Are you messing with me? Lin Chen felt as if the world had gone black in front of him, nearly spitting out old blood. His mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts of frustration and despair. He was completely stunned. After a long while, Lin Chen finally slowly came back to his senses from the immense shock and absurdity. Looking at Elder Shinming's somewhat bitter expression, the frustration and madness in his heart gradually transformed into a trace of sympathy and emotion. Sigh. The path of cultivation is indeed full of the unknown and variables. Not everyone who has crossed paths with oneself can advance steadily like Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu, achieving great success and providing various forms of support. More people might end up like this girl with the jade flute, who, during the long and cruel journey of cultivation, met with various accidents and left the stage prematurely. This might be the norm in the cultivation world. Elder Shinming seemed to have sensed Lin Chen's emotional change. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and smiled gently at Lin Chen. Forgive me for my emotions. Elder Shinming looked at the jade flute in Lin Chen's hand. Her eyes filled with affection and a hint of sorrow. My disciple's name was Qingling. She was talented and pure-hearted, and I valued her as my most important heir. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, while she was out training, she accidentally entered a perilous secret realm and was ambushed by treacherous individuals, ultimately losing her life and returning to the heavens. After I learned the news, I rushed there immediately, but I could only bring back her body. Now her grave is buried in the bamboo forest behind my Mengxia Peak. At this point, Elder Shinming's gaze fell on Lin Chen, a trace of reminiscence flashing in her eyes. She remembered her disciple Qingling had mentioned when she took her as a disciple that she had been saved by a mysterious immortal brother who had gifted her a family heirloom jade flute as a token, promising to meet again in the future. Could it be that this Lin Xiaoyu before her was the immortal brother who saved Qingling back then, and whom she had never forgotten, viewing him as her lifeline? Considering this possibility, Elder Shinming looked at Lin Chen and curiously asked, Lin Xiaoyu, are you the immortal brother who saved Qingling back then? Lin Chen nodded in response. In that case, perhaps you should visit Qingling's grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sighed slightly in his heart and nodded. Since she's dead, it would be good to take a look. Who knows, maybe that troublesome system task has some twist. Perhaps recognizing each other at the grave could count. Seeing this, Elder Shinming showed a hint of a relieved smile, nodded, and led Lin Chen towards the bamboo forest behind Mengxia Peak. Soon, the two arrived at a serene and elegant bamboo grove. A solitary grave stood quietly there. In front of the grave stood a stone tablet, with the words Qingling's grave prominently displayed. Elder Shinming looked at the grave with bitterness in her eyes. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen saw the grave, the familiar and eagerly anticipated system notification sound rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has arrived at the resting place of the task target Qingling, successfully holding the jade flute. A special acknowledgement has been made across the realms of Yin and Yang. Task: reunion with an old friend. Jade flute affinity has been completed. Task reward: any martial skill directly raised to the minor completion realm. Reward has been issued. Please select the skill to be upgraded. Lin Chen, listening to the cold system notification in his mind and seeing the clear 4 characters of task completion, was once again rendered speechless. He even felt like laughing. Meeting at the grave? This works too. Damn system. You really are a little genius. Chapter 64. Is this called gaining some insight? This insight is a bit perverse. Xiantian Immortal Sect, Saint Sun Hall. He has gone to Qinyan Sect now? Feng Xian asked. Reporting to the Saint's son, yes. According to the news from Wanxiang Peak, Lin Chen has accepted a task from true monarch Wanxiang to deliver a pill to a deceased friend at Qingyun Sect. Xiaoyu replied. Qingyun Sect. A cold glint flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. Good. Take this jade talisman and give it to my family. Have them dispatch 5 condensing vein realm cultivators to deal with Lin Chen. Fang Xian no longer wanted to play any games of suppression or humiliation. He wanted Lin Chen to simply disappear outside. It was fine within the sect. But now that he was outside, if he died, he died. Yes, Saint's son. Xiaoyu felt a chill in her heart and quickly took her leave. 5 condensing vein realm experts. Moreover, they were from the Saint's son's own family. Well-trained and skilled in assassination, the Fang family's death warriors. It seemed that the Saint's son was truly determined to kill Lin Chen this time. Unfortunately, Fang Xian's seemingly foolproof plan was completely unaware that Lin Chen was no longer the old waste he thought he could easily manipulate. His arrangement was destined to fail again. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Sect, in the bamboo forest behind Mingxia Peak, Elder Shinming looked at the solitary grave in front of her, and after a moment, she slowly calmed her mind and turned her gaze to Lin Chen beside her. Her eyes still held a hint of peculiarity and inquiry. Previously, when she guessed that Lin Chen was the immortal brother who saved Qingling, she hadn't felt anything. But now that it was confirmed, her curiosity and doubt surged like bamboo shoots after rain. Qingling had told her about that rescue story nearly 100 years ago. This meant that the seemingly 30-something, extraordinary-looking disciple of the Xiantian Immortal Sect before her was actually at least 130 years old, just a few decades younger than her. A mid-Golden Core elder? Elder Shinmeng could clearly perceive the aura of cultivation emanating from Lin Chen. He was merely at the mid-stage of the 4th layer of qi gathering, and he hadn't even touched the threshold of the pulse condensation realm. Over 100 years old, with a cultivation level of only the mid-stage of qi gathering 4th layer. How could he become a core disciple of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, and even be accepted as a direct disciple by someone like the Venerable Wanxiang? What a joke. When did the threshold of the Xiantian Immortal Sect become so low? Lin Chen naturally sensed Elder Shinmeng's strange and probing gaze. He could only smile helplessly in his heart, while also coming to an understanding. It was clear why Elder Shinmeng had looked at him so strangely before. It seemed that his age of over 100 years indeed made it easy for people to misunderstand and doubt him. Lin Chen lightly cleared his throat and proactively asked, Elder Shun, why are you looking at your junior like that? Is there something wrong with me? Upon hearing this, Elder Shinmeng realized her lapse in composure. She smiled awkwardly and did not hide her curiosity, directly asking the question in her heart. Hee, young friend Lin, please don't mind me. I'm just a bit curious. According to what Qingling said back then, you saved her nearly 100 years ago, right? So that means you are over 100 years old now. With such an age, but only at the mid-stage of qi gathering 4th layer, I must speak frankly, this doesn't seem particularly outstanding in the immortal cultivation world. Yet you are a core disciple of the Xiantian Immortal Sect and even accepted as a direct disciple by the Venerable Wanxiang. Is there some reason that I am unaware of? Her question was already quite tactful. After Lin Chen heard it, an expression of realization appeared on his face. He did not hide anything and explained frankly, Elder Shun, your insight is remarkable. I indeed have grown old, wasting 100 years. In my early years, my talent was dull, and my path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Not to mention being a core disciple. Even the outer sect was beyond my reach. If it weren't for a recent fortuitous encounter that allowed me to awaken my hidden constitution, leading to rapid progress in my cultivation, I might have already exhausted my lifespan and turned to dust by now. One could say that I'm a late bloomer. Lin Chen's words contained 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. So that's it, a late bloomer. Elder Shunmeng's expression immediately shifted to one of sudden realization. She looked at Lin Chen, and the strangeness and doubt in her eyes completely vanished, replaced by deep appreciation and amazement. No wonder. I said that someone who could be favored and taken on as a direct disciple by the Venerable Wanxiang could not be an ordinary person. It turns out that young friend Lin has accumulated strength over time and achieved sudden enlightenment. awakening unparalleled talent. Such opportunities and perseverance are truly admirable. Elder Shun Meng sighed, looking at Lin Chen with admiration. The immortal cultivation world is indeed full of wonders. There are young prodigies who soar to great heights. And then there are those like young friend Lin who lay dormant for 100 years and then suddenly shine. With your current extraordinary talent and potential, your future achievements are absolutely limitless. Lin Chen smiled slightly upon hearing the praise. This excuse of being a late bloomer was becoming increasingly useful. Seeing this, Lin Chen took the opportunity to bow to Elder Shenming and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Shen. Speaking of which, I felt something at the grave of Fairy Qing Ling, as if I gained some new insights into my cultivation. May I borrow the treasure of your dreaming mist peak for some time to comprehend?" Lin Chen wanted to quickly use the system reward for mastering any martial skill. After all, it was something that could greatly enhance his strength. Feeling something? Elder Shenming was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, her face showing a hint of surprise. Wait, you can gain insights from a grave? Isn't that a bit too peculiar? However, upon thinking it over, she relaxed. The opportunities for enlightenment for cultivators are indeed mysterious and unfathomable. Sometimes it could be triggered by merely seeing a falling leaf, hearing a bird's call, or even just spacing out. Since Lin Chen said he felt something, he must have genuinely gained some insights. Moreover, he was also the savior of her disciple, so there was no reason for her to refuse such a small request. He, of course, no problem. Elder Shenming smiled gently and nodded. If young friend Lin wishes to comprehend here, feel free. Although this dreaming mist peak cannot compare to your esteemed sect's Wanshang peak, the spiritual energy is still quite abundant. The Listening Rain Pavilion at the peak is where I usually meditate and cultivate in seclusion. The environment is serene and undisturbed, perfect for your quiet reflection. Thank you, Elder Shun. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. He did not expect Elder Shenming to be so accommodating, not only agreeing to let him borrow the treasure ground, but also offering her usual secluded meditation room. He remembered this kindness. Under Elder Shenming's personal guidance, Lin Chen quickly arrived at the elegant and serene Listening Rain Pavilion located at the peak. After thanking Elder Shenming again, Lin Chen directly entered the quiet room and sat cross-legged. Without any hesitation, he immediately communicated with the system, speaking in a deep voice. "System, I want to use the reward for mastering any martial skill. Target for improvement, innate gung metal sword body." Ding. The host confirms the use of the reward for mastering any martial skill, improving the proficiency of innate gung metal sword body. Innate gung metal sword body proficiency is being improved. Congratulations to the host. Innate gung metal sword body, heavenly grade lower level, has been successfully upgraded to this small success realm. Boom. Almost at the moment the system prompt sounded, an unparalleled sharpness and vast vitality, 100 times more terrifying than when Lin Chen first entered the innate gung metal sword body, suddenly erupted from within Lin Chen without warning. Golden divine light surged like a tide, bursting forth from every pore of his body, making him appear like an unparalleled war god, cast in gold. The bones within him crackled, as if undergoing a miraculous transformation, becoming even more indestructible and filled with explosive power. Lin Chen's blood surged like thunder. Each flow seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. And his gung metal sword intent, which had already reached the small success realm at this moment, seemed to receive supreme nourishment, wildly swelling. It was as if he had almost touched the threshold of the great success sword intent. Waves of visible golden sword energy rippled outward from Lin Chen, sweeping madly in all directions. Boom! The entire dreaming mist peak trembled violently under this terrifying phenomenon. The clouds at the peak were instantly torn apart. In the sky, the winds and clouds changed color, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Countless golden sword shadows appeared in the void, intertwining and colliding, as if millions of divine swords were worshipping their newly born king. This earth-shattering and terrifying phenomenon immediately alarmed the entire Qingyan sect. At this moment, Elder Shinmeng was standing outside the Listening Rain Pavilion, ready to protect Lin Chen and prevent him from being disturbed. Upon witnessing this sudden and astonishing phenomenon, she was utterly dumbfounded. Elder Shinmeng's gentle eyes widened, her cherry lips slightly parted, staring at the Listening Rain Pavilion engulfed in endless golden divine light and terrifying sword energy with the gaze of someone witnessing a monster. In her mind, there was only one thought left at this moment. No way. You call this a bit of insight? This insight is a bit too perverse. Chapter 65. Fangxian's Arrangement. 5 Poles Condensation Realm. You really think highly of me. At the top of Dreaming Mist Peak, outside the Listening Rain Pavilion, Elder Shinmeng looked at the elegant pavilion enveloped in endless golden divine light and terrifying sword energy, her charming face still bearing the traces of shock. She had lived for hundreds of years, being a powerful cultivator at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and considered herself quite knowledgeable. However, she had never seen anyone like Lin Chen, who, simply due to his insights gained from a grave, could provoke such a terrifying phenomenon that nearly overturned an entire mountain. This Lin Chen, what a late bloomer. He was clearly a peerless genius disguised in a 100-year-old shell, an old freak who played by his own rules. Just as Elder Shinmeng's mind was stirred and difficult to calm, whoosh, 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 several streams of light filled with powerful energy broke through the air from various directions of the Qingyun sect. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the peak of Mengxia Mountain. Leading them was an old man dressed in a blue cloud-patterned robe, with a thin face and deep eyes like the starry sky, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. He was the current sect master of Qingyun sect, the true and genuine nascent soul early-stage powerhouse, Yun Haijinren. Behind him were several core elders of Qingyun sect, all top-tier experts at the late stage or even the perfection of the Golden Core realm. Clearly, they were also alarmed by the terrifying sword intent and the phenomenon of the gung metal energy that swept through the entire Qingyun sect earlier. Junior sister Shun, what's going on? You took in a genius disciple? As soon as Yun Haijinren landed, he fixed his sharp gaze on Elder Shinmeng, his tone carrying a hint of excitement and curiosity. The other elders also turned their eyes towards Shinmeng, waiting for her explanation. Seeing that the sect master and her senior brothers were all surprised, Elder Shinmeng quickly calmed her mind, respectfully saluted Yun Haijinren and the other elders, and then pointed to the still shimmering and sword intent-filled Tingyu Pavilion, smiling wryly as she explained, reporting to the sect master and senior brothers. The one who caused this phenomenon is not my disciple. He is Lin Chen, the personal disciple of Wanxiang Jinjuan from the Xiantian Immortal Sect. He came to Mengxia Peak today, one to deliver pills, and the other to find someone. Lin Chen is looking for that child Qingling. After I brought him to Qingling's grave, he said he had insights after paying his respects, and asked to borrow my precious land for closed-door cultivation, and as a result, Elder Shinmeng had a helpless expression on her face at this point. She had not anticipated that Lin Chen's brief moment of insight would cause such a huge scene. The personal disciple of Wanxiang Jinjuan from the Xiantian Immortal Sect? She had heard of him. It was said that his name was Lin Chen, who only advanced to the Outer Sect at 100 years old and made a stunning debut in the Outer Sect competition. Later being taken in as a disciple by Wanxiang Jinjuan, he came to our Qingyun sect and comprehended here under junior sister Shin. Yun Haijinren and the other elders were all taken aback. They had heard some legendary tales about Lin Chen, but they thought it was merely exaggerated hearsay. They never expected that this Lin Chen was indeed such a genius. Just by having insights during closed-door cultivation, he could provoke such earth-shattering phenomena, such talent, such potential. It was simply shocking. No wonder he was from a Xiantian Immortal Sect. Yun Haijinren looked at the Tingyu Pavilion, glowing with golden light and filled with soaring sword energy, and couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, one of the top immortal sects. The depth of their foundation was truly unimaginable. Just a personal disciple taken in by a core elder could emit such extraordinary phenomena during cultivation. This kind of aptitude was simply against the heavens. The other elders also nodded in agreement, looking at the Tingyu Pavilion with eyes full of admiration and a hint of envy. They naturally wouldn't think that this was solely Lin Chen's achievement. In their view, the ability to cultivate such a genius disciple was due to the unfathomable foundation and heritage of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Chen was an exception. He was not cultivated by the Xiantian Immortal Sect at all. He was just someone who had opened a cheat. Just like that, due to an unexpected moment of insight, Lin Chen's name, along with his reputation as a 100-year-old genius, began to spread among the high ranks of Qingyun sect. Even the sect's maiden, who had been in closed-door meditation for years, devoted to her path and rarely concerned with worldly matters, as well as the talented young man hailed as the future hope of Qingyun sect, after hearing of this matter. Both developed a faint curiosity about Lin Chen, who came from the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Inside the quiet room of Tingyu Pavilion, Lin Chen naturally had no idea that his small moment of comprehension had attracted such great attention outside. At this moment, he was fully immersed in the indescribable comfort and powerful feeling brought about by the breakthrough of the innate Gung metal sword body to the minor achievement stage, a low-grade heavenly body refining technique. The minor achievement stage, the enhancement it brought was all-encompassing. Not only had his physical strength increased dozens of times, comparable to a humanoid beast, but his vitality was also as thick as rivers and seas, endlessly flowing, with a recovery ability that defied the heavens. More importantly, the passive effect that had only provided 3 times the attack power at the beginning had, after the technique broke through to the minor achievement stage, refreshed and soared to a whopping 5 times. A 5-fold increase in passive attack power. What does this mean? This meant that every punch Lin Chen threw now had the power equivalent to 5 times that of before. And if combined with his similarly transformed and sharp minor achievement Gung metal sword intent, along with the upper-grade earth technique Qinglian sword art, Lin Chen felt that even if he faced a true 8th or even 9th layer powerhouse of the condensation vein realm, he would absolutely dare to challenge them. He could even slay them under his sword. This feeling of a significant increase in strength made Lin Chen overjoyed. Gradually finishing his cultivation, Lin Chen stood tall, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. His eyes filled with immense confidence. It was time to go back. Lin Chen glanced out the window. It was nearing dusk. His mission at Qingyun sect was already completed, and he had unexpectedly gained such a substantial enhancement. It could be said he had reaped a bountiful harvest, and it was time to bid farewell to Elder Shinming and return to the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Lin Chen pushed open the door of the quiet room and saw Elder Shinming waiting outside with a complex expression. Elder Shun, thank you for allowing me to cultivate in your precious land. I have benefited immensely. Lin Chen sincerely clasped his hands in gratitude to Elder Shinming. Lin Xiaoyu is being too polite. Elder Shinming looked at the Lin Chen before her, whose aura was more restrained than before, yet faintly revealed a chilling sharpness, and felt a myriad of emotions in her heart. This young man, no, this old monster, would likely achieve accomplishments beyond everyone's imagination in the future. Elder Shinming revealed a gentle smile and said, if Lin Xiaoyu doesn't mind, you can come to Mengxia Peak as a guest whenever you have free time. I welcome you anytime. Definitely. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, treating it as polite conversation. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries with Elder Shinming, Lin Chen proposed to take his leave. Elder Shinming did not insist further and personally escorted him to the foot of Mengxia Peak. After leaving Qingyun sect, Lin Chen sped towards the direction of Xiantian Immortal Sect. However, just as Lin Chen had just left the range of Qingyun sect's mountain gate and entered a continuous stretch of primitive mountains, about 100 miles later, his sword intent suddenly trembled slightly. An indistinct yet cold and malicious killing intent silently locked onto him from all directions. A full 5 strands. Moreover, each strand of killing intent belonged to a cultivator whose strength had reached the condensation vein realm, although they were all just at the early stages. The combined strength of the 5 was absolutely not to be underestimated. Lin Chen's advancing figure suddenly halted. He slowly turned around, his cold gaze sweeping across the seemingly calm, yet secretly harboring murderous intent dense forest around him. A mocking and disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Hee, 5 condensation realm cultivators? You really think highly of me. It's obvious. Besides that Saint Sun Fong Xian, who has tried to kill me several times. I can't think of anyone else who would invest so much to send 5 condensation realm experts to hunt down a mere 4th stage Qi gathering realm cultivator like me. It seems this Saint Sun is really anxious. Chapter 66. One sword, one small condensation. The incredulous Fong family experts. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold arc as he flashed through the dense forest, leading the 5 relentless condensation realm presences behind him into a more remote and desolate rocky valley. After following for so long, it's time for them to show themselves. Right? Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back on a giant rock, his voice calm, yet clearly resonating through every inch of the surrounding air. As soon as his voice fell, whoosh, 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 5 figures clad in uniform black clothing, wearing menacing ghost masks, exuding a chilling aura of murder, appeared silently from different directions. They surrounded Lin Chen completely. The 5 powerful auras of early condensation realm cultivators were unleashed without reservation, instantly sealing off this valley and cutting off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect your perception to be quite sharp, old man. The leader of the black-clad figures spoke in a hoarse voice, with a hint of mockery, as he looked Lin Chen up and down, his tone carrying an air of condescension. To make our Fong family send 5 condensation realm experts to deal with you, you could be considered to die a worthy death. It seems your strength is indeed quite impressive. No wonder the young master is so concerned about you. They seem very familiar with Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a look of realization, knowingly asking, "The young master you speak of is Fong Xian, right?" The 5 Fong family condensation realm experts simultaneously let out a piercing cold laugh. The leader, in a grim tone, said, "Old thing, aren't you very clear about this? When you go to hell and are reincarnated, remember to keep your eyes peeled and don't offend those you shouldn't." As soon as his words fell, attack! With a command from a leader, the 5 condensation realm experts leaped into action almost simultaneously. Blade light, sword shadows, fist winds, palm gusts. 5 different fierce attacks swept down like a torrential storm from 5 different directions, carrying a lethal intent toward Lin Chen, clearly not wanting to give him any chance to react or resist. They aimed to annihilate him instantly. However, facing the combined attacks of these 5 condensation realm experts, Lin Chen's face showed no panic or fear. Instead, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come on. Just try to let you clueless condensation realm experts test how strong my small success innate gung metal sword body really is. At the same time, Lin Chen secretly decided to leave the one who spoke earlier, the black-clad man, alive for some questioning. Questioning what? Of course, about the Fong family's address. As for the other 4, they could die. In the blink of an eye, clang, a clear and melodious sword cry filled with unparalleled sharpness suddenly resonated throughout the valley. Lin Chen's gung metal spirit sword had already been drawn. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from his seemingly ordinary body, like an awakened ancient beast. The golden true Qi of the mid-4th stage Qi gathering realm surged like a raging river. The 5-fold passive attack power boost from the entry-level innate gung metal sword body was instantly activated. The small success realm gung metal sword intent was released without reservation. The Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, Qinglian sword technique, was unleashed. This time, it was not the previously elegant blooming blue lotus, nor the reigning blue lotus sword rain. It was a single blue sword light. Swish! The blue sword light flashed by. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the 5 condensation realm experts who were attacking with full force didn't even have time to react. They only felt a flash of blue light in front of them. Then there was nothing else. Puffed, 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 puffed. For muffled sounds of blades slicing through flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Following that, under the gaze filled with endless horror and disbelief from the remaining black-clad man that Lin Chen had intentionally left alive, the four companions of similar strength, also in the condensation realm, found their bodies frozen in mid-air, as if under a paralysis spell. A fine line of blood quietly appeared at their necks. Then, foreheads shot up into the sky. Crimson blood gushed out like a fountain from their decapitated necks, staining the rocky valley and coloring their terrified, desperate eyes. One sword, instant kill. Not a single one of the five present saw how that sword was unleashed. The four genuine condensation realm experts couldn't even let out a scream before their bodies were separated from their heads, their souls returning to the underworld. The entire valley fell into a dead silence, with only the black-clad man left, standing frozen in place, as if he had seen a ghost. His ghost mask had long fallen to the ground, revealing a young face filled with extreme fear and endless horror. Fong Mu's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the four headless bodies on the ground that were still twitching and gradually cooling, then looked at Lin Chen, who remained standing with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Fong Mu's body trembled uncontrollably. An indescribable chill surged from his feet to the top of his head, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. How is this possible? Four condensation realm experts. Just like that, they were all killed with one sword. What kind of monster is this? ISNT, he only at the fourth stage of Qi gathering? Why can he unleash such terrifying combat power? From that fleeting blue sword light, he clearly felt a terrifying sword intent that made his soul tremble. That was definitely the sword intent of the small success realm. And the sword light contained at least the aura of an earth-grade martial skill, along with the gung metal power that seemed capable of tearing everything apart and was invulnerable. Special spirit body, earth-grade sword technique, small success sword intent. This foundation, is this the strength of a newly initiated core disciple of an immortal sect? Gulps. The remaining Fong Mu struggled to swallow, feeling his throat dry and breathing difficult as he looked at Lin Chen, who held the gung metal spirit sword and was slowly walking toward him with a cold, lifeless gaze. His fear had reached its peak. Now, Lin Chen stood in front of Fong Mu, pointing the sword tip at the four corpses on the ground, his voice calm and indifferent. Can you answer my questions now? Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, Fong Mu's body trembled violently. He looked at Lin Chen's cold eyes devoid of any emotion and the gung metal spirit sword still exuding a chilling aura. And his instinct for survival made him disregard all family honor and young master orders. Fong Mu immediately knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly. He only wanted to live. Seeing Fong Mu's reaction, Lin Chen revealed a hint of a cold smile. Where's the exact address of your Fong family? And does your Fong Xian, the saint's son, have any recent movements? Since the mask had been torn off, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't hold back any longer. This Fong Xian has tried to kill him several times. Does he really think he is a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Although he couldn't directly deal with Fong Xian and the Fong family at this stage, eliminating these people was definitely not a problem. He also needs to let Fong Xian and the Fong family feel some pain. Fong Mu sensed the unmasked, chilling killing intent radiating from Lin Chen and dared not conceal or hesitate even a bit. Like beans pouring from a bamboo tube, he revealed everything he knew, including the Fong family strongholds and their recent activities. Lin Chen listened quietly, his eyes flashing with a cold light, the killing intent palpable. After a moment, when Fong Mu finished divulging all the information he had, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Fong Mu, who was kneeling on the ground, pleading for his life, Lin Chen merely smiled at him and then uttered words that sent a chill down his spine. Thank you for your cooperation. Now you can rest easy on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blue sword light vanished again. Chapter 67. It's time to return to the sect. Cultivating the Thousand Faces technique. In the valley of shattered stones, the stench of blood filled the air. Lin Chen looked at the last, gradually cooling corpse on the ground, his face devoid of any expression. 5 practitioners from the Fong family at the condensation realm just vanished like that, unable to even pose him a bit of trouble. Fong family, Fong Xian. Lin Chen softly murmured these 2 names, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Fong family. Being able to cultivate the saint's son Fong Xian should not be underestimated in terms of their background and strength. Although his power had greatly increased, he was still only in the mid-stage of the 4th level of qi gathering, not at a level where he could act recklessly. Direct confrontation was something only a fool would do. Lin Chen had always preferred to strategize before taking action, aiming for a single decisive strike. It seemed he needed to practice the Thousand Faces technique first. Lin Chen thought to himself. Previously, in the Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the system task of healing Tu Shan Su Su's old wounds rewarded him with a lower-tier Earth-level divine ability, the Thousand Faces technique. This technique could change one's appearance and mimic one's aura, which was exactly what he needed now. As long as he could reach the entry level of the Thousand Faces technique, even if it was just to alter his appearance slightly, it would be sufficient for him to blend into the Fong family's territory without being detected. At that point, those so-called young geniuses of the Fong family would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in his eyes, allowing him to cut them down at will. Starting small and gradually collecting interest, there was no need to rush. With this thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He simply tidied up the battlefield and then directly opened up a simple temporary cave dwelling in a nearby hill. After setting up several defensive restrictions, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, immersing his mind into the comprehension of the Thousand Faces technique. Time passed quickly, and 3 days flew by in an instant. Inside the cave dwelling, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. A strange expression appeared on his face as he raised his hand to touch his face. Under his control, the muscles and bones of his face were undergoing a peculiar transformation. Moments later, a slightly older face that was entirely different from his previous one appeared on his visage. Is this the effect of reaching the entry level of the Thousand Faces technique? Lin Chen condensed a water mirror, looking at the unfamiliar face in the reflection, but his brows furrowed slightly. Although his appearance had indeed changed, it still felt a bit fake. It was as if he was wearing a low-quality human skin mask, filled with traces of alteration, not natural enough, and could easily be seen through. The entry-level Thousand Faces technique was indeed lacking in some aspects. Relying solely on spiritual power to forcibly change the facial contours would ultimately fall short. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. This level of disguise might fool ordinary mortals, but to deceive those deep in cultivation with sharp senses was simply wishful thinking. It seemed he still needed to continue practicing. At least he had to reach the small success level. Lin Chen closed his eyes again, continuing to delve into the comprehension of the Thousand Faces technique. The terrifying comprehension of his Tao-level talent was once again fully displayed. Time quietly slipped away in the tedious yet focused understanding. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. On this day, within the cave dwelling, Lin Chen's body underwent another strange transformation. The muscles on his face no longer moved stiffly as before, but began to adjust and reshape with an extremely subtle and natural frequency, as if they had gained life. The gaps in his bones, the textures of his muscles, and even the pores of his skin were all undergoing earth-shattering changes under his precise control. This was no longer simple spiritual power disguise. It was true facial transformation. Not knowing how long had passed, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, his face had completely transformed into that of a merchant who appeared to be around 50 years old. With an ordinary appearance, but a gaze that carried a hint of shrewdness and weariness. Lin Chen condensed the water mirror again, carefully examining himself in the reflection. This time, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. The person in the mirror, whether in facial features or demeanor, was entirely different from his previous self. And the change was so natural and seamless that it seemed he was born to look this way, with not a trace of disguise detectable. The small success level of the Thousand Faces technique was indeed profound. Lin Chen secretly praised himself. According to the records of the Thousand Faces technique, this divine ability was divided into 4 realms. Entry-level merely allows one to roughly change their appearance using spiritual power with many flaws. Small success enables one to make detailed adjustments through precise control of their facial muscles and bones, forming a seamless and natural appearance that can deceive even golden core practitioners' spiritual sense. The large success level is even more terrifying, able not only to change appearance, but also to mimic others' bloodline aura and even soul fluctuations, nearly indistinguishable from reality, beyond the detection of nascent soul experts. As for the perfect level, that can even imitate cultivation level, aura pressure, in every action and behavior to the point where it is indistinguishable from a real person, achieving true transformation at will. However, for Lin Chen at this moment, the small success level of the Thousand Faces technique was already completely sufficient. With this merchant-like appearance, even if he stood in front of Elder Wan Xiang, he might not be recognized at first glance. Very good. Fong family, Fong Xian. It's my turn, Lin Chen, to bring you a surprise. Lin Chen chuckled softly, then lifted the restrictions of the cave dwelling, and with a flash, he disappeared into the remote hills. A few days later, in the Tianfeng mountain region, this was the ancestral land of the Fong family, where they had resided for thousands of years. The Fong family's background and strength were as Lin Chen had guessed. Nearly a third of the entire Tianfeng mountain range was regarded as their backyard. With heavy restrictions and surveillance laid out, ordinary practitioners would not dare to approach easily. At the foot of Tianfeng mountain stood a bustling city, Tianfeng City. This city was an important stronghold for the Fong family to communicate with the outside world and control the surrounding areas. At this moment, a young casual cultivator, appearing to be in his early 20s, with an ordinary yet handsome face, dressed in a simple blue shirt, carrying an ordinary long sword on his back, and exuding a restrained aura indicative of the second or third level of qi gathering, was walking leisurely on the crowded streets of Tianfeng City. This was Lin Chen, who had altered his appearance and aura with the small success level of the Thousand Faces technique. Lin Chen not only changed his appearance, but also adjusted his physique and the subtle habitual movements of daily life, making him look like a completely different person, far removed from his true age of 100 years. This young casual cultivator's attire, though not high in cultivation, was inconspicuous, and in the bustling Tianfeng city, filled with practitioners, no one would give him a second glance. As Lin Chen strolled through the city, he carefully observed the surrounding shops. Practitioners and those patrolling disciples dressed in Fong family attire. Soon, Lin Chen was in a rather upscale ancient tower, crowded with cultivators, when he overheard an interesting piece of news from a few cultivators at the neighboring table. Have you brothers heard? The Fong family has recently struck it rich. A sharp-nosed cultivator said in a low voice, speaking mysteriously. Oh, what do you mean? A well-dressed cultivator next to him immediately pressed for details, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The sharp-nosed cultivator, Wang, smiled proudly, took a sip of spiritual wine, and continued, It is said that the Fong family has joined forces with the other two major cultivation families in the Tianfeng mountain range, the Wang family and the Li family, to jointly develop an uncharted ancient cultivator's relic deep within the Tianfeng mountain range. What? An uncharted ancient relic? As soon as these words were spoken, several cultivators at the same table, and even those at nearby tables who were eavesdropping couldn't help but gasp softly. An uncharted relic. This often means a vast amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and there might even be lost cultivation techniques. This is a deadly temptation for any cultivator. Exactly. The Wang cultivator, seeing everyone's shocked expressions, became even more pleased. It is said that the spiritual energy within that relic is exceptionally rich, with various rare spiritual herbs everywhere. And some even say there might be a complete lineage of ancient powerful beings. If that is true, then the Fong Wang and Li families will surely soar to great heights. A cultivator gasped, his tone filled with envy. Of course, the Wang cultivator lowered his voice and continued, now the Fong Wang and Li families have completely sealed off the entrance to that relic with tight security. Not even a fly can get in. Only selected core disciples and elite members from the three families are allowed to enter in groups to seek opportunities. It is said that in 2 days, the three families will officially open the core area of the relic for large-scale treasure hunting. Upon hearing this, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The Fong family? The Wang family? The Li family? Jointly opening a relic? Large-scale treasure hunting? This is simply heaven helping him. He had originally thought about how to create trouble for the Fong family. He never expected that the opportunity would come knocking on his door. In a relic isolated from the outside world, filled with unknowns and dangers. The possibilities are enormous. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. He immediately made up his mind. He must sneak into this so-called ancient relic, and then eliminate everyone from the Fong family entering the relic. One by one. Chapter 68. Finding a target to infiltrate the Wong family. All in the same boat in Tianfeng City, the streets were bustling with crowds. Lin Chen, disguised as a young, loose cultivator in his 20s, walked leisurely among them, while his spiritual sense quietly extended like invisible tentacles, carefully collecting information about the three major families, the Fong, Wong, and Li families. He knew that to sneak into the soon-to-open ancient relic without anyone noticing, the best method would be to replace a young disciple from one of the three families who was qualified to enter the relic. This way, not only could he easily gain qualification to enter the relic, but he could also use this opportunity to get close to the core members of the Fong family, paving the way for his upcoming revenge plan. He needed to find an easy target. Moreover, it had to be a relatively core figure so that he could obtain information about the Fong family. Lin Chen pondered secretly. As he seemingly strolled around the city, he carefully observed the young disciples dressed in the attire of the Wong or Li families, attempting to select a suitable replacement. Just as he wandered into a bustling marketplace area, a sudden uproar from a nearby stall selling talismans caught his attention. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and quietly approached. He saw a richly dressed, arrogant, and overbearing young man confronting the stall owner, spitting out words aggressively. Behind him were several sycophantic followers, all wearing flattering smiles. The stall owner appeared to be an honest, middle-aged, loose cultivator, now blushing with anger, but daring not to speak up, bowing his head. "I say, old man, are you deaf?" The young man pointed at the stall owner's nose and scolded arrogantly. "This young master is interested in your fire talisman, and that's giving you face. You dare ask this young master for spirit stones? Do you know who I am? Do you believe that with one word from me, I can make your shabby stall disappear from Tianfeng City?" The stall owner trembled slightly at these words, fear visible on his face. But he still mustered the courage to softly explain, "Young master, this fire talisman is quite powerful, usually priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones each, and I don't negotiate. You just took 5 but didn't pay a single spirit stone. How can I explain this to my family?" Presumptuous. A sharp-nosed lackey jumped out from behind the young man, glaring at the stall owner and shouting, "You blind fool! How dare you talk back to our young master Wong? Let me tell you, our young master Wong is the direct heir of the Wong family in Tianfeng City. Wong Haiba, for our young master to take an interest in your shabby talisman. That's your fortune from 8 lifetimes. How dare you still ask for spirit stones? I think you're tired of living." Wong Haiba, the eldest of the Wong family? Upon hearing this name, the stall owner's face turned pale as paper, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He dared not utter another word, and could only swallow his anger and accept his misfortune, seeing the stall owner cower in fear. Wong Haiba became even more arrogant, bursting into a wild laugh. "Ha ha ha, at least you know your place. Remember, keep your eyes open in front of this young master. Don't give me a reason to be angry. Let us go." With that, Wong Haiba strutted away like a victorious rooster, followed by his lackeys, leaving the stall owner in despair. The surrounding cultivators, although they mostly showed displeasure, dared not speak up. After all, the Wong family's influence in Tianfeng City was second only to the Fong family, and they were not cultivators who could afford to offend. Lin Chen took all of this in, a cold glint flashing his eyes. Wong Haiba, the eldest of the Wong family? ISNT the target right in front of him? A meaningful smile curved Lin Chen's lips as he silently followed Wong Haiba and his entourage. He did not act immediately, but planned to first understand Wong Haiba's background and character. If he truly was a scoundrel, Lin Chen wouldn't mind sending him off directly. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with murderous intent. For the next half-day, Lin Chen trailed Wong Haiba like a ghost, gaining a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of this young master of the Wong family. This guy was nothing short of a complete scoundrel. Relying on his status as the Wang family's young master, he ran rampant in Tianfeng City, committing all sorts of atrocities. He harassed good women, forcibly seized merchants' property, and beat innocent cultivators. He was well-versed in drinking, gambling, and debauchery. Bullying men and women was his daily routine. The number of cultivators and commoners harmed by him in Tianfeng City was not less than 1,000. The public outcry was immense. But due to fear of the Wang family's power, everyone dared to be angry but not speak out. Indeed, they were all in the same boat. Listening to the numerous misdeeds of Wang Haiba, the last shred of hesitation in Lin Chen's heart completely vanished. He initially thought that if Wang Haiba was not guilty of death, he would just take his identity and leave him a dog's life. After all, Lin Chen is not some bloodthirsty maniac who kills innocents indiscriminately. But now it seems that keeping such scum alive is a disaster. Killing him would actually eliminate a threat to the people. Moreover, judging by Wang Haiba's actions, the Wang family is probably not much better. They are like rats and snakes in the same hole, colluding with each other. Since that's the case, Lin Chen will act on behalf of heaven and give these scoundrels a lesson they will never forget. It would be best if they could turn on each other and kill each other. That would be interesting. After making up his mind, Lin Chen no longer felt any psychological burden. He patiently waited for the best opportunity to strike. Finally, as night fell and the lights came on, Wang Haiba, after spending an entire afternoon indulging in pleasures with a group of cronies in the largest brothel in the city, finally satisfied, staggered with two equally drunken lackeys towards the Wang family mansion. This road was quite remote, with few pedestrians. It was the perfect time to act. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he appeared silently like a ghost in a dark corner along the route that Wang Haiba's group would take. He suppressed all his aura, as if he had completely merged with the darkness. Soon, Wang Haiba's swaying figure came into his view. "Hey, beautiful, don't run. Let me take good care of you." Wang Haiba mumbled something unclear, clearly completely drunk. The two lackeys beside him were also swaying and dazed. "Now's the time." A killing intent shot out from Lin Chen's eyes. He decisively struck. Whoosh! A streak of extremely fast azure sword light silently shot towards Wang Haiba's throat. Although he didn't use all his strength for this strike, it contained all the true energy of his mid-stage gathering chi fourth layer and a hint of minor success in the Gung Jin sword intent. Enough to instantly kill any cultivator below the 9th layer of gathering chi. However, just as the azure sword light was about to pierce Wang Haiba's throat, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! A seemingly inconspicuous jade pendant in Wang Haiba's arms suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light. Immediately afterward, a thick golden shield enveloped Wang Haiba's entire body. His, Lin Chen's sharp sword light, capable of killing high-level gathering chi cultivators, struck fiercely against the golden shield. The shield only swayed slightly before completely blocking the attack. Lin Chen frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A life-saving trump card? I didn't expect this spoiled brat to have such a powerful protective treasure. It seems the Wang family really cares about their precious young master. Just at the moment Lin Chen's attack failed, the originally drunken and dazed Wang Haiba felt the sudden deadly killing intent and the violent tremor of the activated protective jade pendant. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He instantly became alert. Who is it? Wang Haiba was horrified, completely sober. He looked at the golden shield around him and the figure before him, holding a long sword and exuding a chilling, killing intent. He was terrified to the point of losing his mind. Who are you? Why are you trying to assassinate me? Wang Haiba asked, his voice trembling, as his body uncontrollably retreated. The two lackeys beside him were already scared silly by the sudden turn of events, having sobered up significantly, trembling as they hid behind Wang Haiba, not daring to take a breath. Lin Chen looked at Wang Haiba's terrified expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, "Ark, want to know who I am? Heh, go to hell and ask King Yama." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen no longer gave Wang Haiba any chance to plead for mercy. Boom! The small success level Gung Jin's sword intent erupted without reservation. The fivefold passive attack power boost from the innate Gung Jin sword body was instantly activated. The Gung Jin spirit sword in his hand emitted a clear sword cry filled with supreme sharpness. The Earth-grade, upper-level sword technique, Azure Lotus sword technique. He unleashed it with all his might. Whoosh! A more brilliant, more condensed, and filled with ultimate sharpness and annihilation aura, Azure Sword Lotus appeared before Wang Haiba, as if it had teleported. No, Wang Haiba's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He wanted to escape. He wanted to resist. But in front of this terrifying Azure Lotus that seemed capable of annihilating everything, all his struggles appeared so pale and powerless. Without any suspense, the beautiful Azure Sword Lotus easily pierced through all of Wang Haiba's defenses, then completely shattered his heart. Wang Haiba's body fell softly to the ground. His vitality flowed away like a tide. Until his death, Wang Haiba never knew which powerful being he had offended, and the two lackeys beside him, who were already scared silly, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to look at them any longer, sending them on their way with two sword energies. After a few moments, in the quiet corner of the street, under the mottled moonlight, a figure indistinguishable from the previously arrogant Wang Haiba slowly emerged. It was Lin Chen, perfectly disguised as Wang Haiba, using the Thousand Faces technique at a small success level. Lin Chen looked down at the luxurious brocade clothes on him, and then raised his hand to touch his brand-new, youthful face full of arrogance and defiance. A smile filled with amusement and anticipation crept onto his lips. Hee, the young master of the Wang family? This identity is not bad at all. I hope the upcoming events can become even more interesting. Chapter 69. Has young Master Wang Haiba changed? The night was deep, and on the streets of Tianfeng City, there were few pedestrians. Lin Chen, perfectly disguised as the young Master Wang Haiba, using the Thousand Faces technique at a small success level, swaggered towards the Wang family mansion. He clearly remembered the detailed information about Wang Haiba's daily habits, the layout of the mansion, and even the characteristics of some servants that he had forced out of the unfortunate true Wang Haiba. Although the process was somewhat unfriendly, the effect was significant. The Wang family mansion was located in the eastern district of Tianfeng City, covering a vast area, with high red gates and tall walls, flying eaves and bracket sets, displaying extraordinary grandeur, reflecting its strong foundation as one of the three major families in Tianfeng City. When Lin Chen, disguised as Wang Haiba, staggered and slightly tipsy, arrived at the mansion's main gate, the two sturdy guards immediately filled their faces with flattering smiles upon recognizing him, hurriedly bowing and opening the heavy mansion doors. Welcome back, young master. Lin Chen snorted arrogantly, mimicking Wang Haiba's overbearing and arrogant demeanor as he strode inside. The mansion was brightly lit, with pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and flowing water, showcasing extreme luxury at every turn. A middle-aged man in a decent butler's outfit, looking about 40 or 50 years old with a shrewd face, was already waiting at the inner courtyard door. Upon seeing Wang Haiba return, the butler quickly stepped forward, his face displaying just the right amount of respect and enthusiasm. Young master, you're back. The supper is ready. It's your favorite jade dragon soup, along with a few newly arrived spirit fruits. Shall I take you back to your room now? Lin Chen couldn't help but silently praise the butler. As expected of a family steward, the service is on point. At the same time, he felt that his earlier interrogation of Wang Haiba to get him to reveal various details about the mansion seemed a bit of a waste of time. If he had known someone would be so considerate to guide him the whole way, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. However, it's better to be cautious. Being careful is always a good thing. If given another chance, Lin Chen would still prefer to keep all the information in his own hand for safety. Lin Chen waved his hand, mimicking Wang Haiba's slightly hoarse and impatient tone. Young master, this way please. The middle-aged housekeeper quickly responded, then tentatively asked, Does the young master need us to arrange for a few ladies to come and serve you tonight? According to your instructions, the batch of girls that arrived yesterday has been trained, and they're all quite charming, guaranteed to satisfy you. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Serve me? Wang Haiba seems to enjoy himself quite a bit. Although Lin Chen despised this kind of decadent and extravagant lifestyle, he put on an interested expression to avoid revealing his identity. Oh, how many can I choose from? What styles do they have? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged housekeeper's shrewd smile became even more ambiguous and lewd. He thought to himself, this young master really hasn't changed his nature. It seems that tonight, there will be another grand occasion of sleeping with many beauties. The middle-aged housekeeper quickly lowered his voice, leaned in close to Wang Haiba's ear, and said in a tone that men understand, reporting to the young master. Except for a few girls who were overindulged by you a few days ago and are still recuperating, the rest are all available for your selection. There are all kinds of styles, pure, alluring, gentle, fiery, you name it. Roughly speaking, there are about 100 stunning women for you to enjoy. At the end, the middle-aged housekeeper even winked at Lin Chen, showing a lewd expression that implied he understood. After hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Nearly 100. And according to this housekeeper, it seems this is just the regular inventory? What the hell? Is this the decadent life of a local tyrant? A bully young master? It's simply outrageous. Lin Chen's disgust for this Wang family, which he had never met, and for the real Wang Haiba, whom he had already crushed to dust, deepened even further. Such a family, such scum, should be eradicated for the good of the world. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing down his discomfort. Although he was theoretically still a 120-year-old virgin, he had principles and a bottom line. He couldn't bring himself to indulge in the suffering of those poor women. Besides, beneath the skin of Wang Haiba was his noble and pure soul. How could he give away his precious first time in such a place? Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He looked at the middle-aged housekeeper, who was still making lewd gestures and waiting for him to pick, and said in a cold voice, "Release all those women." Huh? The middle-aged housekeeper's lewd smile instantly froze, and he stood there in shock. He rubbed his ears, doubting whether he had heard wrong. Release them? All those nearly 100 carefully selected beautiful women? Is this still the Wang Haiba who treats women like playthings, is moody, and easily resorts to violence, even to the point of abusing them to death? Has the sun risen in the west? Young master, you didn't team Ms. Speak, did you? The middle-aged housekeeper stuttered, his face full of disbelief. You mean to release all those women? The middle-aged housekeeper cautiously confirmed again, fearing he had misunderstood and might anger this temperamental young master. Normally, even when Wang Haiba got tired of a woman, he would never let them go easily. They were often just given to a capable subordinate or sold to even worse places. To let all the women go like this. And it seems he wants to compensate them? This is simply unprecedented. Did you not hear what I said? Lin Chen looked at the housekeeper's ghostly expression, his voice cooling a few degrees, tinged with impatience. Or do you want to keep them for yourself? Feeling the coldness and subtle threat in Lin Chen's tone, the middle-aged housekeeper's body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head, anxiously saying, No, I wouldn't dare, young master, please don't be angry. I'll take care of it right away. Although the middle-aged housekeeper was filled with countless doubts and confusion, he did not dare to defy the young master's orders. If he angered this young master, he would be the one in trouble. Lin Chen responded lightly, then added, Remember, not only must you let them leave the Wang family, but you must also ensure they receive compensation, so they can live peacefully in the future without being bullied. If I find out that you dare to cut corners or go through the motions. Lin Chen did not finish his sentence, but the threatening tone made the middle-aged housekeeper shiver again. Yes, I understand. I will definitely comply. I won't dare to delay in the slightest. The middle-aged housekeeper nodded repeatedly, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. He completely could not understand this young master anymore. Not only did he want to release them, but he also really wanted to provide compensation. Could it be that the young master was stimulated by something outside? Has he changed? The middle-aged housekeeper was filled with suspicion, but did not dare to ask further. He could only speculate in his heart. It seems the young master is truly tired of those women this time. After all, nearly 100 of them. Even if they were strong, couldn't he withstand such treatment? This time, not only to release them, but also to compensate them. Perhaps he wants to replace them with a fresher, more charming batch? Upon thinking of this, the middle-aged housekeeper nodded knowingly in his heart. Yes, It must be like that. No wonder he is the young master. When tired of playing, just switch. He even knows to use this method to keep it quiet. Impressive. Truly impressive. Chapter 70. The Secret Realm opens, actively provoking the Fong family's talented youth. Wang Family Mansion. Inside Wang Haiba's exclusive, luxurious courtyard, Lin Chen was leisurely lying on a reclining chair made of thousand-year-old warm jade, while a beautiful maid carefully peeled the spiritual fruit for him and fed him. For the past few days, he had genuinely been living a life where everything was done for him, like a celestial being. To better portray the role of Wang Haiba and to avoid inadvertently exposing his identity, Lin Chen chose to stay indoors, minimizing contact with other members of the Wang family. Apart from the middle-aged housekeeper, who was respectful and always at his service, he had hardly seen any core members of the Wang family. However, this suited him well. He enjoyed the peace and spent every day in this luxurious courtyard filled with abundant spiritual energy, savoring the kind of wealthy life he had never even dared to dream of before. Every day, there was a dedicated spiritual chef cooking exquisite dishes infused with immense spiritual energy. Various aged spiritual wines, spiritual fruits, and spiritual rice, which were hard to find outside, were supplied as if they were free. Lin Chen was unreserved, accepting everything. He devoured these foods rich in pure energy, then practiced the great sun metal breathing technique, an innate metal sore body, perfectly refining and absorbing the energy. This feeling was simply too delightful. He even felt that his cultivation efficiency over the past few days was higher than when he was in the Listening Wave Pavilion in the core area of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. After all, enjoying top-notch delicacies while his cultivation was also steadily rising. Where could he find such good fortune amidst such a luxurious and decadent life? In just a few days, Lin Chen, who had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th level of Qi Gathering Realm, unexpectedly experienced another breakthrough. It was as if everything fell into place, and he directly stepped into the 5th level of Qi Gathering Realm, feeling the golden, true Qi within him becoming more refined and powerful. Lin Chen felt ecstatic. This wicked life in a big family was indeed a bit enjoyable. After enjoying several days of a luxurious life where everything was provided for him, one morning, the middle-aged butler respectfully came to his courtyard again. "Young master, the family head has ordered that the secret realm will officially open today. Please proceed to the family martial arts arena immediately to gather and prepare for departure." While Lin Chen was sitting cross-legged in his room, consolidating his cultivation, he suddenly opened his deep-set eyes upon hearing the butler's words. A brilliant light flashed momentarily. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile full of anticipation. Is it finally going to begin? He got up, adjusted his luxurious brocade robe that represented his identity as the young master of the Wang family, pushed open the door, and strode out. He had been waiting with a bit of impatience. Upon arriving at the Wang family's martial arts arena, he saw that hundreds of young elite disciples from the Wang family were already waiting there. When they saw Lin Chen, who had transformed into Wang Haiba, they all displayed expressions of awe and a hint of fear, bowing in respect. "We have seen the young master." Lin Chen raised his nose in arrogance, mimicking Wang Haiba's haughty demeanor, and walked straight to the front of the line. Beside him stood several Wang family elders, whose auras were steady and whose cultivation levels were at least in the mid to late stages of the pulse condensation realm. They were responsible for leading the team and protecting the Wang family's disciples as they entered the secret realm. When they saw Wang Haiba, they all smiled and nodded, their eyes filled with expectation and reliance. Clearly, this young master of the Wang family held significant status within the family. Soon, the team was assembled, and under the guidance of several elders, the Wang family group marched grandly towards the depths of the Tianfeng mountain range, heading for the entrance to the secret realm. On the side of the Fong family and Li family, the situation was similar. The three major families had nearly 1,000 young elites, along with dozens of elders in the pulse condensation realm as protectors, making the scale quite grand. During these leisurely days, Lin Chen had already instructed the middle-aged butler, who obeyed him, to gather information about the young talents from the Fong and Li families eligible to enter the secret realm. As expected, the results were just as he anticipated. From the Fong family, the most impressive among the younger generation was undoubtedly the holy son Fong Xian, who was far away at the Xiantian Immortal Sect and had already made a name for himself. However, due to his noble status, he could not personally participate in such a level of secret realm exploration. Aside from Fong Xian, there were two particularly noteworthy figures among the Fong family's dispatched young leaders. One was Fong Tianlong. At just 25 years old, he had already reached the 5th level of the pulse condensation realm. Born with extraordinary strength, he practiced the family's ancestral high-grade cultivation technique, the Overlord Dragon Battle Body. His personality was arrogant and overbearing, and he was said to have few rivals among those of the same level. The second was Fong Yuling. At 23 years old, she also reached the peak of the 4th level of the pulse condensation realm. She was a rare genius alchemist in the Fong family for a century, cold-hearted, and quite calculating. She excelled in using poison and various cunning methods, making her extremely difficult to deal with. On the Li family side, there were also two leading figures. One was named Li Chen. At the 4th level of the pulse condensation realm, obsessed with the sword path, he was solitary and taciturn. But his flying swan sword technique was swift as lightning and decisive in killing. The other was Li Wan'er. At the peak of the 3rd level of the pulse condensation realm, she was beautiful and gentle, skilled in charm techniques and formation paths. These four were the leaders from the Fong and Li families for this secret realm expedition. In contrast, upon learning the information, Lin Chen felt it was somewhat absurd. Among the entire young generation of the Wang family, there was only him, currently disguised as Wang Haiba, a practitioner at the 6th level of the pulse condensation realm, holding up the facade. Most of the others were still stuck in the Qi gathering realm, with not even one at the early stage of pulse condensation realm. No wonder the real Wang Haiba had developed such an arrogant and overbearing character. As the only pillar of the young generation of the Wang family, the family's sole hope for the future, and the recipient of countless favors, how could he not be arrogant? Soon, the three major families' teams gathered before a huge valley shrouded in thick mist deep within the Tianfeng mountain range. At the entrance of the valley, a faintly visible light curtain, filled with fluctuations of spatial laws, was slowly rotating. It was evidently the entrance to the secret realm. As the three parties met, before anyone could speak, the air was already thick with tension. After all, the three major families have been vying for supremacy in Tianfeng City for hundreds of years, and their grudges were deep-seated, with each being a rival to the others. At this moment, they temporarily joined forces for mutual benefit, but none of them could stand the sight of each other, especially the younger disciples, who exchanged glances filled with provocation and disdain. Wang Haiba, you worthless fool who only knows how to bully men and women. How dare you lead the way here? Fong Tianlong from the Fong family was the first to direct his hostility at Lin Chen, who was disguised as Wang Haiba, his tone laced with contempt. Yes, I heard you recently played around in the Soul Cave and caused several mortals to die. You really bring shame to the cultivators of Tianfeng City. Although Li Jinni from the Li family was taciturn, he couldn't help but coldly mock at this moment. Clearly, Wang Haiba's notorious reputation was already well known. Lin Chen looked at these young talents filled with hostility towards him and secretly laughed in his heart. Very good. This situation is simply perfect. The more they dislike me, the more they look down on me as the young master of the Wang family. It'll be more convenient when we start fighting later with less psychological burden. Lin Chen's gaze swept back and forth between Fong Tianlong and Fong Yuling, and a cold and playful arc formed at the corners of his mouth. Today I, Lin Chen, will return the favor in kind. Let you Fong family taste the feeling of being stabbed in the back without even knowing how you died. Thinking of this, Lin Chen imitated Wang Haiba's arrogant demeanor and pointed disdainfully at Fong Tianlong, spitting contemptuously, then provocatively said in an extremely irritating tone, Fong Tianlong, what do you think you are? How dare you bark in front of this young master? Do you believe that once we enter the secret realm, I'll be the first to break your dog legs, making you kneel and beg for mercy? Chapter 71, Directly Disabled. Almost triggering a major conflict at the entrance of the valley. The three major families gathered. The atmosphere was tense. When Lin Chen, disguised as Wang Haiba, used an arrogant and overbearing tone to threaten to break Fang Tianlong's legs and make him kneel and beg for mercy. The entire scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Lin Chen with expressions as if they were looking at a madman. Crazy. This Wang Haiba must be insane. He actually dared to publicly provoke Fang family's top genius, Fang Tianlong. Didn't he know that Fang Tianlong was not only a powerful practitioner at the 5th level of the pulse condensation realm, but also had a notoriously violent personality, known for holding grudges? Although Wang Haiba was also at the 6th level of the pulse condensation realm, he had grown accustomed to bullying others in the Wang family. But compared to Fang Tianlong, his strength and foundation were far inferior. Fang Tianlong at the 5th level of the pulse condensation realm could easily defeat Wang Haiba at the 6th level. Such provocation. Was he like looking for death in a latrine with a lantern? Sure enough, the tall and ferocious Fang Tianlong, upon hearing Lin Chen's insulting and provocative words, had his originally proud face instantly turn the color of pig liver. An uncontrollable rage and murderous intent erupted from his eyes, like a volcanic eruption. Wang Haiba, you worthless scum who only knows how to toy with women. Do you dare to say that again? Fang Tianlong let out a deafening roar, his true essence surging wildly within him, muscles bulging, and bones cracking with explosive sounds. An overwhelming and terrifying aura swept through the area. Clearly, he had been thoroughly provoked by Lin Chen's words. However, facing the furious Fang Tianlong, Lin Chen, transformed into Wang Haiba, showed no signs of fear on his face. Instead, a more contemptuous and disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Lin Chen extended his pinky finger, dug at his ear, then lightly flicked it at Fang Tianlong. Speaking lazily, this young master said to kneel and beg for mercy. What? Didn't he hear me clearly? Or are you not only a waste of power, but also deaf? Boom! At this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was completely stunned by Wang Haiba's reckless and suicidal attitude. This guy really isn't afraid of death. Seeking death, Fang Tianlong could no longer hold back. Letting out a beast-like roar, his eyes blood-red, completely consumed by rage. Wang Haiba, this young master will shred you to pieces today. As his words fell, Fang Tianlong stomped down, cracking the ground. His entire body transformed into a violent shadow, rushing towards Lin Chen with an aura that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Ball Dragon Fist. Fang Tianlong threw a punch. The air exploded instantly. A fierce dragon head phantom, formed from immense true essence, roared down towards Lin Chen's face. This punch was unmatched. It could easily kill any cultivator of the same rank. The elders of the Fang family watched this scene, feeling that Fang Tianlong was a bit impulsive, but thought it wouldn't hurt to teach this ignorant Wang Haiba a lesson before the secret realm opened. They even welcomed it. Meanwhile, several elders from the Wang family changed their expressions slightly, ready to intervene at any moment. Fang Tianlong's attack was almost upon them. However, just when everyone thought Lin Chen, Wang Haiba, would be severely injured by this punch, Lin Chen finally moved. He looked at the roaring dragon head, a hint of cold disdain flashing in his eyes. With such strength, you dare to bark in front of me? Lin Chen didn't even draw his gung gold spirit sword. He simply raised his right hand. Then, facing Fang Tianlong's earth-shattering punch, he also threw a punch. This punch seemed ordinary, with no frills, but it was enveloped in a faint, yet incredibly sharp and eternal golden divine light. Innate gung gold sword body. 5 times the attack power enhancement. Minor achievement of gung gold sword intent. All infused into this punch. Boom. The two disproportionately sized fists collided violently in midair. There was no stalemate, no imagined earth-shattering sound, just a crunch, a sound of bones fracturing that made one's teeth ache. Immediately following, under the ghostly gazes of everyone present, Fang Tianlong's unstoppable ball dragon fist, along with his muscular arm covered in ball dragon battle body true essence, was shattered inch by inch, as if it were fragile glass by Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary, even somewhat weak punch. A piercing scream, filled with endless pain and disbelief, suddenly erupted from Fong Tianlong's mouth. The rage and ferocity on Fong Tianlong's face were instantly replaced by extreme fear and horror. He watched helplessly as his arm twisted like a twist of dough, ultimately turning into a cloud of blood mist. And Lin Chen's indomitable, terrifying power, after shattering his arm, continued unabated and slammed into his chest. Poof! Fong Tianlong coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew back, as if struck by an ancient divine mountain, faster than before. Boom! Dozens of meters away, Fong Tianlong crashed down, creating a massive human-shaped pit in the hard rocky ground. He lay in the pit, gasping for breath, barely able to breathe in, but exhaling more. Although he was not dead, his dantian and meridians had been completely destroyed by Lin Chen's punch. His entire cultivation was thoroughly ruined. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire valley entrance was so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. Everyone stood frozen, as if enchanted. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. A single punch? Just a single punch? That Wang Haiba, who they thought was merely a worthless young master relying on his family background to bully others, actually incapacitated the second pride of the Fong family, Fong Tianlong, who had powerful strength and cultivated the ball dragon battle body, with just one punch? What the hell is going on here? Is this world completely crazy? After a brief moment of shock, the elders of the Wang family were instantly replaced by boundless joy. Good. Haiba. Ha ha ha. That was amazing. The elders of the Wang family were all excited, their old faces turning red. When did their family's prodigy, their pillar of support, become this formidable? This is simply a sign of good fortune. Meanwhile, the elders of the Fong family, upon regaining their senses, were instantly filled with towering rage and incredible murderous intent. Wang Haiba, you have such audacity. How dare you lay such heavy hands on my Fong family's pride? One elder from the Fong family, hair disheveled, roared, unleashing a terrifying pressure belonging to the 9th level of the condensing veins realm towards Lin Chen. However, before his pressure could reach Lin Chen, the leading elder of the Wang family stepped forward, blocking Lin Chen, and also released a powerful aura to completely neutralize that pressure. Elder Fong, you are mistaken. The elder of the Wang family sneered. Just now, it was your Fong Tianlong who took the initiative to provoke first and struck first, aiming to kill. What? Now that he has been beaten into a waste, you want to turn the tables? Is your Fong family too domineering? Lin Chen looked at the Wang family elder standing in front of him, defending him, and felt quite pleased. As expected, it's nice to have a big tree to provide shade. This feeling of being protected is really good. Next, Lin Chen imitated Wang Haiba's fearless and reckless demeanor, poking his head out from behind the Wang family elder, and spoke to the furious Fong family elder with a tone that was extremely provoking. Hey, old man, why are you shouting so loudly? He couldn't take a hit, just like paper. What does that have to do with me? Besides, isn't it just a waste being wasted? What's the big deal? If you're not satisfied, you can let that girl from your Fong family. What is her name? Fong Yuling, come up and try again. I guarantee I'll be a bit heavier this time. You. The Fong family elder was so enraged by Lin Chen's words that he nearly suffered a heart attack, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He pointed at Lin Chen, trembling all over, unable to speak. The Fong family disciples behind him also glared angrily, nearly ready to attack and spark a family war. Fortunately, they were ultimately suppressed by the elder of the Fong family. Meanwhile, the two geniuses from the Li family, Li Jiani and Li Waner, watched the dramatic scene unfold before them, completely dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, seeing shock and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. When did this Wang Haiba become so powerful and bold? With one punch, he crippled Fong Tianlong, and yet he dares to provoke the entire Fong family in public? Is he not afraid of triggering an all-out war among the three major families? In the end, the elder of the Fong family could only swallow his anger. After all, he was outmatched. Saying more would only bring humiliation upon himself. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen, then ordered his men to take the crippled Fong Tianlong away, announcing that he would no longer enter this secret realm. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to the Fong family disciples. All Fong family disciples, listen up. Once we enter the secret realm, spare no effort to keep a close watch on that Wang Haiba. If there is an opportunity, don't hold back. Just go for the kill. Avenge Tianlong. Upon hearing this, the Fong family disciples' eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent, and they all nodded in agreement. When has the Fong family ever suffered such a silent grievance? That Wang Haiba is undoubtedly doomed. Meanwhile, the elder of the Wang family, seeing the Fong family humiliated, felt quite pleased and warned Lin Chen and the Wang family disciples. Haiba did well, but do not let your guard down. The Fong family will seek revenge. And once we enter the secret realm, they will definitely attack you. So be careful. The other Wang family disciples listened closely. Once we enter the secret realm, all actions will follow Haiba's arrangements, and there must be no mistakes. Yes, elder. The Wang family disciples replied in unison. Their gazes toward Lin Chen filled with admiration and trust. Just as the three factions were harboring their own schemes, the atmosphere reached a peak of tension. Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the entrance of the valley shrouded in thick fog. Immediately after, the flickering spatial barrier burst forth with brilliant light. A vast aura surged out from within. The secret realm has been opened. The secret realm is open. Hurry and enter. The leading elders of the three families shouted in unison. In the next moment, hundreds of disciples from the three families surged into the secret realm like a tide, toward the endless treasure light. Chapter 72. Focus on the younger generation of the Fong family and go on a killing spree. Boom! Accompanied by the intense fluctuations of the spatial barrier at the valley entrance. Nearly 100 young elite disciples from the three families rushed into the secret realm filled with unknowns and opportunities. After a dizzying spatial transfer, Lin Chen felt his feet finally touch solid ground again. He slowly surveyed his surroundings. It was a vast, untouched jungle, with ancient trees towering and vines like dragons. The air was thick with an intense spiritual energy, along with a hint of ancient wild danger. No wonder this secret realm has remained. The concentration of spiritual energy here nearly rivals that of the core area of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Behind him, the young disciples of the Wang family also gradually recovered from the dizziness of the spatial transfer, curiously observing their surroundings. Not far away, the teams from the Fong and Li families were also transported to this area almost simultaneously. The three factions, once again clearly divided, formed a standoff. Among the Fong family team, dressed in luxurious alchemist robes, with a cold expression and an extremely arrogant demeanor, Fong Yuling snorted disdainfully upon seeing Lin Chen in the guise of Wang Haiba. Several core disciples of the Fong family beside her also cast blatant hostility and murderous intent toward the Wang family. Clearly, the humiliation of Fong Tianlong being publicly crippled made them hate Wang Haiba to the core. Fong Yuling stepped to the front of the team, her icy gaze fixed on Lin Chen, and coldly warned, Wang Haiba, don't think that just because you've gained some advantage outside, you can act recklessly. This secret realm is not like the outside. Swords have no eyes, and life and death are fated. You better take your Wang family group of useless trash and behave. Don't go off alone. Otherwise, you might end up missing an arm or a leg, or even lose your life here. Fong Yuling's words were filled with blatant threats and warnings. However, Lin Chen burst into laughter upon hearing this, mimicking Wang Haiba's arrogant and reckless demeanor. He looked at Fong Yuling with a more frivolous and aggressive gaze, unabashedly scanning her exquisite figure, especially her full breast that rose and fell slightly in anger. Oh really? Lin Chen licked his lips and said in a lewd tone, Little lady, you're quite pretty. What is up? So concerned about my safety? Are you interested in me? Don't worry. If I get the chance, I'll take good care of you. Let you experience the taste of ecstasy. Lin Chen's words were crude and extremely vulgar, perfectly embodying the image of a debauched young master. You shameless, despicable. Fong Yuling had never encountered such verbal teasing and humiliation. Her icy face instantly flushed red, shaking with anger, and her ample chest heaved violently. If it weren't for the orders of the family elders and her reluctance to cause a ruckus right as the secret realm opened, she would have likely attacked Lin Chen on the spot. Oof. Fang Yuling ultimately suppressed her fury, shooting Lin Chen a fierce glare and coldly snorting, then led the Fang family team deeper into the jungle with a heart full of anger and killing intent. Let us go. Don't stoop to the level of such trash. The two Li family prodigies, Li Jiani and Li Waner, observed all of this. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of seriousness and caution in the other's eyes. This Wang Haiba not only had mysterious strength, but also acted so crazily and recklessly. He even dared to offend the Fang family to such an extent. It's better to avoid this kind of madman. The two tacitly said nothing more and silently led the Li family team in another direction, quickly leaving this troublesome place. They decided that this trip to the secret realm would absolutely not involve themselves in any conflict between the Wang and Fang families. While the clam and the heron fought, they would sit back and reap the benefits. Soon, only Lin Chen and the hundreds of young disciples of the Wang family remained. Young Master is mighty. Young Master is domineering. The Wang family disciples felt a surge of pride as they saw their young master make the proud Fang family prodigy turn red with anger and flee in disgrace. And they began to praise him enthusiastically. At that moment, two slightly older core disciples of the Wang family, both at the fourth level of the pulse condensation realm, stepped forward to Lin Chen. One was named Wang Lei, and the other Wang Mang. They were among the strongest of the younger generation in the Wang family. Aside from Wang Haiba, brother, Wang Lei respectfully clasped his hands and asked, "Now that the Fang and Li family have left, what should we do next? Please guide us, Haiba." Wang Mang also looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Clearly, Lin Chen's earlier astonishing punch had completely impressed them, making them willingly follow his lead. However, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at their eager expressions and waved his hand, speaking in an impatient tone. "What to do? Just do as you see fit. From now on, you two will be responsible for leading this team to gather treasures from the secret realm." As for me, Lin Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. "I'm going to act alone." "What? Acting alone?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lei and Wang Mang were immediately stunned. The Wang family disciples behind them also wore expressions of shock and confusion. How could this be? The young master wants to be a lone wolf? Inside this secret realm? Danger lurks everywhere. Isn't it too dangerous for a person to act alone? After Lin Chen finished speaking, he couldn't be bothered to explain further to them. He had no good feelings towards these Wang family disciples. In his eyes, these people were no better than those from the Fang family. They were all the same, kind of despicable. The only reason he was keeping them around was to have them do his bidding first, to scour the resources in this secret realm. When the time comes, he would reap the rewards all at once. Not a single one of them would make it out alive. Lin Chen sneered coldly in his heart. His figure flickered, and he vanished from the sight of the Wang family members, leaving behind a group of bewildered and confused Wang family disciples. After breaking away from the main group of the Wang family, Lin Chen felt like a dragon returning to the sea. His target was clear, the Fang family disciples. Soon, he discovered a small team composed of several Fang family disciples who were cautiously besieging a 9th-level Qi gathering realm beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen struck at the most intense moment of their battle with the beast. Whoosh! A barely perceptible green sword light flashed like a ghost from the shadows. Puffed, puffed. Two Fang family disciples at the 7th level of Qi gathering, tasked with perimeter vigilance, didn't even have time to scream before being pierced through their foreheads by the sword and collapsing helplessly. Who? The others in the team finally reacted, all horrified. However, what awaited them was the deadly sword light. Lin Chen's figure flickered like a ghost among the crowd. Each swing of his gung metal spirit sword claimed a fresh life. The Green Lotus sword technique. Minor achievement in sword intent. 5 times attack increase. Under such terrifying strength, these usually arrogant Fang family elite disciples were like lambs to the slaughter before him, utterly defenseless. In less than 10 breaths of time, this team of over a dozen Fang family elites along with a 9th-level Qi-gathering beast, had all turned into cold corpses. Lin Chen calmly sheathed his sword, skillfully cleaned up the battlefield. Then, with a flicker, he vanished once again into the depths of the dense forest. Over the next half-day, similar scenes unfolded in various corners of this secret realm. One by one, the young disciples of the Fong family, caught completely off guard, were assassinated by Lin Chen with overwhelming force. They hardly escaped a single strike. Some didn't even know how they had died. After a long while, in a designated gathering point deep within the secret realm, Fong family's leader Fong Yuling was currently waiting with a frosty expression for her clan members to arrive. According to her previous regulations, every 6 hours, all Fong family disciples were required to gather here. This was to confirm everyone's safety and to compile the collected resources, entrusting the most precious parts to her, the strongest and most reliable person for safekeeping. However, as the agreed time passed for an incense stick to burn, the number of Fong family disciples arriving was surprisingly few. Originally a large group of nearly 300, now fewer than 100 had shown up. 2/3 of them were missing. What happened? Where is everyone? Why haven't they arrived yet? A strong sense of unease surged in Fong Yuling's heart as she sternly shouted at the confused and fearful Fong family disciples in front of her. We don't know either. Sister Yuling, we haven't seen any other clan members on our way here. Yes, it's too strange. It's as if many people have vanished in a thin air. The surviving Fong family disciples also wore expressions of fear and confusion. Fong Yuling's face grew increasingly grim as she listened to their words. Finally, an uncontrollable image of the figure that had provocatively taunted her at the entrance of the secret realm appeared in Fong Yuling's mind. Wang Haiba. It must be him. It must be his doing. Fong Yuling's eyes burst with endless rage and killing intent. She believed that everything must have been orchestrated by that Wang Haiba, leading the worthless Wang family behind the scenes. Apart from him, Fong Yuling couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to so blatantly strike at her Fong family. She was indeed right. However, it wasn't Lin Chen leading the Wang family disciples. It was Lin Chen acting alone. Just as Fong Yuling was burning with anger and boiling with killing intent, ready to take her people to settle accounts with the Wang family, a familiar voice filled with amusement and mockery drifted from the nearby dense forest. Hee. Looks like everyone is here. Everyone was startled and turned back abruptly. They saw Wang Haiba leisurely walking out from the shadows. It was Lin Chen in disguise. Lin Chen looked at the fewer than 100 terrified and angry young members of the Fong family before him, a devilish smile appearing on his face. You all gathered quite well. Just in time. I won't have to spend more time searching for each of you. Chapter 73. Fong Yuling dies by a sword. Stuns the Li family's 2 talents. Deep in the dense forest, the atmosphere was filled with murderous intent. Lin Chen, disguised as Wang Haiba, slowly walked out from the shadows, wearing a playful and mocking smile. Meanwhile, several dozen zhang away on a hidden tree canopy, the 2 leading talents of the Li family, Li Jiani and Li Waner, were quietly concealing their presence. They had been attracted by the commotion of the Fong family disciples gathering and intended to investigate. However, they never expected to witness Lin Chen single-handedly challenging the Fong family camp. Wang Haiba, does he dare to face the Fong family camp alone? Has he gone mad? Li Waner's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and shock as she whispered to Li Jiani beside her. Although Li Waner felt that Wang Haiba's victory over Fong Tianlong was indeed impressive, to take on the entire Fong family camp alone was too arrogant and reckless. This guy is not just arrogant. I think his brain is rusted. Li Jiani's usually calm and expressionless face was now filled with confusion and disbelief. He simply couldn't understand where Wang Haiba got his confidence and courage, facing nearly 100 formidable opponents, including the peak genius Fong Yuling at the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm. Wasn't that seeking death? Did he think the Fong family members were made of paper? The Li siblings exchanged glances, seeing a hint of absurdity and anticipation for the show in each other's eyes. They decided to hold their positions for the time being and see what tricks Wang Haiba had up his sleeve. Fong Yuling was also slightly taken aback when she saw Lin Chen appear. Wang Haiba? She never expected that Wang Haiba would dare to swagger into their presence alone. When she heard Lin Chen's words filled with mockery and killing intent, Fang Yuling's cold face instantly twisted into a furious smile. Ha ha! Fang Yuling let out a crisp laugh like silver bells, yet filled with endless coldness and killing intent. Well, you really are Wang Haiba. I didn't expect you to come to us all alone. It seems that defeating Fang Tianlong has made you so arrogant that you don't know your own limits and have come to seek death. She looked at Lin Chen as if she were looking at a dead man, her tone filled with condescending disdain. You dare to show up and cause trouble for our Fang family alone? What? Do you think one person can face nearly 100 of our Fang family's elite disciples? As soon as Fang Yuling finished speaking, the Fang family disciples behind her also reacted. Each of them revealed cruel and sinister smiles. You fool! How dare you come here alone? Kill him! Avenge young Master Tianlong! Boom! 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 Nearly 100 members of the Fang family simultaneously unleashed their auras. Streams of powerful pressure belonging to the late or peak stages of the gathering Qi realm converged together, crashing toward Lin Chen like a raging tide. However, in the face of this terrifying pressure and overwhelming killing intent that would make any early-stage pulse condensation realm cultivator change color, Lin Chen's expression remained calm and even carried a hint of a smile. It was as if he didn't feel the pressure at all, and he looked with great interest at the Fang family's elites who were baring their fangs and claws. Then, under the scrutiny of their mocking and cruel gazes, Lin Chen slowly nodded and said with a smile, "Indeed. Against you bunch of insignificant chickens, I alone am enough." As soon as these words fell, Lin Chen didn't even wait for Fang Yuling and the other Fang family members to react to his more arrogant words. He moved. Clang! A clear and melodious sword cry, filled with unmatched sharpness, suddenly resounded throughout the forest clearing. The Gung Jin spirit sword in Lin Chen's hand had already been unsheathed. A surge of small but powerful Gung Jin sword intent, filled with a sense of annihilation, erupted. Sword intent? How is that possible? Fang Yuling sensed the sword intent emanating from Wang Haiba in front of her, and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. From this sword intent, Fang Yuling felt an unprecedented, deadly threat. She was about to warn everyone to be careful, but it was already too late. She only heard Lin Chen's voice filled with endless dominance and cold, killing intent sounding in her ear. Immediately after, she felt a sudden chill at her neck, as if something extremely sharp had gently grazed her. There was no pain at all, not even a hint of feeling. The next moment, Fang Yuling's vision began to uncontrollably tilt, spin, roll. Finally, she saw a familiar figure. Is this my body? Then as Fang Yuling's last thought fell, in the next instant, darkness engulfed her completely like a tide. And on the scene, all the young members of the Fang family were already dumbfounded, their bodies icy cold. Their faces were filled with an expression of disbelief and horror. Each of them, like ducks with their necks grasped, opened their mouths wide, but couldn't make a sound. Their gazes were fixed on the beautiful head that had fallen to the ground, still maintaining that mocking and disdainful expression from before death. Fang Yuling, one of the leaders of the younger generation of the Fang family, actually just like that, in front of all of them, beheaded by Wang Haiba with